ukhona umuntu obatshenile ukuthi nginolwazi lokufaka Senzo ngathi mina angazilunga
to stay.
All right. Can you please tell the court the way when you were arrested, what happened?
Uma uboshwa kwenzekani?
kwafika amaphoyisa ayihamba ngekhumbi okwakuyibhendulo afika ngikhomba ngebhamu.
Police officers arrived. They were traveling in a taxi that is known as Impendulo, and they pointed me with firearms, or they pointed their firearms at me.
Yes.
Athi ngilale phansi ngalala phansi aseyangifasa ngeensimbi.
They ordered me to lie down, which I did.
Handcuff.
They then tied me, then put handcuffs on me.
What happened thereafter?
Kwase kwenzekani-ke emuva kwalokho?
Ase engiphakamisa ngeensimbi angiphushela kuyimpendulo phakathi.
Then they picked me up using the handcuffs and pushed me inside the taxi.
Thereafter?
Emuva kwalokho?
Mabeqeda ukungifaka emotweni base bengena emotweni ba drive imoto bangisa eTonetcop kwenye bangisa eTonetcop kwenye indawo yama office awamaphoyisa ngaza amaphoyisa kanjani lapha ethembisa ama office khona. Tonetcop.
Is it not Lorcop?
Is it Lorcop?
Okay. They then put me inside that vehicle. They drove the vehicles, and then I was taken to Lorcop in Tembisa. It's some police place, but I don't know which kind of police those are.
Then proceed.
Mabefika lapha bafike bathi angehle ngehla bangifaka kwelinye ioffice lapha.
Upon arrival there, I was ordered to get out or to alight, which I did, and I was put into some office there.
Then proceed.
Mabe ngifaka kuleli office leli base beqala ukungibuza ngokuthi ngazini ngokufaka Senzo.
When they put me in that office, I was then questioned as to what it is that I know or that I knew about Senzo's death.
Yes. Ngabatshena ukuthi angazilutho ngokufaka Senzo.
I informed them that I know nothing about Senzo's death.
Yes. Base betha ukhona umuntu obatshenile ukuthi nginolwazi lokufaka Senzo ngathi mina angazilutho.
They then informed me that someone informed them that I know about Senzo's death. I then said that I know nothing.
What happened thereafter?
That's where they started, my lord, to shoot me and assaulted me.
Okay. When they were chopping you, how were they chopping you?
Uma bekushupa bakwenza kanjani lokho?
Babengifase ngemuva.
My hands were tied at the back.
Bathi ngihlale phansi.
Ordered me to sit down.
Base bengifaka iplastiki.
They then placed a plastic.
Where?
Kuphi nendawo?
Where did they place the plastic?
Iplastic lakhona babe cela ubonakalisa. Shuthi
I'd like to
iplastic lakhona
demonstrate.
ukuthi balifaka so. Iplastic lasona bathayisa so.
Awuphinde leyo qala uthi hayi ukuthi balifaka?
Iplastic hayi ukuthi balifaka
It's not
so.
ibambe lapho.
Khanda hayi ukuthi balifaka so.
Ibambe kanjalo. They were not putting the plastic like this as the witness is demonstrating from top down, but kodwa balifaka kanjani?
But bamba so iplastic belt tight is so.
But they held it as the witness is pointing my lord in front of the face, in other words, covering the face in its entirety.
When you say they were assaulting you, what do you mean by that?
Uma uthi babekushaya usho ukuthini ngaloko?
Babe abayima bengifaka iplastic abanye babe ngikhahlele.
When the others were placing or putting the plastic over me, the others were kicking me.
Okay. So how long did it take that assault, or for how long? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, how long?
Ukushaywa lokho kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani? Sithetha ngemizuzu emihlanu, imizuzu eyishumi, isikhathi esingakanani?
noma ngasasikhumbula isikhathi sesingana kodwa kwangeke kuze kube imizuzu emihlanu kwaba ngaphezulu kakhulu
Although-
mhlawumbe boma hour 30 minutes mhlawumbe noma 30 minutes kuphela.
Although I'm unable to remember the time, but it was not 5 minutes, it was more than that, an hour, 30 minutes, or only just 30 minutes.
Were there any visible injuries that
Ingaba
you
ke
sustained?
nanjengoba ushayiwe ke khona ke okwabonakala ukulimala, kubonakala ukuthi la ulimeleke ngenxa yokushaywa lokho.
Kwa ezandleni ngangilimele kakhulu nasemzimbeni kwakunokuvuvukala.
My hands were badly injured as well as my body was swollen.
Then what happened after the assault?
Musuqediwe ke ukushaywa kwase kwenzekani?
Mabe ngishaya bathi basazobiza umuntu obatshene lolwazi lokuthi mina ngabulala uSenzo.
As they were assaulting me, they informed me that they were still going to call the person who had this information that I killed Senzo.
Okay. Was that person called?
Wabizwa yini loyo muntu loyo?
Bambiza.
Yes, they called the person.
Did you see that person?
Wambona?
Yebo ngambona.
Yes, I did.
All right, what happened thereafter?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emuva
When they
kwalokho?
called, immediately after they called that person?
Emuva kokuthi umuntu sebembizileke kwase kwenzekani?
Kwa bangisusa la ebebe ngishaya khona bangisa kwelinye office la engifice khona kukhona abanye abantu babehleli.
They then
Lo abathi uye othe mina ngabulala uSenzo.
they removed me from where they were assaulting me and took me to another office where I found other people seated, as well as the person that they alleged gave them the information that I had killed Senzo.
How many people were there in that office?
Kwakuwabantu abangaki ababelapho kulelo office lelo?
Noma ngasakhumbula isibalo sabo kodwa amagama abo abanye ngabakhumbula amagama abo.
Although I'm unable to remember the number, but some of them's names I can remember.
Can you please place those names on the
Awasho ke
record?
lawo magama lawo.
Kwaku uZungu,
Zungu,
Zongo, was he a police officer?
ayiphoyisa.
yebo bathi uyiphoyisa.
Yes, they alleged that he's a police officer.
The other one?
Omunye,
Bathi uSibiya.
they call him Sibiya.
Yes.
Yebo.
Others, if there are any?
Abanye, uma ngabe
Bathi
bekhona.
uLishabanga.
Lishabane.
Is there anyone else?
Khona omunye,
uMakhubu.
Makhubo. Awukho sure?
Sorry?
Okay. No, it says Makhubo here.
Makhubo. All right. So, when you entered that office and found those people,
He seems
what
to want
happened?
to seem to.
Kube uBaloyi
And then Baloyi
noMdawu.
and Mudau.
Oh, sorry for it. Is that all?
Na amanye yiwe engasawakhumbuli because nalaba ngabathola emva kwesikhathi ukuthi obani amagama abo.
The others are the ones that I cannot remember or recall, because even these ones I only managed to get their names afterwards.
Okay. Tell us what happened in that office.
Kuleli ke manje ihhovisi leli elinaba nalabantu oqeda ubasho manje kwase kwenzekani kulona?
Baphinde nakhona bangibuza imibuzo ukuthi ngazini ngokufa kukaSenzo sebehlele ematafuleni.
Again, I was asked as to what it is that I knew about Senzo's death, and now at that stage they were now seated on tables.
Yes.
Ngabatshena ukuthi angazi lutho.
I informed them that I knew nothing.
Then what happened thereafter?
Kwase kwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Ngicabanga ukuthi mangikhuluma nabo bagcina bekukholwa engushoyo ukuthi angazi lutho ngokufa kukaSenzo.
I think that they ended up believing what I said, that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Okay. What makes you to believe that they believe what you told them about the death of Senzo?
Yini ekwenza ukuthi ke ukholweke nokuthi ke base bekukholwa ke ukuthi lokhu okushoyo noma impendulo abanikeza yona iyiqiniso yini ekwenza ukuthi ucabange kanjalo
omunye washo wathi hayi lo muntu lo akazi lutho mteteleni ahambe.
One of them said that this person knows nothing, let this person go.
Who was that person, do you remember?
Kwakubani loyo?
Umakhubo.
Makhubo.
Makubo, is he a police officer?
Uyiphoyisa uMakhubo.
Washo kanjalo.
That's how he said. Just listen. Just listen, Makhubo. Yeah, that's how he said.
With the leave of the court, my lord, may I request this evidence to be provisionally admitted, subject to securing the evidence of Mr. Makubo? Because he's the one who said he must be released.
Why do you want it to be provisionally?
Because he must be released.
Why do you want it to be provisionally
Because it amounts to
admitted?
it amounts to hearsay if it is said by this witness or accused number 1.
So are you going to call Makubu?
I think I have to converse with the state if Mr. Makubo is the state witness, or I'm not sure on the list of
The
witnesses.
state is no longer involved in the trial within the trial.
Yes.
They've led their evidence, they've closed their case. The law says it is now your turn either to countervail that evidence, rebut that evidence, close your case, call witnesses if you want to, as you have called this gentleman.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I will secure the appearance of Mr. Makubo too.
Yeah, but this evidence is not provisionally admitted, okay?
Court pleases, my lord.
We have heard of Section 3
Yes, my lord.
of the
Law of Evidence.
Evidence Act 45 of 1988.
Yes,
Right.
court
So
pleases.
it's because of that act that it is not admitted.
Court pleases.
Okay.
Immediately after Mr. Makubo said you can be released, what happened there?
Eseshilo ke uMakhubo ukuthi abadedele kwase kwenzekani.
So umakhubu uye wahamba waphuma laba mabekufanele behambe bengisendlini abangisanga endlini bangithatha bangise police station.
At some point Makhubo left, he went out of the office. Now the others, as they were now supposed to take me home, they didn't, but they took me to the police station.
Which police station was that?
Yiphi police station?
Tembisa police station.
Tembisa police station.
The reason for taking you to police station, what was it?
Isizathu sokuthi ke bakuse police station kwakuyini?
Angibazi ukuthi izathu sabo kwakuyini.
I don't know.
Bafike bayenza bafike bathi bayangicharge lapha.
I don't know as to what their reason was, but what they did upon arrival there was to charge me.
They charge you with what, sir?
Ngani becharge ngani?
Bathi bangicharge ngama drugs.
For drugs.
Okay. So, what day of the week was that? Was it on Saturday, Friday, Sunday?
Sikhuluma liphi ilanga lana kwakumgqibelo kwakuLesihlanu kwakuyisonto sikhuluma liphi aluphi usuku
Angisakhumbula usuku noma kwakulesine noma kwakunini mara kwakuzi19.
I can't remember the day as to whether it was a Thursday or when, but it was on the 19th March.
Okay. Were you taken to court?
Ingabe wahanjiswa yini ukusiwa enkantolo?
Angiswanga enkantolo.
I wasn't taken to court.
But after you were charged with the allegations of being in possession of drugs, were you ultimately taken to court?
Emuva kokuthi sebekuchargile manje bekuchargela wona ke ama drugs nanje ngoba ushilo ingabe ke emuva kwalokho sebekuchargile waya yini wayobingelela imanje enkantolo?
Angazange ibingelela imanje.
No, I never attended court.
Was the matter not placed on the roll.
Ingabe icala leli alizange yini lifakwe kuhla kwamacala ukuthi ke avele phambi kwenkantolo?
Lapha kaze ngisithole isizathu kwavele nje kwathiwa angiphume ngihambe ngekhaya.
I was never furnished with a reason. I was only informed that I can go home.
Okay. Now, from then until the 30th of May, that's the second time you were arrested on the allegations of on the strength of the J50. That was the second time. And that was the second time when they alleged that you made a confession or an admission to the knowledge about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ukusuka manje ngaleso sikhathi ke kwaze bayoshaya ke manje i30 zika May kunyaka olandelayo ngazo ngonyaka ka2020. Kwakuseke manje sekuwesibili ke manje sebephinda bebophela zona lecala noma ngayo iJ50 lena bebophela futhi ke insolo lezi zokulowa kwakho Senzo bethi futhi ke ila owavuma khona wena.
Yeah, babe ngopho wesibili kuseKatona.
Yes, my lord, they were arresting me for the second time.
Okay. Can you please tell the court about the way you were arrested on the 30th of May, by who?
Awutshele lenkantolo ke indlela owaboshwa ngayo ngalelo langa lelo lange-30 zika May 2020 futhi uboshwa ubani?
Nge-30 kaMeyi kwakusemini sihlalele nje kwelinye ijali namanye amajidi.
On the 30th of May, it was during the course of the day. We were just sitting there with other gentlemen in a certain house or certain premises.
Yes.
Simile emdongweni wejalidi ngaphakathi.
We were standing inside the premises against the wall.
Yes.
Kwavela amaphoyisa amaningi ayephethe ibhame enkulu asikhomba ngazo.
A lot of police officers appeared. They were carrying rifles that they pointed us with.
Yes.
Masikhomba ngebhame enkulu ezakithi bangumsindo edlala phansi fise kudlala phansi.
As they were pointing us with these firearms, approaching us, they were then dishing out instructions or orders, lie down, lie down. The witness even used the word, "Kutsek, lie down, lie down."
Yes.
Ngokwethuka nalisethuka kakhulu salala phansi.
As a result of a shock, because we were shocked, we lay down.
Then?
Sathi salele phansi kanjalo kwafika elinye lasibuza amagama one by one.
As we were now laying down, one of the police officers came to us and asked each one of us individually who our names were.
Before you proceed, how many were you?
Nani bangaki wena nalamajita la uthona nihlezi nawo?
Sasibathathu.
3 of us.
Proceed then.
Ngaqhubeka.
Masilele phansi masibuza amagama babuza nami ukuthi ubani igama lami ngabatshela mina igama lami ukuthi ngubani.
As they were asking us, or as he was asking us individually, also asked me, and I told him who my name was.
Yes.
Bangibuza ukuthi ngiphuma kuphi emakhaya.
They asked me where I originate from.
Yes.
Ngabatshela ukuthi ngisuka emahlabathini.
I informed them that I'm originally from Emahlabathini.
Proceed.
Eli one laselingidonsa izandla libuyisa ngemuva laselingifaka ama-handcuff.
One of them then pulled my hands and take them to the back and then placed handcuffs on me.
Yes.
Laselingibamba ngawo ama-handcuff izandla ziphakathi kwama-handcuffs labamba ama-handcuff la ngiphakamisa ngawo.
Then held me, that is now held, as my hands were tied together using the handcuffs, held the handcuffs and picked me up.
Yes.
Mangiceda ukusukuma base beyangisesha bathatha amafoni ami ayi2 eSamsung nenye encane iBobo.
And as I stood up, I was then searched, and then 2 of my cell phones were taken, a Samsung as well as a smaller phone.
Yes.
baphinde bathi angilale phansi.
I was again ordered to lie down.
Proceed.
Base bethi akusukumela amajita ayi2 engakinawo.
Then the two gentlemen, the two gentlemen in whose company I was were ordered to get up.
Proceed.
Mayisukuma lamajita angazi ke wona ukuthi bawenze njani bawasesha noma cha angazi.
When they got up, that is now the two guys, I don't know what happened to them, whether they were searched or not.
Before you proceed, these police officers, when you saw them, were they traveling with motor vehicles? Were they walking towards you?
Inkathi ke lamaphoyisa lana niwabona ezakini, niwabona ehamba ngeimoto, noma niwabona ehamba ngeinyawo ezakini.
Ayihamba ngeenyawo.
They were walking.
There were no vehicles that were in the vicinity.
Zazingekho imoto ezazikhona lapho.
Shuthi ngoba sasimile lapha ya ikhona i-Golf 7 eyafike yama opposite negate mali ngale kwestrad.
As we were standing there is a Golf 7 that came there and parked opposite the gate, but on the other side of the street.
Okay. Then what? Who were the passengers on in that Golf 7? Do you know?
Kwakuhobani ababegibele lapho kuleyo Golf 7 ingabe uyazi yini?
Lesikhathi ngiqala ukubabona ngangingazi ngigcine sengazi ukuthi uthi obani.
At first I didn't know who they were, but eventually I ended up knowing.
Can you tell the court who they are?
Ungayitshela inkantolo ukuthi bawobani?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Kwaku umhola,
Mkhola,
kumabhena,
Mabhena,
kuncamana,
Nga,
ngamane.
Nga, Mane.
All right. Just a second. At what stage did you know their names?
Amagama aboke uwazi nini noma ngasiphi isikhathi?
Iwaze lokhu makulokhu kuqhubeka isikhathi sebenesikhathi bengophini.
As time went on, after some time having arrested me.
All right. Now, remember you were testifying when you say you last said the two gentlemen that were ordered to lie down, were ordered to stand, and you don't know whether they were searched or not. What happened thereafter?
Ushiloke ukuthi ne kunalenkathi la khona ke bese bethe kuwena ke lala phansi kwesibili futhi kwase kuthiwa kulabo ababili ke babe onabo abasukume nabo. Washo ukuthi akwazi ukuthi baseshwa noma baseshwanga yini. Emuva kwalokho kwasekwenzekana.
Liye laphinda iphoyisa laphinde langibamba ngazo futhi ama handcuff langiphakamisa futhi isibili.
The police officer then for the second time held me by the handcuffs and picked me up.
Do you know who was that police officer?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakubani lelo phoyisa lelo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was it?
Kwakubani?
Munareng.
Munareng.
So after then Munareng lifted you up, what happened after?
Emuva kokuthi ke esephakathi kwesibili kwasekwenzekana.
Ngoba nakhona mayizongiphakamisa ngangakamazi ukuthi umnareng lo.
At the time when it was about when he picked me up, I didn't know that he was Munareng or it was Munareng.
Ngimaze emva kwesikhathi ukuthi umnareng lo.
I got to know after some time that it was Munareng.
Mayeqeda ukungiphakamisa umnareng uye kwavela omunye umlungu. Ubuna angikwazi umhlukanisa ukuthi uyini.
After some time, Munareng had picked me up. Then a certain white person, I cannot say whether it is an Englishman or an African-speaking man, but it was a white person that appeared.
Yes.
Wangishuta ithombe ngeselfoni.
And then took pictures of me using a cell phone.
Yes.
So emva kwalapho mayeqeda ukungishutha base bengibamba ngawo ama handcuff bangisa kule golf 7 ebomvu.
After that, my lord, after having taken pictures of me, I was then taken to that red Golf 7.
Before we get into the Gold 7, the red Gold 7, second time you are picked up or lifted up by Mr. Mnareng, were there any rights that were explained to you or the reasons why you were under arrest?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke manje bakuthathe ke uye kule Golf 7 ebomvu, manje usuphakanyiswa ke manje okwesibili uyena uMnareng. Ngaleso sikhathi leso akhona yini amalungelo owawatshela noma imbangela noma izathu sokuboshwa kwakho?
Cha, akaze bengitshele Nkosikatona.
No, I was not informed, my lord.
All right, now let's get into the red Golf. What happened?
Bakuthathile ke bakusakuyona ke iGolf 7 ebomvu kwasekwenzekani?
Masifika kule Golf 7 ebomvu kulaba ngibuza khona ukuthi ngihlala kuphi la eThembisa ngihlala nobani.
When we got to the Golf 7, my lord, that's when I was then asked where exactly I was staying in Tembisa and with whom was I staying.
What was your response?
Wathini uma uphendula?
Ngabatshela ukuthi ngihlala la eduzane ngihlala nomalume.
I told them that I was staying nearby and I was staying with my uncle.
Then
Yeah,
proceed.
Bangibuza ukuthi ngingayobakhombisa la ngihlala khona nomalume.
They then wanted to know whether I could show them where I was staying with my uncle.
Proceed.
Ungaqhubeka?
Ngabatshela ukuthi ngingababonisa.
I told them that
Ohlala komunye uqashelwe komunye umuzi la eduzane.
I told them that yes, I would be able to go and show them where my uncle was staying because he was just renting nearby.
Were you staying with your uncle in one shack or in different shacks?
Ingabe nomalume nanihlala emkhukhwini owodwa noma ke emkhukhwini yahlukile?
Sahlala emkhukhwini owodwa.
In one shack.
Then from there where you were asked, so you eventually proceeded to the place where you said you were staying at.
Nase ukusuka lapho ke niyahamba ke manje niya la owabatshela ukuthi uhlala khona.
Yebo ngaba sahamba sala engangihlala khona.
Yes, we then went to where I was staying.
How did you go there? Using a vehicle or you were walking?
Nanihamba ngenyawo noma naya ngemoto.
Kwasetshenziswa imoto lesikhathi iGolf 7 imile lapha ya ezinye imoto bengibuza imibuza abanye bahamba bathatha imoto bazazi ngeke kudeni imoto zabo bathatha imoto basondela nazo masingene emotweni leGolf 7 ngiyobabonisa la ebehlala khona nomalume imoto zonke zalandela.
Whilst we were standing there at the Golf 7, the others then went to their vehicles because the vehicles were not parked far and then drove closer. So we all got into the vehicles and then we drove.
All right, let's come out of that court case. Of course, accused number 1, Muzi Sibiya, currently on the stand there at the
18 base bengibuza ukuthi ngihlala kuphi ke mina la kule mkhukho oba imngaka nje ngabalayela ukuthi ngihlala kulo mkhukho onesivalo esihlaza.
Upon arrival there, the cars then parked. They then wanted to know as to where exactly I was staying there because there were so many shacks. I then told them that I'm staying there in that shack with the green, blue. With that particular, it's the green door.
What is the address of the place where you were renting? Do you still remember?
Uyakhumbula yini ikheli la owawuqashe khona?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please tell the court.
Ungalisho.
Vusumuzi section 1818.
It's Vusumuzi section 1818.
Okay. So what happened when you arrived at number 1818 Vusumuzi?
Fikeleke lapho 1818 eVusumuzi section kwasekwenzekani?
Amanye amaphoyisa aye ehla aya kuwo lo mkhukhulo ebengibalayela wona. So mabe fika kuwo babuya bathi abafica ngamuntu.
Some police officers then alighted and went to the shack that I had told them about, and when they came back they said that they didn't find anyone.
What happened then?
Kwasekthini?
Ngoba manje vele ngangivele ngisele nawe emotweni abuya lana ebehambile athi akukho umuntu lapha asengene emotweni bathi asambeni.
Because there were some police officers that I had stayed with in the vehicle. Those that were gone to the shack came back and said there was no one. They got into the vehicles and said, let's go, let's leave.
Where did you go?
Nase niya kuphi.
Bangene emotweni kwahanjwa mangibona ngabona sebengena kwenye indawo kamasipala lapha eThembisa okuthiwa kuseLithabong.
Lithabong. They got into the vehicles. We then traveled, and then I saw them as we were driving. Now driving into this place, a municipal area called Lithabong.
Yes.
Mabefika eLithabong mazima imoto zingene phakathi base bethangehla.
When we drove into that place, the vehicle stopped. I was then instructed to get out.
Yes.
Imoto zingene phakathi base bethangehla.
When we drove into that place, the vehicle stopped. I was then instructed to get out.
Yes.
Mangehla mangiqeda bangifaka kwenye indawo ngathi office nyana noma ngaba indawo ngathi ukushita noma yini le ndawo angi-understandanga namuthi.
After I alighted, I was then taken into this place that looked like an office. I don't know exactly what kind of a place it was, whether it was a place to change or to do what exactly.
What happened there?
Kwasekwenzekani khona lapho?
Mangifika khona bathi angihlala esitulweni somoya.
Oh, okay. I was then instructed, my lord, to sort of sit on my heels.
Okay, proceed.
Base bethi
Sit on your heels.
Wakwenza-ke wena lokho?
yebo ngakwenza.
Yes, I did.
All right, proceed.
Base bethi bazongibuza imibuzo bafuna ngiphendule ngeqiniso lela abalifunayo ngathi mina okay akunankinga.
I was then told that I was going to be asked some questions and that they wanted me to answer honestly. I then said, okay, no problem.
Yes. Who was asking those questions?
Kwakuwubani owayebuza leyo mibuzo leyo?
Kwakuwumholo.
It was Mukhola.
Yes. You said yes, it's okay. You don't have a problem. What happened thereafter?
Kwasekwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Wasengibuza uthi ngazini ngokufaka Senzo Meyiwa.
Then asked me, what do I know about Senzo's death?
What was your response?
Waphendula wathini wena?
Ngabatshela ukuthi angazi lutho ngokufaka Senzo Meyiwa.
I told them that I knew nothing about Senzo Meyiwa's death.
Proceed. What happened thereafter?
Kwasekuthini-ke qhubeka?
Kwasekuvela elinye lathi lona linolwazi lonke ukuthi mina iliphi iqhaza engalibambayo ekubulaweni kaSenzo nginabanye abafana bakwaButhelezi.
Then another police officer appeared and said that, that police officer said that he or she knew exactly as to which role or what role I played in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa together with some other guys from the Buthelezi clan.
What was your response?
Waphendula wathini wena kulokho?
Ngabatshela ukuthi angazi lutho ngokufaka Senzo.
I told them that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Then what happened thereafter?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Laphinde lathi ngingazobenza isilima ngoba bona banolwazi olupheleleyo.
They then responded and said that I should not take them for fools because they had full knowledge.
Yes.
Yebo.
Mangibatshela futhi angazi lutho kula elingikrepa khona ngonyawo la enyaweni lingishaya ngonyawo. Since ngihlele esitulweni somoya kanje manje ngishaya ngonyawo ngiye ngalahleka phansi.
That's where then, as I said, that I knew nothing about Senzo's death, and then I sort of tricked me, as I said, that I was sitting on my heels, and he sort of got his foot underneath my feet, and then I fell.
Okay. What happened?
Lesikhathi mangihlala phansi la bangikhahlela khona abanye omunye base ethatha iplastic futhi waphinde wangithayita ngalo la ebusweni.
That as I was now on the ground, others kicked me, and the other one took a plastic and tightened it on my face.
Yes.
Belokhu beqhubeka bengibuza ukuthi ngazi ngokufaka Senzo.
They kept on asking me as to what is it that I knew about Senzo's death.
What was your response then?
Waphendula wathini wena?
Babatshela ukuthi angazi lutho ukufa kwaSenzo.
I told them that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Okay. Proceed.
Mabeqhubeka lokhu benza lonto le ukufaka iplastic kula ngicine khona sengize ngicamela khona ke.
As they continued doing that and then also putting the plastic around my face, that's where I ended up urinating on myself.
Okay. Proceed.
Qhubeka.
Baqhubeka belokhu bengishuphile emva kwesikhathi baze bangiyeka.
They carried on tubing me, and after some while they stopped.
Were you assaulted?
Bakshaya.
Babengikhahlele.
Yes, they were kicking me.
Okay. What sort of a trouser were you wearing
Wawugqoke ibhulukwe
at
elinjani
that time?
ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Ngigqoke uPrenuto sky blue.
Sky blue Brentwood.
Yeah. Then what happened after?
Kwase kwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Emva kwesikhathi mase bengiyekile baphumela phandle abanye base bebuya bethi asambeni.
After a while, after having stopped, others went out. They then came back and said, let's leave.
Yes, where? To where?
Niye kuphi?
Akaze beze besho. Omunye wangiphakamisa ngazo insimbi vele ngoba ngilokhu ngilele phansi wangiphakamisa ngazo insimbi wangibamba ngiphakamisa ngazo insimbi.
They never said as to where we should go. One of them used the very same handcuffs because I was lying on the floor, used the handcuffs to pick me up.
Did you sustain any injuries on your wrists?
Lana ke izandleni ukhona walimala yini noma khona ukulimala wakuthola la izandleni?
Yona ezandleni namanje mawusengabuka ngisenomzikiziki yakhona ngalesikhathi engangishawa ngaso. Namanje nansi yebo.
Yes, I did sustain some injuries. The witness is also pointing on his wrist and says that it's still visible even now.
So after you said after a while they came back and they said you must leave. Where did you go?
Ushilo ke ukuthi base bebuya ke la babephumela ngaphandle bathi asambeni ngabe nahamba naya kuphi?
La ngabona sesibuyela la ebehlala khona nomalume futhi kulela jalidi.
I saw us going back to where I was staying with my uncle, to the same premises.
Yes, what happened there?
Yebo base kwenzekani khona lapho?
Masifika khona baye bakhahlela umnyango lamaphoyisa umnyango wavuleka bangena ngaphakathi.
Upon arrival there, the police officers kicked the door opened and they went inside.
Yeah.
Yebo.
Basesha ke lapha endlini.
They searched inside the house.
When they kicked the door, where were you? Were you in the vehicle of the police officers, or you were also in the yard?
Ngathi ke bekhahlela isicabha leso wawukuphi wona ke awusemotweni yamaphoyisa noma wawunabo kuleyo ndawo leyo babekuyona bekhahlela isicabha?
Babengene nami babefike bekhahlela isicabha.
They went in with me when they kicked the door open.
Okay. They proceeded to search. Who was searching your shack?
Uthi ke basesha ke kwakuwubani noma kwakuwubani ababesesha?
Excuse.
Kwawubuthelezi omnareki omaphumulo
Uthelezi uNareni Maphumulo Jonathan
babe baningi.
There were many of them.
Okay. Was immediately after they kicked in the door of the shack, they entered the shack, they started to search. Where were you?
Ngathi ke bekhahlela isicabha usicabha sivuleka ke base beyasesha ke wawukuphi wena?
Ngoba mabekhahlela isicabha nganginami eminyango ngimnama yamaphoyisa. So mabeqalisa ukusesha elinye iphoyisa liyela ngiphushela phakathi ngendluzulu.
I was standing there with the other police officers as they kicked the door open, and then when they started to search, one police officer forcefully pushed me inside.
Then that means they carried on to search what happened thereafter.
Kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kokuthi beseshile?
Bathi mabeqeda ukusesha base bethi asambeni sibuyele emotweni.
After they were finished searching, they then said, let's go back to the vehicles.
Was there anything illegal that was found when they were conducting the search?
Ngathi ke besesha ukhona yini okungekho emthethweni okwatholakala khona lapho?
Cha, Kosekatola azange lutho mina.
No, my lord, I saw nothing.
It's the evidence of Buthelezi that a plastic bag was found containing ammunition.
Kubufakazi ke bukamaphumulo ne Buthelezi sorry ukuthi ke bathola ke iplastic khona lapho ke eyinhlamvu.
Amanga lawo akhulunywa Buthelezi Kosekatola.
Those were lies that were told by Buthelezi, my lord.
All right, then we were ordered to go out. Where did you go?
Uthi ke base bethi ke aniphumeke naphuma lapho naseniyaphi.
Sithema sifika emotweni mangithi ngena betha ngene emotweni mangena emotweni elinye iphoyisa lathi angisazi uKenneth Bando yasibongo sakhe wathi angeke sambe nalo muntu lo ibhluke limanzi kanje.
As I was about to get into the vehicle, my lord, one police officer, I can't remember who that colonel was, said that we cannot go with this person when his pants are wet like this.
Then what happened thereafter?
Base
Betha ngihambe ngiyobabonisa elami ibhluke.
Sorry, proceed. I wanted to ask, when he said they cannot live with you with the wet pants, what happened thereafter?
Base betha angihambe ngiyobabonisa elami ibhluke leza iphahle lapha ngafika ngababonisa elami ibhluke uthi nani. Bathi ngibabonise nama andami ngababonisa ngathi nawo.
They then said, let us go back. I should point out my pants among those clothes as well as my underwear. I then did that.
All right. So you changed the pants. Was it the only thing that you changed?
Washington, look a lot.
Bangumula ibhluke, bangumula ianda. My lord.
It was my pants that they took off as well as my underwear. Then my underwear was put on as well as a pants.
So in the shoes, did they change anything?
Ikatula? As well as with shoes, they ordered me or told me to wear sort of like shoes, say like formal shoes. It was shoes, like informal shoes.
All right. So you changed all that. What happened thereafter?
Sase sihamba bangibuyisele emotweni base beya drive again.
I was taken back to the vehicle and then they drove.
To where?
Ngabona sesingena eFosloras.
I just saw when we entered Fosloras.
Before you enter Fosloras, there is evidence by Sergeant Mkhole that you went to Tembisa Hostel.
Ngaphambi nje kokuthi niyeke eFosloras kunobufakazi khona la enkantolo bakhe umkhula ukuthi ke naya ehostel eTembisa.
Cha, akaze siye hostel yaseTembisa.
No, we never went to a hostel in Tembisa.
So is it your evidence that after you left your place of abode, you went straight to, you saw yourself at Fosloras?
Uthi wena uma senihamba nisuka ke lapho ohlala khona wabona nje sengene eFosloras.
Kosekatolo ngabona sizingene eFosloras akukho futhi esama khona masisuka lapha endlini saya straight laba abafike bangena khona lapha kumasipala waseFosloras.
My lord, from where I was staying, we didn't stop anywhere. I just saw us going straight to Fosloras, that is now at the municipality there in Fosloras.
What happened there?
Kwenzekani ke lapho?
Bangifika khona baphinde bangehlisa futhi.
Upon arrival there, I was then made to alight again.
Okay. What happened?
Baphinde bangibuza ukuthi namanje ngisalibele ngiphika ukuthi khona engikwazi ngokufa kaSenzo na.
They asked me again, are you still denying that you know anything or you don't know anything about Senzo's death?
What was your response?
Waphendula usuthini ke wena?
Ngabatshela ngathi angazilutho ukufa kaSenzo.
I informed them that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
There's evidence by Sergeant Mkhola that when you were still at Tembisa, you you were saying something which she regarded it as some kind of admission. What is your take on that?
Kunento ekhulunywe uSergeant Mkhola la enkantolo ukuthi inkathi nisesethembisa ke kukhona lokho wakusho yena ke athi uma ekulalela wakuthatha ke ukuthi ke ukuvuma khona ke okuvumayo uthini mophendula kuloko?
Cha, akukho engakuvumayo.
No, there's nothing that I admitted to.
Any persons, according to Sergeant Mukhane, that you found at Tembisa Hostel, where they took you to with the purpose of looking for a firearm. Do you know anything about that?
Any persons?
In Tembisa Hostel, when they left his place of abode, they went to Tembisa Hostel and spoke to certain people relating to a firearm.
Teke mase niphuma ke khona lapho eThembisa ke kwanabantu ke abathize ekwakhulunyisana nabo ke khona lapho malukana nolwazi ke nesibhamu.
Cha, abekho.
No, there were none.
All right, let's quickly go back to Phosphorus. You said you alighted at Phosphorus municipality area. They ask you, you still deny having involved yourself in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. You denied that. What happened after?
Ushilo ke ukuthi bathi ke ehla ke khona lapha eFoslo bakubuza futhi ke usa lokuphika njalo ukuthi awazi lutho wathi wena awazi lutho kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Baqhubeka bangishupha.
They carried on trooping me.
Then till proceed.
Qhubeka.
Buthe besangishupha bengikhahlela kanjalo kwavela omunye ubaba engimazi emva kwesikhathi na ukuthi uginini.
As they were trooping me and then also assaulting me, and then after some time a certain gentleman appeared who later on became known to me as Gininda.
Yeah, what happened?
Yebo.
Baye bama ukungishaka leso sikhathi mayefika uginini.
When Gininda arrived, they stopped assaulting me.
Yes.
So
uye wababizela eceleni bathi ukuba nemhlangano wabo eceleni.
He called them
babo mara abanye basala bebheke mina.
He called them aside and then they had a meeting in their numbers there, or in their majority, but some of them remained with me.
All right. After the meeting, what happened?
Wabuya uGininda la ezongibuza ukuthi ngazini ukufa kaSenzo.
Gininda came back and asked me, what do you know about Senzo's death?
Yes, what was your response?
Ngamtshela ukuthi angazi lutho ukufa kaSenzo.
I told him that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Was it the only thing he asked you? Is there anything further?
Naye waphinde wathi unolwazi lokuthi mina nginesandla ekufeni kaSenzo.
He further said that he had information or knowledge that I had a hand in Senzo's death.
What was your response?
Wasuphenduthini wena?
Ngamtshela ngathi ngicela ukuthi ungithembe kulento engishoyo angazi lutho ngokufa kaSenzo. Labantu lokhu bengithathe mina bengishaba ngibuza indaba kaSenzo angazi lutho indaba yokufa kaSenzo.
I then said to him, please, requesting you that these people took me. It was still during the day when they took me. They kept on assaulting me and saying that I knew something about Senzo's death, and I've been telling them that I know nothing about Senzo's death.
But according to Brigadier Gininda's evidence in this court is that you saying something in relation to admission of your involvement.
Kodwa-ke ngokobufakazi bakhe uBrigadier Gininda kuyona le nkantolo lena uthe mayitshela lenkantolo wathi wena-ke kuloko wakusho kuwena-ke kwakuwukuvuma ukuthi-ke khona-ke okwaziyo mayelana nokushona kwakhe uSenzo.
Cha, akukho engakuvumayo.
No, I admitted to nothing, my lord. He was telling lies with regards to that.
Were any rights explained to you by Brigadier Gininda or Sergeant Mahole at any given stage?
Ngaba sikhona yini isigaba la khona ke ubrigadier Gininda noma ke yena ke uSergeant Mkhola akuchazela khona ke ngamalungelo akho onawo?
Cha.
No.
All right. Take us to immediately after you interacted with Brigadier Gininda. What happened thereafter?
Emuva kokuthi ke manje usuxoxisene ke ukhulumile naye ubrigadier Gininda kwase kwenzekani?
Bayilokho eqhubeke ngibuza ungitshela ukuthi vele kudala esebenza ngabantu abafana nami ngizokhuluma iqiniso.
As he went on asking me, he also said to me that he has been working with people like me. In the end, I will tell him the truth.
Okay.
Or eventually tell him the truth.
Can you estimate how long did you interact with Brigadier Gininda?
Ungasho ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingakanani uxoxisana kwakho naye ubrigadier Gininda?
Noba ngingakhumbuli ukuthi ngaba isikhathi esingakanani kodwa mhlawumbe boma 30 minutes or ngaphansi.
Although I can't remember specifically as to how long it took, about 30 minutes or less.
So eventually, during that interaction, you never made any admissions or a confession to the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Kodwa ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke sokukhulumisana kwakho naye ke awukazi uvume lutho noma ke ugonuluke malana nako ukushona kwakhe uSenzo?
Cha angaze ngivume lutho.
No, I never admitted to anything.
Akukho ukugonyuluke ngayo ngakwenza.
I did not make any confession.
There's something that Brigadier Gininda said. I think that was also said, not in different ways, by Gininda, Brigadier Gininda. He said, I was waiting for this moment to come. I wanted to offload this burden. Do you know anything about that?
Khona kunye ke okushiwo uyena ke ubrigadier Gininda la ukuthi ke wathi ke kade ngilindele lethuba leli ke kade lomthwalo lona ngifuna ukuthi ke ngiususeke emahlombe ami khona kwaziyo mayelana nalokho?
Cha akukho mayelot engikwaziyo mayelana nalokho angazange ngize ngikhulume njalo.
No my lord, I know nothing with regards to that. I've never said such a thing.
All right. After that, where did you go? After the interaction with Brigadier Gininda, where did you go? Sorry. Oh, my lord, they are just maybe adjourn for a short. Maybe take a short adjournment.
What's the time, Mr. John? It's 11:15, my lord.
Okay, we come back at 1:30 then.
They then said, let's get into the vehicles.
Yes.
Yebo.
Baphinde ba driver so ngibone sesise singena ngathi singena eSoweto.
They drove again, and then when I just looked, and then I saw us driving into Soweto.
All right. Where?
Kuphi indawo Soweto?
Where in Soweto?
Sangena kwenye police station lapha eSoweto.
It's a certain police station in Soweto.
What's the name of the police station?
Igama layo?
Deep Kloof.
Deep Kloof.
Who were you traveling with?
Wawuhamba nobani?
Emotweni engangikuyo my lord.
You mean in the
Yes.
vehicle that I was in?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Kwaku umhula,
It was Mukhula,
uncamane,
Ncamane,
umabhena.
and Mabena.
Were you transported with the same Gold 7?
Kwakuyile yakho 7.
Yeah, kwayile yakho 7.
Yes, it was.
Ezinye zaziza ngemuva.
Others
Ezinye
were-
ziphambili.
There were cars behind and there were cars in front as well.
So upon your arrival at Deep Kloof police station, what happened?
Mase nifika khona ke police station yase Deep Kloof kwase kwenzekani?
Baphinde bangithatha bangifaka kwenye indawo engathi icourtyard ngingazi ukuthi ibizwa ngani. Inofefe laphezulu. I-room nje i-open space nyana.
I was taken to this courtyard, not knowing exactly as to what the particular place is. Okay, ukhuluma ngofefe ukhuluma ngani?
ufefe ita ikweso ufefe mari le enkulu ifaka la phezulu njengalento eshisa so ufefe ite njengaleyo so lapha kuvale phezulu.
I'm just trying to find out, my lord. There's a particular word that was used by the witness, which I'm not sure of. Was this particular.
It says it's courtyard.
No, but then he says the roofing of it, my
Yeah,
lord.
the roofing is meshed. I'm not giving evidence.
Okay.
Police stations normally have that. I'm a bulk rata, net rata prison. Is that what you want to convey?
Kunamadrata mari uyabona ufefe lento kwesinyama.
Like in umuntu ukhuluma into kosinyama like dry stand.
Yeah, like president
Yes.
lento bokubekwa phezulu.
Oh, okay. It's some sort of, yes, my lord, there is some fence on it, but the witness is making a reference to what you would refer to as the braai stand, something that where you put the meat on top of when you braai. But he refers to it as ufefe, but which is
It's in the air. It's in the air.
Yeah, kunama reinforce akhandiwe futhi.
Kunama?
Ama reinforce like imfundo enganyana ikhandiwe
Yes.
crosses.
There are also some steels, my lord, which are also being crossing each other, which are also on the roofing of that particular
Okay,
place.
fine. All right.
Izinsimbi phansi bese kuba phezulu ensure.
When you were put in that room, what happened, sir?
Ufakiwe ke kulele camera leyo noma kuleyo room leyo kwase kwenzekani.
Thema singena lapha waphila uGinini wambuza ukuthi ngisaqhubeka ngiphika na ukuthi ngazi ngokufaka Senzo Meyiwa.
When I got in there, Gininda asked me again, am I still denying that I have any knowledge am I still denying that I know nothing about Senzo's death? Wathini?
Athi mina namanje ngiyasha ngazi lutho.
I said to him, I still maintain that I know nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So wasethi yena uzongishiya engishiye nalabo abantu laba beqhubeka nomsebenzi wabo ngoba ngifuna ukusebenzisana naye.
He then said to me that he was going to leave me in the company of those people, and they would then proceed with their work because I do not want to cooperate with him.
All right. What happened thereafter?
Kwasekwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Wase yahamba nangempela uyaphuma lapha esasikhona.
Indeed, he left, in other words, went out of where we were.
Those people that remained behind was Mkhola, Ngamane, Mabena, and other officers in the same room with you.
Laba abasala ngasemuva ke uMkhola, uNgcamane, uMabhena kanye nabanye amanye amaphoyisa babe kulelo gumbi lelo nabo.
Yeah, babe kulelo gumbi lelo.
Yes, they were in the same room.
All right, proceed. What happened there?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Baye baqhubeka belokhu bengishubha bethi angisho ukuthi ngazi ngokufaka Senzo.
They carried on tubing me, saying that I must say what it is that I know about Senzo's death.
During the chopping, what was your response? Were you able to speak, to respond at the time they were chopping you?
Ngaleso sikhathi bekushupa ke wena waphendula ukuthi ngamanye amagama ke njengoba bekushubhile ke wakwisimo yini sokuthi ungaphendula ukwazi ukukhuluma.
Shuthi mabekushuba bayakushuba bekunikeza isikhathi esincane sokuthi uphendule imibuzo abakubuza yona. Bawungaphenduli ngendlela abafunayo bephinde bekushubhe futhi.
What happens is when you are being tubed, they will tube you and then give you a small or short space of time for you to respond. If you don't, or you don't respond according to how they want, then they will proceed in tubing you.
Okay, for how long did this thing happen? That small space that they gave you, chopping, demanding some response from you, how long did it take?
Konke lokhu kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi bakushubhe bakunike isikhathi esincane sokuthi uphendule noma ungaphenduli lokho bakushoyo base beyaqhubeka konke lokho kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani.
My lord, angisasikhumbuli kahle isikhathi.
My lord,
Ukuthi ngingathi isikhathi esingakanani.
My lord, I can't remember the time well as to be able to say as to how long it took.
All right. Proceed, tell us further. What happened?
Qhubeka kusitshela ukuthi kwenzekani.
During the chopping or after the chopping?
Ngalesikhathi beshupha noma emuva kokushupha.
Kuthe mabesaqhubeka nokungishupha kwavela futhi omunye ubaba futhi naye engimaze emva kwesikhathi owathi uMbodo.
After that, my lord, a certain gentleman who was unknown to me at the time, but whom I got to know afterwards, then came and became known to me as Mboto.
Yes. Did he introduce himself to you?
Wayichaza kwena noma wazithula kwena?
Yeah, uma beqeda ukuma wazisha igama lakhe ukuthi yena ubani.
Yes, after they stopped, he introduced himself as to who he was.
During the introduction of that man to you, were these officers still in the same room with you and Colonel Mboto?
Ngathi esho ke ukuthi ubani yena ke abanye labo babesekhona ke nabo kule office lelo.
Yebo babekhona.
Yes, they were still there.
Okay. Now you are interacting with Colonel Mboto. Can you tell the court what actually that interaction all about after the introduction was, if any?
Manje ke usunaye ke uKenel Mboto ukuthi ke manje awuchaze ke manje ukuthi ukhulumisana lokho kwakumayelana nani uma kuukuthi vele kukhona enaxoxisana ngako kwakumayelana nani.
Umbotho mayefika lapha yabe eqeda ukuma uyangitshela ukuthi yena umbotho mayeqeda ukukhuluma namaphoyisa bese etshela mina ukuthi ayena umbotho uze kimi ufuna ukungibuza nje imibuzo embalwa.
After he had spoken to the other police officers, Mboto then came to me, introduced himself to me that he was Mboto and that he would like to ask me a few questions.
What was your response to that?
Wasuphendula uthini ke wena kulokho?
Athi mina ngizolalela ngizomphendula imibuzo.
I then said to him, I will listen and I would answer the questions.
Yes, proceed.
Qhubeka.
Wase ngibuza ukuthi ngazini ukufa kaSenzo.
He then asked me, what do you know about Senzo's death?
Yes. What was your response?
Yebo.
Ngamtshela ukuthi angazi lutho ukufa kaSenzo.
I told him that
Kusuka emini lokhu ngishayelwa indaba kaSenzo ukuthi ngazi ngokufa kaSenzo. Lokhu ngibele ngibatshela nalabo ukuthi mina ngazi lutho ukufa kaSenzo.
I told him that I knew nothing about Senzo's death, that since during the day that I've been assaulted, asked about my knowledge with regards to Senzo's death, and I've been telling them that I know nothing about Senzo's death.
What happened after?
Kwasekwenzekanike.
Umbotho wayephethe amaphepha esandleni sakhe.
Mboto had some documents in his hand.
Yes.
Wayelibele engibuza lembuzo ebhala phansi.
As he was asking me these questions, he was writing down.
So was, according to your knowledge, was writing down what you were telling him?
Ngokwazi kwakho ke ingabe wayibhala phansi lokho wena owawumtshela kona?
Cha, angazi.
No, I don't know.
Okay. How long did it take you? You said you don't know, but immediately after he took out those documents, did he show you those documents, or he was just asking questions whilst he was in possession of those documents?
Ingaba emuva kokuthi lawo maphepha lawo esewakhiphile ke wayekubuza ke lawo wakutshengisa yini ke lawo maphepha lawo noma wayekubuza nje lawo maphepha lawo esesandleni kuyena?
Wayengibuza amaphepha ekuye.
As he was asking me, the papers were in his, the documents were in his possession.
Still in the presence of the police officers?
Ekhona amanye amaphoyisa?
Yebo ayekhona.
Yes,
All
they
right.
were present.
Did he ask you to sign this document? Did he ask you to write any statement relating to the death of Senzo Meyiwa? What happened?
Ingaba wacela yini ukuthi sayinde lapho kulawo maphepha lawo? Wacela yini ukuthi ke mhlawumbe ubhale istatement mayela nokushona kwakhe uSenzo yini kahle kahle eyenzeka?
Bayiqeda ukungibuza imibuzo. Ule elokhe ebhala phansi angimazi ukuthi wayebhala ini. Egcineni wasethi ufuna ukuthi ngisayine la. Ngase ngithi mina angeke ngikwazi ukusayina izandla zami ziboshelwe ngemuva.
As he was asking me questions, he would be writing, and thereafter he then requested me to sign, and then I said to him that I would be unable to sign because my hands were tied at the back.
Sorry, my lord. Okay. If your hands were tied at the back, did you able to sign any document, or what happened? Were the handcuffs loosened for you to sign the document? What happened?
Uma kuwukuthi ke nanjengoba usho ukuthi izandla zakho zayiboshwe ngasemuva ke ingaba mhlambe yini khona yini document noma iphepha noma amaphepha osayinda ingabuza Nkosi khululwa yini ukuze ke ukwazi ukuthi usayine.
Yaboza Nkosi babakhulula ngase ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngisayine.
Yes, the handcuffs were loosened and then I was able to sign.
Okay. Was from the documents where you attached your signature, were the contents thereof canvassed to you, or were they related to you, or were they read back to you?
Ingaba lokho noma ke iphepha noma amaphepha la owasayinda lokhu okwabhaliwe kulona noma kuwona lawo maphepha lawo wakutshelwa yini noma wakufundelwa yini ukuthi ke manje njengoba usayinda lana yilokhu nalokhu nalokhu okubhalwe khona la?
Cha akaze bengitshela ngesikhathini.
No, I was never informed, my lord.
So when you signed this document, were any thumbprint that were fixed on those documents?
Ingabe mawusayinda khona lapho sikhona yini isithupha esabekwa kuwona lawo maphepha lawo?
Angisakhumbuli my lord.
I can't recall, my lord.
Okay. How many pages did you sign?
Mangaka amapage wawasayinda?
Angisawakhumbuli.
I can't remember.
Did you initial any page of those documents?
Ukhona ke ukusayinda ne kube khona lokho kokuthi ke mhlambe ukuthi abeka nje ama initials akho ukuthi amagama akho aqala ngibani nobani. Ingaba ke ku document ku page ngayodwa kulawo ma page lawo ikhona la kuthiwa khona beka khona ke ama initials akho. Awukusayina kodwa manje ubeka nje ama initials.
Angisakhumbuli my lord.
I can't remember, my lord.
Okay. So now after the signing of this document, what happened?
Usuwasayindile ke manje lamaphepha kwase kwenzekani?
Sorry, before you get into that, what time did you, if you can remember, what time did you arrive at Diepkloof?
Uma kuwukuthi usakhumbula ke kwakusikhathi sini ukufika kwakho eDiepkloof?
Isikhathi my lord angisikhumbuli ukuthi wawusikhathi bani.
I can't remember the time, my lord.
All right. Can you remember the time you left Diepkloof police station? Was it at night?
Oh, sorry.
Was it at night, in the evening, in the afternoon? Can you perhaps tell the court?
Owahamba ngaso noma uphuma ngaso ke manje isikhathi sona eDiepkloof uyasikhumbula yini? Kwakusebusuku, kwakusemini, uyasikhumbula sona?
Kwakusebusuku ukuthi wawubani isikhathi angikhumbuli.
It was at night, my lord, but as to what time it was, I can't remember.
So, all right. After signing the document, what happened after?
Usuwasayindile ke amaphepha lawo kwase kwenzekani?
Mayithi umbotho angisayina amaphepha ngithe mabe ngicela ipolice ukuthi lingikhiphe ama handcuff. Ye wathola ukuthi izandla zami ilimele wangibuza ukuthi hawu kanti ulimele kanti ngamtshela ngathi ngilimele.
When Colonel Mboto requested me to sign the documents, and then the police officer was requested to remove the handcuffs or to loosen the handcuffs, he then noticed that I was hurt or injured. He then said, "Oh, have you been hurt?" I then confirmed that yes, I am hurt.
What is the nature of the injury?
Kwakuwukulimala okuluphi uhlobo noma ulimele kanjani?
Angilibele ngiphuma igazi la ezandleni.
I was bleeding on my hands.
Were you not swollen?
Wawungavuvukile?
Angivuvukile.
I was,
Angivuvukile kakhulu.
very much so.
So, are you saying Colonel Mboto also saw that you were, or he said something about the injuries that he observed in your hands?
Uthi uKenel Mboto wakubona lokho futhi kwakhona into ayishoyo mala nokulimala kwakho ezandleni.
Yebo wakubona.
Yes, he saw it.
Wathela akunankinga asigesi qale ngalokho okubalekile so bese ibona ukulimala kwakho.
He saw it, my Lord, but then he said, okay, there's no problem, but let's start with the important aspect. We would then come back to the issue of you being injured.
All right. After the signing now, you signed the document. What after that happened?
Usayindileke manje usayinda lona ke iphepha noma amaphepha lawo kwasemuva kwalokho kwenzekani.
Mangiqeda ukusayina bake wahanjwa futhi kwayiwa emotweni futhi.
After I was done signing, we then proceeded to the vehicles again.
Yes.
Yebo.
La baphinda baba nomhlangano khona futhi noGininda emotweni lapha.
Where they had another meeting again there at the vehicles with Gininda.
Yes.
Yebo.
Emva kwalapho ke base ngikhashwa iGolf ebomvu kwakune Nissan imoto ezange esikhothayo ba ngabona sengena eVeralia police station.
There, my Lord, I was then transported in the Red Golf. There was also a Nissan that is now formed part of the vehicles that were escorting us. And then I just noticed us driving into Valeria police station.
So what happened when you arrived at Valeria police station?
Kwenzekani khona eValeria?
Mangifika eVeralia police station ngeke ngahlala isikhashanyana emotweni bangena ngaphakathi amanye amaphoyisa amanye asala ngaphandle.
Upon arrival there, I was I sat in the vehicle. Some police officers got inside the police station and other police officers remained with me.
Then, at what stage were you inside the police station?
Kwaba ngayiphi ke inkathi la ungena ngaphakathi khona e-police station?
Isikhathi angisazi my lord.
Was it after the meeting?
Ushihlandla musuma ngesikhathi noma isiphi isikhathi noma iliphi ihlandla la khona manje usuzongena ngaphakathi khona. Angithi ukuthi uhlezi emotweni. Manje ungene ngaliphi ihlandla ke ungena ngaphakathi e-police station.
Mabuya lamaphoyisa bekade ngaphakathi e-police station.
When the police officers that had gone in came back, my lord.
So you were booked in?
Wase ungeniswa ngaphakathi ke?
Yebo ngase ngeniswa ngaphakathi.
Yes, my lord, I was then taken in.
Who booked you in?
Ubani owabhuka khona lapho?
Umuntu owayekhona lapha kwawumhula, uMabhena, uNcamane, uLokhenel lo esengimkhohliwe ukuthi isibongo sakhe.
The people that were there, my lord, was Mukhula, Mabhena, Ncamane, as well as the colonel, whose name or surname I've now forgotten.
All right. Just take the court to Valeria police station at the time when you arrived, when you were booked in, where the cell masters attended to your booking in, those people that are assigned to book in and out the suspects, the cell masters.
What about them, sir?
Did they participate in you booking inside the police station?
Kunalaba ke manje abagadile noma ababhekile lapha emaselini abasebenza khona lapha umsebenzi wabo ukuthi babheka amasela. Ingaba bona babe yingxenye yini yalokho ukuthi ke ubhukwe lapha yana kuma cells ase Valeria?
My lord, akaze ngibabone laba abantu labana kukhona into abayihlanganisayo na ngoba engikhumbulayo mangiqeda ukwehla emotweni uMabhena uye wangithatha wahamba straight wangivalela eselini lami ngiyiwana afika ngahlala khona.
My lord, I did not, or I wasn't part of any of that, or I wasn't involved in any of that where they did something in my presence. What happened is that I was taken by Mabhena from the vehicle and took me straight into the cell and locked me up there.
You mentioned that you were alone in that cell.
Kushilo ukuthi wawedwa kwese cell leso.
Yeah, bangihlalise ngiyiwana.
Yes, I was alone, my lord.
So on that, at the time you were booked in, I understand you said you did not see or you did not interact with the cell masters, but was there any person when you were booked in that cell who asked you whether you were assaulted or not? You had any medical problems, any injuries, any attention of a medical doctor? Is there any person who was concerned about your medical condition?
Yebo ushilo ke ukuthi laba bona abasebenza lapha emaselini ke akukho kwakuhlanganisa nabo kodwa ke nkathi usungaphakathi ke lapho manje usuvalelwe ngabe ukhona yini umuntu ke owayeza ke ezofuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi ushayiwe yini ulimele ngabe ufuna uhlangana nodokotela yini khona nje umuntu owaza ezokubuza lokho noma
oweza wazongibuza ekseni ukuthi ngi-right noma engangibuzanga imibuzo inkosi enkantolo eyibuzayo wangibuza ukuthi ngi-right ngamtshela ukuthi mina ngishayiwe wathi ngishawe ngobani ngathi amaphoyisa ebengilethe la wathi akawabonanga.
Okay. The person that came a lot, although the person never asked me in the manner in which you are now asking me, is the person that came in the morning, asked me if I was okay. I then said that I was assaulted. I wanted to know who assaulted me. I then said the police officers who brought me here. That person then said, but I didn't see those police officers. Yeah.
Wathi uzobuza ukuthi amaphoyisa angilethela obani.
The person then said that he or she was going to inquire as to who were those police officers who brought me there.
Mayebuya uyangitshela ukuthi hayi lamaphoyisa angilethile la amaphoyisa amakhulu kunabo ngeke bekwazi ukuthatha into eshuwe yimi njengamanje.
The person then came back and said to me that the police officers that brought me there were police officers that were much senior to him or to her, and that they cannot take what I was telling them.
Okay. All right. Let me just be specific about you having been booked in the cell. An occurrence book, which was signed by Sergeant Mkhula, and says you were booked in without injuries. According to you, that is not true.
Lana ke ngokufakazi ke noma ke incwadi ke kule incwadi esayindwayo ke zalapha yana emaselini esayinwe ngushoka ke umkhula ukuthi uma ngabe ubhuka noma ufakwa lapha yana ke uvalelwa khona wawungalimele kodwa ke wena uma uphendula lokho uthi akusilona iqiniso lokho.
Akusilona iqiniso.
That's not true.
Okay. Let us move on. Now you were booked in. That was the 30th, I think the early hours of the 1st of June, of the 31st of May, because you arrived there after 12. So what happened on the 31st of May?
Uma kwenzeka ke lokho noma usubhukwa ke lapha yana ke kwakusentatha kusa ke manje nge-31 zika May 2020. Kwenzekani ke ngalela langa la nge-31 zika May 2020?
Kwafika uMabhena nomunye ubabe ngamazi kulesa sikhathi lesa engimaze sekuhamba isikhathi ukuthi umhani.
Mabhena arrived and a certain unknown gentleman, or the gentleman was unknown to me at the time, but later on became known to me as Mukhane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bangifica ngilele bafike bathi asambeni.
They found me sleeping and then they said, let's go.
Meaning, were you booked out by them from the cell that you were sleeping in?
Yeah, were you?
Yes, it's them.
Okay, what happened thereafter?
Ngavuka bangifaka ama-handcuff ngemuva.
I then got up, woke up, and then they handcuffed me at the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bahamba bangifaka emotweni.
They took me to the vehicle.
Yes. What vehicle was that?
Kwakuyi-Fortune.
It was a Fortuner.
What color was it?
Mbala.
Yayimhlophe.
It was white.
Driven by who?
Yeshayelwa ubani?
Umhane.
Mukhane.
Okay. So after you were taken inside that motor vehicle, where did you go?
Ngaphakathi ke kule moto leyo naya kuphi?
Angikhumbuli abantu abathi babe ngisakuphi mina.
I can't remember as to where those people were taking me to.
Okay. What happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Sasihamba nje indawo eziningi so into ezazenzeka ngingazazi angikhumbuli sidala nje.
We were going to a lot of places, things that were happening, things that I cannot remember.
But those places, do they relate with what is alleged against you?
Kodwa ke indawo lezo khuluma ngazo noma usho ukuthi indawo ongazazi ke kodwa ingabe futhi le ndawo yayihlangana yini noma ihambelana neinsolo lezi eingakuwena noma ababeka zona zahlangana yini lezo ndawo lezo neinsolo lezi abayishoyo ngakuwena?
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo my
Can you
lord.
repeat the question?
All right. You say they took you to different places.
Uthi bakuthatha bakuhambisa kwindawo ezahlukile.
Those places where they took you to,
Indawo lezi ababekuthatha bekusa kuzona
were they related to the allegations about the death of Senzo Meyiwa?
kwakhona yini okuhlanganisa lezo ndawo lezo abathatha bekusa kuzona ezahlukene kanye neinsolo lezi abayibeka ngakuwena zokushona noma zokubulala uSenzo Meyiwa? Kwakhona ukuhlangana yini noma ukuxhumana yini phakathi kwalezo ndawo lezo kanye neinsolo lezi?
Nkosi Katolo angazi akukho engikwaziyo ngalapho ba yibo ababehamba bengithatha bengisala bangisa khona ukuthi babesuke beyongenzisana ukuthi kwawenziwani lapho anginalo ulwazi.
My lord, I don't know. I have no knowledge because they are the ones who would take me to those places. As to what would be happening there, as to all the reason of going there, I don't know.
Okay. On the 31st of June, on the 31st of May 2020, other than those places, those different places, is there anything peculiar that was done to you in relation to the allegations?
Ngaphandle kweindawo lezi osushilo ke ezahlukile ababekhatha bekusakuzona ke ngazo i31 lezi zika May 2020 ukhona yini okwenzeka kuwena nje ngazo lezo i31 lezo mayela nazo insolo lezi nge31 zika May?
Angisakhumbuli lutho my lord.
I can't remember anything, my lord.
All right, let's get into the 1st of June.
Asiyeke manje ke kumhla wokuqala kuJune.
What happened on the 1st of June?
Yini eyenzeka ke ngomhla wokuqala kuJune?
Do you remember?
Usakhumbula?
Did you appear in court?
Ngaba wavela yini no wayibingelela yini manje?
Yebo Nkosi Katolo ngayi court.
Yes, I went to court, my lord.
Which court was that?
Yiphi yona?
Ethembisa court.
Tembisa court, my lord.
So when you appeared, did you appear before a magistrate?
Ngabe wavela yini phambi kwemanje?
Yebo ngavela phambi kwemanje.
Yes, I did, my lord.
Okay. Did you apply for bail?
Wasenza yini noma wasifaka yini isicelo sebail?
Yebo.
Yes.
Was it a formal application or you requested to be released on bail?
Ingabe ukuthi ke kwakuhlezi inkantolo kunomeli kunomshushisi kunofakazi wayekhona noma nje kwakuthi uyicelele nje ngomlomo wena ikhulumele noma kwakuyisicelo ngathi nje sasiformal into kwesenziwe enkantolo?
Mangifike Katolo ngacela isicelo sokuba nommeli.
When I appeared in court, my lord, I requested or made an application to be legally represented.
Do you mean legal aid application?
Legal aid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then what was your second request?
Esesibili isicelo wasenza?
Yase laselithi lawyer licela ukuthi sibuye nge8.
The legal representative then requested for the matter to be adjourned till the 8th.
For what?
Is that to
Sizofaka isicelo sebail.
bring forward a bail application or to for a formal bail application, my lord?
Okay. We'll get into the 8th of June. Let's get now on the 2nd. The matter was then adjourned to the 8th of June for formal bail application. What happened on the 2nd of June?
Sizofika ke kuzo i8 lezo. Ngalelo langa ke manje ne lomhla wokuqala kuJune la seyicala lahlehliswa zona i8. Manje kwilanga elilandelayo ke ngazo i2 zika June yini eyenzeka?
Ngisakhumbula my lord.
I can't remember, my lord.
Oh, okay, let me just put it this way. Were you booked out? I think it's Villeria police station. Were you booked out with the purpose of pointing out a traditional healer?
Ingabe bakhipha yini ngenhloso yokuthi uhambe uyokhomba inyanga?
cha angibazi inhloso yabo mina.
No, I don't know
Angikhumbuli indaba yenyama.
their purpose. I can't remember anything about a traditional healer.
But can you tell the court about the day in which you were taken to Dobsonville to a particular Mkulu in Dobsonville?
Objection, my lord.
Sorry.
You know what? I've been quiet.
I beg leave to withdraw.
No, since we started, this is not how you lead a person in chief. He has to relate the story, but now you're cross-examining him.
My lord,
No, you go on. I just didn't want to interfere, but I can tell you now, that's not how you lead evidence in chief. Okay.
thank you, my lord. Sir, on the 1st of June, can you please tell the court what happened thereafter?
Ngomhla wokuqala kaJuni ngatshela inkantolo ukuthi yini eyenzeka ke emuva kwalokho.
I-1 June ngaye court.
On the
Abuya,
first, sorry.
bangikhipha inhloso zabo ukuthi babe ngisapha ngibazi.
On the 1st of June, my lord, I went to court. I came back, and then when they booked me out, my lord, as to what their purpose was, I don't know.
Proceed.
Qhubeka ke.
Kwaba zi5 baphinde bafika bangikhipha futhi eMaselini.
And then it was the 5th, my lord. I was then booked out again from the cells.
Bangithatha bangisa kwenye indawo eFosforus.
They took me to some place in Fosloras.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Mabefika khona baphinde bafike bangishupha khona bangishaya bathi bafuna ngibabonise la esasikhona sibulala khona uSenzo.
Upon arrival there, my lord, they choked me again. They assaulted me and said to me, they wanted me to go and show them where we were when we killed Senzo.
Yes.
Mabatshela ukuthi mina ngaze ngembulala uSenzo angimazi ukuthi uSenzo wafela kuphi.
I then informed them that I've never killed Senzo. I don't even know as to where Senzo died.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Bangithatha bangisa kwenye indawo engazuthi ayibhalwe Albertine.
They then took me.
Ngathi police station.
They then took me to this other place. It was written Albertine, my lord. It looked like a police station.
Yes.
Baye bangivalela kuleya ndawo leya isikhashanyana kwafika umunye ubaba wafika wangivulela lapha.
They locked me up in that place for some time, my lord, and a certain gentleman arrived there and opened up for me.
Proceed.
Babuye bangifaka insimbi bangifaka kwelinye office khona lapha.
They then handcuffed me, my lord, and put me in some other office there.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Loya baba loya wathi angigumule impahla.
That gentleman ordered me to undress, my lord. Yebo.
Yes.
Wangilayela ukuthi mabe sengigumule impahla angime kanjani omunye engishuthe.
And he also instructed me or told me that as I undressed or took off my clothes, as to how I should be positioned as the other one was taking pictures of me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shuthi engimisa ngendlela engimisa ngayo engishutha wasethi angigqoke ke.
He would then position me in a particular way, my lord, and then take pictures, and thereafter told me to get dressed again.
Yes.
Waphinde wathi angime kanje futhi waphinde wangishutha futhi omunye.
And again would tell me as to how to be positioned, and then the other one take pictures again.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Baphinde bathi angiphume ngiye emotweni. Bafike nasemotweni baphinde bathi ngime eduze kwesivalo semoto baphinde bangishutha futhi.
I was then told to go to the vehicle, and at the vehicle, I was then informed or told to stand next to the door of the vehicle, my lord, and then pictures were taken again.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Baphinde bathi angene emotweni baphinde bangishutha futhi.
Then told to get inside the vehicle again, pictures were taken.
Yes.
Sahamba imoto yafika kwenye indawo yafike yama.
We then,
Bathi angehla.
we then proceeded, my lord, and then at a particular place, the vehicle came to a standstill, and I was told to alight.
Yes.
Yebo.
Babethi angehla omunye ethi angikhombe phansi omunye engishutha futhi.
As I was then told to get out of the vehicle, the other one instructed me to point down, the other one took pictures.
Yes.
Yebo.
Baphinde bathi angene emotweni futhi.
Again, I was told to get into the vehicle. Yebo.
Yes.
Baphinde futhi bathi angehla kwenye indawo futhi bathi lo omunye waphinde wangiyalela futhi uthi angikhombe phansi futhi baphinde ngakhomba lo omunye wangishutha.
Again, at a certain place, I was instructed to get out. I was instructed by another one to point down, and the other one took a picture or pictures.
You may proceed.
Yebo, ungaqhubeka.
Baphinde bathi angene emotweni saphinde sahamba futhi ngabona sesibuyela kule ndawo ebesikade sikuye ekuqaleni.
I was then told to get into the vehicle again. We then drove, and then I saw us going back to the initial place where we were.
Le ngathi police station sengathi yase Albertine.
The one that looked like or resembled a police station in Albertine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So bathi angehle futhi baphinde bangishuthe baphinde bangibuyisela kule ndawo leya engathi ioffice baphinde bafike bangishutha futhi.
There, I was told to get out. Pictures were taken again. I was told to get into the vehicle. We went back to that place that looked like an office, and then again a picture or pictures were taken.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Emva kwalapho bathi angihambe futhi ngibuyele emotweni.
From there, I was then instructed to get back into the vehicle.
Yes.
Kula imoto sizo driver umhane le besifike ngayo bese bengithatha futhi bengibuyisela eVeralini station.
That's where then I got into the vehicle that we came with, that was driven by Mkhane. That's when I was then taken back to Pretoria police station.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Emveni kwalapho ngicabanga ukuthi ikho beku ngoba nge-8 ngabuyele court futhi.
Because my lord, on the 8th, I think that after that, that was that, and then on the 8th, I then went back to court.
Then what happened?
Kwesekwenzekani?
Uqolo ngicela ukulungisa lapho sekatolo nge-6 baye bangithatha bangisekhaya futhi.
May I just rectify this, my lord? On the 6th, I was taken home again.
Proceed.
Yeah.
On the 6th, what happened?
Nge-6 June bangithatha bangisekhaya eMahlabathini.
Oh, so on the 6th of June, sorry, but they took me home to Mahlabathini. Yeah.
Bafike ekhaya bafike basesha futhi ekhaya.
On arrival at home, they searched.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basebekhuluma nobaba baseza kimi afika ngitshela ukuthi lamaphoyisa ayangishaya athi mina angabulala uSenzo kodwa ngiyazi lonto leyo.
They spoke to my father. My father came to me. I informed my father that these police officers were assaulting me, accusing me of having killed Senzo, and I told them that I knew nothing about that.
Is your father reachable?
Uyatholakala ubaba wakho?
njengamanje.
As in now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yebo.
Yes.
Proceed.
Maqhubeka.
After you told your father.
So masiqeda sabuya ke sesegoli futhi.
When we were done there, we then came back to Gauteng.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kwase nge-8 ngiyahamba ngiye court.
And then on the 8th, I then went to appear in court.
Then what happened in court?
Kwase kwenzekani enkantolo?
Ngafika enkantolo ngarimindwa ngabuya, ngaphinde ngabuyela nge-10 June.
The matter was postponed. I went back and then I was back in court.
July.
Sorry, 10 July.
Ngabuyela nge-10 June.
Then the matter was remanded till the 10th of July.
Then what happened? Did you attend on the 10th of July?
Why enkantolo nge-10th of July?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Tell court what happened.
Tell enkantolo kwenzekani?
Ngangisahambela indaba ebheyili, ngafike ngatshena i-court yaseThembisa ukuthi ngicela bengisuse ema-police station, bengisuse eSilverton ngoba bese ngise-Silverton, bengisuse e-police station, bengise e-police station ngoba bengise ejele ngoba lamaphoyisa aphenye icala alibele ayangishaya and mayetholi isikhathi angithatha noma ngobani isikhathi e-police station ehambe nami.
When I appeared in court on that day, I then requested the court, because I was still attending court for a bail application, my lord. I requested the court that I be removed from a police station to a prison, my lord, because the investigators or investigating team were assaulting me, and each and every time they would just take me out, my lord.
Yes.
Or book me out. Yeah.
Was your request adhered to?
Ingabe isicelo sakho salalelwa yini?
Yebo, i-court yasilalela sithatha isinqumo sokuthi angihambe ngemoto yami.
Yes, it was adhered to, and then the court then took a decision that I be taken to Modabi.
Yes. What happened after the matter was postponed?
Icala selihlehliswe-ke kwenzekani?
Ngahamba ngaye emoto yami. Ngafika ngahlala khona. Akukho okunye okwenzakala emva kwalokho okwenziwa amaphoyisa.
I was then taken to Modabi, and then that's where I remained, my lord, and nothing then happened thereafter that was done by the police.
Okay. In relation to this matter of Senzo Meyiwa, do you remember when were you charged?
Mayelana naleli cala leli-ke elikaSenzo Meyiwa, ngabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi uma uchajelwa lona leli cala leli kwakunini?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do remember.
Please tell the court.
Sokutshela inkantolo.
Ngachajwa nge-26 July. Ngichajelwe eFosforus.
On the 26th of July, it was at Phosphorus police station. Ngawuphi unyaka?
2020.
26 July 2020.
So you were charged. Who charged you?
Ucharjwa ubani?
Ukinenda.
By Gininda.
Then what happened after that?
Kwase kwenzekani-ke emuva kwalokho?
Maye ngichaja wayenamanye amaphoyisa e-ofisini laseFosforus. Emva kwalapho ngithatha bangibuyisele ejele.
When he charged me, he was in the company of other police officers in that office, and then after that, I was taken back to prison.
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened?
Kwase kuthi nge-26 October bafika beletha amaphepha iphepha lama-right beletha iphepha abathi i-J50.
And then on the 26th of October, my lord, they then came bringing some documents. Firstly, it was the documents with regards to the rights, as well as the J50, a document referred to as the J50.
Bangitshela ukuthi kusasa kufanele ngekatona.
Informed me that the following day I would have to go to court.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ngahamba nge-day ilandelayo ngahamba ngaye court.
Indeed, on the following day, I went to appear in court.
What happened after you appeared in court?
Emuva kokuthi-ke usubingeleleke manje kwenzekani?
Abingelele imali base bethi bazosinikeza ama-lawyer sahamba ke sabuyela ejele.
appeared in court. We were then informed that we would be provided with legal representatives, and then we were remanded back into custody.
All right. So, the state has led evidence that you made a confession freely and voluntarily in your sane and sober senses, and you were not subjected to any inducement. What is your comment on that?
Umbuso ke lethe ubufakazi noma uthuleke ubufakazi ke noma amagama kubizwe ofakazi ke ukuthi lana wena ke wagonyuluka ungaphoqiwe ungekho nje lutho eyenziwa kwena noma mhlambe kube nomthelela ongasimuhle owabakhona kwena kwakuphuma kuwena wawukhululekile nkathi ukwenza lokho uthini ke wena lokho?
Cha, angaze ngikhululeke Nkosi kaTonto ngicela ukuyicacisa la.
Okay.
Konke
Asithathe kancane ke. No my lord, I was it never happened freely. May I just explain? Yebo, singayijahi ngiyacela ne.
konke okwenziwe kimi kwangesiyona intando yami.
Everything
Nokwenziwe na umbotho kwangesiyona intando yami. Kwangeziko ukuthanda kwami.
Everything that happened to me, my lord, was not out of my own free will. Even that which happened with Mboto, it was never out of my own free will, my lord. Yebo.
Ngangihlukuyeziwe, ngangethukile futhi since besikhombe ngebhame ezinkulu, lokhu ngibuza imibuzo kusuka ekseni ukuze kuyoshaya ikhathi eshaya kushona ilanga.
I was abused, my lord, pointed with firearms from the morning up until late in the evening.
Akukho engakwenza ngithi mina ngwenze engakwenzayo ngangikwenza mangisayina ngangiphephisa impilo yami ngoba wayengekho umuntu lapha ya owayesesayidini lami nomuntu wayefisa ukungisiza. Umuntu wayelapha kwasekufana ukuthi amabulesi empilweni yami.
Ngifisa ukusho konke lokushoyo ne ngicela ukusho kancane nongajahisa njalo. Angikunqandi ukuthi ungakusho. Whatever I did, my lord, I did it in order for my own safety, to save my own life. There was no one there amongst them who was on my side or protecting me. Yebo.
Kwakuthi nabantu engibatshena ukuthi abantu bangishaya nabo babefana nabantu abangishayayo nabo babengekho usiza abanginikeza lona.
Even those to whom I would report that these people are assaulting me, it was like the same as if they were also assaulting me, because there was no assistance that came from them.
Amaphoyisa engisabisa ngangithuke kakhulu futhi.
The police were threatening me, and I was in shock.
Is there anything?
Khona okunye?
Bengisho ukuthi konke kwenzekile kule case ngize ngiyoboshwa ngiboshwe into engayazi. Amaphoyisa ayengithusela engishaya engihlukumeza ngayo yonke indlela umqondo wami ngokuphazamisekile kakhulu.
Everything that happened in this matter, my lord, were even leading up to my arrest, was arrested for something that I know nothing about, and I was being assaulted by the police, and I was also fearful, and I was also in shock.
About you told the court about the event of the 5th of June, where you said you were taken to another place in Phosphorus. Did you ever point out
Ushilo ke mayelana nalokho kwenzeka ngazo i5 zika June la uthi khona ke wasiwa ePhosphorus, ingaba khona la yini owakhomba khona?
Ngasiwa ePhosphorus ngafike ngashawa ngabuyiselwe eAlbertina, akukho la engangikhomba mina khona ngithi ngifuna ukukhomba. Kwakuthiwa ngenza ukuthi ngase ngenza into eyisho amaphoyisa ukuthi angiyenze.
I was taken to Phosphorus, I was assaulted, taken back to Albertine. I was doing that which I was being instructed to do by the police officers, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. That concludes my examination, chief.
Thanks, sir. Yes. Mr. Komezu?
Please, the court, my lord, I'm going to request a very short break adjournment. Just
What's the short agenda? Hello?
To him,
and akukho engakwenza noMbotho ngokuthanda kwami.
and nothing that I did with Mboto was out of my will or my free will.
Thank you. Now, secondly, Mr. Khatebe, now there's the gentleman who took you to Fossil Race, also told this court that indeed he met you at Alberton, where he also had a document from which he took you through the rights that you had as an accused person, as an arrested person then. And subsequent to him having explained the implications of your decision, you still went on to elect to go point at certain places.
Manje ke kwasekulandela ke manje uKenneth Khatebe uKhatebe noma uHatebe ochila ukuthi yena ke wafika ke eAlbertine ehamba ke nawe ke noma kwaya ke eFosloras. Uthe uma efakaza ke la enkantolo uKenneth Khatebe wathi naye ke wakufundela wachazela ke ngamalungelo echazela futhi nangemiphumela yalokho. Nalapho ke wathatha isinqumo emuva ukuthi sechazeleke sokuthi uzohamba ke uyokhomba indawo ezithize. Yikona afike wakusho la uKenneth Khatebe.
Awekho uHatebe awekho amalungelo angifundela wona. Akukho engangidecide khona. Konke kwakwenzeka lapha kwakwenziwa wangiholelwa uye uHatebe ukuthi angime kanje angenze kanje kube khona oshuthayo. Akukho ngakwenza mina ngithando yami.
No, the rights were explained to me by Kenneth Khatebe, my lord. There's nothing that I did out of my own free will. I was doing that which I was being instructed by him to do, where he would tell me to stand like this, and then someone will be taking a picture or pictures.
Thank you. Mr. Khatebe, the colonel, further told this court that after he had explained your rights and you having made a decision to continue to go and point out those places which according to him you ultimately pointed out, you made a specific request to him.
Okunye futhi aqhubekekile wakusho ke yena ke uKenneth Khatebe ukuthi ke emuva kokuthi esechazeleke ngamalungelo akho usuhambile ke wayokhomba la uyokhomba khona ke unesicelo esithize owasenza wena kuyena.
According to him, you requested him to take you to the entrance of Fosloris because you were not so clued up about the direction from Alberton to Fosloris, where you wanted to go and point out those things, which according to him, you ended up pointing out.
Uthi ke owacela wena ukuthi nje abakhambiseke nje kuze kuyofica la ekungenwa khona ke eFosloris. Ngoba ke wawungekho sure noma ungenaso ke isiqiniseko mayelana ke nomgwaqo ukusuka eAlbertine ukuya eFosloras, kodwa uma nje bengathatha bakunikise kwi-entrance noma la ekungenwa khona eFosloras ila ke manje wawusozobathatha khona ke ubahambise la wathi wagcina ubasa khona uyokhomba khona.
Is that how it happened?
Indlela okwenzeka ngayo leyo?
Cha.
No.
Akaze ngize ngithi mina ngizokhola lapha ngizobakhomba khona.
I never said that I would point out anything, sorry.
Kwakuyibo babeyikhombela la bakhomba khona betshele mina ukuthi angikhombe. So
they are the ones who pointed out and would then instruct me to point. There's nothing that I knew.
Did you make a request to Mr. Khatebe that only if they can drive from Alberton to the entrance of Fosloris, then you will be able to lead to the direction thereafter?
Ingaba nesicelo yini wasenza kuyena ke uKenneth Khatebe ukuthi nje bona abasuke la ababe khona ke eAlbertine bayokumikisa nje noma bafike khona la engenwa khona eFosloras ukusuka lapho ke manje usuzobathatha ke wena uye kuleyo ndawo leyo?
Cha.
Suke la ababe khona ke eAlbertine bayokumikisa nje noma bafike khona la engenwa khona eFosloras ukusuka lapho ke manje usuzobathatha ke wena uye kuleyo ndawo leyo?
Cha, angaze ngibona sicelo uKhatebe kusekatona.
No, I've never had a request to Khatebe, my lord.
Thank you. Now, on the 09. Now, on the 27th of October 2020, and this is information that is on record that was supplied to us by the state as per the record of, as per the transcribed record. I'm going to read you something that is contained in the record. It's very short, it's very brief. Thank you. Very brief. Now, on page 16 of the transcribed record of the 27th of October 2020, this is what, amongst others, transpired. Now, the magistrate says to you, Mr. Sibiya, accused number 1, do you wish to bring a bail application?
Umele manje uzokufundela ke lokho kwenzeka ke ngazo i27 zika October kunyaka ke ka2020 enkantolo manje ubingelela ke imanje yase ikubuza lo mbuzo ke Mnumzana Sibiya mangalelwa oqala ingabe kuyisifiso sakho yini ukuthi ulethe isicelo sebail?
Now your response is, Your Worship, before I proceed with the question of bail, I would like to explain to the court when answering here before court.
Uma usuphendula ke wena ke uthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngingaphendula ke noma ngingaphendula ke kudaba lolu lwebail uma ngiphendula ke kuyona inkantolo lena noma ngichaza.
Now, subsequent to you having said that, just for the sake of completeness, you go, the court, in response to your request that you wanted to explain to him something, then the court says to you, I am not going to allow you to hijack the proceedings. There are certain processes that needs to be followed. The court explained to you, firstly, your right with regards to legal representation, and you indicated that you wished, you did not even answer. Thank you. Close quotes.
Manje lana ke wase uthi wena ke nanjengoba usho ke inkantolo ukuthi khona lokho ofisa ukuthi uchazeke inkantolo isiyatshela ke manje ke ukuthi angeke ikuvumeleke ukuthi nje wenzeke noma kanjani ke enkantolo ke zikhona indlela ke noma ke igaba inkantolo kufanele ke ilandele futhi ichazele zona ke ezinye zazo ke ukuthi ukuthi ilungelo lakho lokuthi ungaba naye ummeli. Did I hear you correctly? Said I wish I did not answer.
It says, the court has explained to you, firstly, your rights with regards to legal representation, and you indicated that you wished, you did not even answer. Now I want you to listen to me very carefully. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
From the reading of what has just been placed on record here, it seems to me that beyond you, in fact, before you wanted to proceed to tell the court about the question of bail, there is something that you wanted to bring to the attention of this court. That is, I say that based on what is contained. In other words, I am endorsing what I'm asking you based on what is contained on the record.
Manjeke, ngempendulo yakho ke noma kulokho ke okushilo la noma obhaliwe lapha yana ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ke kudingidwe udaba lolu lebail noma uphenduleke kudaba lebail kukhona lokho owufisa ukuthi ungakutshela inkantolo uma ngibheka nje lokho obhaliwe kule document engiphethe.
However, the court did not afford you the opportunity to do that. In other words, it shut your request on your face. It did not allow you the opportunity to do that. Now my question is, what is it that you actually wanted to bring to the attention of this court with this request?
Kodwa ke kuyabonakala ke noma kuyezwakala ke uma ufunda lapha ukuthi ke inkantolo ke yakunqabela ukuthi ke ukwenze lokho. Manje ke umbuzo wami uthi yini le owawufisa noma kwakuyini leyo owawufisa ngaleli yalanga leli ukuthi ke ungayitshela inkantolo noma lesiyasicelo owufisa ukusenza enkantolo?
isicelo engangifisa ukuseza eKatolo angifuna ukutshela eKatolo ukuthi amaphoyisa angishayile angihlukumeza angisabisa.
I wanted to inform the court that the police officers had assaulted me, had abused me, had threatened me. Yebo.
Angibophela icala engingalazi engingakaze ngalenza.
Accused me of a matter that I knew nothing about, that I've never committed.
Aphinde ayangihlukumeza ngaso sonke isikhathi and ngaze ngasuka ema-police station ngaya ejele.
And that they were abusing me at all times up until I was removed from police stations and taken to prison.
Thank you, Mr. Sibiya. That will be all from me. Thank you, my lord.
Ngiyabonga-ke,
For
iyona-ke
further
le
points of
mibuzo yami
clarification.
engikubuza yona.
So this is what he intended to say, but he never said it.
It is because the court did not allow him the opportunity to do
Just
so,
listen
my
to me.
lord. Yes.
They're reading evidence which was led in that court. That is not on record. What he intended to say is not on record. Is that so?
He could not say it, my lord, because the
Then
court
listen. You're an
forbade
officer,
him
you're
the
an officer of
opportunity.
this court.
Yes, my lord.
That is what he says to you, he intended to say.
Yes.
But the point is, it is not on that record.
It is so, my lord.
Fine, that's all.
But there are
I'm saying.
reasons why it is not on record.
No, you can't say that.
As it is a
We're
court.
not there. You don't even know the reason. You're not in his mind. Please.
That is all, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Hey, my daughter. Yes, Mr. Numalo.
I see it is 1,300 hours. I think it is proper that we take a long adjournment. I'll still have to assess whether I'll have any questions to the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Sibande, are we adjourning? Until?
Until 12.
12? 2, okay. 2 o'clock, please. Yes, Mr. Numalo.
Thank you, my lord. On behalf of accused number
Hello?
4, on behalf of accused number 4, I don't have any questions.
No
to the
questions,
witness.
Mr.
Thank you.
Tololo?
Mr. Sibiya,
Yebo.
when you were before, or you were with Colonel Mboto, and there are papers which you testified that he asked you to sign. Am I correct?
Ngathi ke wawunaye uKenan Mboto ushilo ukuthi ke kunala maphepha acela ukuthi athi kuwasayine.
Yebo.
Yes.
Before signing those documents, was the content of that document read to you in the language that you understood?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke usayine lapho kulawo maphepha lawo, lokhu okwakubhaliwe lapho kulawo maphepha wawasayina, ngabe wakufundelwa yini ukufundela ngolimi oluzwayo?
Cha, akaze bengifundele Nkosi eKatolo.
No, he never read to me.
Okay. Were you ever told before you signed that document that whatever that you're going to sign here will be used in court against you before you signed?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi usayine watshelwa yini ukuthi lokhu okusayinayo lana ke noma okusayindelayo lana okukhona obhaliwe lana ukuthi yinto leyo ezosetshenziswa ngakuwena enkantolo ngaphambi kokuthi usayine?
Cha,
No.
akaze bengitshela.
They never told me.
Is there any force that made you to sign the document before Colonel Mboto?
Is there any? Sorry.
Force.
Okay. Ngabe ikhona yini indluzulo yabakhona eyakuphoqa noma yakwenza ukuthi usayinde ngaphambi kuyena uKenan Mboto?
Yebo, ikhona.
Yes, there was.
What is it?
Kwakuyini?
Ngaqale ngashawa ngase ngisatshiswa amaphoyisa, so ngangesabela nempilo yami if ungayenzi into abayifunayo.
I was first assaulted and then I was threatened by the police, so I feared for my life if I didn't do that which they wanted me to do.
Okay. So it means the consequences of not remaining silent was not explained to you before you signed.
Okusho ukuthi imiphumela yokuthula ungasho lutho ayikaze ichazwe kuwena ngaphambilini kokuthi usayine ukuthi kusho ukuthini ukuthi uthule ungasho lutho lokho okaze ukuchazelwe ngaphambi kokuthi usayine.
Cha akaze bengichazele lutho.
No, they never explained anything.
Okay, thank you. Let's move further to the statement that was prepared by Colonel Hadebe in Albertine. You remember that statement?
Asiyeke manje ku statement lesi esenziwa uyena uKenneth Hadebe Albertine uyasikhumbula?
Cha.
No.
When you were busy with Colonel Hadebe, did he tell you that you had a right to remain silent and not to say anything to him?
Nkathi wawukanye naye ke uKenneth Hadebe ngabe wakusho yini ukuthi ke unelungelo lokuthula nje ungasho lutho kuyena?
Cha akaze sengitshela.
No, he never informed me.
Did also Colonel Hadebe inform you that of the consequences of not remaining silent in whatever that he was asking from you?
Ngabe ke uKenneth Hadebe washo yini kuwena ukuthi iyini imiphumela yokunquma ukuthi ke ukhulume noma imiphumela yokuthi ungasho lutho kuyena kuloko abayibuza yini ngabe wachazela yini ukuthi uma ungathuli ungasho lutho kuzokwenzekani?
Cha akaze chaza.
No, he never explained.
Akaze ngitshele lutho.
He never told me anything.
When you were leaving the station at Albertine police station to wherever you went there, according to his evidence, did he inform you that whatever that you are going to say to him, whatever that you are going to point out to him, will be used against you in court?
Nkathi seniphuma ke manje ngisuka eAlbertine niya la athi ke naya khona ke ingabe washo yini kuwena ke ukuthi ke noma yini ozoyisho kuyena noma yini ozoyikhomba kuyena ukuthi lokho kuzosetshenziswa kuwena ngakuwena enkantolo?
Cha akaze sengitshela.
No, he never informed me.
Okay. In Boksburg Magistrate Court, did you report at any time to the court that you were being assaulted by the police?
Ngaba eBoksburg noma inkantolo yase Boksburg khona inkathi yini la owasho khona ke kwimanje ukuthi ke ukade ushaywa amaphoyisa?
Ngathi ngiphakamisa isandla ngifuna ukusho ukuthi amaphoyisa angishayile angihlukumeza. Magistrate wanginqabela ukuthi ngikhulume.
I raised my hand with the intention, my lord, to say that and to inform the court that the police officers had assaulted me and the magistrate refused to allow me to speak.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sibiya.
Yes, God, please. Mr. Sibiya, can you tell this court as to the reason why the assault that happened in March 2019, you are only bringing it today for the first time?
Ungatshela yini lenkantolo ukuthi ke ukushaywa kwakho ushaywa ngoMarch ka2019 ukuthi kuyini isizathu sokuthi kube ihlandla lokuqala namuhla ukuthi utshele lenkantolo ngalokho?
Ukuthi ngishawe ngo2019.
Ukuthi washaywa ngoMarch ngo2019 kodwa inkantolo leni yaqala ukuthi kuzwe lokho namuhla. Kungani ukuthi iqala inkantolo ukuzwa namuhla ukuthi washaywa ngoMarch ka2019?
Ingoba amaphoyisa la ngilethe enkantolo akusiwona la awayengishaya ngo2019.
It's because the police officers that are transporting me to court are not the very same officers who assaulted me in 2019.
Did you inform your attorney regarding that aspect?
Ingaba ummeli wakho wamtshela yini mayelana nalolo daba lolo?
Ngimazisile.
I did.
Now let us proceed. You told this court today that when you were arrested on the 30th of May 2020, it was not for the first time wherein you were arrested for the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Namuhla ke utshelile lenkantolo ukuthi inkathi uboshwa ngazo i30 zika May 2020 kwangasilona ihlandla lokuqala uboshelwa icala leli lokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Kwangesilona ihlandla lokuqala ngiyobuza ngishawa ngishayela icala lika Senzo Meyiwa.
It was not the first time that I was being assaulted for the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
Mr. Sibiya, being assaulted and being arrested is two different concepts.
Ukushaywa nokuboshwa into ezimbili ezahlukile lezo Mr. Sibiya.
Angaze ngisho ukuthi mina ngiboshwe isibili ngithi mina ngathatha okokuqala ngayoshawa ngishayela icala lika Senzo Meyiwa ngithathwa amaphoyisa.
I never said that I was arrested for the second time. I said that I was taken in, or was taken the first time to be being assaulted for the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
The second question that Gomez will ask you today is that on the allegations of the murder of Senzo, of the soccer star, was it your first time arrested for such a matter on the 19th of March 2019? And you said that is correct.
Uma ubuzwa ke umbuzo ubuzwa yena ke umeli uMgomezulu ke ukuthi ke ungathi ke uboshwa ke uboshelwa koqala ngo2019 uboshelwa icala leli ke lakhe owayedlala ibhola uSenzo Meyiwa waphendula ke wathi yebo wena yebo kuyiqiniso.
Yebo bekufanele ngiphendule kanjalo ukuthi kuyiqiniso ngoba amaphoyisa angithatha ungibuza ngecala lika Senzo angishayela lona.
Yes, I had to answer it in that manner because the police took me and assaulted me for Senzo Meyiwa's matter.
Okay, then I will argue that later. It's fine. Let's proceed, Mr. Sibiya. That important aspect that it was not for the first time being questioned regarding the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. It's very important. It was never put to any of the witnesses that were brought by the state.
March 2019.
Yes.
Okay, lokho daba lolo ke utaba semqoka kakhulu libaleke kakhulu ke kodwa kubona bonke ofakazi ke abalethiwe la enkantolo ke uma ummeli wakhe ithola ithuba ukuthi ababuze imibuzo asho futhi nokuthi ke engimele uSibiya uthi kanjena lolo udaba lolo alikaze uluvezwe nako yedwa ufakazi ukuthi ngoMarch ka2019 wathathwa ethathwa amaphoyisa ayomshaya emshayela lona icala leli lika Senzo Meyiwa.
Are
Are you referring to the trial within the trial or the main trial?
I'm referring to the main trial as well as the trial within the trial. But now we are busy with the trial within the trial, sir.
Kodwa manje ke sikhuluma ngetrial within the trial. Ngisho kuzona zombili kodwa manje sikhuluma ngayo trial within the siphakathi kuyona trial within the trial.
Angeke ngize ngikhulumele ukuthi waye ngashongo yena.
I won't speak on his behalf as to why he didn't say it.
Okay, let's proceed now to the date of your arrest on the 30th of May 2020.
Asindluleke manje kulangaka lokuboshwa kwakho ngazi i-30 zika May 2020.
You said you were arrested on that particular date.
Shilo ukuthi ilanga lelo owaboshwa ngalo leliyana angithi.
I-30 May ilanga engaboshwa ngalo.
30th of May was the day of my arrest.
Who arrested you?
Uboshwa ubani?
Mabefika ngangabazi egcine sengibazi umhola useliki ubuthelezi umaphumulo.
Okay. When they first arrived, I didn't know them, but I ended up knowing them. It's Mukhola, Seleki, Uthelezi, Maphumulo, yebo? Mnareng, Johannes, Mabena, Ngamane,
nomunye ngimkhohlwa ngazi bathi uKenneth Bani.
And as well as another one who I've forgotten. I'm not certain as to who they refer to as Colonel what.
Babe baningi abanye ngisabakhumbula amagama.
There were many. The others I can't remember their names. There was also a white officer.
You also testified that you were in a company of someone else. Who is that particular person?
Ushiloke ukuthi wawungawedwa ke ukhona owawukanye owawunaye wakubani lo?
Ishamagama.
Uthi unomuntu othi wawunaye wena ke ngalelo langa lelo kwakubani?
Amagama.
Their names.
I'm asking for the names, sir.
Yebo baba.
Kwakubrother
Brother. Baba?
No Pute.
Pute as well as Pute.
And then, if I count correctly, it's brother and Bute and then Sibiya. You were 3.
Ukusho ukuthi nani bathathu.
Sasibathathu.
We were 3.
Do you remember when Buthelezi testified before this court indicating that there were 3 gentlemen that they approached on that day in question?
Uyakhumbula yini uButhelezi enikeza ngobufakazi la enkantolo ethi ngalelela langa leliyana ke nani abalisa bathathu?
Sasibathathu ukuthi wathini uButhelezi angisakhumbula.
We were 3, but as to what it is that Buthelezi said, I can't remember.
And then through your counsel, you indicated there were only 2.
Kodwa ke ngomlomo wommeli wakho wathi wena ke nani babili.
Akaze ngisho kanjalo.
I've never said so.
It was a version that was put to Buthelezi. I can refer to the relevant portion.
Iloko okwashiwo kuyena ke
There's an objection, my
uButhelezi
lord.
uthi ke uzokufunda ke manje ubhalwe phansi.
Yes, Mr.
My Lord, I was waiting for the confirmation of the judgment from the
Of the?
record. I was waiting for the confirmation of that evidence from the record from my
Oh, yeah.
colleague. Yes.
Say they're waiting for you to read the record.
May I address the court? Yes. My Lord, insofar as my recollection is concerned, Mr. Buthelezi, Sergeant Buthelezi said when he approached them there were 2. But what was put to him is that there were 3.
That's okay.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, Mr. Sibande, let's make a note of that. If you can't find it now. That portion which says there were 2.
My Lord, I will just at this stage withdraw that line of questioning, and then I'll find the relevant question.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Bekubuza sorry ebethi ngomlomo wommeli wakho wayithe babili kodwa manje uthi bathathu kodwa ke ummeli wakho akulungisa wathi cha kwakuButhelezi owayethe babili kodwa ke wasetshelwa ukuthi bathathu uthi usuzophinda ukomanje uzoxoxa lo mbuzo uzobuyela kona futhi.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Who affected the arrest? Who actually affected the actual arrest?
Ubani okuyena owakubopha?
Bengifakwenza Nkosi.
Is it now putting the on the handcuffs?
Yes.
Yebo.
Mnareni.
Munareng.
There at Tembisa.
eThembisa.
Nge-31 eThembisa.
On the 30th in Tembisa.
Are you not mistaken, sir?
Awenzi futhi?
Cha.
No.
Is it not Constable Buthelezi?
Akusiyena uConstable Buthelezi?
Cha.
No.
And then when Buthelezi testified on the 1st of November 2023, did you dispute that part of evidence?
Nkathi ubuthelezi ubufakazi bakhe kule nkantolo ngazo i-1 zika November 2023 ingabe waphikisa yini lobo bufakazi wena?
Angikhumbuli ubufakazi babuthelezi kodwa mina ngisho into eyenzakalayo.
I don't remember Buthelez's evidence.
Ngikhulumela ubuthelezi.
Okay. I don't remember Buthelez's evidence, but I'm saying that which happened. I cannot speak on behalf of Buthelezi.
And then when Monaring testified before this court as well,
Kathi futhi uMonaring enikeza ngobufakazi nayo la enkantolo.
you did not tell this court or take this court into your confidence and put that assertion to him that you the one who arrested me.
uMonaring wayekhona la enkantolo emikule ndawo mikuyona ke enikeza ubufakazi. Awuzange usho ke na ukuthi uMonaring uwena umuntu owangibopha, uwena umuntu wangifaka ozankosi.
uMnaring wayethula ubufakazi bakhe indlela yakhe. So mina ngoba ngila eboxing ngizokwethula mina ubufakazi into eyenzakala kimi.
Monaring was giving evidence in his own manner, in his own way. I am here testifying about what happened.
I understand that, sir. But the witnesses were tested through your instructions.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho kodwa ke ofakazi inkathi lana ke bebetshelwa noma ke bevivinywa ke ngalokho wena okutshela ummeli noma gama wena ukutshela ummeli atshela ofakazi wena okushoyo kuyena.
Ngoba ngila kuthiwa ngizothula ubufakazi obuqondene nami ukuthi mina yini engayibona ngalela la.
Yes.
So uma iqamba manga indlela aqamba ngamanga mina ngikhuluma iqiniso engikhulumayo. Ngikhuluma mina lokho okwenzakala kimi.
I am here giving evidence as to what happened on that day. If he was here telling lies, I am now here telling or conveying that which happened to me.
Let's do a quick exercise there. Let's do a quick exercise. What is the rationale behind you raising your hand while seated in the accused box?
Asenze nje lokho ngokusheshsha njena uma uhlezi lapha yana ke kuya box leyana yoba umangalelwa kusuke kungani uma uphakamisa isandla sakho?
Mangiphakamisa isandla ngisuke ngifuna ukuthi ilawyer li-ede la ngifuna li-ede khona kodwa kusuke ngingasho ukuthi ngifaka ubufakazi bami boko kuphelele. Ubufakazi bami bengazuthi uzofika isikhathi sokuthi ngisebhoxini ngizofaka ubufakazi obuphelele.
Well, the rationale behind me raising my hand is for me for the legal representative to add that which I would like him to add, but it doesn't mean that I'm giving my evidence in totality, because I know that my time will come for me to come and give evidence.
Say, did it not cross your mind when Monaring entered where you are that this is the person that arrested me?
Nkathi uMonaring efika la enkantolo engena kule ndawo lo omikuyona akuzange kufike yini emqondweni wakho ukuthi nali lephoyisa langibopha?
Ngalitshena ile ukuthi lali phoyisa leli la ngibopha.
Sorry, tell me.
Ngalitshena ile ukuthi leli phoyisa leli la ngibopha.
I did inform my legal representative that this police officer arrested me.
So, before Monaring could be excused, did you remind your attorney?
Ngaphambili kokuthi manje ke inkantolo ibe isiyamdedela ke manje uMonaring ukuthi akahambeke manje uqedile ngobufakazi bakhe. Wayikhumbuza yini lawyer ngalelo daba lo?
Ukuthi uMnaring ngibopha.
Yebo. Angithi uthi umtshelile manje ke usiyabona kuMonaring ukuthi usezophuma manje uqedile ngonikeza ubufakazi bakhe uthi ku lawyer umkhumbuze ukuthi umyebo uMonaring wakubopha.
Bamtshela uMnaring ukuthi wayekhona kuboshwa mina.
It was put to Monaring that he was there when I was arrested.
I put it to you, say that was not done.
Ngithi ke mina ke kuwena akuzange kwenziwe lokho.
Let us proceed.
Kulungile uma ecabanga kanjalo kulapho.
It's fine if you think like that, it's okay.
Let us proceed, Mr. Sibiya. You testified today that you were severely assaulted, correct?
Bethulile ke ubufakazi bakho namuhla ukuthi washaywa impela. Unjalo?
Yebo ngashaya.
Yes, I was assaulted.
And then it was your evidence today that you even wet your pants.
Ushilo ke namuhla futhi ukuthi waphela ke usuyichamela ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
A version through your instructions, through your counsel, was put before Buthelezi that you even messed yourself up.
Yes, sir.
My objection is based on the
Senzo?
is based on the term that is used. It has never been specified what type of messing himself, whether is urinating or it has never been put to the witness. It has been put as he messed himself up.
Yeah, but this witness says he urinated.
Yes, that's when
So
it
when you
specifies.
urinate, you mess yourself up.
That's
That's your
correct.
submission.
That's my submission.
Okay, yes, Mr.
My
Sibande.
Lord, I will refer the court to the record of the 22nd of November 2023. Okay. Mr. Mngome Zulu on page number 3. Let me just, okay, no, my apologies, my lord, it's page 6. Mr. Mngome Zulu. So, according to him, he says he messed himself up. That is the reason why he had to change the trouser. A, number 2, full stop. Secondly, you took the trouser, even today, the trouser was taken by the police. It was never brought back. The witness said, my lord, I have no knowledge of that. What your client accused one is saying, my lord, is not the truth. I deny it, my lord. I do not, and then witness, then comma, my lord, accused one wetting his pants. Then Mngome Zulu. No, the evidence is not wetting his pants. It is missing his pants. There is a word of difference between the two. And I'll pause there.
Uyafunda ke lapho kwashiwo ngaleliya langa ke umshushisi ukuthi ke uma echaza ke angithi wena ke uthi manje ke wayikhamela ke ukuthi mshushi cha asilona igama ke lelo lasetshenziswa abese ummeli athi cha ayizange ibekwe ngalendlela oyibeka ngayo useyafunda ke lokho kwenzeka ke manje ngazo i22 zika November 2023 ukuthi ke uma kungomizulu indlela awayibeka ngayo ke uze washo ke wasetshenziswa negama ke eli number 2 khona lapha yana ku record uma elungisa ke futhi ethi cha ufakazi ethi cha angikwazi ke lokho ukuthi mina ke wayichamela walungisa futhi ummeli wakho ngomizulu wathi cha angikhulumi ngokuyichamela ukuthi nje yena ke wayimoshela ebhukweni lakhe ufunda lokho okwenzeka enkantolo ngazo i22 November
Kose Katolo angeke ngiphawulele umgomezi ukuthi wayibeka kanjani inkulumo yakhe kodwa mina ngibeka kanje ukuthi ngayichamela ngalelela ngabe ngishaya lapha elithabo.
My Lord, I'm not going to comment on how Mr. Mngome Zulu put it, but I am saying that which happened, that I urinated myself there on that day when I was being assaulted.
Okay.
I thought my colleague wanted to respond.
No. If that's the record, he doesn't have to respond. Because you're saying it's on the record that he actually defined messing up, not in terms of urinating on yourself. Can you continue, Mr. Sibande?
Thank you, my lord. So, sir, do you understand the problem that I'm having now?
Ingabe uyayizwa ke manje inkinga enginayo.
Witnesses are being told something else, and then your counsel tells the witnesses something else regarding the severity of the assault, which is very important.
Okusemqoka kakhulu ke lana ukuthi manje ke usho kunye ummeli wakho usho kunye ukofakazi mayelana nodaba lokushaywa kwakho ngamanye amagama akushoyo umshuthuzi ukuthi wena usho lokho ummeli wakho usho kunye nikhuluma into ezimbili ezahlukile mayelana nodaba lokushaywa kwakho.
Kose Katolo ngoba ngize la eboxini ukuba bekuthathwa into esho ummeli ngabe kwathathwa ngaba ngizange eboxini ngizela eboxini bangizocacisa ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalelanga ngishawa.
I'm here, my lord, taking the witness stand to come and explain and tell as to what it is that happened on the day when I was assaulted. If it was that the version or what was put by the defense to the witnesses, that is what was being taken, then I would not have taken the stand to come and explain, my lord.
So, are you suggesting to this court to ignore the version that was put to the witnesses and only take what was said today?
Ingabe kushoyo ke ukuthi lokho okwashiwo ummeli wakho ekusho kubona ofakazi ethi uSibiya uthi kwenzeka lokho ke akushaywa indiva kodwa ke kunakwe lokho okushoyo wena namuhla.
Angaze ngisho kanjalo.
I've never said so.
But you are suggesting that, sir.
Kodwa ikona lokho nje okushoyo.
Umcabango kamshushisi ngeke ngikwazi ukungena kuwo.
I can't get
Manje
into how they
ngicela
think.
lokho engusho ngalendlela engusho ngayo.
But I'm saying that, which I'm saying in the manner in which I'm saying it.
Mr. Mgomezula, not Mr. Mgomez, sorry, my colleague. Mr. Sibiya will appreciate some answers because we are going to be here for a very long time. I promise you.
Ngiyakuthembisa ukuthi sothatha isikhathi eside ulana ke so ngizocela ke ukuthi uphendule.
Ngiyamphendula.
I am answering.
Okay? I'll fast forward. I'll come back, believe me, to the 30th. Now let us go to the 31st.
Ngizobuya kuzona i-30 lesi asidluleke siye kwi-31.
You were asked a question by my colleague that anything peculiar that happened on that day that you want to tell this court.
Ubuziwe ke ummeli wakho ke ukuthi kukhona yini nje okhethekile nje khona nje ogamile okwenzeka ngaleli langa ngeyi-31.
Yiye ngasho ngathi nge-31 izitho ziningi ezenzekile so ezenzekile ezinye angisayikhumbuli. Ngoba ngeke ngasho ngathi na ngikhumbula nge-31 yini eyenzakala.
I did say that a lot of things happened on the 31st, but some of the things I cannot remember. I even said to him that I can't remember certain things that happened on the 31st.
So it is possible that on that day, you do not even recall being given your rights.
Kungenzeka ke ukuthi ngaleli langa leliyana awukhumbuli unikezwa noma uchazelwa ngamalungelo akho.
Akekho umuntu owangitshela ngamalungelo ami.
No one informed me of my rights.
That you are saying.
Lokho unesiqiniseko sabo.
Akekho umuntu owangitshela ngamalungelo ami.
No one ever informed me of my rights.
Do you recall going to Dobsonville on that day in question?
Usakhumbula yini uya eDobsonville ngalelo langa lelo?
Izitho ezinye angisayikhumbuli.
Some of the things I cannot recall.
Do you remember Magwaza?
Uyamkhumbula uMagwaza?
Owakuphi?
From where?
Dobsonville.
eDobsonville.
Ngiyamazi Magwaza.
I know Magwaza.
What is he to you?
Uyini kuwena?
Akalutho.
He's nothing.
Do you remember Mkulu?
Umkhulu uyamkhumbula?
Angimazi.
I don't know him.
Do you know Mr. Robert Lyons-Zwane?
Ubaba uRobert Lionel.
Yes, Lionel Zwane.
Robert Lyons-Zwane.
Angimazi.
I don't know him.
Do you remember being taken to his place at Palm Ridge?
Usakhumbula usiwa kwakhe ePalm Ridge?
Cha.
No.
Do you recall seeing him at Aratin subs or police offices?
Usakhumbula yini umbona kwinka mahhovisi amaphoyisa eEraton?
Cha.
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Mohola grabbing or getting hold of your phone and scrolling it and coming into contact with a number saved as Mkulu?
Usakhumbula yini uSergeant Mohola ephuca ucingo lwakho elivula ke ucingo lakho elibheka waze wahlangana ke nenumber ke esavwe noma ebhalwe Mkhulu?
Iphone number ithatha nge-30.
My phone was taken on the 30th.
But it was put to Sergeant Mohola that she got hold of your phone and then she scrolled and she came across a contact saved as Mkulu.
Kodwa ke meli wakho uma wayesho kuyena umkhula wathi kumkhula wena ke wathatha ucingo lokaSibiya wase uyalibheka ucingo lokaSibiya wafika la khona inumber ebhalwe Mkhulu.
Angikwazi lokho.
I don't know about that.
But that version was put to Mohola, say.
Kodwa yiloko okwashiwo kumkhula nkathi waye la enkantolo.
Angeke ngikhulumele obunye umuntu wayikhuluma lo nkulumo leyo. Mina eyami ikhuluma ngoba ngikhuluma manje la.
I can't speak on behalf of someone who said that. I am saying that which I'm saying as I'm standing here now.
So are you saying that the exercise that Mr. Mngomezulu embarked on was just a waste of time?
Ingabuthi lokho okwakwenziwa uyena ummeli uMngomezulu ukuthi nje kwakuchitha isikhathi.
Umshushisi umbono wakhe lo.
That's your view, prosecutor.
Why did you withhold such crucial evidence regarding the events of the 31st of May 2020.
Kunganike ukuthi ubambe noma ke ugodleke ubufakazi obusemqoka noma obaluleke kangaka mayelana nalokho okwenzeka ngazo i31 zika May.
My Lord.
Okay, ungekaphendula.
Before the accused give an answer, my lord, it has been put to Sergeant Mkhola about the version that my colleague has just asked from accused number 1. Then Mkhola did not have a recollection, but at a later stage, she admitted having been to Dobsonville, to the house of Mr. Makwasa. I don't see the logic if the witness has confirmed same as per the version of accused number 1 at that time.
Yes, Mr. Slam.
I'm not following, my lord. The witness today does not even recall going to Dobsonville, and those are the basis of my question.
May we give it for argument, man?
Oh, no, my lord. Defense cannot tell me how to go about my business.
Yes, let's hear you then.
Yes.
Abekushoka umnika ukuthi kuyakhumbula ke lokho kushiwo kuyena ke umhola kodwa ke umhola ke akakhumbula ke lokho kodwa ke wase ke ekugcineni esiyavuma ukuthi ke yebo uyakhumbula ke wake Dobsonville kuyena uMagwasi kodwa kumshishisa ukuthi wena into ongayikhumbuli leyo. Obabili ngithi qala kwasukuma yena base ke umshishisa yaphendula naye.
Yebo njengomuntu isidalo saKulunkulu kuyenzeka khohle izinto angayikhumbula abanye angiyikhumbula ngikhumbula.
Yes, as a human being, God's creation, it is possible, or it does happen that I would forget things. So that which I cannot recall, I cannot.
So I am not wrong to say now, even when you were given your rights, it's something that you can easily forget because you're a person.
Kusho ke ukuthi ke angenzi iphutha ke uma ngithi kuwena ke noma kungaba ukuthi ke amalungelo akho wawanikezwa noma wawachazelwa ke umuntu uyakhohlwa ngenze ukuthi nalokho wakukhohlwa.
Cha akakhohliwe akakho nje lamalungelo akho.
No, I haven't forgotten. No one told me of my rights.
So that aspect you did not forget.
Lokho kona awukazukhohlwa.
Cha.
No.
And you must accept that before this court.
Lenkantolo kufanele kwamukele lokho.
Angaze ngikhohle.
I never forgot it.
Meli kwamukele isiqumo sayo.
It has to accept it. It's the court's decision.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Do you recall going to Aratin?
Uyakhumbula yini uya eEratin?
Aratin angiyazi.
I'm not familiar with Eretin. I don't
Ukuthi
know
kuphi
Eretin.
nesayiti angazi.
As to
So
which,
indawo babehambisa kuzo zaziningi mara ukuthi yini le angiyazi.
as to which side it is, I don't know. I only know that I was taken to places, but as to the name of the place, that I don't know.
But you recall being taken to Soweto.
Kodwa yakhumbula uhanjiswe Soweto, usiwe Soweto.
Nge-30.
Is it on the 30th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yebo.
Yes.
And then you recall being taken to a police station there.
Khona lapho uyakhumbula yini usiwa police station?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ngene police station.
Yes, I do. I do remember going to a police station.
And then you don't recall being taken to subs offices at Eraten to Brigadier Gininda.
Awukhumbuli usiwa emahhovisi amaphoyisa khona eEratin usiwa kuyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Angaze ngiye.
I've never went.
And that is very important, sir.
Baleke kakhulu ke nalokho.
Okay.
Okay.
Mahula testified about that.
Umkhula unikeze uthule ubufakazi ngalokho.
Monaring testified about that.
Umunarenge uthule ubufakazi ngalokho.
Buthelezi testified about that.
Thelezi naye futhi
Gininda testified about that.
kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda.
Bonke lawo bantu lawo bakhuluma imbono yabo mina engushoyo ukuthi mina ngaze ngiye la ngasuke eFosforas ngasangena epolice station yase Dikloof lawo bathi baqamba manga.
Those people saying or conveying their views, what I'm saying is that I was taken from Phosphorus to Dikloof. Those people were telling lies.
And then Mapumulo is also telling lies. I'm adding on the list.
Yes.
Namaphumulo naye, yes, telling lies.
And the only person who's telling the truth before this court is Moses Sibiya.
Umuntu nje ekuyena okhuluma iqiniso kule nkantolo umuzi Sibiya.
Yebo.
Yes.
And we should believe you.
Futhi kufanele sikhole.
So all these 5
Yes.
people, when they came before this court to give their evidence, it never crossed your mind again that they never took me to Eratin as they are saying. And you brought that to the attention of your defense counsel.
Nkathi ke labantu bela enkantolo laba asebechaziwe ke manje bekhuluma lona ke lo daba lomshishisi athi balusho akuzange naloko ukufikeleke emqondweni wakho ukuthi cha lokho abakushoyo akusilona iqiniso angitshela ummeli wami ngaloko ukuthi lento abayishoyo cha ayikho kanjalo
Ngoba ngisho elathina ngiyazi mina engikwaziyo ukuthi ngasuka eFosforus ngaya eDikloof police station my lord.
As I said that I'm not familiar or I don't know Eratin, what I'm saying is that I was taken from Phosphorus to Deep Kloof, my lord.
So I will accept your explanation if it was only one person who testified regarding Eratin offices, but 5.
Bengizoyamukela ke noma ubufakazi bakho bengizokwamukela ke uma bekuwukuthi bekuwumuntu oyedwa okhuluma ngeEratin lena ke kodwa lana sikhuluma abantu abahlanu abakhuluma into eyodwa.
Because eKatolo ama-side mabili i-side lami ne-side lamaphoyisa amaphoyisa uthi amangaphi because umuntu ayimbophile wayeyi-1 so ubufakazi bami iKatolo ngicela ukuthi ibuthathe ubufakazi bami buyi-1 akekho umuntu engangiboshwe naye at the same time.
My lord, there are 2 sides. It's my there are 2 versions. It's my version as well as the version of the police officers. That there were 5 police officers. I was alone because there was no any other person that I was arrested with. So I'm requesting the court to take my version.
So do you understand that if what you are telling the court today is what your lawyer put to the witnesses, will have saved a lot of time?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi uma kuwukuthi lokhu wena okushoyo manje lana kwakuyinto owayitshele ummeli wakho ingabe kunesikhathi esiningi kakhulu ingabe obunye akuzange nje kuthatha isikhathi eside kwathatha isikhathi esincane uma kuwukuthi lokho okushoyo wawumtshelile ummeli wakho ngakho
Eratin
about Eratin.
Correct.
Yebo.
ngamtshela ukuthi Eratin angiyazi ngiyazi akaze ngibone.
Even I informed him that I don't even know Eratin. I've never seen Eratin.
And then they went on length to cross-examine Buthelezi regarding what happened at Eratin.
Futhi kwase kungenwa ke kanzulu ke kwase kujulwa ke ukuthi aze atshele uButhelezi mayela nalokho okwenza noma ebuzwa ngalokho okwenzeka khona eEratin.
Wayibuzwa uMgomezulu ngithi.
Are you saying by Mr. Mgomezulu?
Yes, sir.
Yebo.
Yeah. Mina ngikhulumela iside lami ngisho ukuthi kubantu ubuza mina ukuthi wayekwenzakala so ngenza so ngabe ngiphela mawubuza ukuthi uMgomezulu wayembuza uMgomezulu uyakwazi ukuyikhulumela nami ngikhulumela mina.
I am now here conveying my version. If you are asking me about what was said by Mr. Mgomezulu, then Mr. Mgomezulu would be able to speak on his behalf.
So are you saying whatever that was put to the witnesses, it was not your instructions? You are distancing yourself from those instructions.
Ngale mpendulo oqeda uyinikeza manje noma ngaloko oqeda ukusho manje ingabe uthi lokho okwakushiwo ummeli wakho ekusho kofakazi ukuthi wena uyayiqhelanisa kulokho awuhlangani nalokho.
Angaze ngisho kanjalo.
Never said so.
What are you saying?
Yini ke oyishoyo?
Ngithi mina Eratin angiyazi.
I am saying I don't know Eratin.
That's not the question. The question is, were you ever taken there?
Akusiwona umbuzo lo kodwa umbuzo uthi wasiwa yini khona lapho? No.
Do you remember being taken from Eratin to Deep Kloof by Monaring and Maphumulo?
Uyakhumbula yini manje ususuka ke eEratin uya eDeep Kloof manje uhanjiswa uMonaring kanye noMaphumulo?
Angaze ngiyi-Eratin oMaphumulo noMnaring noButhelezi ngisuka nabo from eFoso noGininda bonke sisuka eFoso siye eDikloof sonke.
I've never been to Eratin. The likes of Monaring, Maphumulo, Buthelezi and Gininda, we all came from Phosphorus and went to Deep Kloof.
Okay, lamaphoyisa ayikhona lapha ya sisuka sonke le eFosforus siya sonke eDikloof.
All those police officers,
Gininda wayekhona lapha eDikloof.
all those police officers that were there, we were all traveling from Phosphorus to Deep Kloof, including Gininda.
Gininda told this court that after they departed Phosphorus, he started making arrangements telephonically and he get hold of Colonel Mboto
Kubufakazi bakhe ke uBrigadier Gininda ushilo ukuthi mase kusukwa ke manje khona ePhosphorus sekuhanjwa ke manje kuyiwa eDeep Kloof ila aqale khona ke ukuthi manje ashaya ucingo ke efonela ke abantu abathize noma abantu ke efonela abantu ke ila athola khona uKennel Mbotho.
Angazi ngalokho kodwa engikwazi sisuke eFoso saya eSoweto.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is that we left Phosphorus and went to Soweto.
Okay. So on that aspect, we're going back now to the same exercise. Never cross your mind that he's misleading the court. You must bring that to the attention of the court by raising your hand and inform your attorney that Gininda is lying.
Sibuyele emuva ke manje kulolu daba kanyeke akufikelanga ke emqondweni ke ukuthi manje abona le akhuluma ngayo Gininda akusilona iqiniso. Angiphakamisa isandla ke azokwazi ummeli wami eze ngizomtshela ukuthi le ekhulunywa uGininda akusilona iqiniso.
Ummeli wami ngamtshela before ukuthi mina ngisuke ePhosphorus ngaya eDeep Kloof noGininda naye wayekhona.
I told my legal representative before that we left Phosphorus and went to Deep Kloof and Gininda was there.
As it please the court, my lord. I've gone through my notes, I think 3 times since this issue about Eritrea started to emerge.
What's that?
Started to emerge. I'm saying I've gone 2-3 times through my notes on the version of Mr. Buthelezi and his cross-examination by Mr. Mngomezulu. There's no point where Mr. Mngomezulu, according to my notes, where Mr. Mngomezulu says that his instruction from accused number 1 are that he was taken to Eritrea. The issue of Eritrea comes into picture when it is being mentioned by Mr. Buthelezi. So there's a difference there.
Yeah, let Mr. Mngomezulu make that objection.
The reason why I'm standing, my lord, because I realize that this issue goes on unabated. I just wanted to stand up as a court officer just to alert that there's something, there's a misunderstanding there, my lord, and it needs to be clarified. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, I have made a number of
You know what? The most important aspect, as I understand the cross-examination, is that from Phosphorus, Gininda started telephoning people who would be able or prepared to take the alleged confession which was supposed to be made by the gentleman. And as I recall the evidence, Gininda ends up in Eritrea. And Gininda requests Munaring and Buthelezi to take this gentleman to Deep Kloof to Maboto. That's how I recall the evidence.
yes.
Is that not the evidence? Okay, fine. That's how I recall the evidence.
But I
But
just
according
wanted
to the witness here, which is within his rights, he says he never went to Eritrea.
my lord,
Fine.
I've noted things that I'll canvass during re-exam.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can continue, sir.
Thank you, my lord. I want to refer the court to the court record, the 1st of November 2023.
What does it say?
On page 28, I'll
Yeah.
just start there. Ngomezulu, it was Ngomezulu and Buthelezi. Okay, I'll start with Buthelezi. Mr. Buthelezi, no, the handcuffs had been removed and he was eating. We were also discussing. Mr. Ngomezulu, you were there in one of the offices in Eritrea. It is your evidence that at some stage you went out. Mr. Buthelezi, no, we stayed at the car park, if I remember correct. Mr. Ngomezulu, that is the reason I am saying he was inside the building, one of the offices in Eritrea. You went out and stayed in the parking lot.
Yeah, fine. You can go.
Ufunda ke manje ufunda okwenzeka phakathi ke noma uthi ngeyi1 zika November 2023 phakathi kwakhe ke umnumzana uMngomezulu ila amchazela khona ke it's really highlighted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can continue because
Alright.
I recall that evidence because actually what's also extraordinary about the fact that Gininda says he instructed Munaring and Buthelezi to take Mr. Sibiya was because Munaring was not per se member of the investigative team. Do you
That is
remember
correct. Yeah, I remember that.
And he actually asked him a favor because he's a member of SWAT. Even Mr. Buthelezi also is not a member of the investigating team. But Keninda says, as I recall, he requested their assistance to transport Mr. Sibiya to Deep Kloof, which they did. And he, Ginanda says, he never went to Deep Kloof
That is correct.
on that day. He only went, allegedly, when he went to collect the alleged confession from about, I think, one or 2 days later.
That is correct, man.
Okay, let's go proceed. Okay, that is the evidence. But if Mr. Sibiya says it never happened, he's right. It's within his rights to say that.
Uma uthi wena-ke lokho akuzange kwenzeke-ke usemalungelweni akho okusho ukuthi-ke akuzange kwenzeke befunda nje umshushisi ukuthi-ke yini-ke eyayikhulunywa phakathi kwakhe uMr Mngomezulu kanye naye uButhelezi la asho khona-ke ukuthi wayengaphakathi kumabhilidi khulunywa ngayo i-Erathini.
Now, let us leave the issue of Gininda. The fact that Sergeant Mohula was also at Deep Kloof was not put to her.
Okunye futhi ke sesindluleke manje kuyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi uSergeant
Mohula
ukuthi wayekhona-ke uSergeant Mohula lapha eDeep Kloof naye inkathi emile lana akuzange kushiwo kuyena ukuthi Mohula nawe wawukhona eDeep Kloof akuzange kushiwo lokho kuyena.
Amaphoyisa onke ngasuka la eFosforas mangifika eDeep Kloof ngangihamba nawo onke ukushaya kwami ayekhona onke futhi.
All the police officers that I traveled with from Phosphorus to Deep Kloof, they were there. And even during the time when I was being assaulted, they were there.
And then the fact that a police officer, whom we don't know where he comes from, called Ngamane, was at Tembisa as well. I'm hearing it for the first time today.
Nokuthi-ke kunaleli phoyisa-ke esingalazi nokuthi kuya kuphi nendawo uNgqamane ukuthi naye wayekhona eThembisa naloko siyaqala ukuzwa noma ngiyaqala ukuzwa uthi uyaqala ukuzwa yena namuhla.
Iloya lami ngatshela ukuthi kuyigolf ebomvu kwakunamajita ayi2 nentombazane eyi1 kwakuMabhena umhola kube uNgqamane.
I even informed my legal representative that in the red Golf there were 2 gentlemen as well as 1 lady. It was Mabhena, Ngamane and Mohula.
Even when Buthelezi placed himself inside that particular red Golf, it was never challenged.
Nangenkathi uButhelezi yena-ke kuyiyena ovumayo othi nami uButhelezi ngangikhona kuleyo Golf leyo ebomvu akazi ukuphikiswe lokho.
Iloya lami la ngatshela ukuthi mina lapha uButhelezi akazegibele kwigolf ebomvu. Umuntu wayekuyigolf uNgqamane, uMabhena, umhola.
I informed
my
legal representative that Buthelezi was never in that red Golf. It was myself. Mohula, Ngamane, Mabhena, and I was the 4th person.
Okay. You told this court that you were assaulted, you were choked, and you had visible injuries, which I appreciate today.
Utshonile-ke lenkantolo-ke ukuthi wena-ke washaywa bakufaka-ke wafaka-ke i-tube futhi-ke wawunokulimala kubonakala futhi-ke ukuthi ulimele ekuyinto-ke engiyithakaselayo-ke namuhla leyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exhibit 00. It's charge sheet of Tembisa Magistrate Court. It's evidence before this court.
Kuno exhibit 00 ekuyiyona-ke i-charge sheet yasenkantolo yaseThembisa. Ufakazi uphambi kwale nkantolo.
You did not raise your hand and say, Magistrate, look at my hands, they are swollen. I was even bleeding 2 days ago.
Awukazeke lapho uphakamise isandla sakho uthi manje ngishayiweke futhi-ke izandla zami bekunegazi-ke kuphuma la izandleni zami kuyinsuku nje ezimbili ezidlule.
Ubufakazi bamla ngithi ngangilimele ngivuza igazi zana zami zivuvukele umbotho uye umuntu wayibonayo lo nto leyo.
My evidence here is that
abangithi court wafika wayitshena futhi uthi wangibona ngilimele ezandleni.
My evidence here is that I was assaulted, I was bleeding, my hands were swollen, And even Boto saw that, and even he came to court and informed the court about that he saw it.
And iloya laseThembisa ngalitshela ukuthi ngilimele ezandleni.
I informed my lawyer in Tembisa that I was injured in my hands,
La kwakubonakala khona.
where it was visible.
So the lawyer opted not to place it on record.
La se lawyer lelo ke likhetha ukuthi alingayitsheli inkantolo ngalokho.
Angeke ngikhulumele iloya laseFosforus laseThembisa kodwa mina la inkantolo ngiyayitshela namhlanje ukuthi ezandle zami zayivuvukele zayilimele. Ngalela ngabe ngibopha
I
ngayo.
won't answer on behalf of the lawyer in Tembisa, but I am informing the court today that I was assaulted, I was bleeding, and my hands were swollen.
Okay, let us proceed. Then after court, you're taken back to the cells, and then the person that is responsible for admitting you at the cell says there are no complaints from you, sir.
Siyaphuma ke manje inkantolo usubuyela ke emaselini umuntu lapha yana ekuyena ke manje okwamukelayo ke uzokuthatha akufake phakathi emaselini ke uthi cha akukho nje isikhalo engasithola ke noma ke asithola kuwena.
Akekho umuntu mina mangifika lapha police station bekusuka wona amaphoyisa la engihamba nawo kube yiwa ngihambisa eyovula eselini afika key. And iphoyisa ase Verali ngayi ngawatshena emva kwesikhathi ukuthi mina amaphoyisa angishayile ahamba ayocheck ukuthi imaphi amaphoyisa bengilethile la mayebuya lapho la ngitshena ukuthi lamaphoyisa akulethe la makhulu kunathi asikwazi ukuthathela inyathelo.
What happened is that when I was being taken to the cells, it was the very same police officers that were transporting me that would open the cell and place me inside. And I did inform the police officers in Valeria that I had been assaulted. They then went to check. Upon coming back with the feedback, they then said to me, or it was said to me, that the police officers that you are telling me or us about are much senior to us. We cannot do anything about them.
Do you remember the evidence of Colonel Swanepoel?
Uyakhumbula ubufakazi bakhe uKolonel Swanepoel, which is
when he says the person that is responsible for the cells, he personally makes the entry on the SAP 14, the court cell register or occurrence book, and then the person who is bringing you back only signs to confirm.
Uma ebethi-ke umuntu olaphayana ke ohleli emaselini uyena umuntu oye abhale kule yancwadi lo okulethile yena into ayenzayo ukuthi nje asayine kuphela.
Angazi ukuthi kubhala bani uSwalepuna wayekhulumela eSilverton. eSilverton ngiye eSilverton nge3 July and eSilverton bafike benqaba ukuthi ngihlale ngiyi1 eselini bathi le police station la akekho umuntu ohlala eyi1.
Swanepoel was speaking with regards to what happened in Silverton. I went to Silverton on the 3rd of July, and in Silverton they refused that I be kept alone. They said no one here is being kept alone in a cell.
I understand that, sir, but I am saying to you, the person who does the actual annotation on the book is not the investigating officers or the team thereof.
Ngiyakuzwa kuloko kushoyo engikushoyo kuwena angithi wena uthi abantu bebekhambisa bafike bakuvulele bakufake emaselini bekuba yilabo bakuthatha bakhambisa babuse court. Kodwa engikushoyo mina kuwena ukuthi akwenzeki ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi uma sekufika lapha kule yancwadi akuyibona laba bebekhambisa abafike babhale lapha yana kubhala lo okuyena ubheka amasela bona laba bakulethile bayasayina kuphela.
Kosekatolo mina abantu babe ngisemaselini kwakuyilabo engihamba nabo abaphenyi becala kwakuyiba bahambe ungivalele ema-ofisini la ubhalwa khona kaze ngibone ngisho kubhalwa mina lapha ayikho into engangayibona for ukubhala.
My Lord, what I'm saying is that the people that would take me to the cells are the very same people that were transporting me or escorting me. They are the ones. But with regards to anything being annotated or written down, I never saw anything that was being written down.
We'll get back to that point, sir. Let us now detail the assault. That took place at Litabong. Who were the actual role players and then how was the assault perpetrated against you?
Kwakubani ababambi iqhaza futhi ke kwakwenzeka kanjani noma ke kwakushaywa kanjani?
Ngoba ngisho lamaphoyisa ngangeke ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi leli lingishaya nje manje ngoba lingikhahlela ngoba mina nganginjani ngangifaswe ngani ngifakwe ishubhu la.
As I'm saying that, I would not be able to detail it and say this particular police officer was doing this, because as I said that I was being handcuffed and then a tube was placed, the witness is pointing to his face. I was tube here.
Did they hit you with fists, open hands?
Ngaba bekushaya ngamanqindi, bekushaya ngezandla ezivulekile.
ngike ngishilo ekuqaleni babe ngikhahlela.
I did say at the beginning that they were kicking me.
With booted feet?
Bekhahlela ke begqoke izicathulo.
Begqoke icathulo.
Yes.
For how long did that assault last?
Kwenzeka isikhathi esingakanani lokho?
Isikhathi shata ngisasikhumbula.
I did say that I can't remember the time.
Did you sustain any injuries from that kicking with booted foot?
Kuloko kukhahlela lokho ukhahlelwa abantu ke abagqoke izicathulo ingaba wathola ukulimala yini?
Ngathola ukulimala kodwa wawungakwazi ukubona mawuzobuka ngamehlo.
Yes, I did sustain injuries, but those were not visible injuries that we could see with the eye.
So the injuries did not leave any marks in your body?
Futhi akuzange kushiye nama marks emzimbeni.
Yabo mangingakalekisa nje mangashaya utolika ngempama akungeke kuze kubonakala kodwa ubhlungu zobe buzulu.
If I were just to make an example and smack the interpreter with an open hand, there won't be any visible injuries, but he will just feel the pain.
That's so.
In bed?
Yeah.
Yes.
But here you were kicked, say, with booted feet, fists, open hands.
Kodwa lana ke sikhuluma manje ngokukhahlelwa ke futhi ukukhahlelwa abantu ke lana abagqoke izicathulo noma ke izicathulo lezi ke amabhudla amaphoyisa zamaphoyisa.
Babe ngikhahlela ukuthi leza amaphoyisa leza lamabhuzu noma akanjani angazi kodwa babe ngikhahlela ngawo izicathulo ababegqokile namateki ababegqoka amateki.
They were kicking me as to whether those were boots from the police, but they were kicking me with booted feet. Others who were wearing sneakers were kicking me with their sneakers.
Even Sergeant Mahula was kicking you?
Na imukhula na wayikhahlela.
Yes.
Yes.
With fists and open hands as well?
Ekshaya nangamanqindi futhi nangeimpama.
Angaze ngisho ukuthi amanqindi babe ngikhahlela.
I never referred to fists. I said that they were kicking me.
So they never hit you with open hands or fists?
Abakazi bakushaya ngamanqindi nezandla nje ivulekile impama.
Angaze ngisho kanjalo.
I never said so.
So when you gave the example of hitting the interpreter with an open hand, it was just an example?
Ngathi ke ubukhuluma ngokushaya utolika ngempama bekuyisibonelo nje kuphela leso.
Benzama ukwenza isibonelo kwesikhathi lokuthi umuntu kuyenzeka umshaye kungabonakala ukuthi umuntu ushayiwe kodwa ekubene eshayiwe.
I was just making an example, my lord, that it happens that if you would hit a person or assault a person and it doesn't become visible, but the person was assaulted.
But yours is even more severe because you were kicked and kicked until something happened.
Kodwa ke okwakho ke lana ke kwakuhlukile ke kwakufuthi ke bona ke kwaku serious kakhulu ke ngoba lana ukukhahlelwa kwaze kwenzeka into.
Mayithi kwenzeka into ngicacisele. Cela
If you
ungicacisele
explain when you say
mawuthi
until something happened.
I don't want to repeat what I said earlier because I do take into cognizance your rights and your right to dignity, say. But you know what we are talking about.
Lana ke angifisi noma angifuni ukuthi ngiphinde lokhu ebengitshilo ngaphambilini ngoba ke nawo ke isithunzi sakho nanje kumuntu nako naso ke kufanele naso ngisibhekile ke futhi kodwa ke uyazi ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani.
Kose Katolo ngicela angiphindela angizwa.
Wants to say you either urinated to yourself or you messed yourself up. Is that not what you want to convey?
Indeed so.
Iloko ukuthi ke angithi kunalamagama amabili bekhulunywa ngawo ke lana ukuthi uyichamele okanye uyiboshele.
Ngachama ngiboshanga.
Urinated, I did not mess myself up.
But for that to happen, the assault should have been very severe.
Kodwa ukuze noma ukuholela ukuthi kuze kwenzeke lokho usho ukuthi awuzange ushaywe nje kana washaywa impela.
Especially mawuvalwa umoya ungakhona ukuphefumula. ngicabanga ukuthi kuba nendawo efuna ukuthi ziphefumulele zona mhlawumbe.
Especially, my lord, when you are being locked in such a way that you are unable to breathe. I take it that there are certain areas or places in your body that would like to do that for themselves or by themselves.
Then with that type of a trauma, you told this court that when you eventually appeared before the magistrate in Tembisa Magistrate Court, you informed your attorney regarding this assault.
Ushilo ke ukuthi uthe uma usufika ke enkantolo yaseThembisa wamtshela ummeli wakho ngalokho kushaywa lokho.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then he or she, was it a male or a female person?
Kwakuwumuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesifazane?
Umuntu wesilisa.
It was a male.
So he did not convey the message
Yena akazange
to the
akusho yena
magistrate.
lokho kwimantshi.
Ngeyi-1
Is it on the
on the
1st?
1st of June 2020.
Yebo ngeyi-1 zika June 2020.
angikhumbuli.
I don't remember. I can't recall.
And then you returned to court on the 8th of June 2020.
Waphinda futhi wabuyela khona ke enkantolo ngazo i-8 zika June 2020.
Yeah.
Yes.
You do not remind him of that assault.
Awumkhumbuzanga ke manje uma senibuya futhi ke ngazo i-8 umkhumbuzeke ukuthi yendoda ngangikutshelileke ukuthi ngangishayile.
Ngamtshena okokuqala okwesibili angimtshenanga. Ngize ngizomtshena ngeyi-10 ukuthi yabona lokho engangikusho ukuthi laba abantu bangishaya bayaqhubeka laba abantu bangishaya.
I informed him the first time, but on the second occasion I didn't. But then reminded him again on the 10th that these people that I told you about that they are assaulting me, they are persisting in their assault on me.
Was that on the 10th of July 2020?
Ngeyi-10 zika July 2020.
Ngeyi-10 July 2020.
Indeed so.
Do you still recall the name of your legal representative?
Usakhumbula igama lommeli wakho?
Kwakuthiwa ngathi uMatsheka.
Ma?
Matsheka or uthi angikwazi ukubiza lezi zibongo lezi ezinye.
I think Macheka is that I can't pronounce these other surnames.
Was he the same presiding officer?
Kwakuseyimantshi eyodwa.
Angikwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi kwakuseyimatshi eyi-1 mara kwakuyicourt kwakuseyikhothi eyi-1.
I can't recall whether it was still the same presiding officer, but the court was still the same court.
And then when you reported this particular assault on that day to him, did anything happen?
Uma ke usumchazela ke noma usubukela ke ngaleli langa mayelana nokushaya kwakho ngabe khona yini into eyenzeka noma khona okwenzeka uma umchazela umtshela?
Yebo ngeyi-10 khona okwenzeka.
Yes, on the 10th something happened.
What was your report now to the presiding office, or what was conveyed to the presiding office?
Yini le eyatshelwa imantshi? Kwathiwani uma udaba lolu seludluliselwa kuyena umagistrate?
Mina into engayitshena iloya lami ikuthi ngifuna ukusuka ema-police station sengihlala eSilverton manje. Ngifuna bengise ejele ngoba la ema-police station amaphoyisa angikhipha noma ngasiphi isikhathi ezenzele noma yini athanda ukuyenza angishaye. So angisafuni ukuba sema-police station ngoba e-police station yiwo amaphoyisa akwazi ukuzenzela noma yini ayithandayo. Kade ejele angeke kwazi ukungikhipha noma yini.
What I informed my lawyer was that I was now being kept at Silverton, that I would like now to be taken away from Silverton to a prison, because at the police station, the police officers would book me out anytime and do whatever it is that they like. But if I were to be taken to a prison, they wouldn't do as they please.
Ukuthi yena wayibeka kanjani noma lo owabhalayo wayi-understanda kanjani angazi. Kodwa mina ngayibeka kanje ngoba ngisho ukuthi amaphoyisa lapha enye icala ayangishaya.
As to how he put it, or the one who wrote down, how did that person write down, but I said it in exactly the same way that I'm saying it now, that the police or the investigating team is assaulting me.
Was Mahula present on that particular day when you made that report?
Uma ukusho lokho ngalelo langa lelo umkhula wayekhona.
angikhumbuli.
I can't recall.
Who brought you to court?
Ubani owakusa enkantolo?
Umkhane.
Mukhane.
Okay, let's proceed. The version that was put to Mukula is that the person that assaulted you at Silverton police station, it was amongst them Ngamani. That was the first time this name was brought.
Nkathi ke igama leli ke kaNgamani livela kokuqala ke uma kushiwo kuyena uMkhula kwathiwa ke kuyena ke ngomlomo womweli wakho kusho uMkhula ukuthi umuntu ke owakushaya ke kwakuyena ungaphenduleki.
My Lord, live to differ with my colleague. The court, if I recall vividly, the court asked about the names of the people that assaulted. It has never been put to Mukhole, because Mukhole, according to the version of accused, was that the SADP, it is recorded on the charge sheet, it's SADP. Then Mukhole said it meant South Africa Dienste Police. But the names Ngamani and the rest were names that were said after the court has asked precisely who assaulted you.
Right, you can continue.
Yes. So, who assaulted you at Silverton police station?
Ubani
Mr.
owashaya police station yaseSilverton?
Angikaze ngishaywe police station yaseSilverton.
I was never assaulted at
Ngithi
Silverton
mina
police station.
mangitshena icourt ngithi amaphoyisa aphenya icala ayangishaya njengamanje sengise police station kuphi yaseSilverton sengisusiwe police station yaseVerali nakhona ngahanjiswe ebusuku ngasiwa ngaze ngayofika eSilverton so angisafuni ukuba sema police station ngoba amaphoyisa laphenya icala ayafika engithathe noma ngasiphi isikhathi eyokwenza noma yina ithanda ayangishaya yenze okita yenzayo so sengifuna ukuya ejele ngoba ngeke bekwazi ukufika bezongithatha noma yini.
I never said, no one assaulted me at Silverton police station. I said that the police, the investigating team assaulted me, and I even went in to say that I was now kept at Silverton police station, and I was even taken or transported at night. So they are doing as they please.
So ukuthi umuntu owabhalayo lapha wabhala wathini angazi because ngangingesiyo lengxenye yokubhala ngangingekho kulo phathi yokubhala kodwa mina engangushilo yilokho and ilo emakhuluma litshena lo yamuntu lo yaya angazi ukuthi lalibeka kanjani ngesilungu besilungu siyangihlula.
As to what it is that was written down, I don't know. I didn't form part of the writing or that which was written down. And as to what it is that was said or how my lawyer then conveyed it, I don't know because I am not good with English.
You know, it is quite worrying, Mr. Sibiya, that people that are supposed to annotate what is correct on those given days, they're not doing their job properly. Police, magistrates, you name them.
Yes, we get lana ke ukuhluphayo ukuthi ke labantu ababebhala phansi ukuthi ke lokho bakufanele babekubhala phansi usho ukuthi ke manje umsebenzi wako babengawenzi kahle noma kwakuyiphoyisa kwakuyimantshi usho nje ukuthi uma bebhala babengabhali lento abakufanele ukuthi bayibhale.
Ake ngikwazi ukubaphendulela labo bantu labo kodwa mina mangiyibona ngamchazela uMgomezulu ukuthi ngangayisho kanje ngayibeka kanje.
I cannot speak on behalf of those people, but I did mention it to Mr. Mgomezulu that this is not how I put it, but I said it like this.
Okay, after the 10th of July 2020, Mukhula told this court that she then went to you and asked you about the assault.
Emuva ke kwalelo langa 10 zika July uMkhula watshela lenkantolo ukuthi weza kuwena noma waya kuwena ke mayelana ke nokushaywa kwakho.
Wayekhuluma manga akekho umuntu wakwaphinde walandelela indaba yokushaywa kwami kwase engakusho ethembisa nge10 akaze ezefike uqamba manga akekho umuntu wakwangibuza something ngale ndaba engisho lapha.
She was telling lies. She never came to me to ask me about that, and no one ever came back to me to come and inquire about that which I said there.
So when she told this lie, as you put it, did you challenge her?
Uma ke manje ke esekhuluma lamanga ke owashoyo ke wena ke ukuthi kwakuhamanga ingabe wamphikisa yini?
Umholi A up to Z uqamba amanga kuyo ngangeke ngikwazi ukumphikisa ngangazi izofika isikhathi sami sokuthi ngize ebhokisini ngizotshela ikhathi ukuthi kwenzakalani mama.
She was telling lies, as the witness put it, from A up to Z. She was just lying. I could not challenge her, but I knew that my time will come for me where I will be expected to come to the dock and place my version.
Sihlonipha ikatolo ngeke umuntu mayeqamba amanga ethi 1 ngibiza umgomezulu ngizomtshela iqamba amanga iphinde amanye ngiphinde ngimbize ikatolo kumele sihloniphe sazi ukuthi umuntu kumele enzeni ikatolo.
We respect the court. There is no way that when a person is telling lies, you will then call Mr. Mgomezulu. Another person comes, you again call Mr. Mgomezulu. One needs to know what to do in court. That is respecting the court.
But you've been doing that, say, your hand was up all the time, especially when they put your version. That's someone who's very interactive and very vocal.
Kodwa yinto ubuyenza nje ngaso sonke isikhathi le bekuthi nje uma kunento eshiwoyo ke wena uphakamisa isandla ngaso sonke nje isikhathi wena ubuphakamisa isandla.
Akunjalo.
That's not true.
So you were very selective in what you wanted to clarify.
Ubukhetha la khona ukuthi khona ayi la angiphakamisa isandla la angasiphakamisa isandla ubukhetha.
Bekuya ngokuthi inkulumo yakhona injani.
It would depend on what was being said.
Even when Mohola is telling lies from A to Z.
Noma umkhulu eseqamba amanga nje ukusuka phezulu kuyofika khona ezantsi lokho A to Z nanje ngobusho.
Ngoba ngisho ukuthi angeke ngize ngiphakamise ukho konke. Lo mngomezi usho ukuthi ngafanele buze imbuzo emlapha ya. Ngimtshela akabuza ukuthi nokuthi.
I cannot just keep on raising my head, which would then mean that Mr. Mgomezulu would have to stand there right next to me and I will have to tell him which questions to ask.
Because ezinye izinto ngangazi ukuthi mangifika eboxini ngizokwazi ukuyibeka ngalendlela ezenzakala ngayo.
Because I knew that with regard to certain things I would be able to say them exactly in the same way which they happened when I get my chance.
See, let me help you. At some stage, Mr. Ramusipil was there with you, Gomezulu was busy cross-examining. That's how involved were you in this trial within the trial?
Angikusize. Kwakunenkathi lapho nake bawungomezulu beqhubeka abuza imibuzo abe uMr. Ramusipile emi lapha yana yena ke ekhuluma nawe indlela leyo wena ke manje ngathi nje involved ngayo ku trial within a trial ebethu Mr. Mgomezulu ebuza imibuzo abe uMr. Ramusipile emi nawe khona lapha yana.
Akaze kuze ngibone kwenzeka lokho uthi uRamusipile lokho emlapha ya.
I've never seen that happening. Mr. Ramusipile standing there.
Some stage you were carrying even a notebook.
Kwakunesikhathi la khona futhi ke uphethe khona incwadi yokubhala.
Ngoba ngichaza ukuthi angeke ubize i-lawyer ukho konke. Kumele umbize kokunye umtshene ukuthi nokuthi ngeke ephinde ebuyele lapha uphinde umbize futhi. Awusayihloniphi ikatolo makubantu abengenza into enjengaleyo.
As I've already mentioned that you cannot keep on just calling your lawyer, and as I've said that one needs to respect the court.
That is well within your rights. Say it has got nothing to do with respect.
Ilungelo lakho lo akuhlangane lutho nje noma akuhlangane inhlobo nje nokuhlonipha inkantolo mhle. Ilungelo lakho.
Bengenalo ke lwazi ukuthi kunomuntu ofanele ecocome ecourt engahloniphi ikatolo kodwa ngoba sengiyazi mhlawumbe sengiyokwenza masiqhubeka netrial.
I didn't know that is how it should be done. I thought that one needs to respect the court, but now that I know, as we'll be proceeding with the trial, I will do so.
I'm going to give you a homework before I pause for the day to go and think what is it that they told lie about, so that tomorrow when we start you direct me to those aspects.
Ngizokunikeza manje ke umsebenzi wasekhaya ukuthi ngaphambili kokuthi manje sithi siqedileke lokusuku la namhlanje ukuthi uhambeke ucabangisise ukuthi yini ke noma yikuphi lokho abaqamba amanga ngako uzokwazi ke ukuthi ke ungikhombeke kona lokho uthi yilokho ababeqamba amanga ngako.
I'm saying this in relation to all the state witnesses that we called during trial within the trial.
Ngikusho lokho mayelana nabo bonke ke ofakazi ababiziwe ke kule trial within the trial.
Ngenze kanjalo kodwa lokho ozokubuza ukuyukuthi bebeqamba amanga yila ngizokutshena khona la bebeqamba amanga.
I wouldn't be able, or I won't do that, but what I'll do is that if you ask me something, then I will be able to point out to you that this is where they were telling lies.
See, I have 10 minutes. I'm going to use it now. I do not want to use this 10 minutes. Let's start. which aspect did Buthelezi lie that you did not inform your attorney about?
Nemizuzu eyishumi ke bengithi angeke ngiyisebenzisa ke angisengiyisebenzisa ke ikuphi ke la uButhelezi aqamba amanga khona?
Angeke ngikhulume istatement sikaButhelezi, mina la ngizokhuluma sami, ngeke ngikhulumele uButhelezi.
I won't speak on behalf of Buthelezi or put Buthelezi's statement. I'm here to speak on my behalf.
Are you refusing to answer, sir?
Unqaba ukuphendula?
Angiyiphenduli, wena ungangitshela istatement sikaButhelezi ngikutshene la aqamba khona amanga ukuthi uqamba amanga la.
I'm not answering. You can just put Buthelezi's version to me, then I will tell you that here he's telling a lie.
Okay. The fact that Buthelezi is the one who arrested you.
Indaba noma udaba lokuthi uButhelezi uyena wakubopha,
Usho ngifaka ozakosi.
meaning handcuffing me.
That is arrest, sir. Correct.
Ukubopha lokho iqiniso.
Akusiwa ngifaka ozakosi kodwa mangiboshwa wayekhona.
He's not the one who put handcuffs on me, but he was there when I was arrested.
Okay. So he lied about that.
Ukusho ukuthi waqamba amanga ngalokho. Yeah, Buthelezi.
Mayethi wangibopha yena uqamba amanga.
When he says that he arrested me, he told lies.
And then the fact that he showed you the J50 that he was arresting you on.
Nokuthi ke wakubonisa ke leya ncwadi leyana ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi iJ50 le ayekubopha ngayo.
My lord, akaze ngize ngibone iJ50.
My lord, I've never seen a J50.
Tete akayiki alikho iphepha engake ngalibona ngaphandle kokuqala ukubona amaphepha kuphi kumbotho.
On the 30th, there are no documents that I saw. The first time I saw documents, it was with Mboto.
And then when he was asked, shown the a photocopy of the said J50, he even remarked in said, "Ifana ngamashi."
Iloko ke akusho ke nkathi ke eseboniswa ke icopy ke la leyo J50 le wathi lokho aqede kusho manje ngezulu umshushisi.
Inkulumo kaButhelezi angeke ngikwazi ukukhulumela uButhelezi, mina ngizoyikhulumela mina ngoba ngila.
That's what was said by Buthelezi. I cannot speak on his behalf. I am saying that which I am saying as I'm standing here.
But he did not contest it.
Kodwa ke awuphikisanga
Ukuthi efana ngamashi.
that he said it looked exactly like.
Yes.
Yebo.
Inkulumo yakhe umbono wakhe uyoyaziyo mina ngiyazanga.
That's his version, that's his view. He knew about it, I didn't.
My lord, it's we're almost nearing the end of the day. I will request to adjourn until tomorrow at 10 to proceed.
Requested the colleagues to call me before time, so.
Yes, Mr. Swanda.
God, please. Mr. Sibiya, let us go back at the time you were arrested. When you arrived at your address at Vusimuzi section, who did you find there?
Asike sibuyele ke muva ke Mr Sibiya nkathi uboshwa uma usufika ke manje laphana eVusumuzi section 1818 ubani wamthola lapha ya?
Bangifike okokuqala ngasala emotweni mina.
When we
Bathi
got
bathola ngamoto la ihlala khona endlini.
Okay. When we got there the first time, I remained in the vehicle. They then came back and said they didn't find anyone in the house.
And then at the gate of that particular place?
Esangweni ke egate khona lapho.
Kwakukhona imoto zamaphoyisa.
Police vehicles were there that we were traveling with.
You also testified that you're residing or you're sharing that residence with your uncle.
Ushilo nokuthi futhi lapho wawuhlala khona nomalume wakho.
Yebo ngangihlala nomalume.
Yes, I used to stay with my uncle.
On that particular day, was he at those premises?
Ngalelo langa lelo waye khona lapho.
Ngoba amaphoyisa ethi awafika ngamoto endlini shuthi wayengekho.
Because the police came back and said that they didn't find anyone in the house, which means he wasn't there.
Okay. Where were you at that stage?
Wawukuphi wena ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Masifike egate laseCharlton
Is it when we arrived at the gate of the premises?
ngangiphakathi emotweni amaphoyisa.
I was inside the police vehicle.
Was it next to the gate?
Eduze negate,
Eduze negate.
close to the gate.
On the 13th of October 2023, during the cross-examination of Constable Monaring, your attorney has this to say, and then I will read from the record, that upon arrival at that place where the uncle rented and he stayed with the uncle, the police found his uncle and a friend at the gate, and the police instructed his uncle to open the room which they resided. What is your comment?
Ngate 13 zika October kulo nyaka ondlule 2023 nkathi kubuzwa uMonareng imibuzo kwashiwo lokhu okulandelayo ukuthi kwathi amaphoyisa efika khona lapho athola umalume wakhe kanye nomngani wakhe bemile egatini wase yacelwa umalume ukuthi akayovula la bahlala khona. Uthini wena kulokho?
Mina ngithi amaphoyisa angishiya egate ahamba ayochecka ngaphakathi emkhukhwini abuza ukuthi umkhukhu ehlala kuwo ngabayalela afika kuwo abuya kimi athi awafici umuntu sase ngene emotweni wasekuthiwa sami.
What I'm saying is we got there, I remained in the vehicle, the police went in, they asked me which is the shack that we are staying in. I told them, they went, they came back and said that they didn't find anyone, we should leave.
But it was your version that was put to Mr. Monaring, sir. What are you saying about it?
Kodwa ke lokho okwashiwo kuMonareng kwakuyinto elento ekuthiwa ngesilungu bathi i-version ngamagama, yinto ekhulunywa uwe uyitshela ummeli wakho yena ayitshele ufakazi. Manje uthinike kulento le eshiwa ukuthi kuMonareng kwathiwa wathola egatini malume wakho emi nomngani wakho wacela ukuthi akavule la enihlala khona. Uthini kulokho? Ngoba yinto ekhulunywa wena uyikhuluma kummeli wakho.
Angeke ngikwazi ukukhulumela ummeli engikhulumayo mina ngithi ngafika ukuthi akukho umuntu lapha amaphoyisa ahamba afika athi akukho umuntu abuya angene emotweni athi asami.
I cannot speak on behalf of my legal representative. What I'm saying is that we got there, the police went in, they said they didn't find anyone, came back and said we should leave.
So you are distancing yourself from that assertion?
Okusho ukuthi wena uyayiqhelanisa naloko okwakhulunywa ummeli wakho ekukhuluma kuyena ufakazi.
Cha, ummeli mayibeke ngendlela ayibeke ngayo kusuke ngingasho ukuthi mina mhlawumbe ngamtshena aka understand indlela ngitshena ngayo zisisanga kahle. Angeke ngikwazi ukumkhulumela. Kodwa mina engushoyo ilokho engitshena enkatolo njengamanje.
No, my lord, maybe it is that the lawyer or the legal representative said it in the manner in which he said it. Maybe he didn't understand me clearly, but I am putting my version in the manner in which I'm putting it now.
Let's proceed. Then, on the 1st of November 2023, cross-examination of Constable Buthelezi, Advocate Mngomezulu, on your behalf, indicated that the uncle was not there. Another version.
Sesiyandlula ke manje siya kwelinye ilanga nge-1 zika November kulo nyaka ondlule u2023 kuseyena ummeli wakho Mr. Mngomezulu ubuza yena ke noma usho kuyena ke uButhelezi manje uthi okwenzeka ke ukuthi makufikwa lapho kwafikwa umalume kodwa ke ungekaphendula umalume ngekho kodwa ummeli wakho uzoyiphendula le ndaba.
My Lord, may I seek clarity from my colleague as to the version that was put first, if it is contrary to what I've put to Constable Buthelezi on the 1st of November. Who put that version to Monaring? I just want my colleague to clarify.
Yes, Mr. Sibande?
Escort, this was put by Mr. Ramosepedi.
Okay.
So do you realize that these are two mutually destructive versions?
Manje lana kuney'nkulumo embili ezihlukile. Uyabona le ekhulunywe ngayo yokuqala yange 13 zika October 2023 inkulumo yona ke kuthiwa eyakhulunywa ummeli wakho uMr Ramusipile eyikhuluma kuyena uMunareng. Kwase kuthi ngazo i1 November 2023 kwase manje kuvela enye inkulumo uma manje sekuwubuthelezi olana sekukhulu ebuzwa uyena uMr Mngomezulu ukuthi kwaba nezinkulumo ezimbili ezahlukile zibuya zombili kubameli bakho. Omunye uthi wayekhona umalume, omunye athi umalume wayengekho.
Angeke ngikwazi ukubakhulumela kodwa mina ngisho phambi kwale katolo ukuthi umalume mabefika abamficanga ngoba babuya bangitshela akho umuntu endlini.
I cannot speak on their behalf, but what I'm saying is that we got there, they went in, and when they came back, they said that they didn't find my uncle in the house.
The legal representatives not conveying what you are telling them.
Ingabe abameli abakhulumi yini into wena obatshela yona? Mamagama lokho abakushoyo la enkantolo akusiyona yini into abayitshelwa uwe?
Kose katolo basuke bekhuluma yona kodwa uma engangizwanga kahle uma eseyibekile so ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngithi mina ngithini kodwa ngisuke ngazi ukuthi mina ngizoza phambi kwekatolo ngizochaza yonke into ngalendlela eyenzakalayo kimi.
Yes, my lord, they are, but at times it would be that if maybe the legal representative didn't understand me properly, my lord, and then would then put it in a different way, then I cannot do anything. But then knowing that my chance or my time will come for me to come and explain it.
We leave that for arguments. Let's proceed. Say, did you at any stage go to a hostel in Tembisa?
Ingabe sikhona yini isikhathi la owaya khona kwi hostel ethize eThembisa?
Cha, asikho.
No.
From Tembisa, where did you go to?
Mase nisuka ke eThembisa nahamba naya kuphi?
Baye bangisa endaweni kaMasipala eseFosforus.
They took me to a municipal area in Vosloorus.
Not in Tembisa.
Hayi eThembisa.
Mabengisusa kuMasipala waseThembisa bangibuyisela endlini.
When they so they,
umbuzo wakho uthi masisuka eThembisa sike sayapi?
when they took me from the Tembisa municipal area, they took me back into the house. I thought your question was, from Tembisa, where did we go to?
Ukuyicacisa kahle uma ngizwa umbuzo wekosekatolo kuba sengazuthi masiphuma eThembisa sike sayapi?
I would like to explain it properly. I thought the question was that when we left Tembisa, where did we go to?
Let's pause there before you go to the hostel. Let's go back at the place where you were arrested at. How were you dressed on that day in question?
Asike sibuye umuva ke siye la ankathi ke uboshwa ngalela langa ke uboshwa wawugqoke kanjani?
Angigqoke Brentwood sky blue.
Sky blue Brentwood.
Ngigqoke ivesta emhlophe.
White vest.
Ngigqoke i-tracksuit ye-Adidas phezulu.
And a Adidas top.
Ngigqoke i-obhaca be-Adidas.
As well as some slip-ons or push slip-ons or Adidas.
Sergeant Mahola came before this court and testified that the reason why you have to change your clothes is that you are afraid that some inmates there will steal your expensive pair of pants. Is that correct?
Kubufakazi bakhe ke umkhula nkathi elana enkantolo wathi izathu sokuthi uhambe uyoshintsha wena ke kwangoba ukuthi wawusaba ukuthi ke ezinye iboshwa noma iboshwa ejele zazontshontsha ibhuku lakho libizayo.
Cha akaze kwenzeke kanjalo.
No, it never happened like that.
Furthermore, she testified that at some stage when you were with her at Vusimuzi hostel in Tembisa, you made certain admissions.
Okunye futhi akusho ukuthi ke nkathi ke nanise hostel yaseVusumuzi khona eThembisa zikhona izinto ezithile owazisho noma owayivuma kuyena.
Cha kosekatolo akaze ngivumele lutho kuyena.
No, my lord.
Akaze ngize ngiye ehostel yaseThembisa futhi.
I never admitted to anything to her, and I never went to a hostel in Tembisa.
she further testified that not at any stage you were taken to a municipal area in Tembisa.
Ushilo futhi nokuthi akaze nje kwenzeka ukuthi ke usiweke kwindawo kamasipala eThembisa.
Kosekatolo ngoba ngizela ngizochaza wona lonto leyo. Ukungise kumasipala waseThembisa mabe ngisusa endlini. Bangithathe bangisa kumasipala waseThembisa, sabuya kumasipala waseThembisa bangibuyisela endlini, sasuka endlini base bengisa eFosolas masipala wakhona.
My Lord, I am here to explain exactly that I was taken from the house to the municipal area in Tembisa, and from there took me back to the house, and from the house they then took me to Fosolas municipal area.
Thank you. Now let us go back inside the shack. According to Buthelezi, they recovered ammunition inside that particular shack.
Asibuyele khona manje phakathi ke emkhukhwini loyana ke ngokubufakazi bakhe ubuthelezi ukuthi bathola ke inhlamvu kuloya mkhukhu loya.
Cha, kosekatolo akaze kwenzeke kanjalo.
No, my Lord, it never happened like that.
And it's also correct that at some stage you were attending a court at Tembisa Magistrate Court.
Akusona iqiniso yini ukuthi ke kunenkathi la khona ke wawuneqala wawuhambela noma wawuhamba inkantolo yaseThembisa.
Inkantolo yaseThembisa bengihamba.
Yes, that's correct, my Lord.
Do you recall which charges were you facing there?
Usakhumbula ukuthi ayiwaphi amacala wawubhekene nawo khona lapho?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I recall.
Can you place them on record?
Sicela washo.
Babethi nginecala lenhlamvu, babethi nginecala lama drugs.
They alleged that I had charges of ammunition as well as drugs.
Okay. Before I leave this point, the ammunition charge, where does it originate?
Manje leli icala leinhlamvu lona laqhamuka kuphi libuya kuphi?
Angilazi babebuya nalo kuphi kodwa bangichacha ngalo.
I don't-
Ukuthi babe qhamuka phi na angibazi.
I don't know where they originated from with it. As to where they got it from, I don't know. But they charged me for that.
It was the evidence of Mr. Constable Buthelezi before this court that ammunition was recovered inside your shack.
Kwakuwubufakazi bakhe ke ubuthelezi phambi kwayo ke lenkantolo lena ukuthi ke inhlamvu lezo zatholakala kuona umkhukhu lo uhlala kuona.
Kosekatolo cha, azikho inhlamvu ezatholakala lo mkhukhu ahlala kuona nomalungu.
No, my Lord, there were no ammunition recovered or found in the shack that I was staying in together with my uncle.
And then, on that aspect, when did you appear for the first time in relation to the ammunition charge?
Manje ke uma ubingelela imanje okokuqala mayelana nalezo insolo lezo zeinhlamvu, iliphi ihlandla lokuqala owavela ngalo enkantolo uvelela lona lelo cala?
Kwakuzi 1 June.
It was on the 1st of June, unyaka
When last
2020.
When last did you attend to that particular case?
Ihlandla lokugcina ke uma uvelela yona leyo case leyo kwakunini?
Z12 December
12 December 2023.
Was there any finding in that particular case?
That question is disallowed
Yes, God, please.
because it has no relevance to a trial within a trial, but also it's self-incriminating if he answers it. I don't know the facts.
Is the court, please.
Okay.
Now let us proceed. Now let us go back at the stage where you were at Fosloras with Mohola and Buthelezi when Brigadier Gininda arrived.
Asiyeke manje eFosloras nkathi ulaphana kanye naye umukhula nobuthelezi kwase kufika noGininda.
Mangise Fosoras nganginomhula noma Phumulo nomnarengi nobuthelezi bonke lamaphoyisa la no Ncamane ayemaningi amaphoyisa lapha kwangisibona labo bobabili.
It was not only the two that you are mentioning, Mukhola, Maphumulo, Buthelezi, Ncamane, Munareng.
Ayemaningi.
Sorry?
Ayemaningi.
There were many of them.
And then when Gininda arrived, what happened?
Uma sekufika ke uGininda kwenzekani?
Makufika uGininda baye bama ukungishaya indlela engishaya ngayo wababizela eceleni bakhanda i-meeting yabo eceleni mabeqeda wasebuya kimi waseqalisa ukungibuza imibuzo.
When Gininda arrived, they stopped assaulting me in the manner in which they were. They held a private meeting. They then came back and Gininda started to ask me questions.
Tell me, were they assaulting you in an open place, or it was inside an office, or what was the situation there?
La ababekushayela khona ababekushayela nje endaweni nje ebonakalayo evulekile noma ababekushayela phakathi ehhovisi.
Kwakuyinto engathi ihhovisi noma ngingazi ukuthi ngingachaza ngithi ihhovisi yethu kanjani kodwa kwakuyinto engeyivisi ngoba kwangesiyona open space ngangekho egcekeni.
It's something that resembled or looked like an office, although I can't describe it, but it looked like an office because it was not an open space. I was not, say, in a particular premises.
And he said Gininda started asking you questions. What type of questions?
Uthi ke uGininda wasekubuza imibuzo enjani?
Ukuthi ngazi ngokufa kwaSenzo.
As to what it is that I knew with regards to Senzo's death.
And then what was your response?
Wasuthini uma uphendula?
Ngamtshela ukuthi angazi lutho ngokufa kwaSenzo.
I told him that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
And then what did Gininda do after that?
Wasenzani yena ke uGininda emuva kokuthi ushilo?
Wathi yena uyazi ukuthi kuneqhaza engalibambayo ekufeni kwaSenzo.
He then said that he knew that I played a role in Senzo's death. Is that correct? Okay.
And then what followed after that?
Kwasekulandelana emuva kwalokho?
Ngamtshela ukuthi angazi lutho ngokufa kwaSenzo.
I told him that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
And then immediately what happened after that response?
Emuva kwaleyo mpendulo kwasekwenzekani?
Wasethi angaqala ukusebenza nabantu abafana nami so ngizokhuluma iqiniso.
He then said that it was not the first time working with people like me, so I will eventually tell the truth.
Yes, and after that, what transpired?
Emva kwalokho kwenzekani?
Emva kwesikhashanyana kwase kubetha singene emotweni sami.
After a while, they then said that we should get into the cars and leave.
Okay. How were you assaulted there at Fusloras?
Efosleras washaywa kanjani?
Babe ngishupha nakhona bengikhahlela.
They were cubing me and kicking me.
Who was involved?
Wobani?
Okay, lamaphoyisa sengiwabalile omhola omnarengi omaphumulo obuthelezi omabhena ongcamani.
All the police,
bonke babekhona laphaya.
all the police that I've mentioned.
Ngikwazi ukubabona mase ngilele phansi ngifakwe ngeplastic ukuthi ubani nobani ongishayayo.
Uma ufuna ngisho yonke into eshoyo ngiyacela mfethu man. Usufuna ushintsho eningi ngesikhathi esisodwa ne. Ngicela unqamuke mfethu. Ngiyacela baba. Ngicela. It's all the police officers that I had mentioned. The likes of Mukhola, Buthelezi, Maphumulo, Munareng, Ngamane, and when I was lying down and also covered with the plastic, there was no way that I could see everyone, or all of them that were there.
So the same participants that participated as per your evidence in Tembisa, Litabong, is still the same participants at Fosloras.
Kusho ukuthi bonke laba ababembandakanyeka nabo babambe iqhaza ke laphayana eThembisa kwakuseyibona naseFosloras kwakuseyibona bonke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tubing, kicking.
Benza into eyodwa ukushuba kanye nokukhahlela.
Indlela nje ababe ngishaya ngayo yiyo leyo.
That is the manner in which they were assaulting me.
And at Fosloras, you did not mess yourself up, you did not wet your pants.
eFosloras khona ke uma kwenzeka ke lokho awuzange nje wena ke uyimoshele la kwena noma uyichamele.
eFosloras awazange zimchame khona.
I did not urinate on myself in Fosloras.
But the degree of violence was still the same role players.
Kodwa ke indlela ababekushaya ngayo kwakuse indlela eyodwa futhi kushaywa abantu abangahlukile ungaphenduli.
Firstly, it's about the dignity of this witness. Secondly, the witness has no knowledge about.
What's the dignity about, sir? How do you put urinate?
No.
Gomezulu,
Yes.
you are saying it's about the dignity. How do you express that? Because when Mr. Sibande placed it in a manner which indicated what Sibande says, the witness said he doesn't understand him. And the court interjected and said messing up and urinating.
Yes.
That's the problem we have.
Now the problem is that we're still talking about the same thing that tarnishes the dignity of the witness. Secondly, my lord, the witness cannot has no expertise or knowledge as to if he's assaulted and wet for the first time, then the second time, if the same assault is committed in the same fashion.
I don't understand you, Mr. Gomezulu. You say he has no knowledge
Yes,
of what happened to him when he was being assaulted.
for the first time. It's something that could happen to him if he was assaulted in the same manner, and the results will be the same by wetting himself.
So that question must be withdrawn.
It must be withdrawn.
The objection is disallowed. You can continue, sir.
Esco, please.
Umeli wakho ke ebethi ke le kumela ke indaba ke ukuthi ucela isithunzi sakho ke sibhekwe ke ngendlela ke umbuzo obenziwa ngayo kodwa ke umehluleli useyamkhumbuza ukuthi lo mbuzo ububuziwe ke na izolo ke akukho nje ukuhlanganiswa nesithunzi la uyamvumela umshushisi ukuthi angaqhubeka ke awubuze.
So what was the response?
Uthini ke uma uyiphendulele?
eThembisa ila engachama khona eFosloras angazange zengisachama.
It's in Tembisa where I urinated, but I did not urinate in Fosloras.
Okay, let us proceed now. Now you get into the cars and leave. Where did you go to?
Manje ke ningene emotweni niyahamba naya kuphi?
Ngabona sesingena eSoweto police station yaseDeepkloof.
I just saw when we entered a police station in Soweto, in Diepkloof.
And then who was present there?
Obani ababekhona lapho?
Masifika police station yaseDeepkloof uKininda, uMkhola, uMabhena, uNcamane, lo Kenneth lo ngimkhohlwa ukuthi wakubani kube uButhelezi, uMaphumulo, uMnareni, uJonathan babe baningi abama traffic cop abayengisabakhulu.
Bayinayini ke labantu babaliwe. Uthi uGininda. It was Gininda, Mukhola, Buthelezi, Munareng, Ngamane, it's the kennel which I have forgotten. Bani ngambizanga? Jonathan. Bize abantu abawu9 bawu8 manje. Okay, I can't remember the other one, but the witness had mentioned 9 names.
9 names.
So upon arrival there, where did you go to?
Manifika khona lapho na yakuphi nendawo.
Masifika lapha police station yaseDeepkloof saya endaweni engathi courtyard or courtyard. Masifika khona masiqeda ukungena uGininda naye wayekhona lapho phakathi.
When we got there, we went to a place that resembled or looked like a courtyard. And upon arrival there, Gininda was there.
What happened inside that courtyard?
Kwenzekani phakathi kuleyo courtyard leyo?
Into yokuqala enzekile uGininda kwangibuza umbuzo kuqala.
Yebo. The first thing that happened is that Gininda asked me a question.
What was the question?
Wawuthini umbuzo wakubuza wona?
wabuza ukuthi namanje angafuna ukusho ukuthi uSenzo sambulala kanjani.
He said to me or asked me, still you don't want to tell as to how you, now the you is in plural, my lord, how you killed Senzo.
And what was your response?
Wathini uma uphendula?
Amtshela ngathi angazi lutho ngokufa kwaSenzo.
I told him that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
And then what transpired after your response?
Musu uphendulile kwenzekani?
Wathi namanje angafuna ukusebenzisana nawo.
Then-
So uzongishiya nalabo abantu labo beqhubeke nokungishaya.
He then said that I still didn't want to cooperate with him, so he was going to leave me with those people so they could proceed assaulting me.
Yes, and then did they proceed to assault you?
Ngabe baqhubeka ukukushaya?
Yebo baqhubeka.
Yes, they did.
How were you assaulted?
Kanjani? Bakushaya kanjani?
Babengishupha bengikhahlela abanye.
Chopping me and the others were kicking me.
At what stage did Colonel Mboto arrive?
Yena ke uzofika kusiphi isigaba ke uKenel Mbotho.
uKhelen Mboto ufika vele basangishaya mayefika kulaba mekhona ukungishaya.
When Kenel Mbotho arrived, they were still assaulting me, and so they stopped immediately when he arrived.
So he could see them assaulting you.
Kusho ukuthi uKenel Mbotho wababona uma bekushaya.
Wababona.
He saw them.
And then where was Gininda at that stage?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso uGininda yena wayekuphi nendawo?
Wayephumile ngoba waphuma esikhathi mabezongishaya wathi ungishiya nabo ukuthi bengishaya waphuma.
He had gone out because just before they assault me, he said that he was going to leave me with them in order for them to proceed in assaulting me.
Did he at any stage return?
Sikhona isikhathi la abuya khona.
Simfice emaparking lawo kwayekhona imoto khona lapha eDikloof.
We found him in the parking lot in where the vehicles were parked in Diepkloof.
It was the evidence of Brigadier Gininda that on the date in question, he was never at Diepkloof.
Kwakubufakazi bakhe ke uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi yena ngaleli langa leli okhuluma ngalo noma ofakaza ngalo akazaye yena eDiepkloof.
Why eDikloof?
He went to Diepkloof.
And it was also the evidence of Constable Buthelezi that he was never at Diepkloof on that day in question or night in question.
Naye ke uButhelezi ushilo ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo akaze aye eDiepkloof.
uButhelezi wayekhona eDikloof naye.
Buthelezi was also there in Diepkloof.
And the same applies to Mohula.
Kanye naye uMkhula futhi ushilo.
Bonke lawo bantu labo babekhona eDikloof ngikanye nabo lapha eDikloof.
All those people were there in Diepkloof. I was with them in Diepkloof.
It was put to Brigadier Gininda on the 22nd of January 2024, and I'll read from the record.
Ngizokufundela ke into eyashiwo kuyena uBrigadier Gininda ngazo i22 zika January 2024.
Just one clarity.
Ngaloqala ke siqala kulonyaka.
Ngomezulu, yes. What I want to put across to you is that what Mboto or Colonel Mboto has done with accused one and you were not present cannot be an evidence. To me. Yeah. Yes. That's what was said to Gininda, in essence.
Into eyashiwa ke lapha kuyena ke uBrigadier Gininda ngalelo langa lelo ishiwo uyena ke ummeli umngomezulu ukuthi into eyenziwa uKenneth Mbotho eyenza kumsolo noma kummangalelo wokuqala angeke ukwazike uyiqinisekisa noma uyazi ngoba wena wawungekho lapha ya.
Kose Katolo angicacise lento le. uGininda uye waphuma la bengishayelwa khona uMbotho mayengena. Kodwa uGininda
Let me explain this, my lord. Where I was assaulted, Gininda went out. And then, Kubeka?
mase siphuma lapha ya sesiqedile lento ayizombotho. uGininda simficile emaphakini la bekupake khona imoto.
When Colonel Mbotho was now done with what he was doing, my lord, and we went out of there, when we arrived at the parking lot, that's where we found Gininda.
I further put it to you, said that you are fabricating a story.
Ngiyaqhubeka ke ngithi kuwena ke lento yakha lento ikhuluma into nje oyikhelayo nemoya noma into nje oyakhayo ke manje amagama into engekho.
Cha akunjalo. Lokho engikhulumayo into eyenzakala kimi.
No, my lord, that's not the case.
Into engayibonayo.
Okay. What I'm saying, it's something that happened to me, something which I saw.
This is because even Colonel Mbotho, during his testimony, indicated that Gininda was not there. If he was there, he would have given him the documents on the same day.
Ngoba ke ngithi into engekho ngoba naye uKenneth Mbotho kubufakazi bakhe wayasho ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda wayengekho lapha yana ngaleli langa. Uma ukuthi uGininda wayekhona ngabe ama documents la ayawabhala yena uKenneth Mbotho wamnikeza ngalelo langa lelo uBrigadier Gininda.
Kose Katolo uGininda wayekhona lapha ya. And akekho owaziyo njengamanje ukuthi uGininda wathatha nenda amaphepha la ngaphandle ukuthi kusho yena. Kodwa mina ngithi lapha ya eDekloof wayekhona.
My lord, I'm saying Gininda was there on that day in Deepkloof, and no one knows as to when exactly he took or he got hold of those documents, except that which he is saying, but I am saying he was there.
Okay, let us proceed. The part where you say you came across Gininda at the parking lot at Deepkloof was never put to Brigadier Gininda.
Lokho kushoyo ukuthi nathi uma seniphuma ke seqedile uKenneth Mbotho manifika lapha yana kuphaka khona imoto namfica khona uBrigadier Gininda. Ngathi uBrigadier Gininda la enkantolo ummeli wakho akakaza kusho lokho kuyena uGininda ukuthi Gininda bakufica useparkini wena la kuphaka khona imoto. Ngamagama uthi into eshiwo wena manje ayikaze ishiwo kuyena uGininda.
Yes, mina ngizokwethula ubufakazi bami manje la eKatolo ngizosho kwenzakalayo konke.
Yes, my lord, I am here to give my testimony. I am here to explain or to say everything that happened.
See, now we're going back to that answer.
Manje sesihlela umuva sibuyela kuleyo mpendulo futhi. Okay, can you explain what you say?
I am saying to you that answer you are giving takes us back to even yesterday's line of questioning.
Ukuthi le mpendulo inikezayo manje isibuyisela ke kuyimpendulo noma ke kwimibuzo yayizolo.
Okay.
Okay, let us proceed. Okay. Let's proceed. I then put it to you that which you say now, that you found Gininda at the parking lot, you deprived this court of getting clarity regarding the whereabouts of Gininda.
Ngithi kuwena lokho kushoyo manje ukuthi uGininda namfika la ekumisa noma ekuphaka khona imoto ukuthi wena ke uvimbe noma ke unqabelele enkantolo yokuthi yazi ukuthi ngaleli yalanga leliyana uGininda wayekuphi nendawo.
Kose Katolo namanje ngiyasho uGininda wayelapha eDekloof ngalolo suku lo ngase lesasikhathi masiphuma ngaphakathi kuMbotho samfice seseparkini ekade ekhona ngaphakathi lapha ecourtyard ngakhuluma naye mina wasuka lapho waphuma basala bangishaya waseya lapha samfica khona.
My Lord, I'm still saying, or I am saying that Kininda was there. We found him at the parking lot. My Lord, he had left me inside where those people continued assaulting me, and he was also at the courtyard where I personally spoke to him.
Then Gininda told this court that on the date in question, and I think I've asked this question before, he was at Eratin at the provincial offices of South African Police Services.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lo mbuzo bengibuzileka noma bengikushiloko kuwenakho ukuthi uGininda yena akushilo la enkantolo ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke waye kuma office amaphoyisa ase Eratin.
Cha, akaze kwenzeke kanjalo.
No, it never happened like that.
Did you hear him when he gave that particular piece of evidence?
Umzwile noma wabuzwa yini uma wayikusho lokho la enkantolo ukuthi wayese Eratin yena ngalelo langa wamuzwa yini uma esho?
Sacela ungawuphenduli lo mbuzo.
Ask not to answer that question.
Do you have a particular reason why?
Unesizathu?
Ngoba sengisho kaningi ukuthi uGininda akaze eze bese Eratin ngalesa sikhathi lesiyaya.
Because I've said it many times that at that particular time, Gininda was never at Eratin.
Thank you. And then what happened to you after you left Deep Kloof?
Kwase kwenzekani ke kuwena uma manje senihambileke eDeep Kloof?
Mabeqeda ukwenza meeting yabo lapha eDeep Kloof bangithatha bangifaka emotweni sahamba ngabona sesingena eVelalia.
After they finished with the meeting that they held there, I was placed in the vehicle. We then proceeded, and then I just saw when we entered Valeria.
And then Gininda further told this court that after the statement that you took, or Colonel Mbodo took from you, you were then taken back to his offices.
Okunye futhi uGininda noma ke uBrigadier Gininda akutshelele enkantolo ukuthi emuva kokuthi ke uKenel Mbothe seqedileke ukuthatha lesa statement asithatha kuwena ke wahamba ke wena waya emahhovisi akhe uGininda noma ehhovisi lakhe uGininda.
Cha, akwenzakalanga kanjalo ngaze ngiye emahhovisini kaGininda.
No, it didn't happen like that. I never went to Gininda's office.
And then he further testified that after that process, he spoke to you and then you look bit at ease and relieved.
Ushila nokuthi ke futhi ke emuva kwalokho ke wakhuluma wena naye ke wabonakala futhi nje nanjengomuntu nje ogculisekile umuntu okhululekile.
Cha, akaze ngikhulume naye.
No, I never spoke to him.
And then he further told this court that is when he then requested Sergeant Mohola with the escort to go and detain you so that the following day they can follow the information of the traditional healer.
Waqhubeka ke wathi yila khona ke asecela khona ke manje umuhula kanye nalabo futhi ababemphelekezela ukuthi bahambe ke manje uyovalelwa ke ukuthi ke ngelanga elilandelayo bazosebeqhubeka ke manje beyophenya ke udaba lolu owawumtshele lona ke wena lenyanga.
Cha, kusekatolo. Ayikho into engayitshena uGininda ngenyanga lenkulumo akhuluma ngayo uadvocate angiyazi.
No, my lord, there was never a communication or talk with Brigadier Gininda about a traditional healer. What the advocate is saying here now, I know nothing about.
We'll get back to that. Now, I want clarity from you, Mr. Sibiya. The so-called statement that was made in front of Colonel Mboto. Did you make such a statement, or it was a statement that was already prepared?
Fisa ke manje uchazelwa wena ke Mr. Sibiya ukuthi ke istatement lesi ke ekuthiwa ke wasenza noma wasenza ke kuyena uKolonel Mboto. Istatement esasesibhaliwe esalethwa kuwena noma istatement owasenza wena noma ke esabhalwa ukhona.
Cha statement angaze ngize ngisibhale mina.
No, I never wrote a statement or made a statement.
Statement mina wangivezela amaphepha wathi angisayinela amaphepha la ukuthi ayibhalwe ini angazi.
He only produced documents to me and requested me to sign. As to what it is that was written on those documents, I don't know.
So are you telling this court now that the assault that you claim took place in Tembisa, Foslo Rise and Deep Kloof was only to obtain your signature in that document?
Okushoyo manje ukuthi ukushoyo kwakho Deep Kloof ushaywa eThembisa ushaywa eFosloras wawushayela nje into yodwa kuphela ukuthi wena awusayini amaphepha kuphela yiloko wawushayela.
Mabe ngishaya eThembisa babe ngibuza indaba kaSenzo ukufa kwakhe ngangilokhu baphendula ngithi angazi lutho ukufa kaSenzo.
When they assaulted me in Tembisa, they were asking me about Senzo's death. I would tell them that I know nothing about Senzo's death.
eFosurasi mangifika khona futhi basangibuza ngayo imibuzo yokufa kaSenzo ngilokhu ngibatshela ngazi lutho ngokufa kaSenzo.
In Fosloras, they were still asking me about Senzo's death. I would tell them that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Beqhubeka bengishaya.
They kept on assaulting me.
eSoweto mangifika khona bangibuza ngokufa kaSenzo futhi beqhubeka bengishaya lokhu ngibatshela ngazi lutho ngokufa kaSenzo.
In Soweto, they were still asking me about Senzo's death. They proceeded assaulting me, and I told them that I knew nothing about Senzo's death.
Now you are with Colonel Mboto. He told this court that when he spoke to you, there was no one inside that particular room.
Manje ke wena ke uhlezi naye uKenel Mboto wayitshela ke lenkantolo uKenel Mboto ukuthi ke nkathi wawunaye ke kulelo room lelo yayinina nababili kuphela kwangekho omunye umuntu owayekhona.
Cha angaze ngibe noMboto sobabili.
No, I've never been with Mboto only.
And those 9 people that you mentioned were inside that particular room.
Futhi labantu laba bonke babalile abawu8 abawu9 bonke babephakathi kulelo room lelo.
Bangaphezulu ka8 babe ngaphakathi kulelo room lelo.
More than 8, they were inside that room.
And then did Colonel Mboto interview you?
Ingaba waba nenhlolo khono interview nawe yini uKenel Mboto?
Yeah, bikhona imibuzo ayimbuza yona.
Yes, he was asking me questions.
Did he ask you if you are employed?
Ingaba wakubuza yini ukuthi uyasebenza?
Angisayikhumbula imibuzo angibuza yona.
I can't remember the questions he asked me.
Did he ask you your date of birth?
Ingaba wakubuza yini ukuthi wazalwa nini?
Angisayikhumbula imibuzo angibuza yona.
I can't remember the questions he asked me.
Do you know what time you arrived at Soweto Deep Kloof?
Usasikhumbula yini isikhathi owafika ngaso eSoweto eDeep Kloof?
Cha, iwashi ngangena.
Sorry. No, I didn't have a watch.
Do you remember what time you left?
Usasikhumbula isikhathi owahamba ngaso?
Cha, iwashi ngangena.
No, I didn't have a watch.
Do you recall Colonel Mboto asking you your name?
Usamkhumbula yini uKenel Mboto kubuza igama lakho?
Imibuzo angibuza yona ngisayikhumbula.
I can't remember the questions he asked me.
Do you recall Colonel Mboto warning you in terms of the constitution?
Usakhumbula yini uKenel Mboto exwayisa mayelana ke nawo umthetho sisekelo?
Cha, akaze ngixwayisa.
No, he never warned me.
Very interesting. That part you remember very well.
Lokho kona uyakhumbula kahle nje.
Umuntu ophila emhlabeni ezinye izinto ayikhohlwa ezinye ayikhumbula.
I'm someone who lives on this earth. You forget some things you remember.
Good. So it's possible, as someone who lives on this universe, that you forget or you forgot that you were warned of your rights.
Kungenzeka kanje ngomuntu oshoya ukuthi uphila khona la emhlabeni ke ukuthi ke wakhohlwa okusengenzeka ukuthi wakhohlwa ukuthi waxwayisa ngamalungelo akho.
Cha, akaze ngikhohlwa kangitshena kaniksi.
No, I haven't forgotten. He never told me anything.
Tell me, do you know your rights that you are supposed to give to you on that day?
Awungitshela uyawazi amalungelo akho owakufanele ukuthi uwanikiwe noma ukunikezile wona ngalelo langa lelo.
Anginayo impendulo yalapho.
I have no answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir. Why?
Kungani?
Because you've been answering. Is there a reason why you don't want to answer or you don't even answer?
Ngoba kade uphendula, ingabe unaso yini isizathu sokuthi uthi awunayo impendulo yalapho? Ngoba kade uphendula.
Okay, fine. Continue, Mr. Zibani.
Let's call please. Sir, are you tired? Do you want us to take a comfort break?
Uma ukuthi ufuna nje sikhathi break ungasho ukhathe?
Okay.
No.
Do you recall placing your signature in that document that was completed by Colonel Mboto in the day or in the night in question?
Uyakhumbula yini usayinda kulelo phepha noma lawo maphepha lawo ayephethwe uyena uKenel Mboto ngalelo langa?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do recall.
And then placing an initial?
Nokuthi futhi ke khona ukusayinda ukhona nokubeka ke amagama ungawabhali ngokuphelele kodwa ubeke nje ukuthi amagama ami aqala ngo lokho kuthiwa uinitial. Uyakhumbula ukwenza lokho?
Ngishilo ngathi angisakhumbula ukuthi ama-initial ngawafaka yini.
I did mention that I can't remember as to whether I initialed or not.
In which language were you speaking to Colonel Mboto?
Wena naye ke uKenel Mboto nanikhuluma oluphi ulimi?
Ngikhumbula sengathi wayekhuluma isiZulu.
I think I remember he was speaking in isiZulu.
Could you understand him?
Wawumuzwa?
Ngangimuzwa.
Yes, I could.
And you said, you already said that you do not remember the warning that was given to you. Let's move to the second question. When he asked you that you wish to make a statement, what was your response?
Usushilo ukuthi awukhumbuli ke ekubuza ke sorry engakubuzi kodwa exwayisa ngamalungelo akho. Kodwa manje ke okay. Ngabe yakhumbula yini ekubuza noma kubuza yini ukuthi ke uyafisa yini ukwenza istatimende?
Akaze ngibuze.
He never asked me.
And then do you recall when he asked you this question? Have you been assaulted or threatened by any person in order to influence you to come and make the statement?
Uyamkhumbula yini ekubuza ukuthi wasatshiswa yini? Washaywa yini? Ukuthi ke lokho kube nomthelela ekuthini uze uzokwenza le statement ekumina phambi kwami yena uKenel Mboto.
Akaze ngibuze lo mbuzo lo.
He never asked me.
Umbotho ufice ngishawa vele.
He never asked me that question.
Lokho lokushawa kwami uthi ngibonile ngishawa.
Utheni le ugcina uthi kutheni?
Wayenolwazi lo.
Okay.
Because umbonile ngishawa.
He never asked me that question, and when Mboto arrived, I was being assaulted. So he had knowledge of me being assaulted.
Okay, let's proceed. And then did you volunteer to even inform him that other than you walking in during the assault, I was assaulted at Fosloras as well as Tembisa?
Asithi nanje ngoba ushoke ukuthi uma engena ungene ushaywa ingaba manje ke wena ke usebenzisa legama sebenzisa kumshishi wa volunteer yini noma wamtshela wena njengokunokwakho ukuthi ngaphandle kokuthi ungibona ngishaywa la eFosloras kanye naseThembisa ngashaywa nakhona wakwenza lokho?
Engamtshena khona ukuthi lokhu ngiqale ukuboshwa emini lokhu ngishayela ukuthi bathi ngazi ngokufa kukaSenzo.
What I informed him was that since my arrest in the morning, I have been assaulted throughout the day. And sorry,
Ukuboshwa emini lokusuka emini.
mina ngitheni? I don't know. He seems to disagree with what I'm saying, so I don't understand now.
Ngamtshela lokhu kusuka emini isikhathi ngiboshwa ngishayela ukuthi bethi ngazi ngokufa kukaSenzo.
I informed him that since my arrest during the day that I've been being assaulted asked as to what it is that I know regarding Senzo's death.
And then at what stage did you give him that information? That is very interesting.
Manje leyo information leyo wamnika ngasiphi ke isikhathi manje?
Bayembuza ukuthi ngazi ngokufa kukaSenzo.
When he asked me as to what it is that I knew with regards to Senzo's death.
He just asked you that question out of the blue.
Wasuke nje wakubuza, wazibuzela nje lo mbuzo loyo.
Yebo wasuka ibuzela lo mbuzo lo.
Yes, he just asked that question.
Sorry, for my understanding, is that Mboto actually asking you that? Or?
Sikhuluma ngoba uMbotho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So he did not put any questions, he just asked you that question directly.
Akaze abeke nje eminye imibuzo, wavela nje ngqo, wakubuza loyo mbuzo loyo ukuthi wazini ngokushona kaSenzo.
Izolo mangethula ubufakazi bami lakho sekatolo ngeke ngasho ukuthi uMbotho mayingena wathi ucela ukungibuza imibuzo embalwa. Wase ebuza ukuthi ngazini ukufa kaSenzo.
I did say it yesterday, my lord, when I testified here that Colonel Mboto indicated to me that he would like to ask me a few questions. He then asked me what it is that I knew with regards to Senzo's death. I then told him that I knew nothing.
Okay, that's the first question. And what was his second question?
Owokuqala ke lo umbuzo wakhe wesibili wawuthini?
Ushilata ngisayikhumbula eminye imibuzo ayingibuzayo.
I did say that I can't remember the other questions that he asked me.
So if I give you an example now, I'm putting it to you that he did ask you if you were assaulted or threatened, what would be your comment?
Uma ngithi kuwena ke wakubuza ke ukuthi washaywa yini, wasatshiswa yini, ungaphendula uthini wena?
Akaze ngibuza.
He never asked me. Sorry?
Ngathi cha.
I would say no, he never asked me.
But you see, you're contradicting yourself because you cannot remember some of the questions that he asked. But this specific question, you're saying no.
Ila ukhuluma uyiphikisa khona ke ngoba kusho wena ukuthi eminye imibuzo ayibuzi kodwa lana eminye imibuzo awuyikhumbuli kodwa lana uyasho uthi cha akakaza akubuze.
Ukuthi ngashawa.
That I was assaulted?
Yes.
Yebo.
Umbotho ukuthi ngashawa akaze ngibuze.
He never asked me as to whether I was assaulted.
Kodwa imibuzo bangithi angiyikhumbuli mara ukuthi akaze ngibuze ngiyakhumbula ukuthi akaze ngibuze.
When I say I can't remember questions, then I can't remember, but that he never asked me, yes, I am saying that he never asked me that question. I remember that.
And then he further went on to ask you, was this assault reported? If so, to whom and when?
Waqhubeka ke wakubuza ukuthi lokushaywa lokhu wakubika yini noma washo yikhona yini wamtshela yini. Uma kuukuthi yebo wakusho noma ukhona wamtshela kubani nini.
Ngibuza uMbotho.
Yebo ufunda umbuzo imibuzo athi yabuzwa uMbotho.
Yes.
Angikhumbuli Mbotho engibuza lo mbuzo lo.
I can't remember Mboto asking me that question.
Is it that because you cannot recall or the question was not asked?
Ingabe uthi ingoba ungakhumbuli noba umbuzo awukazi ubuzwe.
Akaze ngibuze lo mbuzo njengalo.
He never asked me such a question.
So now you are certain.
Manje unesiqiniseko.
Akaze ngibuze lo mbuzo.
He never asked me that question.
Were you influenced or encouraged by any person to make a statement? Was that question asked?
Umbuzo othi ke ingaba kuye kwanomthelela yini noma waqhuquzelwa yini ukuthi wenze le statement lesi. Wabuzwa lo mbuzo lo?
Cha.
No.
Okay. Just few minutes ago, you told this court that you said to Mboto you were assaulted earlier in Tembisa.
Kwimizuzu nje embalwa endluleke uqeda utshela lenkantolo ukuthi wena ke wamtshela uMbotho ukuthi washaywa eThembisa
and Fosloras.
nase Fosloras.
Kosekatolo ngiyayiphinda lo mbuzo ushuthi ubuyisibili. Ngithe uMbotho ngamtshela ukuthi kusuka emini ngiboshiwe lokhu ngishayelwa lokhu bengibuza ngokufa kukaSenzo. Angaze ngimtshele uMbotho ngishaywe kuphi nakuphi.
I'm repeating this because this question is coming again now, my lord, that I informed Colonel Mboto that since my arrest during the course of the day, that I had been assaulted, being asked about Senzo's death. I never specifically said that I told Mboto that I was assaulted where or where. In other words, mentioning the places.
But that answer you just gave now, it aligns with the following questions. Have you been assaulted, threatened by any person in order to influence you to come and make this statement?
Kodwa ke loyo mbuzo lempendulo lena oqeda uyinikeza manje iyahlangana ke nalombuzo lona ukuthi washaywa wasatshiswa yini ushayelwa noma usatshiselwa ukuthi uze wena uzokwenza le statement lesi uzosenza phambi kwami?
Cha, ayihlangani.
No, it doesn't align.
That's fine. Have any promise been made to you by any person if you should make a statement?
Ingaba kunesithembiso yini esenziwa kuwena senziwa noma ubani uthi uze uzokwenza istatement?
Because ikati libuza uthiwa ngibuza nalo.
Are you asking whether he asked me that?
Yes, Mr. Sibiya.
Yebo baba Sibiya.
Akaze ngibuza.
He never asked me.
Mr. Sibiya, all the questions that I'm directing them to you.
Yonke lemibuzo engiyibuza kuwena Mr. Sibiya.
Ibuzwa yinkosi eKatoro njengamanje.
As in now.
Mr. Sibiya, are we on the same page?
Ingaba sihamba sonke baba Sibiya.
Inkosi eKatoro ngicela inkosi eKatoro ngicela ingibuza imibuzo manje ukuthi kumele ngiphendule yona noma ibuza ukuthi umbotho wangibuza yini lembuzo.
Are you asking me the questions as in now, or are you asking as to whether Mboto did ask me these questions?
I'm narrating what's in this document, Exhibit FF. If you were asked a question of this nature by Colonel Mboto.
Angibeke kanjena ke baba Sibiya. Yabona le document analo kuyena ke umshushisi lapha yana. Ile document lena ke ubaba uMboto. Just a moment Mr. Mngomezulu. Ile document ubaba uMboto aweza la enkantolo wathi yilona awayeligcwalisa elibhala ukhona. Manje yonke imibuzo ebhalwe lapha yana athi uMboto wakubuza yona. Ukubuza kanjalo.
With all fairness, my lord, all what was happening in Diepkloof police station was recorded down by Mboto as per that pro forma. Any question that has been asked by Mboto or to Mboto or from Mboto, he referred to what was written because he jotted those events in a paper. What is not fair to the state on this witness is to push this witness to recollect or recall everything that happened when he had no paper, when he had nothing to record on. That is not fair to this witness.
I fail to understand you. All Mr. Sibande is trying to ascertain is whether all those questions which appear on the pro forma were asked by Mboto. It's a fair question.
My lord, the only question that you can recall.
No, you are giving evidence now.
No. My lord, my point is, my colleague is going through all the questions that
are annotated on the pro
on
forma.
The pro forma.
And according to the evidence which, according to him, according to this gentleman, Mr. Yes, but
Yes.
he says, Mboto asked those questions. So that's a fair question.
Yeah, but how can you recall if he says
I don't know.
other
I'm not
answers?
accused.
Yes, it's not fair to him.
No, it's fair, sir. This form was tabled in this court, and according to that form, it appears that there are questions which, according to Mboto, he traversed with the accused. The accused is correct, right, and entitled to deny all that. But Mboto, according to what this gentleman, the prosecutor, is saying, traversed those questions. Okay. So you can continue that vein, sir.
Inkantolo ithi ke singaqhubeka ngale mibuzo ngoba ummeli wakhe bethi cha
And
ke.
what was not traversed was the essence of the statement, because this is what we are about now. Whether that statement was actually ever made or whatever. Okay. And if it was made, whether it is admissible or not, I don't know.
So inkantolo yamvumela kumshushisi ukuthi angaqhubeka ngale mibuzo bebuza yena ke kule form lena esithi ke iyona uKenel Mboto awayesebenza ngayo ngalela langa.
Sorry, what's that form? FF, what's the
Exhibit FF, my lord. FF.
FF, yeah. Can recall that.
What was the last question?
Have any promise or promises been made to you by any person if you should make a statement?
Ingaba sikhona yini izithembiso ezenziwa kuwena noma ubani ke uma kungathi noma uma kungawukuthi ungenza istatement. So ngakaphendula.
My Lord, if the court may
Are you
allow
acting
me.
for accused number 1 now?
No, my Lord, I'm just standing on the line of cross-examination. My Lord, the state is referring the witness to the document. If maybe
Which document?
The document which is Exhibit FF, my Lord.
FF.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If it can be cleared to the witness that Colonel Mboto also asked this. Colonel Mboto also asked this, my Lord.
Okay.
So that there will be no confusion from the accused.
Fine. Have you heard that, Mr.
Thank you, my Lord.
Lord, please. Can that be translated so that it comes from the defense counsel?
I think I've already done that. I did that. That's why I explained to him what the form is about. I think I've already done it. Angithi ngichazele ukuthi ngani leya form.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I did that.
Okay. So what is the response?
Konsekatolo. Umbotho imibuzo engibuza yona angikhumbuli kodwa lembuzo le engibuza umshushisi ayifunda lapha phansi le aseyifundile kusuka manje kuya le phezulu akaze umbotho angibuze yona.
My Lord, the questions that were posed to me by Colonel Mboto, I cannot recall them. But the questions that have just been posed now to me by the state from the top are going down. Colonel Mboto never asked me those questions.
So you do not recall what Mboto asked you as per this pro forma, or you do not recall today when I ask you?
Can I get an extra copy, please? Can I get an extra copy?
No, I just have one copy.
I'm sure the defense does have an extra copy.
What document is it?
Exhibit FF, my lord.
Okay.
Uthi ke lemibuzo elana ebhaliwe ke kule form lena ke exhibit ke uFF ukuthi ke uKenyan Mboto akaze akubuze lemibuzo ebhaliwe khona la.
Cha akaze angibuze.
No, he never asked me.
So, okay, the last answer that you gave me that I want to build on is that you do not recall today if those questions were put to you on the 30th of May 2020. I want clarity there.
Engifuna ukuchazela noma uqacelwa kuona ke ukuthi ke awukhumbuli yini ukuthi lemibuzo lena wayibuzwa yini ngazo i30 zika May 2020 awukhumbuli yini?
Ngicela ukuphinde ngiphinde Konsekatolo. Lembuzo le umshushisa sangifundele yona ukusuka la agcine khona kuyaphezulu akazi umbotho angibuza. Imibuzo engayibuza umbotho ngiyasho ngithi angisayikhumbuli kodwa mangifundela le akazange ezeyibuze.
May I explain this again, my lord, that the questions that were just posed to me by the state now, from there where the state ended going up, that those questions were never asked to me by Colonel Mboto. But the questions that were posed to me by Colonel Mboto, I cannot recall them now.
So now, very interesting, Mr. Sibiya. You recall the questions that he asked you then. What are those questions? The questions that Mboto asked on the 30th of May, which are different from these ones that are in this pro forma, up until number 10.1, 10. Okay, let me start. I am saying he does not recall that Mboto asked these particular questions as per the pro forma.
Okay.
So
Now he says he never asked them.
These questions were never asked.
Yeah, that's his evidence.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the questions on that form, FF, were never asked
to you.
by Mboto.
Yes, so I want
But
to...
Mboto apparently did ask some questions. And witness Mr. Sibiya says he does not remember those questions. That's his evidence.
I wanted clarity on that. Thanks, my lord. I'm in the third to this court. So the questions that were put by Mboto you cannot recall them.
Okushoyo ukuthi imibuzo wayibuzwa ubaba uMbotho awuyikhumbuli. Imibuzo akubuza yona awuyikhumbuli.
Ngoba sengishilo ukuthi eminye imibuzo engayibuza uMbotho angikhumbuli. Kodwa le eminye ngikhumbula nje ukuthi ngazini ngokufaka Senzo. Ngiyawukhumbula lo wangibuza.
As I've already said, my Lord, that some of the questions that were asked by Kenyan Mboto cannot remember them. But some of the questions, like the question, what do I know about Senzo's death, I can remember that question.
No ukuthi mangiqeda ukukhipha izandla kanje ngifayile ngisayine lama document la abona khona ukuthi ngilimele uyabuza ukuthi kade ngilimele kanje.
As well as when I was supposed to sign, and I then placed my hands in the front, and I was supposed to be, the handcuffs were supposed to be loosened. He then saw that I was injured, and then he asked, "But is it how injured you are?"
So those are the two questions that he asked.
Iyona le imibuzo emibili ayibuza.
Umbotho miningi imibuzo ayibuzayo kodwa yiyo le engikhumbulayo eminye ngiyasho ukuthi angisayikhumbuli.
There were many questions that were asked by Kenyan Mboto, but it's those two that I'm saying that I can recall. I cannot remember, recall the other questions.
Okay. I think I skipped the question. He asked, then, this is what Mboto asked, according to this pro forma. Have you at any time in the past made a statement, it's not clear yet, to any person concerning this incident? That was question 7.
Oh, lana uyabuza ke ingaba kwesikhathi esindlulileke khona la khona ke wake wenza istatement khona noma kuwuphi umuntu mayelana nalesigameko lesi ukhona umuntu ngaphambilini owenza istatement kuyena mayelana nalesi sigameko lesi.
Cha, uMbotho akaze ngibuze futhi umbuzo.
No, Mboto never asked me that question.
Okay. We skip 7.1. Why do you wish to repeat the statement? Was such a question ever posed to you by Mboto?
Sizomdlula ke u7.1 umbuzo olandelayo ke uthi kungani ke ufisa noma ufuna noma ufisa ukuthi ke usiphinde lesi statement lesi. Umbuzo onjalo wabuzwa uMbotho?
Cha, akaze ngibuze.
No, he never asked me.
Were you arrested? Was that question asked?
Waboshelwa kuphi noma waboshwa kuphi? Wawubuza lo mbuzo lo?
Cha, akaze ubuze.
No, he never asked it.
And in your response was that I was arrested at Tembisa while standing on the street.
Waphendula ke wathi ngaboshelwa eThembisa nkathi ngimile estradini.
Cha, akaze ngimphendule kanjalo.
No, I never answered to him like that.
When were you arrested?
Waboshwa nini?
Cha, akaze ngibuze.
No, he never asked me.
And your response was that you were arrested on the 30th of May 2020 during the day and you do not remember the time.
Waphendula ukuthi ngo2020 kunyanga yesihlanu ngeyi30 ngaboshwa emini angisikhumbuli isikhathi.
Cha, kwesekatola akaze ngiphendule.
No, my Lord, I never answered it.
Do you know what time you were arrested?
Uyasazi isikhathi waboshwa ngaso?
Yeah.
Yes.
What time was it?
Waboshwa isikhathini?
2-1.
It was before 1.
Before 1.
Was that during the day?
Emini.
Emini.
During the day.
He asked, do you have any injuries? If so, how and when they were sustained?
Umbuzo olandelayo ke ngokwakubhalelana ke ulimele yini uma kuukuthi kunjalo kanjani futhi nini noma walimala kanjani? When ni yes walimala nini walimala nini?
Kwesekatola ngicela ukuchazisa akaze ubuze lo mbuzo uthuke bakumele ngisayine ukuthi kade ngilimele na mayebona izandla zami zinjani zivuza igazi zivuvukele.
My Lord, let me explain. He never asked that question, but he got shocked when he saw my hands, that I was bleeding and that my hands were swollen.
And in your response, yes, in both arms have marks due to handcuffs, they were very tight.
Wasuphendula ke wena ukuthi yebo ke izandla zami ke zombili ke ngama mark enginawo ngoma ukuthi ke ama ozankosi laba bebeqenyisiwe.
Cha, angaze ngimphendule kanjalo.
No, I never responded to him like that.
Nangalesikhathi ethi angisayina ngimphendulanga kanjalo.
Even at the time when he asked me to sign, I never answered him like that.
But is it not your testimony that when he saw that tight handcuffs, that's when the report followed that you were assaulted and that's how you sustained those injuries?
Bengasibona yini ubufakazi bakho ukuthi ngathi ke ebona ukuthi ama handcuffs lana aqinileke ila akhona ke asezo. That's when he
sustained those injuries.
Ila abone khona ukuthi indlela leyo owalimala ngayo.
Kuze katolo ngithe mabeqeda ukungiqhaqha ama handcuff ngemuva ngoba izandla zami zayifaselwe ngemuva. Mangibuyisa ngaphambili ilabona khona ukuthi ngilimalile.
What I said, my Lord, was that after the handcuffs had been loosened at the back, because my hands were tied at the back, when I now moved my hands to the front, that's when he then saw that I was injured.
So are you telling this court that Mboto, out of his free will, he decided to answer this question in this particular fashion?
Ingabe manje wena okutshela inkantolo ukuthi yena ke uMbotho wase eyinqumela ke noma eyikhethela ke ukuthi lo mbuzo lo akawuphendule ngalendlela ophendule ngayo khona la kule form.
Kuze katolo angeke ngikwazi ukuphendulela uMbotho. La ngizoyiphendulela imibuzo ebhekene nami.
My Lord, I'm unable to answer on behalf of Colonel Mboto. I am here to answer questions that pertain to me.
And Mboto was here in this court.
Colonel Mboto bela kuyona le nkantolo.
Yeah.
Yes.
He did not challenge this statement. This particular, I'm not saying the whole document, I'm talking about 9.1. That I never told you this, you just wrote whatever that you wanted to write here.
Look, I think it's 9, not 9.1.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Logo,
I think that's an unfair question because in the cross-examination of Mr. Mboto, this is what was put to Mr. Mboto by Mr. Ramusipili. Mr. Ramusipili says, the accused will come and say that when you interviewed him, you did not put the questions which are in the pro forma. So this aligns with what this witness is basically saying. So to specifically come and identify certain portion in the statement and say this witness did not challenge what was said by Mr. Mboto is totally unfair.
Yes, Mr. Swande. Sir, what's your response?
My Lord, the witness is under cross-examination. If he so wishes, he can elect not to answer the question, and then we proceed.
No, but they say it was never framed that way by Mr. Ramusipili. The way you're putting it to this witness.
So if I may understand, so are they, the defense saying now, this exhibit FF, it was not as a result of an interview between Sibiya and Mboto?
No, they're not saying that. They're saying the questions you ask arising from that are unfair.
Okay.
What's your view?
I think it's a fair question, my Lord. He can answer. He's already given answers to other questions.
Okay, rephrase that question maybe, if you still want to continue with it.
Say, I'll get back to this question, my Lord. Are you now telling this court, so that we can shorten the proceedings, that whatever that I've been putting so far as the questions that Mboto put to you, it was not done on the 30th of May 2020.
Ukuthi nje sikenzeka ukuthi lokhu nje kungathatha isikhathi eside ke konke lokhu esengikubuzileke kuwena ke manje lemibuzo engithi ke iyona imibuzo eyayibuzwa uyena uKenneth Mboto wena ke uma uphendula uthi akaze kwenzeke ngalendlela noma lemibuzo lena ayibuzwanga engikubuza yona
Nkosi Katola akazi izibuzo lembuzo ebuzwa umshushisi njengamanje.
My Lord, the questions that are being posed by the state advocate now were never asked.
So the point of departure is Exhibit FF, the document that is in front of you. It's a document that was already prepared by Mboto when he approached you.
Wena okushoyo ukuthi lamaphepha lana ke njengoba uwabona ke lana uFF lana ukuthi
That is also an unfair question. This witness responded to the very same question. He said he does not know what happened. All that he was required to do is to come sign certain documents. So he can't specifically say that this document was already prepared. He wasn't there. Whether this document was prepared or not, he wasn't there. All that he knows is they presented certain documents to him to sign.
Yes, Mr. Sabana.
The document that Mboto identified as Exhibit FF, my lord, it's completed, it's written. So
Yeah, so what's the question?
My question is that this document, Exhibit FF, was merely presented to Sibiya just to annex his signature. There was no interaction between him and Mboto.
Yeah, that question is fair.
umshushisi uthi ke akubuzayo kuwena ukuthi ke lamaphepha lana ke uKenneth Mboto weza nawo kuwena eseqediwe kusekubhalwe yonke into wacela nje wena ukuthi usayinde kuphela.
Lesikhathi ngisayina kwakubhaliwe.
When I appended my signature, the document was completed.
So was there any stage where Mboto was writing in this particular document?
Kukhona la uKenneth Mboto yena awayebhala khona kulamaphepha la. Ngalesi ngamagama ngalesi sikhathi ekanye nawo kukhona la ayebhala khona.
Nkosi Katola ngicela ukubonisa ukuthi umuntu mayephethe amaphepha ebhala ekubuza imibuzo ebhala umazi ukuthi ubhala kuliphi iphepha kweni ngaphansi noma mase ethi nje nawo amaphepha sayina la awumazi ukuthi ebebhala kuliphi iphepha awukwazi ukumbona kodwa yena maye ngibuza imibuzo kukhona izinto ayebhala kodwa kusiyona lembuzo le elapha ngweKatolo ayibuza kimi.
My Lord, the witness is demonstrating here, taking these two documents, that is FF as well as my notepad, that when someone is writing and someone is in possession of documents and writing, you are unable to see whether the person is writing on the top page or the bottom page. But what I can say, my Lord, as I was answering, there were instances where he was writing. But the questions that are contained in here are not the questions that he was posing to me.
Good. So you confirm that at some stage Mboto was indeed writing?
Uyavuma ke kodwa ukuthi kukhona la ayemane ebhala khona.
Yebo wayebhala ukuthi wayebhala inangazi.
Yes, he was writing. As to what it is that he was writing, I don't know.
And you confirm that at some stage during that time he was writing, was talking to you?
Uyavuma futhi ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso njengokuthi wayemane ebhala ukuthi wayebhala nkathi ekhuluma nawe.
Wayengibuza imibuzo ebhala kodwa ukuthi wayebhala ini angazi.
He was asking me questions.
Angiyazi ngiyayiqala namhlanje.
He was asking me questions and writing. As to what it is that he was writing, I don't know, because the questions that are contained in here is the first time today that I'm coming across them.
So that is the essence of an interview. There were questions, then there were answers that were written down.
Uma kukhulunywa ke ngenhlolo khona kukhulunywa ngako kona lokho ukuthi ke kunemibuzo kube futhi kube nezimpendulo.
Yebo wayengibuza wayebhala.
Yes, he was asking me and writing.
And then what I like before I leave this point is that you do not recall exactly the questions that he was putting.
Engikuthandayo ke ukuthi awuyikhumbuli imibuzo ayekubuza yona.
Yes, angikhumbula imibuzo ayengibuza yona kodwa kuleyo usungibuze yona kwangesiyona akaze sengibuze yona.
Yes, I can't remember the questions that he asked me, but from the questions that you've already asked me or posed to me, those are not the questions that he asked me.
So I put it to you that this is the document that was filled by Colonel Mboto during the interview or the statement taking with yourself.
Mina ngithi ke kuwena ngiyakutshela ke ukuthi le document lena ephambi kwakho noma lamaphepha ke aphambi kwakho iwona ke lana uKenel Mbotho aye wabhala nkathi waye nawe ngaleli langa.
Cha, akusiwona.
No, this this is not the document.
Akusiyona imibuzo wayengibuza yona. Ukuba wayengibuza lembuzo le, ngabe mawungibuza wona ngiyakwazi ukuyikhumbula ukuthi iyo lembuzo le. Kodwa ngoba lembuzo le ongibuza wona ngiyayiqala, that's why ngithi akusiwona lamaphepha aye wagcwalisa.
These are not the questions that he asked me. If it was the questions that he asked me on the day when you asked me, I would have remembered.
But you said most of the questions you cannot remember. Now all of a sudden you can remember. What is it that you can remember?
Yini kanye lena oyikhumbulayo ngoba ushilo wathi ke eminye imibuzo ke awuyikhumbuli akubuza yona.
Kosekatolo ngiphinde ngiyachaza. Imibuzo engangibuzwa uMbotho angikhumbuli kodwa le esengitshenwe la umshushisi kule aseyifundile la akazange uMbotho azayibuza.
I repeat, my lord, the questions that were asked to me by Kenel Mbotho, I cannot recall. But from the questions that have already been put to me by the prosecutor from this form, these questions were never asked to me by Kenel Mbotho.
So I also put it to you that this is exactly the document, same document that you signed and annexed your thumbprint on it on the date in question.
Ngiphinde ngithi ke kuwena ke ilona ke leli document owalisigna futhi wase ubeka nesithupha sakho ke kulona.
Ngokubona isignature yami yilo lele ngalisayinayo. Kodwa imibuzo yakhona angiyazi.
By seeing my signature, yes, I do confirm that it is the one that I signed, but the questions therein, I don't know the questions, my lord.
You already testified that you do not know what time did you return back to Valeria, correct?
Ubusushilo ke ukuthi awusikhumbuli ke noma usazi isikhathi owabuyela ngaso eValeria.
Engaya ngaseValeria ngangabuyeli ngangiqala ukuya.
Not that I was returning to, it was my first time going there.
Yes. And my lord, can I request a comfort break?
What's your time now?
Almost 25 to 1 minute.
Yeah, 12:32.
When do we come back?
Just 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, let's do it 15 minutes.
10 minutes.
He asked for the handcuffs to be loosened. He did not testify about you bleeding or seeing blood.
Okunye futhi ke akushilo kubufakazi bakho uKenel Mbotho ukuthi wacela nje ukuthi ke akhulule ozankosi obabafakiwe akakaze asho lutho ke ngokulimala kwakho nangokubona igazi ezandleni zakho.
Kosekatola ngeke ngiphendulele uMbotho kodwa mina lokho engusho la into eyenzakala kimi.
Sorry. Maqhubeka. Okay. My lord, I cannot answer on behalf of Kenel Mbotho, but what I'm testifying about here is what happened to me.
And wangibona ukuthi ngilimele ezandleni.
And he saw that I was injured on my hands.
Okay. Let's proceed now. You do not recall how long you were with Colonel Mboto. My question is, will you dispute it to say that you were with Colonel Mboto for over 1 hour, 30 minutes?
Uthi ke wena uma uphendula awukhumbuli ukuthi kwakuthatha isikhathi esingakanani ukukhulumisana kwakho kanye noColonel Mboto. Uma ngithi kuwena ke kwathatha ihora elinemizuzu engamashumi amathathu ungakuphikisa lokho?
Ngoba ngithi angikhumbuli nje. Angikhumbuli.
As I am saying I cannot recall, I cannot recall.
I'm asking you this question because from the indication that you gave this call, you only ask you few questions.
Ngikubuza lokho ngoba ke kuloko wena okushilo ke lana kule nkantolo ukuthi wakubuza nje imibuzo embalwa.
Washo yena wathi ufuna ukungibuza imibuzo embalwa.
He is the one who said he would like to ask me a few questions.
So for all this time you were together with Colonel Mboto, he was asking those few questions.
Ngaso sonke lesikhathi ke wawukanye naye ke uColonel Mboto wayekubuza lemibuzo embalwa.
Nkosi Katolo lo mbuzo ungaphendula kuMbotho uright mawubheke kuMbotho ukuthi esikhathi nginaye wayengibuza lemibuzo embalwa noma cha.
That question, my lord, can be posed to Colonel Mboto. He's the relevant person to be asked as to whether all this time was he asking me these few questions.
Mr. Sibiya, Colonel Mboto was here. He was asked questions by your defense counsels. It is now your turn because you were there as well.
uColonel Mboto ebela enkantolo wabuza imibuzo ebuzwa ummeli wakho nabanye futhi ke abameli. Manje ke ithuba lakho ke ukuthi nanje ngoba nawe wawukhona lapho uphendula imibuzo.
Nkosi Katolo mangizela ngizophendula imibuzo ebhekene nami ukuthi kwenzakalani. So okaMbotho kumele bebuze kuMbotho, kumele belinde uMbotho mhlawumbe uyobuya mabengamdinga.
My lord, I am here to answer questions that pertain to me, and that which relates to Mboto should be posed to Mboto. Maybe he would come back if needed.
According to Colonel Mboto, say you were in his office at 21:45 until 23:58.
Ngokusho kwakhe ke uColonel Mboto wawukanye naye ke ukusuka ke ngaye u21:45 uquarter to 10 ke lo ebusuku kwaze kwashaya u23:58 kusho ukuthi imizuzu emibili ke kushaya u12 ebusuku.
uMbotho manginaye ngangingekho ngedwa nganginabanye amaphoyisa angaze ngize ngibe naye soba yi2 wayekhona lapha isikhathi angisasazi ukuthi wakubani isikhathi ngangenalo iwashi ifone number ayithathiwe amafoni.
Was there with Mboto as well as other police officers. There was never an occasion where I was alone with Mboto. As to the time, I don't know what time it was or how long it was. I didn't have a watch and my phone had been confiscated.
And then you knew exactly what time you were arrested?
Isikhathi sona obushwe ngaso sona ke uyasazi noma wawusazi?
Ngiyasazi ngangisazi isikhathi engiboshwe ngaso.
I know, and I also knew the time I was arrested.
Did you check the time when you were arrested?
Wasibheka isikhathi nkathi uboshwe.
Mischaracterization of evidence. The witness testified that he was arrested to 1. There was no exact time put to the witness.
Yeah, but the question is, did he check his watch? Is that the question, Mr. Sibande?
That is correct.
But before that, he asked, do you know exactly when were you arrested? You can answer that. That's what I'm...
Are you now representing accused number 1?
It's part of the team of accused number 1.
Yeah, but you know the law. Are you representing accused number 1, sir?
Indeed, so good.
And Mr. Ngomezulu?
He's my counsel.
So that judgment of state versus
Bason and Janki
doesn't bind you?
It does bind me, my lord.
In what way?
That not to counsel may cross-examine or re-examine the same witness.
Yeah, that's all I'm concerned about. So if you are now representing number 1, Mr. Ngomezulu is not going to lead further questions against number 1.
Let me withdraw the objection.
It's not me saying that, sir. It's the law.
I'm well aware of
Yes.
the junkies and
I never say people mustn't do anything without quoting the law.
Yes,
It's not me.
indeed so, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
What was the response?
Uzulumbos,
Cela ungiphindele.
may you repeat the question?
I said, did you look at your watch when you were arrested?
Ingabe wasibheka yini isikhathi noma wabheka yini iwatch lakho nkathi uboshwa?
Maku past 12 angikade ngifonela umakoti ekhaya, so after lapho ngadropa ifoni i-20 minutes ayindlulanga kwase kuvela amaphoyisa.
It was around 12:30 when I was making this telephone or this call home, phoning the wife of Umakoti, and it was not 20 minutes or 20 minutes hadn't lapsed or passed when the police arrived.
Okay, let us proceed now. You were taken now to Valeria police station, correct?
Wasuthathwa ke manje usiwa police station yaseValeria.
Yebo bangithatha bangise police station sevela.
That's correct.
You know what time was it?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakusikhathi sini?
Cha isikhathi angisazi.
No, I don't know the time.
Okay. Yesterday, before we posed for the day, I was about to ask you what happened on that particular day, starting from the time you were booked out at Valeria SARS. Do you remember?
Izolo ke njengaphambi kokuthi siqedeke bengizokubuza ukuthi kwenzakanika ngalesi sikhathi njengaphambi kokuthi ukhishweke noma ubhuke out ke police station yaseValeria.
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo kuze uqoqole.
Can you repeat the question, my lord?
I said, what happened after you were booked out of Valeria SAPS by Sergeant Mokhani at 11:30?
Ngo-11:30 emuva kokuthi usikhishiweke police station yaseValeria, ukhishwa uyena ke noma ubhukwa uyena ke uSergeant Mokhani, kwenzekani?
Nakusasa.
In the morning.
Mr. Sibiya, the questions gets translated to you. I don't know which part of the question you don't understand. Saying you were taken back to Valeria, and then the following day, which is the 31st of May, 2020, you were booked out from the cells by Sergeant Mokhani. I want that to start there.
Angiqale lana ke because imibuzo lena ke uyayitolikelwa kangazi ukuthi yiphi indawo la ungezwa khona. Angithi wahanjiswa wasiwa khona eValeria. Kwase kuthi ke ngelanga elilandelayo ngazo i31 wase uyakhishwa ke noma ubhukwa out khona lapho ke ngo11:30 uyena uSergeant Mokhane.
Yes. Ngishilo ngathi izinto ze31 angisayikhumbule iningi zakhona.
Yes, I did say that many of that which happened on the 31st, I cannot remember.
And he also testified before this court that the vehicle that you got into is a Toyota Fortuner.
Ukushilo futhi nokuthi imoto wangena kuyona kwakuyi Toyota Fortuner.
Yebo ngishilo.
Yes, I did say.
So when they booked you out of the cells, where did you go?
Uma bekhipha ke emaselini waya kuphi?
Angibazi bangisa kuphi.
I don't know where.
Sorry. Emotweni ukuthi masiphuma lapha eVerali bangisa kuphi angazi.
I don't know where they took me to. They booked me out of the cells, placed me in the vehicle. As to where they went to after that, I don't know.
Amaphoyisa ayingihambisa la athanda khona wona nala futhi ukuthi ekhona wona.
The police would take me where they wanted to, or where they would like to take me to, and where they would wish to take me to.
Were you inside this particular vehicle all the time?
Ngaso sonke isikhathi wawuphakathi kuleyo moto leyo.
Mabe ngithathile police station ngangihlala phakathi kuleyo moto leyo ngasuke behamba ngayo.
If I was taken or I would be taken at the police station, I would then be inside that particular vehicle that they would I would be traveling in.
So you do not know the places that they took you to?
Indawo lezi abakuthatha bakusakuzona awuzazi.
Angikhumbule indawo zakhona.
I don't remember the places.
And then when did you return back to Valeria police station?
Na senibuyela nini ke khona police station yaseValeria?
Angazi isikhathi ngangenaso.
I don't know, I didn't have time.
Was it still on the same day?
Kwakuse ngalelo langa lelo.
Kwakusebusuku isikhathi kwakubana ngazi.
It was at night. As to what time it was, I don't know.
Do you remember passing at Tembisa police station?
Ngabe uyakhumbula yini nindlula police station yaseTembisa?
Angisakhumbuli my lord.
I can't remember, my lord.
And then the following day on the 1st, we'll get back to the 31st. Did you appear at Tembisa Magistrate Court?
Sizobuyela kuzona ke i31 manje ngeyi1 ke ngabe wayobingelela imantshi yini enkantolo yaseThembisa?
Yebo ngayo kwebingelela imantshi.
Yes, I did, man.
Are you disputing the fact that on the early hours of the 1st of June 2020, you were at Tembisa wherein you were charged with the offense of being in possession of ammunition?
Ingaba uyaphikisa yini ukuthi ke entathakusa yangeyi1 zika June wawusethembisa epolice station lapho owawuthweswa khona amacala okutholakala nenhlamvu?
Angaze ngiyethembisa police station.
I never went to Tembisa police station.
So now you remember not being there.
I-police station ngikhumbula ukuthi ngathi sangena kuyo iThembisa South. Tembisa police station.
The police station that I remember where we went into was Tembisa South and not Tembisa police station.
So you were at Tembisa South?
Usho ukuthi nani noma wawuseThembisa South?
Ngoba sengikhumbuzile sengiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathi sangena eThembisa South.
Now that you've reminded me, now I can recall that I think we went into Tembisa South.
Thank you. And then who was present there with you?
Bani owayekhona noma ababekhona nawe lapho?
Angisawakhumbula kamaphoyisa khona kodwa uMhane wayekhona.
I can't remember all the police officers, but Mukhane was there.
Okay, let us proceed. Now let us go back on the 31st. According to the evidence of Mr. Dupree, the AVL aspect, he testified before this court that on that day you were taken to Dobsonville as well as Palm Ridge.
Ngokubufakazi bakhe ke umnumzana uDupree okuyena ke ungoti weAVL futhi ke ngalelela langa ke lange31 ngoba uthe sibuyela ke kona ke i31 ukuthi wasiwa ke wahanjiswa seDobsonville kanye nase Palm Ridge.
Kosekatolo ngoba ngithe angikhumbuli mina angikhumbuli.
My Lord, because I said I can't recall, I can't recall.
Do you dispute being taken there or just that you do not recall?
Ingabe yakuphikisa yini ukuthi waya khona lapho noma ukuthi awukhumbuli?
Angikhumbuli, my Lord.
I can't remember, my Lord.
And then according to the evidence of now Sergeant Mahula, you were taken to that particular place to go and point out a sangoma.
Ngokubufakazi bakhe ke umukhula injongo noma inhloso yokuthi ke usiwe khona lapho kwakuwukuthi wena ke wawuyobakhombisa isangoma.
Angiyazi injongo yabo ngazange ngize ngibe nenjongo yokukhombisa ngoma. Angazi ngikhombisa ngoma.
Okay. I don't know what the purpose was, but I've never went to point out a sangoma, and I've never pointed out a sangoma.
And at some stage you went to another sangoma called Mr. Magwaza at Dobsonville.
Kunenkathi la khona ke kwayiwa futhi kwesinye isangoma eDobsonville uMagwaza.
uMagwaza waseDobsonville ngiyamazi mara ngimazi njengesangoma.
I know Magwaza from Dobsonville, but I do not know him as a sangoma.
And then a question was posed by Advocate Mngomezulu on your behalf that is your sangoma or inyanga.
Kunombuzo ke obuziwe ke ubuzwa kuthiwa lo mbuzo ubuzelwa yena ke noma ubuzwa egameni lakhe uSibiya ukuthi yebo impela uMagwaza lowo iyona inyanga yakhe noma ke isangoma sakhe uSibiya.
Angimazi njengesangoma.
I don't know him.
Magwaza akasisi isangoma.
I don't know him to be or as a sangoma. Magwaza is not a sangoma.
Where does he reside?
Uhlala kuphi?
Uhlala eSoweto.
He resides in Soweto.
Were you taken there on the 31st?
Ngazo i31 wasiwa kuyena.
Mawungikhumbuza ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathi saya kuye.
If you remind me, I think I do remember that we did go to him.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
khona ke manje la ngathi siyakhona.
And then from seeing Magwaza, you do not recall going to Palm Ridge.
Emuva kokuthi okasenimbonileke uMagwaza awukhumbuli yini niya ePalm Ridge?
iPalm Ridge ivela ngiyazi.
I'm not familiar with Palm Ridge.
Ihamba ifike kuphi? Anginalo ulwazi lwazi.
I'm not familiar with Palm Ridge. As to where the cars went to or drove to, I have no knowledge.
And then from Palm Ridge, you then headed to Araten.
Masenisuka khona ke ePalm Ridge nase niya eEratin.
iAratin angiyazi.
I'm not familiar with Eratin.
Araten is the offices of Brigadier Gininda and the team.
Ilapho ke amahhovisi akhe ke uBrigadier Gininda kanye neqembu ke nama ithimba ke akhona.
Angiyazi.
I don't know about.
So you do not recall going there on that particular day?
Awukhumbuli niya lapho ngalelo langa lelo.
Ngoba bengishilo ukuthi indawo ezahanjwa amaphoyisa oyinhloso yazo mina angizazi angikhumbuli.
As I've already stated that the places that were visited by the police, it was their purpose or their intentions. I don't recall them.
According to the testimony of Mahola and Mokhane, you were taken to that particular office where you got into the office.
Ngokubufakazi bakhe ke umukhula kanye naye umukhane wahamba ke noma nahamba ke nayo khona lapho la owangena khona ke kulelo office lelo.
Ay mina angikhumbuli ukuthi laba bengifaka khona kwakusuke kukuphi la laba ngifaka khona kusuke kukuphi la laba ngifaka khona kusuke kukuphi la cause indawo engihambisa zona akuzi indawo engingazazi vele ezinye.
I personally do not recall as to the places where they were taking me into, as to where that was or what place would that be, because I wasn't familiar with the places that they were taking me to.
And then they further testified that from that particular office of the South African Police Services, you were then taken to Tembisa South, as you put it.
Bathi ke ukusuka khona lapho ke kulawo mahhovisi lawo yila naya khona ke manje eThembisa South nanjengoba usho wena.
Ngoba ngithi iThembisa South ngiyayikhumbula sifika kuyo befike bengena khona epolice station. So ukuthi sasikade sisuka kuphi angazi.
As I've already indicated that I do recall Tembisa South that we went into the police station, but as to where we were coming from before going there, I don't know.
It is quite strange, say, that you were quite sure when you were taken to Deep Kloof in Soweto as well, but now you are being taken to another place, you do not know where that place is.
Yes, ke nkathi ke usiwa khona ke eDeep Kloof eSoweto la awunesiqiniseko noma ubunesiqiniseko khona kodwa manje ukuthi yiphenye indawo owaya kuyona ke lapho nje unokungabaza awunasiqiniseko ngalokho.
eDeep Kloof ibhaliwe Deep Kloof police station ngoba neThembisa South ngayibona Thembisa South ipolice station yakhona.
In Deep Kloof it is written there that it is Deep Kloof police station as well as Thembisa South. It is also, you can see that it is Thembisa South.
Thank you. Let us proceed. Who was present other than Mohula, Mohane, when you were taken to Tembisa South?
Ubani noma ubani ababe khona ngaphandle koMukhula noMukhane ngathi uhanjiswa uya eThembisa South.
Wangamaphoyisa MPD.
The MPD police officers.
Were you assaulted on that particular day?
Ngalelo langa lelo washaywa?
Cha.
No.
Were you threatened in any way?
Khona nje indlela owasatshiswa ngayo?
Ukusatshiswa amaphoyisa.
By the police?
Yes.
Yebo.
Vele ngangithukile from the first day ngiqala ukuboshwa.
Yes,
Vele
indeed.
amaphoyisa ngawesaba ngaleso sikhathi leso up until.
Yes, I was scared or I was in shock from the first day of my arrest. So from that time, I was scared of the police.
Okay. You also testify in this court that there's a certain man who came, a police officer, you put it into context, that came to you and asked you about the assault at Valeria police station.
Ushilo kubufakazi bakho ukuthi likhona leliphoyisa elithize nje eleza kuwena ke lazokubuza ngokushaywa kwakho epolice station yaseValeria.
Yebo ngishilo.
Yes, I did say so.
When was that?
Kwakunini?
Angisakhumbula isikhathi kwakuluphi usuku because insuku buye ngayikhumbula ukuthi sokwenzakala ukuthi sokwenzakala ukuthi ezinye.
I don't remember the day as to when it happened because as far as days are concerned, I'm unable to recall that on this day this happened and on a particular day this is what happened.
So you cannot even recall that said police officer, his surname at least?
Nesibongo sakhe salo lelo phoyisa awusikhumbuli.
Alikaze lisisho vele.
It never mentioned the surname.
Was he on uniform?
Wayegqoke i-uniform.
Wayegqoke uniform.
Yes.
Is the name not written on a badge on his chest?
La esifubeni kuyena ke igama alibhaliwe.
Cha, lalinge.
No.
Namanye amaphoyisa la njengabhalile amagama akho.
Yes, there was no name. As in this case here in court as well, there are certain police officers whose name are not written.
Member of the South African police, on their uniform is not written.
Ilunga lelo lesiphoyisa igama lalo alibhaliwe la esifubeni.
Ngithi wayegqoke uniform igama lakhe la lingabhaliwe.
I'm saying he was wearing uniform but his name was not written.
That interaction that you had with the said police officer, did you put it to, at least to Mahula when she was on the witness stand, that at some stage you did make a report of assault to a certain police officer who did nothing about it?
Nkathi umkhula elana ke manje enkantolo enikeza ngobufakazi bakhe ingaba kwashiwo yini lokho nowakusho yini wena lokho kumkhula ukuthi ke kunephoyisa elithize noma phoyisa thizeni engenza umbiko ke kulona ke ngokushaywa azange wenze lutho.
Cha, akaze ngilisho ngangazi ukuthi mina ngizoza la eboxini ifike ngichaze yonke into ayenzeka kimi.
No, I never mentioned it or said it. I knew that my time will come for me to take the witness stand and say everything that happened to me.
Did you convey that instruction to your advocate?
Ingaba lokho wakusho yini kummeli wakho?
Ngamxoxela ezinye izinto angixolelanga konke okwakwenzeka ngoba ngengixoxe yonke into kade mina ngisazofika eboxini ngizokhuluma ukuthi kwenzakalani kimi.
I mentioned some of the things but I didn't mention everything because I cannot say everything knowing very well that my time will come for me to come and testify about everything that happened to me.
Ngangazi ukuthi isikhathi sokuthi mina ngize eboxini ngizokhuluma yokutenzakalayo sizofika ngoba sesifikile nje manje ngikhuluma yokutenzakalayo.
I knew that the time would come for me to come and testify about everything that happened to me as it has now happened.
Say, I put it to you that had that version placed before court, then Mahula will have commented regarding that report.
Ngithi mina ke kuwena ke uma kuukuthi lokho kwakushiwo kuyena ke umkhula nkathi elana lokho bekuzonikeza ke umkhula ithuba ke lokuthi ke aphendule kuloko mayelana nokwenzeka.
Kosekatolo laba bantu bathi ngeke beze bebathathele izinqumo ngeke beze bekwazi ukugcila kulaba bantu ngoba bakhulu kunabo obvious nabo babatshenanga umuntu owayazi le nto leya wakuba yimi.
My Lord, as they had said or indicated that there was no way that they would have taken decisions against those people because those people were much senior to them. Someone who knew about that was myself, or the one who knew about it was myself.
And when you say these people are much senior, are you referring to Kininda, Sergeant Mahula, Sergeant Mohani?
Uma uthi ke laba bathi labantu bakhulu kubona kusho umkhula umukhanye nogininda.
bafike lapha ephepheni babheka lela phepha leli abathi balibheka lapha bathola ukuthi i-national court case banibani so bathi laba bantu laba bangaphezulu kwabo abakwazi ukubathathela ukuthi bengabalandelela ukuthi why beshaya umuntu.
My lord, they went, looked on the document there, and then found out that it was a national cold case, something or what, and then said that those people with regards to rank, positions are higher than them, so there is no way that they can make a follow-up on them as to, with regards to having assaulted a person.
And then in Exhibit NN, when a self-visit was done, there were no complaints that were noted.
Manje ke kunezibiti lana eliwu NN la ebhaliwe khona ke ukuthi inkathi kuyiwa ke kuona amasel akukho isikhalo esatholakala.
Akekho owangibuza ngesikhalo mangena lapha ngithi ngasala emontweni bafike bangena bona baphinde babuya beza kimi emontweni mabeqeda ukuze kimi emontweni bangithatha bangifaka bona emaselini ngaphakathi bafike bavula iseli bangifaka bavala.
No one, as I said, my lord, that upon arrival there, I was left in the vehicle, they went inside, they came back, took me from the vehicle, and they themselves placed me inside the cell and locked again.
According to the evidence of Colonel Swanepoel, the police at the cells do an hourly cell visit.
Kuno baba ke obelana ke kuleli viki elidlule abathi ke uKennel Swanepoel oshilo ke kubufakazi bakhe ukuthi ihora nehora kuyahanjwa kuyobhekwa emaselini benza ke into abayibiza ngokuthi ke ama cell visit.
uSwanepoel mayifika wathi usebenzele Silverton hayi eVerali.
When Colonel Swanepoel arrived or was here, he said that he was working in Silverton, not Valeria.
He indicated before this court, or he testified before this court, that that is a standard practice in all police stations in South Africa.
Akshilo ke nkathi efika lana ukuthi lokho noma wena ungathi ke yebo usebenza eSilverton akasebenza eValeria kodwa umechaza yena uthe indlela ke eyokwenza izinto ke leyo kuwo onke ama police station ala eNingizimu Afrika.
Akufani.
It's not the same.
eVerali mangifika ngahlala ngiyi1 eselini abantu behlala ngomningi eSilverton mabe ngifikisa khona ebusuku bathi bafuna ukuthi ngihlale ngiyi1 eSilverton babatshela la umuntu akahlale eyi1 abantu bahlala nga3 kuyaphezulu.
In Valeria, when I got there, I was placed alone when other people were in their numbers. In Silverton, when I got there, arrived there at night, they wanted to place me alone, but they were told that here we don't keep one person in a cell, they stay in numbers.
Okusho ukuthi umsebenzi wamapolice
So he specifically said from 3 upwards. Yebo.
okukhomba ukuthi umthetho wamapolice station awufani. Indlela benza ngayo shuthi ayifani.
That then indicates that how the police work or do their work is not the same.
So this is in relation to cell visits. I'm not talking about how many people must be detained in one cell. I'm talking about hourly cell visits.
Lana ke mfethu angikhulumi ke ngokuthi ke kufanele kugcina abantu abangaphi emaseleni ngikhuluma lana ngento eshiwo uKenneth Swanepoel ethi ihora nehora kuyahanjwa kuyobhekwa emaseleni kuvisit angikhulumi ngokuthi kuhlala abantu abangaka emaseleni ngikhuluma ngokuthi uSwanepoel uthe kuyabhekwa njalo ngehora kudlula ihora kuhanjwe kuyobhekwa amasel kudlula ihora kuhanjwe kuyobhekwa amasel abayibiza ngokuthi ama cell visit hayi ukuthi kuhlala abantu abangaki.
Cha akwenzeki kulama police station ngihlale ku akaze kuze kwenzeke lokho.
No, it doesn't happen. The police stations where I was, it never happened.
How many police stations?
Ama police station mangaki?
Mangiboshwa ngedate ngiye ngalethwa eVerali.
When I was arrested on the 30th, I was at Valeria.
Mangiphuma ngeyi10 bengiphumela sengise Silverton.
And then when I was released on the 10th, I was in Silverton.
Ama police station ayi2.
2 police stations.
Okay. That disparity or that difference in doing things in police stations, was it put to Colonel Swanepoel?
Lo mehluko leyo ukuthi ke ama police station wasebenza ngokufanayo ngathi uSwanepoel ela noma uKenneth Swanepoel ela kwashiwo kuyena ukuthi Kenneth Swanepoel ama police station wasebenza ngokufana.
Kose Katolo angiphenduleli Swanepoel la ngizobeka into eyenzeka kimi.
My Lord, I'm not answering on behalf of Swanepoel. I am here to state that which happened to me.
Thank you. So are you saying to this court when the police officers made an entry that all in order or no complaint, they were just trying to cover something?
Ingabe uthi-ke uma amaphoyisa ebhalile laphayana ukuthi konke nje kukahle kungendlela ukuthi babenzani babebhala nje.
Angeze kubakhulumele kodwa mina akekho akwangibuza ukuthi nginjani. Mangifika e-police station ngibuza ukuthi ngi-right or kwenzakaleni ngishayiwe noma ngishawanga. Mangingena lapha akekho angibuza lo nto leyo. Because abantu babengithatha kwakungamaphoyisa la ngisuke kade ngihamba nawo kube yiwa yongifaka emaselini.
I cannot speak on their behalf because at the police stations, no one asked me as to how I was I assaulted, am I well? Because the people that would be taking me were the very same people that I was traveling with.
So those people that you were traveling with, were they also keeping the key to the cell?
Labantu laba owahamba nabo uthi kwakuba yibona babekuthatha beyokufaka beyokuvalela. Ikhiya zayihlala kubona.
Angazi kodwa ngibona sebeyiphethe bona.
I don't know, but I would see them in possession of the keys.
Who specifically?
Sikhuluma ngobani?
Umabhena,
Mabhena,
umhani,
Muhane.
yiba abantu babehlale ngokungivalela isikhathi esiningi.
They are the people that most of the time would be locking me up.
Even though they are not based at Valeria police station, they had the keys to the cells of Valeria.
No manje bengasebenzi police station yaseValeria kodwa ikhiya zaseValeria ayiphathwa ibona.
Bangamaphoyisa ngangeke ngikwazi ukubuza ukuthi why niphethe ukhiye kodwa yiba bayiphathe ukhiye bongivulela lapha ya.
They are police officers.
Baphinde bengivalele.
Then I wouldn't ask them or inquire from them why are you in possession of the keys, but they would open there and place me inside.
Mukhane was here for almost a week or over a week. He was never told that he had the keys to the Valeria police station cells.
Umkhane bela iviki noma ngaphezulu kweviki kodwa akaze kushiwo lokho kuyena ukuthi wena wawuphatha ikhiya zaseValeria.
Kose Katolo ngangazi ukuthi sizofika isikhathi sokuthi mina ngize ebhokisini ngizoyikhulumela ngeke ngikhulumele umhani.
I knew that my time would come to come and testify. I wouldn't speak on behalf of Mukhane.
So I put it to you that you are fabricating a story. You are tailoring evidence as we go along.
Ngithi kwenaka ukuthi nje into engekho le into yakhayo wena into engekho le uyikhulumayo.
Kose Katolo le ngishoyo into yayenzeka kimi into ekhona.
My Lord, that which I'm saying is something that happened to me.
And then what he's trying to say is that police have to bend the procedures when it comes to Sibiya.
Akushoyo futhi wena ukuthi nje amaphoyisa nje wona uma kufika nje kumuzi Sibiya ukuthi babephula umthetho.
Umthetho babewuphula makuyikuthi awubavumeli ukuthi benze lento ababeyenza. Mina ngangingawazi umthetho vele ukuthi uhamba kanjani.
They would bend the laws if it was that it doesn't allow them to do what they wanted to do. I didn't know what the law said or what was required.
And they break the law to Sibiya, who has a selective memory.
Futhi ke umthetho bawuphula ke kumuzi Sibiya ongakhumbuli konke. Khona khumbulayo khona ngakukhumbuli.
Makuyikuthi bephula umthetho babewuphula and ukukhumbula ngumuntu wasemhlabeni ngidaliwe ngazalwa ngiyakhohlwa ngiyakhumbula njengomuntu wonke.
If they had to if they had to break the law, then they would do it. I am a human being born just like anyone else. I am on this earth or universe. I forget and I can also remember.
So whatever that you forgot as Sibiya is not a suggestion that it did not happen, just that you forgot.
Uko konke okukhohliwe noma okukhohlwayo wena ayisukuthi akuzange kwenze noma kaze kwenzeke ukuthi nje kuphela awukhumbuli wena. Hayi ukuthi akaze kwenzeke ukuthi nje wena ongakhumbuli.
Mangithi into angikhumbuli ngisuke ngenayo answer ukuthi ngizophendula ngithina lo mbuzo lo endlela angibuza ngayo my lord.
When I say I can't remember a thing, it's only to say that I do not have an answer as to say how am I going to answer that particular question which is being posed to me.
Kodwa uma ungibuza ukuthi ungikhumbuza ukuthi nokuthi kwenzakala kanjani ngizokutshela ngithi lokhu akwenzakalanga kanje.
But if
Or
you
lokhu azange kuze kwenzeke.
But if you do remind me and give me a scenario and say this is what happened or how it happened, I would then say this didn't happen or this is how it happened.
Now let us make progress. Let's proceed now. Let's fast forward to 5 June 2020.
Asiye manje ke 5 June 2020.
Yebo.
That is the day you were taken to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Ilanga ke lelo owathathwa ngalo ke wasuka kuyena Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Yabo amaphoyisa ngithatha angisa eForce angisuse eForce angisa eAlbertine kumuntu engamfica lapha wagcina ethi uHadebe.
Yes, the police took me to Foslers, from Foslers then taken to Albertine to a person that I found there and eventually said that he was Hadebe.
Okay. Who booked you out?
Ubani owakhipha emaseleni?
Umhana.
Muhane.
And then you were in which company?
Wayehamba nobani?
Wayehamba nalo Colonel lo ngithi angimkhumbule ukuthi uColonel bani sibongo sakhe.
The unknown colonel, the one which I say I can't remember his surname.
NoNcamane.
Ncamane.
NoMabhena.
And Mabhena.
What were they traveling on?
Babehamba ngani?
Angisayikhumbuli imoto babehamba ngayo.
I can't remember the vehicle that they were traveling in.
Was it not the Toyota Fortuner?
Kwangasiyona Toyota Fortuner.
Isikhathi esiphambili bengicabanga ukuthi vele kwakuyiyo ngoba imoto babesebenzisa mare makufika iAVL ithi akusiyona mhlawumbe akusiyona namanje bengicabanga ukuthi yiyo.
Before I thought that it was the Toyota Fortuner, but when the AVL came and confirmed that it was not it, then it means it wasn't it. Even now I thought that it was the Fortuner.
Okay. And then at Foslorus, what happened?
Kwenzekani eFosterus?
Mangifike eForce baye bangishaya bathi angiyokhomba la kwafela khona isenzo. Ngabatshela ukuthi mina ngazi la kwafela khona isenzo.
Upon arrival at Fosterus, they assaulted me and said that I should go and point out where Senzo died. I then said to them, I don't know where Senzo died.
Who assaulted you?
Ushaya ubani?
Kwase kukhona ama traffic copper masifika le abobuthelezi.
There were traffic officers when we arrived there, the likes of Buthelezi, yebo.
Nobo Mabhena.
The likes of Mabhena.
And then who else?
Mabani futhi?
Nabo Ncamane.
The likes of Ncamane.
Lo Colonel akazeze ngishaya nomhala zange ngishaya.
This particular colonel never assaulted me. Mukhane also never assaulted me.
And then you're saying Buthelezi. Who else?
Buthelezi nabani?
Thelezi nabo Mnarenga babe khona ngobuningi babo nje lama.
They were there in their majority. Buthelezi, Munarenga.
Okay, lama traffic engiwabalila ekhona.
All these traffic officers that I've mentioned, they were there.
And was this on? You said when they assaulted you, they wanted you to point out where Senzo was killed.
Uthi mabekushaya ke bakushaya bethi hamba ubakhombisa la uSenzo ashonela khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after that assault, what happened?
Emuva kokuthi ushayiweke kwase kwenzekani?
Emva kwalapho bangithatha bangifaka emotweni ngabona sesingena indawo eAlbertine. La ndawo ipolice station mara ayikhandwa ngalesa sikhathi.
I was then placed into the vehicle. We then drove and then we entered this police station, Albertine. But at that particular time, the place was still under renovations.
Was it also written Albertine police station?
Nalapho ke kwabhalwe Albertine police station.
Kwabhalwa Albertine police station.
It was written Albertine police station.
Then let us go back to Foslorus. Can you describe the nature of the assault that was meted out there?
Asibuyele ke manje police station eFosterus ke ungasho ukuthi indlela owashaywa ngayo khona lapho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Proceed.
Qhubeka.
Ukungifaka iplastiki bengikhahlela abanye.
So placed plastic over me and the others were kicking me.
How long did the assault last?
Kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani lokho?
Angikhumbuli ngangenalo iwashi.
I can't remember, I did not have time on me.
Will you say 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Ungathi imizuzu emihlanu, eyishumi,
Kungaphezulu kwalokho.
more than that.
More than 10 minutes?
Ngaphezu kwemizuzu eyishumi.
Yayimningi eyishumi mncane.
10 can just be a minimum. It was
30
more than
minutes?
that. 30.
Ngoba ngithi angikhumbuli inkosi eKatola, ngikhumbula kwaba isikhathi esingakanani.
As I'm saying, my Lord, I cannot remember, so I can't recall as to what time it took.
Where were they kicking you in your body?
La kuwena ke emzimbeni babekhahlela kuphi nendawo?
From there suka la kuya lezansi.
The witness is indicating, my Lord, using my body. That is
Zala
now-
zami
I'm just
zayifase
underneath.
kanje.
My hands were tied like this at the back. It was pointing to the upper part of the body.
Yahamba yonke nje le ndawo le.
Says together with the, including the arms.
I don't understand.
He indicated, my Lord, he used my body and said from this part, my
Which
Lord.
part was he using?
He pointed here, my Lord.
Oh.
And then he said,
On the
including
ribs,
arms.
on the ribs.
On the ribs. Also including the arms.
The ribs and the arm.
He said the arms were tied at the back like this.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's also using the upper part of the arm, my Lord, and said this part was also being kicked, referring to the left upper part of the arm.
Were they kicking you on both sides, on the right and the left?
Ngaba bekhahlela uhlangothi olulodwa noma ke inhlangothi zonke,
Babe ngikhahlela umzimba wonke.
the entire body.
Were they hitting you hard?
Ngaba bekushaya kakhulu.
Inkosi eKatola ngicela ukushaya kakhulu amagadla abantu noma ama-weight abantu awafani. Ngeke ngize ngithi kakhulu because ama-weight abangwazi mangakanani. Ngeke ngize ngithi kancane because ama-weight abangwazi mangakanani. Kodwa ubuhlungu babuzwela kimi.
I cannot attach weight to that, my Lord, because the manner in which people hit you, it won't be the same, as well as people's weights are not the same. But I could feel the pain.
So were they hitting you repeatedly?
Ngaba babekwenza lokho bebuyelela noma bephinda phinda nje ukushaya.
Babekwenza bephindaphinda.
Repeatedly, yes.
Did you sustain any injuries?
Kwaba khona ukulimala okutholayo?
Yebo kwaba khona.
Yes, I did.
Where in your body?
Kuphi nendawo emzimbeni?
Emzimba wonke wawubuhlungu.
The whole body was aching, my Lord.
Any bruises?
Kwayikhona imihuzuko eyayikhona.
Amaphoyisa mayekushaya bakushaya kube nomhuzuko.
When police
Ashayela ukuthi ingabonakali vele.
When police assault you, they do not assault you so that there are bruises or visible bruises. They assault you so that those bruises are not to be seen.
So are you suggesting to this court that if I kick you, the manner in which they kick, then there won't be any bruises?
Ingakuthi uma mina ngingakhahlela manje ngendlela abakhahlela ngayo angeke imihuzuko ibe khona.
Ngoba inkosi eKatola ayingekho mabe ngikhahlela. Mina mangakhahlela umuntu alendlela abe ngikhahlela ngayo. Mhlawumbe engabona ukuthi imhuzuko ayikho kodwa lo muntu ipheni uyizwini.
Because you were not there when they kicked me. But if I were to kick someone in the very same fashion or manner in which they kicked me, you would see that there won't be any bruises, but that particular person would feel the pain.
Any swelling?
Ukuvuvuka kona?
Kwangabonakali.
It was not visible.
So Mukhane, Mabena, Ngamani, and the SWAT guys, I'm correct, say the SWAT guys.
Umukhanya, uMabhena, uNcamane kanye futhi nalaba ke babizwa ngokuthi ke amaphoyisa nama la beSWAT.
Yeah.
Yes.
No other police officers.
Engekho amanye amaphoyisa.
Lapha ya kwakukhona ama traffic cop amangishawa. Masifika eAlbertine kwase kukhona nama barret.
There were traffic officers when I was being assaulted, but when we now arrived at Albertine, then there were these beret unit.
Did they partake in the assault as well?
The witness but said it very, so he said the TRT, but he didn't speak out loud. He says the TRT. TRT, my lord.
TRT.
Did they partake in assault?
Nabo ke babe yingxenye yokushaya.
babeyingcenye ukungithusela.
They took part in scaring me.
How?
Kanjani?
Ukuba namaphoyisa azidlova noma angathi amabhubesi maye nawe ayengithusela kakhulu.
To be in the company of police officers who would resemble or who are like lions when they are with you, that on its own was scary to me.
How so? Describe it, say.
Awusichazele kanjani?
Mawuboshwa amaphoyisa uyiwane onke lingekho elizwelana nawe noma elifisa ukusiza wena onke amaphoyisa kusuke kufana ukuthi azilwane kuwo.
When you're being arrested by police officers and there's not even a single police officer who empathizes with you or who feels or who would like to assist you, then they would all appear like animals, or they would all appear like monsters to you.
Okay, interesting now. On the 23rd of October 2023, this is what Mgomezulu has to say. To Phosphorus, he was subjected to torture and assault by the TRT police, who then took him to Albertine. After that, he was, according to his instruction, he was instructed to point out the place where the incident took place.
Lana ke ukufundela ke ukuthi okwenzeka ke lana idate kwakunge 23 zika October 2023. Lana ke uMr Mgomezulu ke uma esho ke usho kufakazi ke eFosleras la khona ke aye eshaywa ke noma ke ethosharwa eshaywa amalunga eTRT ase emthatha ke emhambisa imsa eAlbertine. Emuva kwalokho ke ngokusho kwakhe wase etshelwa ke ukuthi ayokhomba indawo la isigameko senzeka khona.
Angeke ngikhulumele uMgomezulu ukuthi wathini. Mina engusho lapha ngweKatolo ngithi mina ama traffic copper yiwo angishaye Phosphorus masifika eAlbertine kwase kukhona nama TRT.
I cannot speak on behalf of Mr. Mgomezulu. What I'm saying is that when I was arrested in Phosphorus, traffic officers were there, and when we arrived in Albertine, there were now the TRT police officers.
Say, it is the other way around. Mgomezulu is speaking on your behalf, not you.
Lana wena uthi ne angeke ukhulumele uMr Mgomezulu. Kodwa ke akukho ngaleyo ndlela. Uma ngabe uMr Mgomezulu ekhuluma esho into kufakazi, usube ekhuluma into athi ibuya kuwena, wena omlayela ukuthi akasho lokhu kufakazi. Akusuka ukuthi wena ukhulumela yena, kodwa yena ukhulumela wena.
uMgomezulu mayesuka kimi ngimtshena into uma eyibeka mhlabutho akezwanga kahle ngeke ngize ngithi mina uMgomezulu angimtshenanga kanjalo. uMgomezulu mayengezwanga ngeze ngimkhulumele uyiMgomezulu ongayikhulumela ukuthi kwaba kanjani ukuze ibeke so. Kodwa mina ngithi manje la eNkosi eKatolo mina ama traffic copper angishaya ePhosphorus angithatha ngise Albertine afike Albertine kwase kukhona nama TRT.
I cannot speak on behalf of Mr. Mgomezulu. Mr. Mgomezulu would be the one who would then come and explain or answer as to how it is or why it is that he put it like that. I am saying that in Phosphorus, when I was arrested, the traffic officers were there, and then when I was taken to Albertine, the TRT police officers were also there. Were now there.
Okay. Are you done?
Okay. I'm waiting for the question.
Okay, good. I like your anticipation. Mgomezulu is the one who invited you there, and he asked you now to speak right where you are standing. He's no longer asking the state witnesses questions. He's now, you are there now to explain why did you not inform the court that this is what happened on the 5th of June 2020.
Lana ke okwenzekayo ngizothi ke uMr Mgomezulu kodwa lina nababili nithi Mgomezulu mina ke ngizothi uba uMr Mgomezulu okwenzekile ukuthi uyena ke okubize ukuthi uzoma la uzochaza ke uzosho ke lokho okwenzeka. Uyena umuntu okubizele khona kule ndawo omekiyo nami njengamanje.
Nangizela ngizochazela iKatolo ukuthi kwenzakalani ngele usuku mangiboshwa up until.
I am here to inform the court or to tell the court as to what happened from the day I was arrested up until.
Yes, and then you were asked to tell us what happened on that day.
Yebo wasuyacelwa ukuthi usitshele ukuthi kwenzekani ngalelo langa lelo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you did not tell this court.
Sorry.
You did not inform this court about the presence of the TRTs at Albertine.
Uma usutshela noma usuchaza ke lokho kwenzeka awuyitshelanga lenkantolo ngokuba khona ke kwama TRT noma amaphoyisa la eTRT.
iKatolo ngitshenile ukuthi mina ngashawa amaphoyisa kodwa noma ngingasho ukuthi ihlobo lwamaphoyisa ngingawadifaranga ama TRT nama traffic cop akusengamaphoyisa onke.
I did inform the court that I was assaulted by the police officers, although I did not differentiate or specify as to which police officers. TRT and traffic officers, they are all police.
Mr. Sibiya, that's a good one. You whispered to Mr. Jonasi there, towards the end of your answer, to say TRT. Then indicates to this court that they've got a special name. You didn't even refer them with the nickname Ama Beret. Should have said that. It's not physics.
Into ke oyikhulumile le kodwa uyikhulumele phansi usuqedile ukunikeza ngobufakazi kodwa wayisholo phansi ke wathi ama TRT ukusho ukuthi banegama elithize noma gama thizeni ababizwa ngalo ungasho nokuthi ama Beret.
Because iKatolo ngicela ukuthi kuyinto eyi-1 mangithi amaphoyisa noma ngingachazanga ukuthi ihlobo lwamaphoyisa amaphoyisa.
My Lord, I think it's the same thing. Although I did not specify which are police officers, police remain police officers.
Unless umuntu ongibuza imibuzo mayizothi angichaza ukuthi ihlobo namaphoyisa bese ngikwazi ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi amaphoyisa so.
Unless the cross-examiner then, my Lord, asks me to specify, then I will then specify.
That is your duty to specify, they say.
Kukwena ke njengoba umilana ukuthi kube wena ochazayo.
Engichaza yini Nkosi iKatolo?
You said it was Mukhane, Mabena, Ngamane, Butelezi, Munaring, and traffic cops. Traffic cop is a specification you're specifying now. You did not specify the TRTs.
Ubabizile onke lamagama wabizayo laphayana wase ufaka ke futhi nama traffic cops. Manje uma ufika ke kuma police uthi ama traffic kusho ukuthi manje usho inhlobo ethize lo noma uhlobo oluthile lwamaphoyisa.
Ingoba because iKatolo bingibuza ukuthi kwakungobani labe babe khona amagama.
It's because I was asked as to who was present or who were the people that were present, their names.
So let us go back now at first Lorais. Where the TRT or Ama Beret present there.
Asibuyele ke manje eFosloras ama TRT lana noma laba ke bama Beret babe khona eFosloras.
Because iKatolo ngithe ngathi sabafika eAlbertine.
I said we found them in Albertine.
So when this instruction was carried out, did you inform your counsel that no, that is not the correct version of events?
Asibuyele lana ke kuloko bhale lana ke uyabona lana ne nanjengoba kushiwo ukuthi uMr Mgomezilo wathi uma esho kufakazi ukuthi ke eFosloras yila ashaywa khona ke eshaywa yilaba beTRT nkathi umuzwa ke ekusho lokho uhlezi khona lapha yana uyakusho yena kusho kufakazi ingaba wamlungisa yini uthi cha wenza iphutha lapha akuzange kwenzeke kanjalo labantu laba ama-TRT babengekho eFosloras ngaba sabafice eAlbertine.
Because iKatolo ngangazi ukuthi mina la eboxini ngizoza ngifike ngicacise yonke into ukuthi yenzakala kanjani.
I knew, my Lord, that I would come here and testify and explain as to how everything happened.
Njengoba namanje iKatolo ngiyitshela nje ukuthi kwama traffic cop ayekhona lapha eFosloras sahamba saye eAlbertine safica kukhona nama TRT.
As I'm saying that it was the traffic cops or traffic officers that were there in Fosloras, and upon arrival in Albertine, then we found the TRT police.
You see now, Mr. Sibiya, yesterday you were busy dodging my questions. No, I was waiting for the time to explain my case. Now you are there, you do not explain your case.
Yazi ke obukwenza ke izolo ukuthi nje uyibalekeleke imibuzo yami. Hayi ngilinde isikhathi sami ukuthi ngizochaza ke. Manje isikhathi sakho sifikileke sokuthi uchaze awuchazi.
Because Katolo ngiyachaza namanje ngicela explain ukuchaza manje ukuthi yini ayikhona eFosorasi yini engayifica eAlbertine.
I am explaining, my lord. Even now, I just explained as to who was in Fosterus and who was did I find in Albertine.
But you did not explain that during examination in chief by your defense counsel, sir.
Uchaza manje ke kodwa nkathi ke beku Mr Mgomezulu ebeke uyena ke bekhola ukuthi ke chaza ke ukuthi kwenzekani awuchazanga lokho usho ukuthi uchaza khona manje usinikiwe isikhathi ngathi ku Mr Mgomezulu okholayo ukuthi ke isho ukuthi kwenzekani awakuchaza lokho ukuchaza manje.
Mina ngibona ngathi ngichazile ngoba ngishilatha amaphoyisa. So my lord mas inkosi eKatolo mayingibuza ukuthi kwakungobani sekumele lapho ngichazele kwakungobani nobani.
I think I did explain, my lord, by saying that it was the police. But when I'm now requested or asked to explain or to say who those people were, that is when now I'm explaining or giving the names as to who they were.
It's fine. Let's leave that point. Let's proceed. The members of the TRT that are present here in court today, do they scare you as well?
Sinabo ke nanamuhla la beTRT la enkantolo bayakusabisa nabo laba bakhona la enkantolo.
Ngangekhona eKatolo ngalesa sikhathi.
I was not in court at that time.
I'm talking about today, say, don't be smart with me.
Cha abangisabisi.
No, they are not scaring me.
Why?
Kungani?
Ngiphambi kweKatolo manje.
I'm in front of the court now, or I'm before the court now.
So at the police station, you're scared of them?
A police station Abasaba.
Ngiyabasaba epolice station.
Yes, I'm scared of them at the police station.
Ngoba ngakhetha ukuye jail. Ngoba epolice station bebenza noma yini.
Because I chose to go to prison because in the police station they would do whatever they want to do.
But that was before you make that election, say.
Kodwa lokho kwakungaphambi kokuthi ke ukhethe.
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo wakho.
Can you repeat?
The time you made that choice to go to prison, it was before or it was after you have met the Amabereta there at Albertine.
Kathi ke wenza isinqumo noma ukhetha usucela ke ukhetha ukuthi awusuwe ejele kwakusemuva ke ukuthi uhlangene nala ama-TRT.
Sithi ngishawa amaphoyisa bengwesaba kakhulu leso sikhathi leso.
At the time, seeing that I was being assaulted by the police, I was scared of the police at the time.
Okay. But now you're no longer scared.
Awusabusabe manje.
Ngihamba namaphoyisa asejele manje ngisawesaba namaphoyisa ngoba ngeze ngenzela ukuthi kukhona amaphoyisa asejele.
Now I am traveling with the prison officials, so they won't do anything to me in the presence of prison officials.
And ngiphambi kwecourt angeke eze ngenzela ukuthi uma ngiphambi kwecourt.
And I'm before the court, they won't do anything to me as I'm before the court.
So when you're before court, you feel free.
Ukhululekile uma uphambi kwenkantolo.
Ngiphephile nokuphepha.
I'm even safe.
Then there you are on the 1st of June 2020 in front of court. Do you feel safe?
Ngeyi-1st zikaJuni wawuphambi kwenkantolo wazizwa uphephile.
Lesikhathi ngiseKatolo phakathi ngangiphephile mangiphumela ngaphandle ukuphepha kwami kwaphela.
When I was inside the court, I was safe. As the moment I left the court, I was outside, then my safety wasn't guaranteed or wasn't there anymore.
So why did you not inform the court then, that day? I'm being assaulted. Because now I'm free before you, magistrate. I'm being assaulted. Since you feel safe inside the court.
Nali-ke ithuba unalo sulitholile-ke manje uphephile usenkantolo ubingelela imantshi ubusayitshela-ke manje ukuthi angiphephile lana labantu laba bayangishaya.
KoseKatolo nayizolo ngishilo ngathi loya lami ngalitshena ukuthi laba bantu bangishaya. Ngaphinde ngalitshena nange-10 ikaJuly ukuthi laba bantu bayaqhubeka bangishaya, so angisafuni ukuya ema-police station because bengisesivathini ngifuna ukuya ejele ngoba ejele ngeke bekhona uzongishaya noma isiphi isikhathi abathanda ngaso.
My lord, I did mention it yesterday that I informed my legal representative that these people are assaulting me. I repeated that again on the 10th of July that I'm being assaulted and I would like to go back to the police station, but I would like to go to prison because they won't do as they please.
So when you appeared for the first time before this specific court, Did you feel safe as well?
Nkathi uvela ke kokuqala kuleni inkantolo ke manje sikhulume ke inkantolo ke magistrate lana ke inkantolo ephakeme ke uma usubingelela ke umehlulelo kokuqala ke lana ke nalapho wazizwa uphephile. Sikhuluma ngale inkantolo manje sakhulume ke ngelower court sikhuluma ngale uma uvela kokuqala lana wazizwa uphephile.
Bengizizwa ngiphephile sonke isikhathi mangise enkantolo phakathi ngizizwa ngiphephile.
I felt safe each and every time I'm inside the court. I feel safe.
Okay, now let us proceed. I want to show you something on the screen.
Nakhona ke mfisa ukuthi ngikhombise kona lapha yana.
Do you see that photograph? You can go closer there.
Ungasondela uma ukuthi awuboni kahle.
Ngiyabona.
I can see.
Who is that person?
Ubani loya?
Isithombe sami.
It's my picture.
Where was it taken?
Kwakukuphi nendawo?
Ilesikhathi sise Albertine.
It's at the time when we were in Albertine.
Okay, the next photo. Who took the photo?
Ubani owayithola isithombe lesiya?
Angimkhumbuli isibongo sakhe.
I can't remember the surname.
Is that how you were dressed on that day as well?
Ogqoke ngale ndlela ngaleli langa.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even at the time when you were arrested at Vusimuzi section Tembisa, you were dressed like that.
Nangenkathi oboshwa ngayo eVusumuzi section eThembisa ogqoke kanje.
Cha.
No.
How were you after you changed? Were you dressed like that?
Emuva kokuthi usushintshile lokho ogqokile wagqoka kanje.
Yebo ngagqoka kanje sebengishishisile.
Yes, after I had changed.
Even when you were kicked on the 30th, kicked on the 31st, then fast forward the 5th of June, you were still like that.
Nangenkathi ukhahlelwa ngeyi30 ukhahlelwa ngeyi31 bese siya phambili ke ngeyi5 zika June wawusagqoke ngale yandlela.
Angilokhu ngigqoke kanje yakho sekade longaze ngigeze nokugeza.
I was always dressed like that. I haven't even taken a bath.
But you can see the person depicted on that photo, the clothes are still neat.
Kuyabonakala siyabona ke okanye noma umuntu yabona ke ukuthi lapha yana impahla lena ke azingcolile njengale ndlela agqoke ngayo lapha yana.
Zingcolile lezi impahla.
Those clothes are dirty.
Okay. What made the clothes dirty?
Angcoliswa yini?
Ngicela ukuthi angishitshi nokuthi ngibuye ngibhuquzise phansi.
That I hadn't changed and also that I was on the ground.
Okay. And then who told you to stand like that in that photograph?
Kuyesiya isithombe ubani wakutshela ukuthi ima ngale yandlela?
Uhadebe.
Sihadebe.
And then is that you there?
So wena lapha?
Isithombe sami.
That's my picture.
But you being there and still the same thing say.
Yonke into ayenzeka lapha ya uhadebe wayengidirect ukuthi angenze kanjani.
Everything that was happening there, Hadebe was the one who was directing me as to how to go about doing it.
Do you know why did he embark on that exercise?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakuyini inhloso yokuthi akwenze lokho?
Akaze ngitshene wayethi nje bheka le lo shuthayo ashuthe ethi bheka le lo shuthayo ashuthe akaze sengitshene kungani ethi angigumule.
He never told me, my lord. He would just say, face that side. The person taking the photo would then do that. Look that side. The person would then do that, my lord. He never even told me as to why I had to take off my clothes.
From your observation of that photo, will you say that person appearing there was injured in any way?
Uma ubhekile ubuka lesiya sithombe lesiyana ubona lo yamuntu olapha kulesiya sithombe ungasho ukuthi khona indlela lo yamuntu lo alimele ngayo.
Kusekade lo ngikwazi ukukhomenta ngesithombe. Mhlawumbe uHadebe wayefuna ukubona lento ayifuna ukuyibona wayezokwazi ukuyibona.
My lord, I'm unable to comment on a photo. If Hadebe wanted to see whatever it is that he wanted to see, he would have been able to see it.
But do you see any abnormalities there?
Ukhona ongahambi ngendlela ongahambi kahle ukubonayo wena lapha kulesiya sithombe.
Kusekade lo mina ngikhuluma ngesithombe ngikhuluma ukuthi ngoba lento ayenzeka kimi kwakukuningi kakhulu kwangahambi kahle.
My lord, I'm not speaking about a photo because I know what happened to me. A lot, my lord, there was a lot of abnormalities.
But that gene there doesn't seem dirty, sir.
Kodwa leya gene leyana uyibhekile lapha yana akukho kusho ukuthi leya gene ayibukeki ingcolile.
Kosekatolo noma ungangishutha ngefoto ngecamera manje mina ngoba ngimnyama nje uzongibona ngathi ngimhlophe.
Even if we were to take a picture or a photo of me now, my lord, using a camera, as dark as I am, I would appear light, my lord.
You mean a color camera?
Ushoye color
Color photo.
Yenza ithi ikhanye kakhulu kunalokho eyikho noma kuthiwa
Not black and white, color.
It makes something to be much lighter, my lord, even if it's dark.
You see.
On your wrist there, are there any marks or swelling on that particular photograph?
Kulesiya sithombe lesiyana la ezandleni kukhona amamarka khona noma ke ukuvuvuka okubonakala kulesiya sithombe.
Kosekatolo ngikhulumi ngesithombe nawo amamaka.
I'm not talking about a photo, my lord. Here are the marks. The witness is pointing to his wrist, his right hand, as well as the left hand.
Those marks, did you show them to your defense counsel?
Lama mark la oqeda uwakhomba manje ke ngaba ummeli wakho wamtshengisa?
Yebo ngambonisa.
Yes, I did.
And then was it not something that Mboto was supposed to comment about when he took the stand?
Kwangase
I'm sorry to interject. There's evidence that Colonel Mboto saw those marks and the swelling part of the. So it's not an evidence that is created by this witness. It's evidence emanating from the colonel who took the alleged confession.
Yes, Mr. Sibanda.
Please, my lord, I thought it would be fair for a witness like Mboto to have commented, to say, yes, these are the marks that I saw in the date in question, and they indeed still visible on that position in relation to his hand.
Was Mboto shown that photo?
No, Mboto was never shown this photo, my lord.
Who was shown that photo? Hadebe.
Hadebe.
Okay, maybe we can comment through Hadebe's remarks.
Can we proceed, my lord? The fact that you had injuries on your wrist, did you inform Colonel Hadebe?
ukuthi wawulimeleke lana unama marks unokuvuvuka nako la kuwena ke ezandleni wamtshela uHadebe ngalokho?
Akaze ngibuza uHadebe ngokushawa kwami ukuthi ngilimele kuphi. Because uHadebe wayengahambisani nami. Wayengekho esayidini lami, wayefana namaphoyisa nawo angihlukumezile.
Hadebe never asked me about any assault, whether I was injured and where and how, my lord. Hadebe was just against me. Hadebe was siding together with the police that had abused me.
And that is Mkhane, Ngamani, Buthelezi and others.
Lama phoyisa wabalayo manje, ukuthi wayesayida nawo la awabalayo manje.
Bala maphoyisa from Boshwane State.
I'm referring to the police since my arrest on the 30th. All those police abused me very much so.
And then, did you go out with Colonel Hadebe at some stage?
Ingabe sikhona yini isikhathi la owaphuma khona noma wahamba khona uhamba naye uKolonel Hadebe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where did you go?
Naya kuphi?
Angimazi ukuthi wayengisa kuphi.
I don't know where he was taking me to.
How did you travel?
Ngihamba kanjani?
Angazi ukuthi sasihamba kanjani ngoba uyo wayazi ukuthi ungisa kuphi.
I don't know how we traveled because he's the one who knew where he was taking me to.
Were you walking on foot?
Nanihamba ngenyawo.
Were you in a vehicle?
Nanisemotweni.
Were you in a flight?
Nandiza.
Ngisho sesisemotweni mayiqeda ukungishutisa lezi ithombe lezi athe ikhomba la.
Nanisemotweni. We were traveling in a vehicle. When a vehicle after these pictures that were shown here were taken.
And then what type of a vehicle was it?
Kwakuyimoto enjani?
Angisayikhumbuli kodwa ngoba ithombe zakhona bangishuthisa ngise thuze kwayimoto mhlawumbe mayingavela ngingakhumbula ukuthi iyo le.
I can't remember, but because the photos that were taken with me next to a vehicle. If those can be shown those photos, then I'll be able to remember.
Okay. Was it a buggy or a sedan or a hatchback?
Sikhuluma lana ngebhaki ke mhlambe nje ibhaki imoto ekuyisedan noma ke sikhuluma ngemoto a hatchback. Isedan imoto sikhuluma ngemoto nje enecaphe eziwu4 i-hatchback angithi yile ekanjeni bese sikhuluma ngemoto ke enkulu le nokuthiwa i-sedan.
Imoto lapha kwangaba yi-private mare enesinqi.
It would be like in a sedan, my lord. It refer to a private vehicle, but a sedan.
Okay. Where were you seated inside the vehicle?
Phakathi kuleyo moto leyo wawuhlezi kuphi nendawo wena?
Angisakhumbula ukuthi ngangihleli kuliphi side kwa left noma right uthi angihleli ngemuva.
I can't remember which side I was seated, whether at the right hand side or left side, but it was at the back.
And then who was the driver of the vehicle?
Yayishayelwa ubani leyo moto leyo?
Angisasikhumbula isibongo sika driver.
I can't remember the driver's surname, my lord.
And then where was Colonel Hadebe seated inside the vehicle?
Ukenel Hadebe wayehlezi kuphi nendawo yena emotweni?
Wayehleli ngaphambili.
In front, my lord.
And then where did you go from
Naseniya
Alberton?
kuphi ke?
Uthe angazi babe ngisakuphi.
Ase-
Uhadebe wazi.
I said I don't know where they took me to. Hadebe is the one who knows or who knew.
So, according to the evidence of Colonel Hadebe, you are the one who gave the driver instructions.
Ngokusho kwakhe noma ngobufakazi bakhe uKenel Hadebe wena owawutshela umshayeli ukuthi akaye kuphi noma ahambe kanjani.
Cha, angaze ngitshela umshayeli ehambe kanjani.
No, I've never instructed the driver as how to drive. Or
You
travel.
also made a request that should you be taken to the entrance of Oslo Rats, then you'll be able to point a certain point or direction.
Wase futhi unesicelo osenzayo ukuthi uma nje ungathathwa bakufikiseke noma kufikweke la engenwa khona uma ungenwa eFosloras ukusuka lapho ke wena usungabatshengisaka ke manje ukuthi akiwe kuphi nendawo.
Cha, angaze ngize ngisho lento leyo.
No, I never said that.
And in the places that you were taken to, are you familiar with that place?
Indawo lezi owathathwa wasiwa kuzona indawo ozaziyo?
Cha, angizazi.
No, I'm not familiar with them.
Not at all.
Anhlobo nje.
May my colleague be specific, my lord, which areas is he referring to?
What's that, sir? Sorry. You're saying what should be specific?
The areas that you said he was taken to.
Who must be specific?
My colleague.
How would you know that? Because
this-
there's no evidence to that effect in this court.
There's evidence that
Unless you want to tell me he did. He read the confession and he read the pointing outs. But this court is not aware of any direction.
my lord I'm referring to the evidence of Colonel Khatebe. He said, according to his evidence, the witness must take them to the entrance
Yes.
of Osloras.
Yes.
So my colleague must specify, because when I converse with Colonel Khatebe as to which
Entrance.
he talk about a shopping center. He never talk about mainly the entrance.
So
he said,
when you
if
say
take us
entrance
to-
of Force Luras, it's not specific enough.
especially when he said a shopping center,
Yes,
he was
Mr.
specific there.
Steve. Yes, let's hear you. They say you must be more specific.
But that is the evidence that request to be taken to an entrance of Fosloras. I don't know. But my lord, I'm being told how to ask this witness.
Yeah, continue. You don't recall the saying the entrance of Force Luras, there's a shopping center.
But that's not the angle I want to take. The
Okay,
defense will
yeah,
come
fine,
first.
okay.
Did you make such a request?
Isicelo esinjalo wasenza?
Cha,
No,
asike isicelo engasenza uKhatebe.
there's no request I made to Khatebe.
And from Fosloras, then you give instructions to a certain point.
Ukusuka ke khona lapho ke manje sekufikiwe ke kuyona ke entrance leyo Phosphorus wase manje usho ke ukuthi akiwe endaweni ethize.
Cha, angaze ngize ngisho lutho.
No, I never said anything.
Trying to find somewhere in the record. You say, are you familiar with Phosphorus Hostel?
I hostel yase Phosphorus uyayazi?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I am.
Were you taken there?
Wasiwa lapho?
Angikhumbuli.
I don't recall.
I can't find the relevant portion on the record wherein it was put to the witness that you were taken to that particular place on the 5th of June 2020.
Uthi akayitholi ke le ndawo ke la ekushoyo khona ke ukuthi wasiwa ke endaweni ethize ngalelo langa lelo. Uyayibheka akayiboni kwamanje.
So what is the assertion? You say you can't recall? The assertion you say you can't recall.
I'm saying that Advocate Mngomezulu did put to the witnesses that at some stage on that day of the pointing out, the witness was taken to Phosphorus Hostel, Basutwin Hostel. And the witness indicates to the court that he does not recall being taken there.
Oh, okay. You can put it, you can check it afterwards.
Yes,
Me,
what's the
you, and
comment?
the other counsels. You're saying Mr. Mngomezulu put it
Yes,
to the Khadebe, the kennel.
to Hadebe, yes. I can find it, Melody, if I can there, but I printed it out.
How can you forget 2 lines? I mean, Yashayeka Mr. Mnis. Means you are laughing. Okay. So what do we do now?
No, my lord, if I can be allowed to continue, I will find that relevant portion. I did.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
And we'll adjourn after he answers the question.
Okay.
It was put to Hadebe that you were taken to Phosphorus Hostel, also known as Basotho Hostel, on that day.
Ummeli wakho okuyena ke uMr Mngomezulu washo ke kuyena uKedel Hadebe ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke oyokhomba ngalo ke wathathwa ke wasiwa ehostel iBasotho Hostel ePhosphorus.
Besekatolo ngoba nayizolo ngishilo ngathi abendawo abangisakuzo angizazi bangithatha bangibuyisele emuva. So indawo abengikhombisa zona angizazi.
As I said yesterday, my lord, that the places that I was taken to, I'm not familiar with. So I was taken, after that, my lord, I was taken back. So I'm not familiar with those places.
And in that evidence, you further testified that you are familiar with that place because you once resided there.
Okunye futhi ke okushilo ukuthi ke indawo leyo ke uyayazi ngoba wake wahlala khona lapho.
I just want to establish for my colleague whether it's that what I put to Colonel Khate for verification purposes.
It's already late in the day. Maybe then again I will show my colleague that relevant portion. Just that God mixed up with my other documents here. I will proceed from that point tomorrow.
What's your time now?
23 minutes past 3.
You want us to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, you're saying you must adjourn? Tomorrow 10 o'clock then?
Qhubeka kusasa ke ngo10.
Angaze ngize ngisho engushoyo lokho engitshela icourt manje.
That is incorrect. I've never said that. What I am saying is what I am telling the court now.
So you are distancing yourself from that assertion.
Manje wena uyaziqhelakanyisa naleyo nto ekhulunywe ummeli.
Mina ngoba ngizela ngizela uzokhulumela uMngomezulu la ngizoyikhulumela into eyenzeka kimi.
As I am here, I am not here to speak on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu. I am here to speak on my behalf, my lord.
That is, the traffic doesn't go to that direction, it's the opposite direction. He is speaking on your behalf, not you.
Uthi ke ummeli umshushisi ayihambi kanjalo. kahle kahle akusuwena ozikhulumelayo noma ukhulumela umnumzana uMngomezulu. Umnumzana uMngomezulu ukhulumela wena.
Mina ngoba ngila eboxini ngizoyikhulumela mina into eyenzeka kimi.
As I am here on the witness stand, I am here to speak on my behalf on what happened to me.
So what was it that he was doing on the date in question when he made the statement?
Manje ngalesikhathi ekhuluma loludaba umnumzana uMngomezulu bekayenzani? Loludaba lokuthi uye wayisiwa eBasotho hostel.
Angeke ngiphendulele uMngomezulu ukuthi benzani.
I cannot respond on his behalf, my lord.
Thank you. I will pack it here. My Lord, I want to, at this stage, just to forewarn the court that the state will be cross-examining the accused person on the contents of the confession that was made to Colonel Mboto, as well as the pointing out that was made to Colonel Hadebe. Reason being that he is not the author of such a document, and in terms of the law, it is permissible. And I'm going to cite the following case law.
No, just begin again. You say you want to do what?
Cross-examine
Yes.
Mr.
Who?
Sibiya
Yeah.
on the contents of the statement that he made before Colonel Mboto.
Or the statement.
Yes, that
Which
was
he
made.
made?
That okay, Exhibit GG, let me say the contents of Exhibit GG, because he is not the author of such statement.
Yeah, but fine. So you're not referring to FF.
Maybe I'm mixing up the...
Because you can't refer to the contents of the alleged confession before.
It's FF, my lord.
Hello?
It's indeed Exhibit FF, yes.
No. There's no law like that. The law is clear. They only test the contents of an alleged confession, which the court has already ruled that it is admissible. And the government of testing that is where an accused person says, the contents of this confession are not mine. I was told by the police to say this and that and that and that and that. Are you with me?
Exactly, my lord. That is the point. He did not make such a statement.
No, you're not listening.
Yes.
I haven't ruled on that confession.
Indeed so.
FF.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can
So
I proceed
your
to...
application is premature.
Yes, can I proceed just to finish my application?
Okay, fine. Let's hear you.
Yes, court, please.
Which case were you going to quote me?
State versus Libone.
State versus
Libone.
Lebone. Fine.
Yes. And I just want to get the citation. It's 1965, volume 2, SA, on page 837. It was a decision of the appellant division by then.
AD.
Yes.
What do they say?
When a trial judge adjudicates upon the admissibility of a confession as a separate issue, and when the accused himself alleges that the contents of his confession are false and that they were submitted by the police, and this fact is used as part of his case that he was forced by the police to make a statement, then the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine the accused on the contents of the confession to show that the accused himself was the source of the contents and not the police as alleged by him. The cross-examination is then undertaken with the object of attacking the credibility of the accused, a relevant matter, not in order to prove that the contents are true.
Yeah, you've misread that case. That case is obvious. It says the contents. No, it's what I was telling you. The contents of the confession. I don't have a confession which has been ruled by myself to be admissible. and I've never had sight of it. So that case refers to an exigency where a ruling has been made in favor of the state, and an accused person contends that the contents of that confession are not his. They were foretold to him, or the police gave him that version. Then you are at liberty, after that ruling, if the ruling has been made, to use that decision. And in any case, that decision, when you use it, it's because the court, even after the confession, alleged confession, has been ruled to be admissible, there's a possibility that the contents of that confession could say anything. I don't know. You could say oscillate, vivivic, globule, vivivic. I don't know what he's saying. So the court also has to read the contents to determine whether in fact those contents are a confession or not. Are you with me?
I understand.
Yeah, so that question is disallowed, sir. The application, rather.
I will move to other aspects.
Who are the judges there? I know that case. 65.
Judge
Who's that?
Holmes. It's Judge Holmes, Vessels and Holmes. Yes.
And who?
Vessels and Holmes.
Yeah, fine. That's 1965.
Yes.
After the first constitution and the second constitution, the law is changed. Okay. That's
Is it
1965.
Here's the court, please.
Right. 1983, sorry, yeah, 1993 and 1996, the law is completely changed. And that's why I'm saying presently the law says what I'm telling you now. Okay, thanks. Continue.
Here's the court, please. Now, you testified that when you arrived at Albertine, you find the members of the TRT there.
Uthe mawufika eAlbertine uthole amaphoyisa we TRT.
Bangifika eAlbertine awuthi ngithola amaphoyisa ngibone sekukhona namaphoyisa eTRT.
Not that I found them there, but I noticed that they were there.
Did you interact with them?
Uye wakhulumisana nabo?
Cha.
No.
Did they come where you were seated or you were standing?
Baye beza labo ume khona noma labo uhleli khona?
Mangikulela office babelokhu bephithizela nje phambi kweminyango lapha ya.
Whilst I was in that office, they were just moving around next to the door.
Is it something that is unusual to find members of the South African police at the police station?
Yinto engajwayelekanga na ukuthi uthole amaphoyisa e-police station.
Okwenza ukuthi ngikhulume ngeTRT yingoba mase bengena emotweni sebengifaka emotweni nawo ajoyina leyo convoy emoto.
What made me to talk about TRT is that when I was put in the police vehicle, they also joined that convoy.
How did you see them?
Ubabone kanjani?
Imoto ekulandelayo uyakwazi ukuyibona.
The vehicle behind you, you are able to see it.
There was evidence in this court by the person who took you those photographs that I showed you yesterday, saying that he was following the car that you and Colonel Hadebe were traveling in.
Unobufakazi obuzilela enkantolo ngalo muntu bekakuthatha leza ithombe ebazibonise zona izolo kuthiwa lo muntu uthe yena wayekade elandela le moto lebe wena no Colonel Hadebe nihamba ngayo.
Angangize ngikhulumele lo muntu ukuthi uthini kodwa mina ngithi okwenzakalayo le moto yayiza ngemumva kwethu.
I would not speak on what he said or on his behalf. However, what I would say is that that vehicle was following us.
And then that aspect was not challenged when he said he was following the vehicle that you and Hadebe were in.
Lolo daba ngaleso sikhathi ekhuluma yena athi wayekade elandela le moto ebekade wena no Hadebe nikuyo, ayizange idingidwe noma ayizange iphikiswe ngaleso sikhathi.
Ngisacela ungiphindela angizwisisi kahle.
Lolu daba alikhulumile yena lokuthi ubekade elandela imoto lebekade wena no Hadebe nikuyo, ayizange iphikiswe ummeli wakho ngaleso sikhathi yena aqeda ukuyikhuluma la enkantolo.
Ngamtshela ummeli mhlapha kezwanga, kodwa ke mina ngoba ngila eboxini ila engizokhuluma khona konke okwenzakalayo. Ngizele khona ukuzosho ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalela langa ngoba ngila eboxini.
I told my advocate, my lord, perhaps he's the one that did not hear or understand what I told him. However, I am here to state everything that happened.
So now do you see the implications of that instruction being carried forward?
Manje uyabona ukuthi lento beyibaleke kangakanani.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ibaluleke kakhulu ngoba nje ngireza la ecourt ngizosho vele izinto ezibalekile.
Yes, I believe it was important, and that is why I am also here to state what is important.
And do you see now the difficulty that we find ourselves in, because that very part of the testimony that you are giving the court today was never put to the photograph.
Manje uyabona futhi nobunzima osizithola sikubo ngenxa yokuthi leyo nto ewikhulumayo ayizange itshelwe lo muntu lo bekathwebula ithombe.
Konsekatolo mina okwami ukuthi ngize eboxini ngizosho ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalolu suku loliya.
My lord, for me,
ngikhulumela ukuthi omunye umuntu wathini noma utheni.
As for me, what is important is that I am at the witness stand to come and testify on what happened. I will not be able to state on what someone had said.
And that someone, are you referring to the state witness or you're referring to your attorney?
Uma uthi omunye umuntu ukuthi utheni, usho ubani, usho ufakazi wombuso noma ummeli wakho?
Ngisho ukuthi lo afuna ukuthi ngifakazele yena noma ngihambisana nenkulumo yakhe ngithi mina ngizosho okwenzakala kimi ngalolu yalanga.
I am referring to a person that the state wishes me to speak on their behalf. I am here to state what has happened.
Say, there's someone speaking on your behalf.
Kunomuntu okumele.
May I interject, my lord, by raising this objection? The line of questioning by my colleague to this witness is not fair. In fact, the state has to prove that a pointing out was made lawfully and the state has complied with the requirements. My lord, there is no dispute in relation to the conveyance of accused number of the witness from police station to Vosloorus. As to who was escorting the person that was conveying the suspect together with Colonel Hadebe does not amount to any element of pointing out if there's no dispute in terms of conveyance, my lord.
Mr. Sandi, what's your response?
My lord, it has a bearing. It must be done freely, and then he said it before this court. The presence of those gentlemen scared him when he saw them. So them being there wherever that they were going, it's going to even scare him even more. And it is our contention as the state that they were not there.
Yeah, the question is allowed because 217 says it must be done free and voluntarily and free. Just recite the recitation.
Is the court, please?
Recite it. It was done free. It must be done free and voluntarily without
undue influence.
When you are in your sober
senses.
That's it. Now, if there is a dispute about the fact that the witness, the state says there was no coercion in the taking of the photographs. in the pointing of the alleged areas. I don't know why they were pointing them. Then the conveyance towards that locality is critical. More especially where, in my view, there is evidence by the accused here that he was assaulted before they went there. Now, the critical question, according to Sibande, is the version which he says was put was that the photographer, after Khadebe and Mr. Sibiya had got into their grey Volkswagen sedan, they were followed by the photographer. And it was Sibiya, Khadebe, and the driver. And the photographer was following the car which was being driven immediately behind them. But he is now saying, which is entitled to say and do, is now saying, Mr. Sibiya, that they, TRT, followed Khadebe's vehicle. So the question is allowed.
Please.
If it's true.
What is the response?
Ithini impendulo yakho? May you please repeat the question?
Saying that which you are telling this court today was not put to the photograph. Say you are lying, you are not following the car that Hadebe, Sibiya, and the driver were in. They were followed by members of the TRT.
Uthi lo mbuzo lowo ukuthi lo bekathwebula ithombe ubekade elandela imoto yenu awuzange ubuzwe njengoba ikuthi wena uthi imoto bekade ilandelwa abantu be-TRT.
Before I allow the witness to respond, I just want, my Lord, to make sense of what my colleague is submitting before this honorable court. Because if it is put as a version that has been put or challenged when the driver was driving behind the motor vehicle of Colonel Khadebe, it has never been put as a version.
No, you are misunderstanding your learned colleague.
Yes. The question, my Lord...
Otherwise we're going to waste time.
No.
Mr. Sibande says the photographer testified that after taking photographs inside the office of Khadebe, and after taking photographs when Mr. Sibiya was supposed to get into the vehicle, the grey, here it is, I've got it here, the grey Volkswagen, they subsequently took the photos, then Mr. Sibiya, Khadebe, and the driver of this grey car got into that car, this car.
Yes.
It exited the police premises, and it was immediately, according to the state, it was immediately followed by the photographer's vehicle.
That's correct.
That's it.
That's correct, madam.
So
but
now he says, your client says, the TRT police were following the vehicle of Khadebe.
Yes.
In which he was conveyed.
Thank you.
Now he says it was never disputed.
Yes, my Lord. I'm saying that should not be put as a version that was put to the driver of the...
No, it's not being put as a version.
But now, if my Lord, a witness is confronted on what is said now and what was not challenged at that time. At that time, nothing was challenged to the driver or the motor vehicle of the photographer. It's only the evidence that we hear now that Mr. Sibiya is saying he was followed by the TRT. It has never been canvassed. We never contested that the photographer...
I think you're misunderstanding the procedure. When an advocate defends a person, you read all the documents and you say, give me your version. What happened? What happened? And now the assumption, according to Sibande, is that you must have been given instructions that the car which was immediately following Khadebe and the police who was driving it, and with Mr. Sibiya, being behind. It was immediately followed by the car of the photographer. That's basically it. And now he says, Mr. Sibanda, he says your client is saying that, sorry, Mr. Sibiya is saying Khadebe's car was immediately followed by the TRT and not by the photographer. That's what is being contested here. Nothing miraculous. Yes, sir. Am I quoting you correctly, sir?
Correct.
Yes, let's proceed, please.
I'm still waiting for the answer because when he was about to prefer an answer, then Mr. Mngomezulu stood up.
Usungaphendula ke Sibiya.
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo.
May you please repeat the question once more?
I'm saying that very important aspect where the photographer testified in court that he immediately followed the vehicle, as it was correctly pointed out by the court, the VW motor vehicle, immediately, not what you are saying in court that you were followed by the members of the TRT. That fact was not put before this court.
Uthi umshushisi le ndaba le yokuthi umuntu lo bekathwebula ithombe uyena obekade elandelela imoto lebe nina nihamba ngayo. Yena uthi wena manje sewuthi imoto yenu beyilandelelwa abantu be-TRT. Leyo ndaba yokuthi beyilandelelwa abantu be-TRT ayizange ikhulunywe ummeli wakho.
Okay, ngengiphendulela uMngomezulu ukuthi azange ayikhulume ngayikhuluma uyo ngayikhulumela. Mina la engikushoyo kosekatolo i-escort uma ingi-escorta mina, i-escorta mina ihlala emva kwami. Lo muntu wecamera wayenga-escortile mina. Aba-TRT yiwa escorte mina. Obvious abase eduze kwemonto kusuke kukhona khona mina kuyo.
My Lord, I would not speak on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu. However, when I was escorted, the escort would be behind me, and the escort vehicles that I saw, it was TRT, not the photographer.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Jonathan in this court?
Uye usakhumbula umbona omnumzana uJonathan la enkantolo.
Kosekatolo makhuluma uJonathan khuluma ngamu.
Who is Jonathan?
But you mentioned him, Mr. Sibiya, don't be smart. You even mentioned him among the people that were in Tembisa, people that assaulted you in Fosloras, people that assaulted you in the Tabong. But now you're asking me which Jonathan we're talking about.
Uthi ungazama ukudlala ngaye uJonathan wena wamusho ukuthi ukushayile endaweni ethize eLthabong wakushaya wahlangana naye Fosloras uJonathan yena lobo ukhuluma ngaye.
Kosekatolo uJonathan we traffic cop ngambona elive boxing.
Yes, I did see the Mr. Jonathan, who is a traffic officer right here in court.
He came to this court and he informed this court that on the day in question, he and his colleagues conducted an escort, and among the escort was to guard the suspect as well as Colonel Hadeb.
Uthi ke uJonathan uye weza la enkantolo wathi yena namaphoyisa abanye laba asebenza nabo bebakade be-escorta imoto. Isizathu soku-escorta leyo moto beku-escorta umsolwa lo bekaphakathi kuleyo moto no-Colonel Hadeb.
Kosekatolo uJohannes azange ngize ngimbone nge-escorta mina. Abantu abangi-escortayo mangisuke eAlbertine kwakuyi-TRT.
My Lord, I did not see Johannes escorting me. The people that I saw escorting me, it was TRT.
So why was it not disputed when Jonathan was on the witness box that you are lying, Constable Jonathan? You never conducted an escort on that particular date.
Manje kungani uJonathan ngalesikhathi emela sime khona angazange atshelwe ukuthi Jonathan lento oyikhulumayo amanga lihlaza wena awuzange uescorte umsolwa noHadebe.
Kosekatolo anginalo ilungelo lokuthi umuntu mina uqamba amanga. Ukhona umuntu onelungelo lokuthi la ecourt lo muntu lo uqamba amanga noma cha. Mina engikushoyo la itenzeka kimi ukuthi mina kimi yini eyenzeka. uJohannes anginayo indlela yokumphikisa kodwa nje ngingakusho lokho ayikusho akwenzakalanga lendlela asho ngayo. kodwa ukuthi uqamba manga anginalo ilungelo lokusho kanjalo.
My Lord, I do not have a right to say to a person who is testifying here in court that those people are lying. There is a person who has those rights, and I cannot say to Johannes, as the witness keeps on repeating the name Johannes, that he was lying, as there was someone who had the rights to inform Johannes that he was lying.
Who has that right?
Ubani onalelo lungelo lokumtshela ukuthi akakhulumi iqiniso?
Hayi ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso. Kwesekatolo ngithi umuntu onelungelo lokubona umuntu onamanga ukhona la ecourt.
Uthi umshushisi ubani?
Ikhosekatolo enelungelo lokubona ukuthi umuntu unamanga.
It's the court that has the right to see that a person is lying. Inkantolo isangoma.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umsebenzi awufundele uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi umuntu unamanga.
It's just a slight joke.
Yes, the court
Yes,
has
the
this
court,
minor.
please. So, when you appeared before court, you were told that you've got a right to a legal representative. You can have your own private legal representative, or you can appoint legal aid, or you can apply for legal aid legally to appoint a legal representative. And your election was to be represented by a legal representative.
Ithema ufike enkantolo uye watshelwa amalungelo wokuthi unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli uma ungenayo imali wena ungafaka isicelo sokuthi uncedwe ummeli we legal aid wena wathatha isinqumo sokuthi uzozifunela ummeli wakho.
And then you were duly represented by Mr. Ramosipili.
Kulaye ukuthi uye wamelwa ke umnumzana uRamsipili.
And then Mr. Mngomezulu was brought in as well.
Bese ke umnumzana uMngomezulu walethwa naye.
Kwesekatolo ngicela ungicacisele kahle umbuzo ukuthi uma ukhuluma ngokuthi ngeke ngatshelwa kusuka kuphi eBosberg noma la ePretoria noma kuphi.
My Lord, when you are referring to me being informed of my rights, can you please explain where were the rights explained? Are you referring to Boksburg or here in Pretoria?
Whether in Boksburg, whether in Tembisa, wherever where you appeared, those rights were explained to you.
Uthi noma kuphi inkantolo ekuthi uye wavela kuyo eThembisa noma eBoksburg lawo uye wavela khona lawo malungelo aye wachazwa.
eBosberg ikhosekatolo yathi kumele sithole ummeli ngoba ngeke kulunga ukuthi sikhulumele.
In Boksburg, the court told us that we need to get an attorney because we won't be able to represent ourselves.
Will you be able to represent yourself in this court?
Wena ubo ungakwazi ukuthi uzimele kula enkantolo.
Mr. Sibanda, where are you going to with this cross-examination?
My Lord, whenever that I ask him a question, to say this was your instruction to Mr. Mngomezulu, you want to distance himself. And
No, fine, but you can argue that aspect. He's entitled to answer the way he wants to. But if you have problem with that answer, you can argue. Make submissions.
here's the court, please. When you went for the pointing out, who else was present?
Ngalesikhathi uhamba uyokhomba uba nomunye wayekade ekhona.
Uhadebe owayethe uhadebe.
It was Hadebe who had introduced himself as Hadebe.
Laba abanye sengibakhohliwe ibongo zabo noma kade bekhona la sengibakhohliwe ibongo zabo.
And
Abanye
others?
vele ngangabazi.
And others I had forgotten their surnames, even though they were here in court, but I had forgotten their surnames, and others I did not know them.
Kube umhane.
There was also Mukhani.
So was Mahane inside that vehicle you were in with Hadebe?
Mukhani wayekade ekule moto lebuhamba nayo no Hadebe.
Cha.
No.
Where was Mahane?
Ubekade kuphi yena?
Akumazi ukuthi wayehamba ngayiphi imoto.
I do not know which vehicle was he traveling on.
From which distance did you see Mokhane?
Umbone ubukude obungakanani?
Angaze ngibone ubude kodwa la uHadebe la ayengikhomba khona uthi angikhombe la umhane wasekhona.
I did not see the distance. However, from the point where Hadebe had pointed me that I should point such a place, Mokhane was also there.
Hadebe told this court when he gave his testimony that at the point where you were making such pointing out, it was himself, yourself, as well as the photographer.
Uthi Hadebe yena ukhulume ubufakazi bokuthi ngalesikhathi wena ukhomba kwakade ku Hadebe kunawe nalobe kade thwebula ithombe.
Cha akwenzakalanga kanjalo.
That is incorrect. That's not how it happened.
Was that fact put to Colonel Hadebe?
Leyo nto iye yatshelwa uKenneth Hadebe ukuthi ayenzakalanga kanjalo.
Ngamtshela ummeli uthi ayenzakalanga kanjalo.
I told my defense attorney that it did not happen that way.
And the Mokhane, was he told that he was part of the pointing out where you were at those points?
Umkhane naye uye watshelwa ukuthi Mkhane wena wawukade ukhona lapha ngalesikhathi uSibiya eyokhoma.
Ngamtshela ummeli kodwa futhi ngangazi ukuthi nami ngizoza eboxini ngizosho yonke into eyenzakala ngaleli langa njengoba injalo.
I had given my attorney an instruction that Mkhane was there. However, I also knew that my chance would come to testify on everything that has happened.
Did you remind your attorney when you gave evidence in chief?
Uye wamkhumbuza ummeli wakho ngalesikhathi uqala wena ukufakaza la.
Ngomhana.
Regarding Mokhane?
Yes.
Yebo.
Angimkhumbuzanga kodwa ngimkhumbuza manje ngoba usungibuza nje ila sengikwazi ukuthi ngikhumbuze khona icourt ukuthi kwenzakalani ngaleli langa.
No, I did not remind him. However, I am reminding him now as the state is asking me now on what has happened, and I am reminding the court as well.
So in your own explanation, you did not tell this court that Mokhane was there. It's only today when I ask you that you are telling this court.
Ngokwakho ngokuchaza kwakho awuzange utshele inkantolo ukuthi uMkhane wayekade ekhona yinamhlanje kuphela la umshushisi sekakubuza khona ukuthi kwenzakeleni wena la uchaza khona ukuthi uMkhane wayekhona.
Kuse inkantolo nowecamera akaze ngimusho ukuthi wayekhona.
My lord, even the photographer, I did not mention the photographer.
What are you saying now?
Manje uthini?
Ngithi akaze ngize ngibasho umhane nowecamera akaze ngimusho kodwa isithombe zathathwa umuntu wecamera obvious wayekhona nomhane naye ngoba kwakuye umuntu engangisuke naye Veralia obvious wayekhona.
I am saying that even the photographer I did not mention, however, is the one that took pictures, and Mokhane was also there as he is the one that I left Valeria police station with.
You see, with the photographer, I will allow you, because by extension of a logic, someone could have taken those photos. But Mokhane, who earlier in your own testimony assaulted you with Mabena, Ngamane, and the metro police as well as the TRT members.
He never said, sorry my lord, for interjection. Mokhane was not involved in the assault. Just want to clarify.
Yeah, come, let's go.
It's fine. Mokhane, who is a member of the investigating team, the fact that he was there itself is a problem. We did not mention that.
Uthi nasekuqaleni ngalesikhathi uMokhane lo obekuthi ubekade ephenya kuleli cala ngalesikhathi ukhuluma ngokushawa ukuthi ubekade ekhona nangokho angakushayanga kodwa uye wangamusho ukuthi uMokhane naye wayekade ekhona kodwa uchazile ukuthi wayekade ekhona ngalesikhathi ushawa.
Sorry, maybe we're talking at cross purposes. Is it Mokhale or Mokhano?
Mokhane.
Yeah, because two different persons.
Mokhane.
Is the gentleman?
The gentleman that was.
Yeah, just clarify that because
it's
I hear
Sergeant
Mokhane is the female sergeant.
It's Muhula, the female sergeant.
Yeah.
So Mokhane.
It was who?
Mokhane. Mokhane.
Yeah, it was the big gentleman.
Yes.
With the big stomach.
Yes.
Right?
I did not hear that.
Like me.
Mohane, Sergeant Mohane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right, yeah, as long as it's clarified that.
Sikhuluma ngoMokhani lo wendoda ngithi. Indeed, my lord, we are referring to the gentleman.
Okay, fine.
Yes, if someone who's so involved in this case was present there, and then that fact you did convey to her, then they will have jumped immediately when he took the stand and put it to him.
Uma ingabe umuntu lo obenendima enkulu kangaka kuleli cala yena wayekade ekhona kungani ithema yengena la engazange ebuzwe ummeli wakho ukuthi kuthiwa wena wawukade ukhona?
Ngoba ngila angizela uzophendula uMngomezulu kodwa yena ngamtshela ukuthi uMhani wayekhona.
As I am here, my lord, I am not here to respond on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu, but I did give him that instruction that Mokhani was present.
And then you did not feel a need on that day to raise your hand. They said he was present, Mohane.
Futhi ngalelo langa ngalesikhathi efakaza la uMkhani awuzange ubone isidingo sokuthi uphakamise isandla ukuthi ummeli wakho aze kuwe umtshele ukuthi ungakhohlwa ukuthi wayekade ekhona uMkhani.
Kosekatolo ilo yamangitshenile into asike isidingo lokhu nilehlisa ngilenyusa icourt yahlonishwa even namshushisi mayengena ecourt ukhombisa ukuhlonipha angicabanga ukuthi yena unelungelo lokuthi mina ngimele ngingahloniphi icourt lokungehlisa ngenyusa ummeli.
My lord, when I have instructed my attorney, there is no need that I should be calling him to and fro. I need to respect the court. Even the state, when it comes to court, it bows to show a sign of respect. Therefore, there is no need for me to be disrespectful to
I
court.
counted from the records. There's over 20 instances where either Mr. Ramusipil or Mr. Mngomezulu, they have to ask the court for permission to approach you, and the court has never denied them that opportunity.
Uthi mshushisi ubalile uma elibele efunda irecord ubonile ukuthi umnumzana uRamsipili noma umnumzana uNgomezulu uze lapha yakuwe amahlanda angadlula amashumi amabini kodwa inkantolo ayizange ithi niyangithikazisa aningihloniphi uma nilibele niyahlani nyuka.
Uma ngibabiza ngisuke kukhona engingakaze ngise ngibatshene khona lokho ukuthi uMhane wayekhona ngabatshela so sasingesidingo solokhu ngiphinde ngibabiza futhi ngithi mina nangu uMhane anikamtsheni ukuthi wayekhona kodwa ngangazi ukuthi sizofika isikhathi sokuthi mina ngize la eboxini ngizochaza konke okwenzakalayo.
When I was calling my defense, my lord, it was for clarification of issues that I had maybe not told them. However, that part that Mr. Mokhane was there, I did inform them, and I did not see a need that I should re-inform them of that fact that Mr. Mokhane was there, as I knew that there would be a time when I would be coming to testify and clarify that Mokhane was also present.
And that time indeed arrived.
Leso sikhathi sifikile ke sokuthi wena uzosho.
Yingoba inkantolo sengishilo nje ukuthi uMhane wayekhona naye lapho.
And that is why I have also stated that Mokhane was present there.
It's called examination in chief.
Logo kushowa ukuthi ngalesikhathi wena uqala uphana ngobufakazi bakho.
Ngoba bengiphana ubufakazi bami ngisho ukuthi amaphoyisa angithatha angisa eFosurus afike angishaya uMngomezulu uyangibuza kwakungobani ababengishaya ngobani ababekhona ngamtshela amaphoyisa angithatha angisa eAlbertine ngamtshela ukuthi amaphoyisa angise eAlbertine ngimtshela ukuthi kwakungobani nobani ngoba ngase ngishilo amaphoyisa aphinda angithatha angisala angisa khona so bengingasha amagama amaphoyisa ukuthi ngobani amaphoyisa bengwahlanganisa onke ukuthi amaphoyisa bengawahlukanisi ngamagama ukuthi leli naleli naleli.
Indeed, during my evidence in chief, I did mention that the police took me to Vosloorus and they assaulted me. That is when Mr. Mngomezulu asked me their names and I mentioned them. And I informed him that they took me to Albertine as well and I was assaulted. However, I did not mention the names at that point, and I was generally stating the police officers that were present.
Ukuba nalapha sesamba ukuthi uMngomezulu wangibuza kwakubani nobani amaphoyisa ayekhona ngangizosho kwakubani nobani.
And if
njengoba nje umshushisi engibuza kwakungubani nobani lesikhathi ngimtshela kwakubani nobani ke manje.
And if Mr. Mngomezulu would have asked me to specify who exactly were those police officers, I would have been able to specify, as the state is asking me now to specify.
Tell me. let's say hypothetically, so I'm not saying I'm going to conclude now. If I was to conclude now and I did not ask you that particular question, would you have volunteered to tell us that piece of evidence?
Asithi mhlawumbe umshushisi nangokho engakaqedi. Asithi mhlawumbe uyaqeda asonge athi usekaqedile ukubuza imibuzo. Lento oqeda ukuyichaza manje wena wawukade uzoyikhuluma enkantolo uthi inkantolo nayi into ebengifuna ukuyikhuluma enye ngicwalisele.
Cha, maye ngekho ngibuzile ukuthi uhlobo lona amaphoyisa. Ngangeke ngize ngisho mangithi amaphoyisa ngisho bona umhane namaphoyisa ayihamba nabo.
No, I was not going to voluntarily state that, my lord, as there would have been no one that would have asked me that. And if I were to be asked, then that's when I would specify that Mohani and others were also there.
So the court will not be in a position to have the full picture of what happened on the date in question to decide this very important question.
Ekuchaza ukuthi ke inkantolo bengeke yazi yonke into eyenzakele ngalelo langa noma ngaleso sikhathi ukuze inkantolo ifikelele kwisinqumo esigcwele. Inkantolo inobufakazi obugcwele.
Inkosi enkantolo ngitshene konke.
I had told the court everything.
Namanje umshushisi manje sengangibuza ukuthi lo muntu wayephethe ikamera enjani. Kusamele ngiphinde ngisho ukuthi wayephethe ikamera emnyama. Kodwa isidingo sokuthi ngichaze lokho asikho ngoba wayephethe ikamera wayengishuthi.
And even now, if the state is to ask me on what type of a camera was the photographer holding, I have to explain that he was in possession of a black camera, but because there is no one that is asking me of the type of the camera, then I am not explaining.
Say, those are two different things.
Mr. Sibande, can we call the seats?
As a court,
You
please.
can argue those points if you believe they are contentious.
Now, let us proceed. After you pointed out those certain points, what happened?
Ngemva kokuthi sokhombe lezo indawo kwayenzakalani?
Emva ukuba esethe uHadebe angikhombe la athi angikhombe khona bengishutha sike sabuyela eAlbertini futhi.
After Hadebe had instructed me to point at the places where I am supposed to point, they then took pictures of me and we went back to Vosloorus.
Albertine.
And we went back to Albertine. My apologies, my lord.
And then upon your return at Albertine, what happened?
Uma nifike Albertine kwayenzakalani?
Angisakhumbuli noma waphinde wangishutha izithombe futhi nakhona masibuya.
I cannot remember whether was I taken pictures once more when we came back.
And then after that you cannot remember what happened?
Ngemva kokuthi ungasakhumbuli okunye kuye kwayenzakalani?
Emva kwalapho bathi asame kubuyele umhane ngibuyele emotweni yakhe bese ngibuyisela la ngisuka khona.
And I was instructed to go back into Mohane's vehicle and he would take me back to where we came from.
Did he eventually take you back there?
Uye wakubuyisela emuva?
Yebo umhane uye wangibuyisela eVelaria.
Yes, Mr. Mohane took me back to Velaria.
And then how did you get to the cells?
Emaseleni uye kanjani?
Umhane uye wangithatha wangivulela eselini wafika wangifaka phakathi waseyavala.
Mohane took me to the cells. He opened the cell and he placed me inside the cell and he locked.
So he opened the cell himself with the key.
Yena ngokwakhe uye wavula isel ngesikhiya.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo.
That is correct. That is what I am saying.
And then he locked again with the same key.
Wavala futhi ngaso leso sikhiya.
Ngisho kanjalo ukuthi uye wavula waphinde wavala.
That is what I am saying, my lord, that he opened and I was placed in the cell and he again locked the cell.
Okay, let us proceed now. Let us go back now, before we wrap up, to the time you were interacting with Colonel Mboto.
Uthasiyeke la bowukhuluma no Colonel Mbotho
to the 30th of May 2020.
siye kuyi-30 zika May ngo-2020.
Okay.
Yes, we may proceed.
I asked you this question yesterday, that your interaction with Colonel Mbotho, was it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? And then your evidence was that it was way longer than that.
Uthi umshushisi ubuzile izolo ukuthi ukukhuluma kwakho no Colonel Mbotho nikhulume mhlawumbe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes wena wathi bekungaphansi kwalokho.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo.
That is correct, that's what I said.
Bengaphezulu kwalokho.
It was above that.
Was it above 30 minutes?
Bekungaphezulu kwa 30 minutes.
Cha anginalwazi.
No, I do not have knowledge of that.
But what you are saying is that it was over 10 minutes.
Kodwa bekungaphezulu kwa 10 minutes.
Ukucabanga kwami ngaleso sikhathi ngicabanga kanjalo.
According to my thinking at that period, I think it was more than 10 minutes.
Okay. It was during the peak of COVID at that time. Were you wearing a mask?
Bekade kuyisikhathi sobhubhane lowe COVID. Wawukade ufake isifonyo?
Cha.
No.
Was Colonel Mbotho wearing a mask?
Colonel Mbotho yena wayekade ufake isifonyo?
Angimkhumbuli.
I cannot recall.
Do you recall his evidence when he said that when he showed you his appointment certificate, you requested that he takes off his mask so that you can see him and then he takes it back?
Usakhumbula
COVID.
ubufakazi bakhe ukuthi yena uye wathi ngalesikhathi ekubonisa ikaridi lakhe lokuthi yena uyiphoyisa wena uye wamcela ukuthi asuse isifonyo sakhe ukuze umbone ukuthi uyafana nalomuntu okulesi karidi leli bese uzokwazi ukuthi abuyisele isifonyo sakhe.
Kusekatola kwenzakalanga kanjalo.
My lord, that is not how it happened.
So again, it was not challenged.
Futhi akuzange kuphikiswe lokho.
Cha mina ngangazi ukuthi ngizoza la ecourt ngizosho ukuthi kwenzakalani. Ikulumo kaHatebe ngangeze kaMbotho ngangeze ngiphikise yonke inkulumo yakhe ukuthi kanje ngangazi ukuthi mina sizofika isikhathi sokuthi ngize eboxini ngizokhuluma okwenzakalayo.
I knew, my lord, that I would have a chance to come and testify on everything that has happened. I was not going to dispute everything that Mbotho was saying, as I knew that my chance would come to rebut his evidence.
Then you gave your evidence in chief, you did not rebut it.
Uye waphana ngobufakazi bakho ngalesikhathi uqala njengoba wawumela kodwa awuzange ukuphikise lokho kukaMbotho ukuthi akazange akhulume ngendaba yesifo.
Kwesekatolo mangizila angizile ukuzophikisa inkulumo kaMbotho ngizosho mina ngendlela okwakwenzekala ngayo kimi.
My lord, as I am here to testify on what happened to me, not to rebut the evidence of Colonel Mbotho.
And during cross-examination, Mr. Ramosipile put it to Mbotho that your interaction with Mbotho was less than 10 minutes.
Ngalesikhathi umnumzana uRamosipili ebuza uKolonel Mbotho imibuzo uye wamtshela ukuthi wena noMbotho nikhulume isikhathi esingaphansi kwemizuzu eyishumi.
Kwesekatolo mangitshena uRamosipili ngithi isikhathi esingaphezulu kwemizuzu eyishumi. Uma engezwanga kahle mina namhlanje la ecourt ngiyayicacisa ukuthi imizuzu engaphezulu kwemizuzu eyishumi.
My lord, when I instructed Mr. Ramosipili, I stated clearly that it was more than 10 minutes. If he did not hear me well, I am clarifying it today that our conversation was more than 10 minutes.
Now let us proceed. So, according to the pro forma that was handed as Exhibit FF, the interview started from 21:45 at least up until 00:00, like 12 midnight.
Uthi ke ukuya ngobufakazi leli yaphepha leli beligcwaliswa kubonakala ingathi inkulumo yenu iqale ngo-21:45 quarter to 10 ntambama ukuyofika phakathi kobusuku ngo-12.
Kosekatolo ngangenalo iwashi kodwa akubanga isikhathi eside kangaka kwabe isikhathi esifishane kakhulu ngikhuluma noMbutho.
My Lord, even though I did not have a watch, however, it did not take that long when I spoke to Colonel Mbotwa.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Let's now slightly go back to the events, parts of the events of the 31st of May 2020.
Uthasiyeke kwingxenye yeindaba ezenzakele nge-31 zika May 2020.
Okay.
Yes, we may proceed.
Of which some of them you cannot recall.
Ekuthi okunye kwakho wena uthe ngeke usakwazi ukukukhumbula.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
According to the evidence of Mr. Dupree, the vehicle was in the vicinity of Palm Ridge for quite some time.
Ukuya ngobufakazi buka mnumzana uDupree uthe imoto yayekade ise Palm Ridge isikhashanyana.
Angazi ngeke ngiphikise ubufakazi kaDupree mayisho kanjalo yena.
I do not know. I would not dispute the evidence of Dupree if that's what Dupree said.
And then according to the evidence of Mohola, Sergeant Mohola, that is where they took you to point a certain gentleman called Zwane.
Ukuya ke ngobufakazi buka Sergeant Mohola uthi yena kulayi ukuthi benikade niye khona uyokhomba indoda ethize ebizwa uZwane.
Cha, ukhuluma iphutha ngaze ngihambe ngiyokhomba umuntu mina.
That is incorrect, as I have never went to point out anyone.
Is it that you cannot recall or it never happened?
Kungaba mhlawumbe ukuthi awusakhumbuli noma akuzange kwenzeke nhlo.
Angaze ngikhombe umuntu.
I never pointed anyone.
And then the vehicle left that particular area, it went to Guy Gibson Avenue. According to the evidence of Dupree, that is where the offices of the provincial offices of SAPS are. The office of Brigadier Gininda.
Uthi ke kulayi ukuthi imoto yeyasuka yaya eGuy Gibson Avenue kula ema officeini waka Brigadier Gininda ekhona.
Sorry, which avenue?
It's Guy Gibson.
Guy Gibson.
Yes.
Okay.
eGuy Gibson Avenue ema officeini waka Brigadier Gininda.
Kosekatolo namanje ngiyaphinda. Angwazi ama office awubo Gininda. Angwazi angeze ngikhulume ngawo angwakhumbuli.
My Lord, I am repeating even now that I do not know the offices of Brigadier Gininda, and I cannot testify on the offices as I do not recall them.
But that's where the scientific evidence placed the vehicle in which you were a passenger in.
Kula ikuthi ubufakazi buye bathi imoto lebukade ukuyo iye yabakhona.
Kosekatolo uma ubanthwa lawo ama office lawo kwakubhaliwe ukuthi indawo eso mhlawumbe ngangizothi mangifunda mhlawumbe ngibone ukuthi indawo eso engikuyo. Angwazi angakhumbula lawo ama office lawo.
My Lord,
basemotweni anguphiki angisemotweni ukuthi imoto ikuphi angiyazi. Ila okuthanda khona amaphoyisa la afuna ukuya khona ngaleso sikhathi.
my Lord, if perhaps there were writings on the wall of those offices, then I would have perhaps read and saw that we are at such a place. However, I do not dispute that I was in a vehicle.
So since you do not know that particular office, you cannot dispute when I put it to you that you were there.
Manje njengoba ungayazi lelo office, ngeke ukwazi ukuphikisana nomshushiso mayethi wena wawukade ukhona kulelo office.
Kosekatolo shuthi awukwazi ukungibuza ngento owazi kahle mhlophe uthi angiyazi.
My Lord, it is not possible that I be asked about something that I do not know.
And Sergeant Mohola also gave an explanation as to your presence as to also what happened in that particular office.
uSergeant Mukhola uye waphana ngencazelo yokuthi kwenzakeleni ngalesikhathi wena nawe ukhona kuleli office.
Umhola mayekhulume kanjalo mina kukho la ingena khona mina kumele ungibuze umbuzo ukuthi ngalolu suku yini engikhumbulayo yini engayikhumbuli mangitshela ukuthi angikhumbuli angikhumbuli.
If that's what Mukhola had said, there is nowhere I feature. Maybe if you could ask me about whether was I there or not and what did I do, then I would be able to respond where I recall, and where I do not remember, I will also state.
No, you featured there, sir. It's wrong to suggest that you do not feature. Because you were there.
Uthi nawe wawukade uyingxenye yalabantu abekade bekhona lapho ngoba bowukhona.
Kose katolo ngiyaphinda emontweni ngangikhona laba bengisakhona angazi ukuthi wakuphi.
My Lord, I would repeat that yes, indeed, in the vehicle I was there. However, the places where I was taken to, I do not know.
Mhlawumbe umshushisi angakwenza ukuthi angibuze ukuthi ngakubona nokuthi ngithi ngakubona noma ngikhumbula noma kaze kuze kwenzeke.
Perhaps if the prosecutor could ask me whether did I see such a thing, and I would then be able to respond whether did I see it or not, did it happen or it did not.
Now let us proceed. After that particular place, you proceeded to Tembisa South, as you put it.
Kusuka lapho niye naya eTembisa South njengoba uyisho.
Yebo iTembisa South ngiyakhumbula sekuyo ibhaliwe Tembisa South ngiyabona singena khona.
Yes, I do recall that I did mention Tembisa South and it was written Tembisa South.
My Lord, can you just take a short cooling break? Just for 10, 15 minutes. It's 20 past 11.
We come back what time?
20 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, my colleagues suggesting 10 minutes break.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Isikhathi esingakanani?
Angikhumbuli my lord.
I cannot recall, my Lord.
The time you were talking to Colonel Hadebe, was he recording anywhere? Was he writing something?
Ngalesikhathi ukhuluma noKennel Hadebe wayekade erecorder noma mhlawumbe wayekade ebhala phansi.
Akaze ngimbone ebhala.
I did not see him writing.
So you were just talking to him without writing down?
Ukuthi wawukade ukhuluma naye nje engabhali ndawo.
Angaze ngimbone angisho ukuthi wayengabhali ndawo akaze ngimbone kodwa ukuthi uyabhala.
I'm not saying he was not writing down, but I did not see him writing down.
He came to this court with a document, and he told this court that this is a document that he completed in your presence whilst talking to you. What is your comment?
Uze la enkantolo yena ephethe incwadi thizeni wathi incwadi bekade eyigcwalisa enawe.
Cha, akaze ngise ngiyibone.
I did not see that document.
Are you saying you did not see this document then in 2020, or you did not see the document he was talking about here in court?
Uthini uthi leyo ncwadi le akhuluma ngayo awukaze uyibone ngalesa sikhathi ngo-2020 noma ngalesikhathi ela enkantolo?
Kusekatolo sikhuluma into yange-5 June 2020.
My Lord,
Akaze ngiyibone.
we are referring to an incident of the 5th of June 2020. I did not see that document.
Did he ask you your information, particular such as your name, where you come from?
Uye wakubuza ngawe ukuthi wena ubuyaphi ungubani?
Cha, akaze ngibuza.
No, he did not ask me such.
And then, I believe my Lord is Exhibit GG, if I'm not mistaken, the pointing out. GG.
GG.
Yes. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay, go on.
Okay, yes. And then in the document he endorsed. So, okay, let's clarify this. Did you and him ever spoke on that day?
ngaleliya langa wena naye niye nakhuluma
ngoba nje wayengilayela ukuthi angenza ukuthi angenza ukuthi ingoba wayekhuluma nami.
as he was instructing me to do such and such, that is when he was speaking to me.
Okay. And then in the document he endorsed that your name is Muzi Kaukulelwa Stemba Sibiya.
Kuleyo ncwadi yena uye wabhala ukuthi igama lakho umuzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Angazi.
I do not know.
Ngoba ngithi angaze ngimbone ebhala, angaze ngimbone ebhala.
As I am stating that I did not see him writing.
Did he ask for your name?
Uye wacela igama lakho?
Cha.
No.
And then he further went to say place Nongoma KZN.
Waphinda wabhala nokuthi wena ubuya ekhaya kwaNongoma eKZN.
Akaze ngimbone ebhala. Ngebhada ngiphuma kwaNongoma mina suke emahlabathini.
I did not see him writing, and unfortunately I am not from kwaNongoma, I am from Mahlabathini.
Sex indicated that you are a male.
Wathi ke wena ungumuntu wesilisa.
Akaze ngimbone ebhala, wayengibona ukuthi umuntu wesilisa shoot.
I did not see him writing. I believe he just saw me that I am a male indeed.
And then your address, he wrote that Singoza Primary School.
Ikheli lakho uye wabhala ukuthi Singoza Primary School.
Angaze ngimbone, akusilona ikheli lami lelo.
I did not see him, and that is not my address, my lord.
Do you know this particular primary school?
Uyasazi leso sikolo?
Yebo isikole ngiyasazi.
Yes, I know the school.
Where is it?
Sikuphi?
SikwaNongoma.
It is kwaNongoma.
Thank you. Age, he wrote 34 years.
Uthi iminyaka uye wabhala ukuthi uneminyaka e34.
Mayebhala angaze ngimbone ebhala, akumazi ukuthi wayebhala ekuthatha kuphi ngoba akaze ngibuze khona.
I did not see him writing, therefore I do not know where he took that information from, since he was not writing in my presence.
We'll just go to another paragraph. He said when he did these questions, there was no one in that particular office, it was you and him.
Yena utheke lemibuzo uma ekubuza yona wayekade kungenamuntu omunye eoffice, bekade kuwe naye kuphela.
Akwenzakalanga kanjalo ngoba kukhona necamera nje ngishuthayo ngoba kukhona nowecamera.
That is not
nephoyisa eli1 lela lokhu jikajika la eminyaka ayilokho ejikajika la eminyaka.
That is not how it happened. As there was a camera, there was a photographer and another police officer who was just moving around next to the door.
When he was asked as to the presence of any other person on this particular aspect, Colonel had indicated that when he did this particular exercise, it was only the two of you, or he only invited the cameraman when he was done.
Ithema yebuzwa ngale ndaba yena uthe ngalesikhathi enza lesi statement kwekade kuwe naye kuphela, uye wabiza lo ozothatha izithombe ngemva kokuthi bese sekaqedile ukubhala.
Cha, akwenzakalanga kanjalo, angazi ngibe naye soyithu kuphela.
That is incorrect, my lord. That's not how it happened. I have never been with him, only the two of us. It did not happen.
And then he further said that he showed you his appointment certificate.
Uthi futhi yena uye wakubonisa nekaridi lakhe lokuthi yena uyiphoyisa.
Cha, akaze ngibonise.
No, he did not show me.
And then he said at the bottom you put your thumbprint and then you signed, you also signed.
Uthi phansi ke kuso lesiya statement wena uye wabeka isithupha sakho wasayina naye wasayina.
Uma ngisibekile isithupha ngisakhumbuli ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngikwenze lokho babefuna ukuthi ngikwenze ngaleso sikhathi.
If I had placed my thumbprint, I do not remember. I was forced to do such if I did indeed put my fingerprint and sign.
Who forced you to put your fingerprint and sign?
Uphoqo ubani ukuthi ubeke isithupha sakho bese uyasayina?
Amaphoyisa ewonke ayikhona.
All-
Ngangiphoqele ukuthi ngenze noma yini abayifunayo.
All the
for
police-
save impilo yami.
All the police officers that were there, I was forced to do everything that they wanted me to do as I had to save my life.
Are you saying inside that particular office there were other police officers?
Uthini phakathi kwalelo office kwakade kunamanye amaphoyisa?
Uhadebe uyiphoyisa. Lo wethombe uyiphoyisa. Iphoyisa lalijikajika amaphoyisa ajikajika lapha phambi komnyango amaphoyisa.
Hadebe is a police officer. The one who was taking pictures is also a police officer. And these other police that were moving around next to the door, they were also police officers, my lord.
Bese ngingachaza ukuthi alikho iphoyisa nelilodwa lesesayidini lami onke amaphoyisa ayecindezela mina.
And as I have stated that there was not even one police officer that was on my side. All the police officers, they were against me.
Was the door not closed, sir?
Umnyango wawukade ungavalwanga?
Ongavalwanga.
No, it was not closed.
So you could see this particular police office.
Kusho ukuthi leli phoyisa bokade ulibele ulibona liyehla linyuka.
Isikhathi sonke isikhathi ngilapha ya.
All the times as I was in that office.
Was it a uniform police officer or a police officer in a civilian clothing?
Wayekade egqoke uniform noma impahla zakhe zasekhaya?
Wayegqoke uniform.
He was in uniform
Kwakuyiphathi yama TRT.
and it was part of the TRT officers.
Very interesting.
Uthi iyamangaza futhi into engathi yona iyezwakala.
It's never put to Colonel Hadebe that there was a police officer that kept on lingering around the office, making up and down movements in the door that was not closed.
Ngoba uKennel Hadebe ngalesikhathi ephana ngobufakazi bakhe akazange atshelwe ukuthi Hadebe likhona iphoyisa lalikade lizula laphayana ebelikade lizula ngase officeini lakho ngalesikhathi efakazi.
Yebo. Akazetshela kodwa manje mina inkatolo ngoba ngila iboxini ngiyayitshela ukuthi kwaba kanjalo.
Yes, my lord, it was not put to him. However, as I am here in the witness stand, I am now informing the court that that is what happened.
So I put it to you that you are fabricating evidence.
Uthi uyakutshela ke umshushisi ukuthi wena uyaziqambela lobufakazi obusho.
Kose katolo angeke ngiqamba manga ngikhuluma into eyenzeka kimi yimi engangikhona lapha ya ngalesa sikhathi.
My lord, I would not lie. I am stating exactly what happened to me whilst I was there.
Anginaso isizathu esingenza ukuthi ngiqambele amaphoyisa manga.
There is no reason for me to lie about the police officers.
Is there a reason for Colonel Hadebe to lie?
Sikhona isizathu esingayenza uKennel Hadebe ukuthi yena aqamba amanga.
Kose katolo ngiyaphinda anginalo ilungelo lokubona ukuthi umuntu uqamba amanga phakathi kwale katolo. Ekufanele ngikusho ukuthi mina kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi. Umuntu uyobona ukuthi lo muntu beqamba amanga noma beqinisile inkosi ekatolo enelungelo lokuthatha leso sinqumo leso. Mina ngikwazi ukuthi umuntu ngithuna amanga.
My lord, I am repeating that I do not have a right to see or to state that a person is lying in court. There is a person who is in charge who would be able to see whether that person was lying or not.
Okay, I won't go back to these questions that I asked previously about this version because clearly it is a new version. Let us proceed.
Ngeke sabuyele emuva ngale mibuzo lebekade ibuziwe ngoba sekuyinto entsha kodwa asiqhubeke.
He said the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason of his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996.
Thike uye wabuzwa ukuthi uye watshelwa amalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo.
Cha akukho abangitshela khona bathi amalungelo ami.
There was no point when I was informed of my rights.
Indaba yamalungelo nje ngiqala ukuzwa mangifika la ecourt lokube ephikisana ngokuthi amalungelo nani ngabe ngiqala nje indaba yokuthi amalungelo ukuthi bakhona umuntu othi wangitshela amalungelo akekho noyi1 okwangitshela ngamalungelo ukuthi nginamalungelo cha.
I firstly heard about rights that were explained, that they were allegedly explained to me when I was in court as they were arguing that I was informed of my rights.
And in your response to that question was, yes, I was informed, incarcerated for drug dealing.
Kuthiwa wena impendulo yakho uye wathi yebo ngiye ngatshelwa ngalawo malungelo njengoba ngangikade ngiboshelwe ukudayisa idakamizwa.
Cha, akaze ngiphendule impendulo enjalo.
No, I never answered such a question.
So where does Colonel Hadebe get this piece of information?
Ulithatha phi lolu lwazi uKenela Hadebe?
Kuse kaToncinci olwani
Which piece of evidence are you referring to?
That I was incarcerated for drug dealing.
Leyo ukuthi ukade uboshelwe ukuthengisa idakamizwa.
angeke ngize ngimphendulele ukuthi uthathaphi.
I
Kodwa
cannot-
akathathanga kimi. Mina akukho engangamtshela khona ngaleyo nto leyo.
I cannot respond on his behalf on where did he get that information, but he did not get it from me.
The said person was informed of the right to remain silent.
Kuthiwa futhi wena uye wacebiswa nangelungelo lakho lokuthula.
Cha, akekho wangitshela ngelungelo lokuthula.
No, I was not informed of my right to silence.
He was informed that he has the right to remain silent and of the consequences of if he does not remain silent.
Futhi kuthiwa wena uye wacebiswa nokuthi unalo lelo lungelo lokuthula uma ungathuli kuzoyenzakalani.
Kuse katolo namanje ngiyaphinda akaze ngize ngitshelwe.
I
Lokho
repeat,
kucebisa ukuthi ngathula angazange ngize ngitshelwe.
I repeat, I was not informed of such a right, my lord.
He was also warned that he was not obliged to make any confession or admission that might later be used against him.
Uye wacebiswa futhi nokuthi unelungelo lokuthi uthule ungakhulumi lutho ngoba noma yini ozoyikhuluma ingahle isetshenziswe kuwe.
Cha, akaze ngitshelwe umuntu.
No, I was not informed by anyone.
He was also warned that he has the right to consult with a legal representative of his choice, and if he cannot afford the services of such legal representative, a legal representative can be appointed by the state.
Bakwexwayisa futhi nokuthi unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli uma engabe ungenayo ummeli ungahle ufake isicelo sokuthi ufunelwe ummeli wombuso.
Cha, akaze beze bekhulume ngommeli.
No,
Ukuba bakhuluma ngommeli mhlawumbe uyena umuntu wayezongikhipha kulola leya nkinga engangikuyo la amaphoyisa lawa ya.
no, there was no information given to me regarding a legal representative. If I were to be informed of such, perhaps that legal representative is the one that would have taken me out of that problem that I was in regarding the police.
This one is applicable to minors. If he is a minor, he has the right to be supported by his next of kin, guardian, legal representative, or any other person of his choice before makes any statement, confession, admission, or pointing out.
Futhi ke uma ingabe ubo ukade ungumntwana ongaphansi kweminyaka wena wawuzoba nelungelo lokuthi ungahle ube nomzali noma umuntu okunakekele ngaleso sikhathi.
Cha, akekho wangitshela.
There is no one that explained that to me, my
And
lord.
the question that was put, do you understand the warning I've given to you? You said, yes, I understand.
Kuthiwa umbuzo owayo wena wabuzwa wona ukuthi uyazwisisa na lokho engikutshele ngawo wena wathi yebo ngiyezwa.
Cha.
No.
Angaze ngidibane nombuzo onjalo. Angaze ngiphendule impendulo enjalo.
No, I never met such a question and I've never had such an answer.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace and officer in the South African police. He is warned that he is not compelled to point out any sins or point out points of sins to say anything, I'll pause there, about such sin.
Wena ke kuthiwa uye wacebiswa futhi nokuthi uphambi kwephoyisa la ukuthi wena unelungelo lokuthi ungayi ukuyokhomba into ethize noma indawo ethize la kwenzakele isigameko.
Cha, akekho wangitshela lo mbuzo lowo.
No, there is no one who had informed me of such, right?
The said person is further warned that any boy may point out may say will be pointed down, and photographs of the scenes points pointed out will be taken and may later be used as evidence during subsequent trial.
Futhi ke kuthiwa wena uye wacebiswa nokuthi noma yiphi indawo ozoyikhomba noma umuntu ozomkhomba kungahle lokho kusetshenziswe njengobufakazi uma icala liqhubeka liqulwa.
paragraph 5, he
cha akaze ngize ngitshene and ayikho nendawo engayikhombanga
I was not told, and there is no
Ngaphandle kokuthi-
place that I pointed out,
ngaphandle ukuthi uHadebe ethi angikhombe la ngikhombe la athi angikhombe khona
except where Hadebe had said I should point. That is when I pointed.
He is asked whether he knows and understands the warning given to him now, and his answer to this is as follows. I understand the warning.
Wena ke uye wabuzwa ukuthi uyazwisisa na lesi sicebiso abakutshela ngaso, wena wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
kosekatola akaze ngize ngiphane ngeanswer enjalo
My Lord, I've never given such an answer.
And you do not recall being asked this particular question.
Awukhumbuli ubuzwa nombuzo njalo.
angaze ngize ngibuze umbuzo njalo
I have never been asked such a question.
It is further asked if he still wishes to point out sins or points, and reply to this is, I still want to point out and give a statement.
Wena uye wabuzwa nokuthi usafuna ukuqhubeka na uyokhomba indawo ezithize, wena wathi yebo ngisafuna ukuqhubeka ngiyokhomba.
kosekatola ngaze ngibuze umbuzo njalo angaze ngiphane ngaleyo answer njalo
My Lord, I've never been asked such a question, and I have never given such an answer.
And then the person placed his fingerprint as well as a signature, and Canon Hadebe also signed.
Bese ke umuntu wabeka ke isithupha sakhe wasayina, no Colonel Hadebe naye wasayina.
kosekatolo noma ngakhumbuli mangasayina ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngisayine kumele ngiphinde beke isithupha kumele ngenze konke okushiwa amaphoyisa ukuthi angikwenze
My Lord, even though I do not remember, but if I did put my thumbprint and signed, I was forced by the police as I was given no choice.
kodwa konke ngangikwenza ngangakwenzi ngetando yami nangokukhululeka
But all that I was doing, I did not do it freely and voluntarily.
Have you,
ngangilokhu ngethuke ngesikhathi ngikhonjwe ngebhame ezinkulu ngezidate sithi angaze ngize ngithole ukuba ngikhululeke
And I was frightened since I was pointed with rifles on the 30th. Therefore, I have never been free.
and then in page 7, have you previously, paragraph 7, have you previously pointed out anything of a similar nature?
Futhi uye wabuzwa ukuthi kukhona isikhathi la uke wayokhomba into ecishe ifana naleyo.
angaze ngibuze lo mbuzo lo
I have never been asked such a question.
If so, where and when and to whom, and it was noted not applicable.
Uma kunjalo kuye kwabuzwa ukuthi wakhomba kuphi nakubani, kwabhalwa ukuthi lo mbuzo awuzange uphendulwe noma awuzange usetshenziswe.
kosekatola angaze ngize ngibuzwe angaze ngize ngibe neanswer engiphendulayo ama-answer ala akushola angwazi lembuzo le eshola angiyazi
My Lord, I've never been asked such a question, and I've never pointed anything. These questions, I do not know them.
Were you in any way assaulted or threatened or influenced by any person to point out the sins and or points? The answer was no.
Uye washawa, waphoqwa noma wathenjiswa into ethize umuntu othize ngaphambi kokuthi uyokhomba le ndawo lezo, wena impendulo yakho wathi cha.
cha kosekatola akaze ngidibane nalowo mbuzo lowo angaze ngize ngiphane ngaleyo pendulo leyo
No, my Lord, I've never met such a question, and I have never stated such responses.
Do you have any injuries or bruises of any nature whatsoever? Can you show them to me? If so, please show me. Answer, no.
Uye wabuzwa futhi nokuthi kunala ulimele khona noma kunezimpawu zala wena ulimele khona noma uvuvukelwe khona, wena waphendula wathi cha.
kosekatola akaze ngidibana nalowo mbuzo lowo angaze ngiphane ngaleyo answer leyo ngisenamamakhi namanje ama-handcover la nezandla zayivuvukele
My Lord, I have never been asked such a question, and I have never answered in such a way. I still have marks of handcuffs on my wrists, and even my hands, my wrists were swollen.
And an observation by the officer, a picture of the accused was taken by Sergeant Mapakela from LCRC Albertine. He is calm.
Futhi ke kuthiwa wena uye wathathwa isithombe wawukade ubonakala umuntu okhululekile.
angaze ngikhululeke
I was never calm.
uma ngingathatha iy'thombe zami engishutha mina ngefoni yami ungayibona ukuthi ayifana lezi ithombe lezi ezivezwa la e-TV lezi ezala e-TV ziyabona akusiyo inhloso yami ukuthanda ukushutha lezi ayithombe ngishutha ngoba kuthiwa yenza lokho esithi kwenze.
My Lord, if I could show the court pictures that were taken by myself using my own cell phone, the court would then see the difference between the pictures that I voluntarily took and the pictures that were shown on the screen. These shows that these pictures that were on the screen, it's pictures where I was not free.
How so? So explain. Just show us points to show that you were not free in that particular picture.
Uthi ake uchaze ke ukubonisa ukuthi bokade ungakhululekanga kulezi ithombe.
Kosekatolo ngicela bengivezele ithombe ngibabonise ukuthi ngangakhululekanga. Bese kushoda ukuthi ezami ngishutha ngefoni yami ngishutha ithombe ngikhululekile ukuthi ngaba azikho ke kuzona la. Kodwa ifoni yami semaphoyiseni.
My Lord, may pictures be shown and I would point that I was not free, and unfortunately we would not have pictures that I took using my phone. However, my phone is with the police officers.
Show his face. This is the first picture.
Nasi isithombe sokuqala.
Lesi sithombe mawusibheka sinaso ngisho ismile okhomba ukuthi ngangingashuthi ngokuthanda kwami ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi angishuthe ngoba ethi uHadebe angenze kanje. Ene mina angishuthi ngiqimbile if ngithanda ukushutha ithombe. Konke ngangikwenzisa uHadebe ngokuthanda kwakhe. Intando kaHadebe yonke le yayingenzisa le nto.
Firstly, my Lord, when you look at this picture, it does not even show a smile, and I am normally a person that smiles when I take pictures voluntarily. These pictures were taken as I was instructed by Hadebe to take these pictures. I normally do not take such pictures. I smile whenever I take a picture.
But that is your own interpretation of that picture.
Ukubona kwakho kwalesi sithombe.
Kosekatolo injengoba ngize ngisho.
My Lord, that is how it is as I am stating.
Ngiyazazi mangishutha isithombe ngokwami ngithi ngifuna ukushutha.
I know myself when I take pictures, wanting to take pictures.
La ngangiphoqiwe ukuthi angenze lento le abayifunayo.
Here I was forced of what to do and instructed to do what they wanted me to do.
On paragraph 11, Colonel Hadebe noted the registration number of the vehicle that was used, BVL 755B, kilometer reading 80652, driver warrant officer Nailana.
Colonel Hadebe wabhala yena ukuthi imoto inhlobo yini yemoto benisebenzisa ama-kilometer wakhona bekuwa maphi, wabhala futhi nokuthi umuntu bekade eyishayela bekunalana.
Kosekatolo uHadebe wayibhala ngazi ukuthi wayibhala ini lapha ya.
My Lord, that is what Hadebe had written. I do not know what was he writing.
Angaze ngibone ama-kilometer emoto angaze ayikho into yemoto engathi ngiyayazi mina.
I did not see the kilometers of the motor vehicle. There is nothing that I know regarding that motor vehicle.
uHadebe uyo wazi yonke le nto leya eyayenzeka lapha ya.
Hadebe is the one that knows everything that was happening there.
Passenger left from front, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe. Passenger on the right back, none. Passenger left back, Muzika Ikulelwa, Stemba Sibiya.
Wabhala ke futhi nabantu abekade bekhona lapha emotweni nawe wakubhala ukuthi ubokade khona emotweni.
Emotweni ababe ngifake kuyo ngangikhona Kosekatolo.
Yes, my Lord, the vehicle that I was put in, I was present there.
Name of the photographer, Sergeant Mapakela.
Kwabhalwa nomuntu lo bekade thwebula ithombe ukuthi kwakade ku Sergeant Maphakela.
Bengasamkhumbuli ngimuzwa manje.
I did not remember his surname, but I hear the surname now.
Depart from Albertine Subs and dates returned 2020-06-05.
Kwasukwa ke esiphoyiseni sase Albertine nabuya khona futhi.
Isikhathi angisikhumbuli kodwa sasuke eAlbertine.
I do not recall the time, but we left from Albertine.
Time returned 13:30, kilometer reading 80690.
Futhi nokubuya nabuya imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngemva kwehora lokuqala ama-kilometer wabhala nawo ukuthi ibuye imoto inamaphi ama-kilometer.
And then when you came back, when you returned from the pointing out, the following questions were put in paragraph 12.
Uthi manibuya ke ukuyokhomba uye wabuzwa imibuzo ethize.
Kosekatolo isikhathi angisazi ngangenawashi uHadebe wazi isikhathi. Masibuya ayikho imibuzo engabuzwa yona.
My Lord, I did not have a watch and I do not know what time was it. Hadebe is the one that knew, and when we came back, I was not asked any question.
After conclusion of the pointing out of the scenes or points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scene and or points. Number 1.
Uthi ngemva kokuthi nibuye ke wena uye wafundelwa nokuthi wena ubukhombeni kwathiwani bekunotoliki nawo umbuzo wokuqala oye wabuzwa wona.
Cha akaze ngifundelwe lutho Nkosi kaTona.
No, my Lord, there is nothing that was read for me.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said has been noted down correctly? Answer yes.
Waneselekile na ukuthi yonke into ebekade wena uyikhomba ibhalwe kahle? Impendulo yakho wena uthe yebo.
Nkosi kaTona akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo akaze ngiphane ngalo answer.
My Lord, I never met such a question and I did not give such an answer.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out in your own version of what took place? Answer yes.
Uwenelisekile na ngalento uyikhombile wena impendulo yakho yathi yebo.
Nkosi kaTona akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo angaze ngiphane ngalo answer leyo.
My Lord, I never met that kind of a question and I did not give such an answer.
Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? Answer no.
Unesikhalazo ngalendlela ekuthi ngiye ngasebenza ngakhona ngalesikhathi kuyokhonjwa wena waphendula wathi cha.
Nkosi kaTona akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo angaze ngiphane futhi ngalo answer isho.
My Lord, I did not meet such a question and I did not give such a response.
Are you satisfied with the interpreter? Answer not applicable.
Wena uye wabuzwa ke ukuthi wena selekile na ngotoliki akuzange lokho akuzange kubhalwe lutho kuyo.
Nkosi kaTona akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo.
My Lord, I did not meet such a question.
And the place is Albertine, date 2020-0605, time 14:20, and then warrant of Kenneth Hadebe also signed.
Ngalelo langa ke le 5 zika June 2020 Kenneth Hadebe yena wasayina lapho.
And then it was scratched out, there was no interpreter, and then you put your fingerprint, signature, and you also signed.
Kwa sulwa ke ukuthi bekungenatoliki wena wabeka isithupha sakho wasayina lapho.
Isithupha mangisibeka ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngisibeke kwangesintando yami.
If I had put my fingerprint, it would be that I was forced. It was not my will.
Okay, let's proceed. Can Brigadier Gininda testified before this court that when he requested the assistance of Colonel Hadebe as well as Colonel Mboto, he wanted independent officers that are not privy to the investigations.
Ubrigadier Gininda yena ithema iphana ngobufakazi uthe ngalesikhathi ecela uncedo ku Colonel Mboto no Colonel. Please repeat. Colonel Mboto and
Hadebe
and no Colonel Hadebe wayekade efuna abantu abazimele abekade bona bangenalo ulwazi laleli cala.
Nkosi kaTona ngeke ngiphawulela uGininda kodwa mina mangifika kulabo abantu labaya babekhombisa ubulwane abakhombisa ungamnalwazi necala ngoba bengibuza imibuzo ukuthi ngazini ngokufa kuka Senzo.
My Lord,
lo usukazi ukuthi yini enzakalayo.
My Lord, I would not respond on behalf of Gininda. However, those people, when I arrived there, they were showing animosity, asking me what is the knowledge that I have with regards to the death of Senzo.
So your conclusion is that they were not independent?
Uya ngawe ubona ukuthi bekungasabantu abayimele.
Kuya ngami akusiba abantu abayimele.
Correct. According to me, they were not independent.
Abantu abasebenzisana nayo uGininda labaya.
It's people that are working closely with Gininda.
Thank you. Let's go to the issue of rights.
Asiyeke kumalungelo.
You testify before this court that the only time that you heard about the rights is when you appeared in this court.
Uthe isikhathi la uye waqala ukuzwa uma kukhulunywa ngamalungelo bekula enkantolo.
La engiqala ukuzwa ukukhulunywa ngokuthi wethu umuntu wangitshela amalungelo ami bengiqala ukuzwa la ecourt ukuthi kunomuntu othi wangitshela amalungelo ami ngomlomo wakhe bengiqala la ecourt.
When I first started hearing a person saying they explained my right, it was here in court when a particular person said they had explained my rights.
Let's start from the beginning. Buthelezi never explained your rights immediately after you were arrested.
Ubuthelezi ngalesikhathi eqeda ukukubopha zange akutshele amalungelo wakho.
Cha,
No.
akaze wangitshela.
He did not explain my rights.
When he arrested you for the second time inside the shack, he never explained your rights.
Uma ekubopha okwesibini phakathi komkhukhu azange akutshele amalungelo wakho.
Asikho isikhathi akangitshela ngaso amalungelo ami nokuthi kunamalungelo. Mina ngiqala ukuzwa amakhulunywa la ecourt ukuthi kunamalungelo okuthiwa nginawo mina.
There is no time when he explained my rights. Even the point that I had rights, I only had it in court when it was explained that he had said I had rights.
And then Sergeant Mahola never explained your rights as well.
Sergeant Mohola naye azange akutshele amalungelo wakho.
Cha,
No.
akaze wangitshela.
She never informed me of my rights.
Gininda never explained your rights.
Brigadier Ugininda naye azange akutshele amalungelo wakho.
Cha, kusekatola akaze wangitshela.
No, my lord, he never told me of my rights.
Colonel Mboto,
Colonel Mbotho yena?
Cha, akaze wangitshela naye.
No, he also never told me of my rights.
Mohane,
Sergeant Mukhani?
Cha, akaze wangitshela naye.
He also did not inform me of my rights, my lord.
Colonel Hadebe,
Colonel Hadebe yena?
Cha, akaze wangitshela.
He also did not inform me of my rights.
and SAP 14A notice of rights were you ever given those?
Incwadi le ekhuluma ngamalungelo uye wanikwa leyo ncwadi le.
Angikhumbuli ikhosekatolo mhlawumbe ngangibonisa yona ngingakwazi ukukhomenta ngayo.
I do not recall that document. Perhaps if I can be shown the document, maybe I would be able to comment on that document.
I'm trying to get a copy for you.
Usayifuna ufuna ukubonisa yona?
Okay.
So now let's move to the 31st. When you were taken to Tembisa South, you were not given rights there as well.
Nalapha yana nge 31 ngalesikhathi uyisiwa eThembisa South nakhona awuzange utshelwe amalungelo wakho.
Cha, alikho iphoyisa elakela ngitshela amalungelo ami.
No, my lord, there is not even a single police officer who had explained my rights.
When you appeared in court on the 1st,
Ngalesikhathi uvela enkantolo nge1,
Alikho iphoyisa elakela ngitshela ngamalungelo ami.
there is no police officer who explained my rights.
the magistrate,
Umanje akazange akuchazisela amalungelo wakho.
Angimkhumbula umagistrate engitshela amalungelo ami, angitshela nje ukuthi kumele ngithole ilawyer elizongimela.
I did not recall the magistrate explaining my rights. The magistrate only told me that I need to get an attorney that would defend me.
is that not your right?
Akusilungelo lelo.
Angazi.
I do not know.
So you don't know your rights.
Shukuthi amalungelo wakho awazi.
Kodwa laba bekhuluma ngawo la bela enkatolo akaze beze bengitshela.
But the rights that were explained here in court by the witnesses, I was never informed of such rights.
I want to show you a document.
Uthi ufuna ukubonisa nali incwadi ethize?
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I
Do
can
you
see this
recognize the
document.
document?
Uyayazi le ncwadi?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I
What is
recognize it. Yini le ncwadi?
Angiyazi igama layo.
I do not know the name of this document.
That is a notice of rights.
Uthi yincwadi eyamalungelo.
Yebo.
Yes,
When were you given that document for the first time?
uqalwe ukunikwa nini le ncwadi?
Banginikile eVeralia kodwa akekho wakwangichazela ngalento le ebhalwe la ngoba isilungu vela angisazi.
I was given in Valeria. However, there is no one who had explained to me what was written here, as I am not well versed with English.
Are you now saying they gave you this document in Valeria on the 31st, sorry, or
What?
the 30th?
Uthi le ncwadi bakunike yona eValeria ngeyi-30 noma ngeyi-31.
Angeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngedate ngoba isikhathi ngangasiboni.
I would not be able to comment on the date
Kodwa
as I did
banginika
not see the time.
ngisusa eSoweto mangifika la bafika banginikeza.
But I was given this document when I was moved from Soweto. When I arrived, that's when this document was given to me.
So when Guinea, sorry.
Mabenginika banginika njengama document vele kufanele njalo ngiwasayine.
And when
Ngikwazi ukuthi angawani.
I was given this document, I was just given as a document one of those that I needed to sign, which I did not know what was the document for.
So when the witnesses came before this court, that they did explain what are those rights to you, and they interpreted those rights to you, they were just misleading the court.
Bonke abofakazi manje abezile la enkantolo bafika bachaza ukuthi bakuchazisele lawo malungelo lawo baze bakutolikela nawo ukuthi lawo malungelo awani kusho ukuthi bona bebekade beqamba amanga.
Kosekatolo ngiphinde anginalo ilungelo lokuthi abantu baqamba amanga kodwa akwenzakalanga ngalendlela abayishoyo.
My lord,
Akekho umuntu wangichazela ngamalungelo, akekho umuntu wangitshela ngokuthi nginelungelo mina.
my lord, I would repeat once more that I do not have a right to state whether a person is lying or not, as the court is the one that would make that decision that a person was lying or not. I was not explained of any rights.
Do you remember when Buthelezi was being made to recite those rights that he explained to you at Tembisa?
Usakhumbula uButhelezi ngalesikhathi yena ezebe echaza lawo malungelo ebekade bekuchazisele wona eThembisa?
Akaze kuze kube nomuntu ongichazela amalungelo, akwenzakalanga.
There was no one that explained my rights. It did not happen, my lord.
So now let's fast forward. So the magistrate that Tembisa as well did not explain the rights.
Aqhubeke ke siya phambili umantshi waseThembisa akazange akuchazisela amalungelo akho naye.
Cha, akazaza ngichazisela amalungelo.
No, the magistrate did not explain my rights.
So how did you then come to the conclusion that you wanted to be represented by legal aid?
Manje ufike kanjani kwisinqumo sokuthi wena ufuna ukumelwa abameli be-legal aid?
Umagistrate wathi angikwazi ukuyimela mina, kumele ngithole umuntu ozongikhulumela ukufundela ukukhulumela umuntu.
The magistrate said I would not be able to defend myself. I need to get a legal expert that went to school for such.
Kodwa ukuthi ilungelo lelo anginalo ulwazi.
But to state that that is a right, I did not know.
I want to show you a document. It's an extract from Exhibit 00.
But ufuna ukubonisa incwadi ethize.
What is Exhibit 00?
Charge sheet from Tembisa Magistrate Court. It's, my lord, I just took out an extract, if I may direct the copy, the first page during the first appearance. You see that document?
Uyayibona le ncwadi?
Ngiyalibona nje leli phepha.
Yes, I can see the
extract
document.
from Tembisa Magistrate Court.
Uthi incwadi ethathwe ngalesikhathi inise magistrate court yaseThembisa.
Okay.
And then I will just direct you to the relevant portion. It says explanation to accuse of rights to legal representation.
Uthi ke uzafunda la bekade kufundwe khona ukuthi amalungelo wakho wokumelwa.
Okay.
You
Ibhalwe
understand
la.
now?
Uyazwisisa manje?
Ngizwa yena uyafunda uthi uzongifundela lokho okubhalwe phansi.
I hear as you are reading, as you said that you would read what is written.
At these proceedings, you have the right to be represented by a qualified legal representative. You may appoint a legal representative at your own expense, or if you cannot afford to do that, you may approach the legal aid board to appoint one, or on your behalf, free of charge. It is always advisable to have a legal representative as they are qualified to place your case before the court and to protect your rights as best they could. You are not compelled to obtain any legal representative as you may conduct your own case. You have a right to be given a reasonable opportunity to obtain legal representation, but if you fail to obtain legal representation within a reasonable time, it is due to your fault, and then the court may order that the trial proceed without legal representation.
Laphayana ke kubhalwe ilungelo leli lokuthi wena unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli ozomkhokhela ngemali yakho. Uma ungabe awunayo imali yokukhokhela ummeli, ungafaka isicelo sokuthi umelwe ummeli we legal aid, nakhona uma ingabe wena uzothatha isikhathi sokuthola loyo mmeli loyo inkantolo ingahle yona ithi icala liqhubeke ulibele ungena mmeli ngoba wena ozabe umoshe isikhathi.
Konsekatolo ngicela ukuyicacisa la angazange ngize ngifundelwe into efana nale mangifika ecourt yaseThembisa.
My Lord, may I please explain here? I have never, such a document was not read to me when I arrived in Tembisa.
Uma kuvela igama lommeli umuntu kufanele ukuthi mangitshela ukuthi suka la uye lapha ya ngingakutshela ukuthi unelungelo lokusuka la uye lapha ya. So umuntu mayethi thola ummeli uyakutshena akakutshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthola ummeli indaba yelungelo yiyo le engayazi.
With regards to the attorney, it is just the same as when a person instructs you to move from one point to another. It was not explained to me that it is a right. I was informed that I need to get an attorney.
And then, do you understand the accused answer? Yes.
Wena uye wabuzwa ke ukuthi uyazwisisa wathi yebo.
Yebo ngangisho ukuthi yebo umuntu mayethi kumele ukuthola ummeli vele answer kumele ikhiphe ukuthi yebo.
Yes.
Noma uthi oh.
Yes, I could have said yes, I understand, because when a person tells you that you need to get an attorney, the response needs to either be yes or oh.
Okay. So even this right was not explained at Tembisa.
Shukuthi nalelo lungelo eThembisa abazange bakuchazisele lona.
Abakaze bengitshela ukuthi ilungelo bangitshela ukuthi kumele ngithole umuntu ozokumela.
I was not informed that it was a right. I was just told that I need to get a person that would represent me.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Sibiya, they just people that were involved or in handling your case, that everything was wrong with them, from police officers to even magistrates.
Uthi kusho ukuthi abantu bonke labe kade beyingxenye kuleli cala leli lakho kusukela kumantshi ukusukela kumaphoyisa ukuya kumantshi bona bazange nje balandelele umthetho bona bayenze izinto ngendlela yabo ngoma yithandela.
Konsekatolo nayizolo ngeke ngasho ngathi umthetho angiwazi. Amaphoyisa uma enza into right noma enza into wrong anginalo ulwazi ukuthi yini ayenzayo. Yiwo asukazi ukuthi enza into wrong noma a right. Magistrate uma enza into wrong noma right angikwazi ukwazi ukuthi wenza into wrong noma right ngoba umthetho angikwazi.
My Lord, even yesterday I did explain that I am not a legal expert. If a police officer does something wrong or right, I would not know. Even when a magistrate does something wrong or right, I would not know.
You know, out of I don't know so many millions in South Africa, the magistrate decides to treat your case different from all other cases that appear before magistrates.
Uthike umshushisi kulabantu abaningi nje amamiliyoni angaka wabantu abavela phambi komantshi umantshi uvele waqaphuna elakho icala waliyenza ngalendlela ewena uchaza ngalo.
Angikwazi ukuphendula magistrate waseThembisa. Mina bengichaza into eyenzeke kimi ukuthi uyenza kubani nakubani angikwazi ukumkhulumela.
I would not be able to respond on behalf of the Tembisa magistrate, as I am only explaining to what happened to me. Whether that magistrate does it to everyone, I would not know, my Lord.
And then you further testified, let's leave that point, we'll leave that for argument. You testified before this court during your examination in chief that you were charged for the Fosleras case 636-10-2014 on the 26th of July 2020.
Wena uye waqhubeka wathi uye wathweswa icala leli lase Fosleras i636 nge26 zika July 2020.
Yebo ngacharged on 26 ka July 2020.
That is correct. I was charged on the 26th of July in 2020.
At Fosleras.
Wa charged at Fosleras.
At police station Fosleras.
At the Fosleras police station.
And then do you remember when you testified before this court that on the 10th of July 2020 you requested that you be taken out of the police stations and be taken to Modabi prison because the police, they just book you out for whatever reason at any time, so you wanted to be taken to prison where they cannot take you anytime they feel like taking you out and you can feel safe?
Usakhumbula nangalesikhathi wena uzebe uthi uye wazicelela ukuthi ukhishwe emaphoyiseni uyisiwe emoda B ejele la ukuthi amaphoyisa ngeke akwazi ukuzizela nganoma yisiphi isikhathi bazozenzela imazithanda ngawe njengoba mawusesiphoyiseni bona bayafika nganoma yisiphi isikhathi bakuthathe bazenzele intando yabo.
Yebo, ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, that is what I did say.
So how were you taken out of prison on the 26th of July 2020 as you put it?
Manje nge 26 zika July njengoba usho bakukhiphe kanjani ejele?
Bangikhipha ngiyo-attenda eFosforus, icase yaseFosforus.
I was booked out when I was going to attend the Phosphorus case.
Mina bengilandwa yiwo amaphoyisa aphenya icala, yiwo bengilanda ejele, engithathe engise ekhoti, angithathe ekhoti, engibuyisele ejele. Uma kukhona la afuna ukungithatha engise khona, ngaleso sikhathi leso njengoba bangithatha bangisa epolice station yaseFosforus, kula bafike bangithathela khona emva kwalapho bangithatha bangibuyisela ejele.
I was always booked out by the police that were investigating in the matter, and they would take me to Phosphorus and take me back to prison. Whenever they wanted to take me, they would come and take me from the prison to wherever they wanted to take me to.
The version that was put to Ginenda regarding the charging or in this particular matter, it was said to him that you were charged in August of 2020.
Ubrigadier Geninda ngalesikhathi ella yena uye watshelwa ummeli wakho ukuthi wena uthe uvalelwe noma ngaleli cala leli le 636 uye wachargwa ngo-August.
Kose Katolo, angaze ngithi ngichargwe ngo-August.
My lord,
ngichargwe ngo-July 26, 2020.
My lord, I did not personally say I was charged in August. I said I was charged on the 26th of July 2020.
But say, according to this document, the notice of rights, you were charged by Sergeant Mohola on the 26th of October 2020. Place it's Benoni.
Ukuya ngale ncwadi le bekade ekubonisa yona leyana yamalungelo. Ithi yona uchargwe uSergeant Mohola nge-26 zika July 2020 eBenoni.
Ngicela ungiphindele noma utolika wami angiphindele kahle, angizwanga kahle.
May it be repeated either by the state or the interpreter. Uthi ke yena incwadi le akubonise yona le yamalungelo lebe ila ibonisa ukuthi uye wathweswa icala wachargwa nge-26 zika July 2020 eBenoni.
Angaze ngichargelwe eBenoni.
I was not charged in Benoni.
You just told this court now that you were, the day that you were charged, 26 July 2020, you were attending a court.
Uthe ngalelanga wawukade uchargwa nge-26 zika July 2020 wawukade uye enkantolo.
Mangichargwa nge-26 zika July 2020 ngichargelwa eFosforus epolice station, ngiqeda ukusuka ecourt yaseFosforus bangithatha bangisa ecourt epolice station yaseFosforus, kula abafike bangichaja khona.
When I was charged on the 26th of July 2020, I was from the Phosphorus Magistrate Court and I was taken to the Phosphorus police station. That is where I was charged.
At this stage, I will also request the court to take a judicial notice of the fact that courts do not sit on a Saturday or a Sunday. 26 July 2020, it was a Saturday.
Uthi futhi uzawucela inkantolo ukuthi ibone ukuthi inkantolo azihlali ngomgqibelo
It was a Sunday.
i-26 zika July 2020 kwakade kuyisonto.
To establish from my colleague if the charging part of the suspect, is it done in court? Because he said he was coming from court.
May I ask your colleague? I'm listening.
Yes.
The witness said he was coming
says
from court.
Courts don't sit on a Saturday or Sunday.
He said he was coming from court.
From
From
which
court,
date?
he was 26 July 2020.
And you are saying it's a Saturday.
It's a Sunday.
A Sunday.
Precise.
That's what he's saying. I don't know.
Mshushisi uthi ngalelo langa kwakade kuyisonto i-26 zika July 2020.
Kosekatolo uma ngathiwa ngicela ukuchecka le statement abasigcwalisa wona amaphoyisa maye echarge yiso ezizongitshena i-exact date yakhona abangicharge ngayo.
My Lord, if I would be given an opportunity to check the statement when the police were charging me, it would be the one that would give me an exact date.
Uma kungathiwa ngimista i-date.
If I am mistaken regarding the date.
The record that you have following your charging, you received this document, Mr. Sibiya, notice of rights.
Uthi incwadi uye wayithola le ngemva kokuthi uthweswe amacala.
Cha, angaze ngiyithole le bangilethele ngo-October bethi ngakusasa kumele ngiye eKatolo. Ilelinye iphepha bathi J50.
No, my Lord, I did not receive this document, as this one was brought to me in October as I was about to appear in court, and there was also a J50.
Mina mangikhuluma ngokuchacha ngikhuluma ngokuthathwa iy'thupha iminwe bengitshena bethi bangichacha ngaleli cala leli uginile ngitshena kanjalo.
When I am referring to being charged, I am referring to the day when my fingerprints were taken, and that is when Gininda told me that he was charging me.
No, sir. That's not the essence of my question. My question is that you were coming from a court, then you were taken to Fosloras, and then that's where they took the fingerprints and whatever process followed.
Uthi umshushisi yena umbuzo wakhe uqhamuka la wena wawuthi wawukade uvela enkantolo wayisiwa epolice station kulaye ukuthi baye bathatha iy'thupha zakho bakuthwesa nalelo cala.
Yebo namanje ngisho kanjalo ngangisuka ecourt bangithatha ecourt bangisa epolice station kulabo bafike bathi bangichacha khona.
Yes, that is what I am still maintaining, that I was from court, and from the court I was taken to the police station, then that's when I was charged.
That is the arresting statement.
Incwadi le ebekade bekubopha ngayo.
Le ngiyaqala nokuyibona le ncwadi le.
This one is my first time seeing it, my Lord.
Ayinawo
Mr. Sibiya, in conclusion,
ayinawo nane signature yami.
It does not even have my signature.
yes, arresting statement, because you're not a police officer, can never have your signature.
Uthi incwadi leyo igcwaliswe yiphoyisa ngeke ibe ne-signature yakho.
Kosekatolo ngisacela bengibhekela i-statement lese esibhalwa i-date engichargewa ngayo.
My Lord, can I please be shown a statement which shows the date of when I was charged?
Let us conclude.
This is statement
That is the
about your
statement I
statement.
presented to you.
Uthi yiso lesi, and the accused is saying he would like to see a warning statement.
I'm not sure if your attorney will allow that.
Uthi akazi ukuthi ummeli wakho uzovuma na ukuthi uboniswe leso statement okhuluma ngaso.
That's a document you showed him just now. What was it? You say it's an arresting
It's an arresting statement.
by which which policeman?
Sergeant Mahula.
Yeah, show him.
No, it is from there.
Well, now he says he wants to see it. Maybe it's from there, but he didn't see it. What's the problem now?
No problem, my lord.
What exhibit is that? That's a statement by Mohola.
My lord, the request is that you just want to see the warning statement.
No, just that statement you say it's an arresting statement from Mohola. Where is it? Mr. Sibande, where's the statement?
I took it back to the investigation.
Can we have the copy of that, please, Madam? Sure. Is that the statement you handed over to the lady there?
Yes.
That lady?
Sergeant Mahola.
Yeah, but where is the statement now? Can I have a look at it? Hey. You know, black people refuse with knowledge. That's why in Nyanga Zabantu they die with all the knowledge. I mean, can I have a look at that? Give it to the police gentleman there.
No, they want to see it first.
Who wants to see it first?
Naso inkantolo ifuna ukusibona.
Because I don't have it now, I'll read it into the record. First Lawyer's case number 636-10-2014A212. Batubakai Baina Mahola under oath states, on oath in English, I am a female police officer with service, and then he mentions his service number. My rank is that of a sergeant attached to the Office of the National Commission of Cold Cases Investigation, and it states a cell number. On Monday, the 26th of October 2020, at approximately 10:55, I was on official duty and I arrested Mazikani Kusle Stemba Sibiya on the warrant of arrest under First Lawyer's case 636-10-2014 at Moda B, Department of Correctional Services. I informed him of his constitutional rights under Section 35 Act 103 of 1996, and he understood the SAP S414A/R 6416-104. The suspect is free from injuries. I know and understand the content of the statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath, and she has signed it, and it is stamped with the South African police stamp, and the commissioning officer is Vusimuzi somebody. Mahano. Just interpret for the
Uthi
gentleman there.
ke nasi ke inkantolo iyasifunda lesa statement lesibesilethwe la. Statement isokuboshwa ngale langa uzebe uboshwa. Statement esibhalwe nge-10 zika nge-26 zika October la ukuthi iphoyisa uSergeant Batubakai Mogala yena uthi uye wakubopha laphayana ejele la ukuthi ubekade ephethe incwadi egunyaza ukuthi wena uboshwe, wakubopha eModa B ejele la khona kula ukuthi yena uye wakutshela amalungelo wakho ukuya ngomthetho sesekelo, wena uye wawazwisisa lawo malungelo, wena wawukade ungalimelanga, futhi yena uyazwisisa ukuthi lesi statement lesi usiyenza efungile, akanayo inkinga nokufunga ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso.
And what's the date? So just interpret the date also.
As the court pleases. Please, Borom.
On the stamp.
idate ke iye yashawa istamp nge-26 zika October 2020 ngo-2 emini eBinoni sasayindwa futhi nawo Sergeant Mukhani.
Okay. Yes, sir. That is apparently the arresting statement.
My Lord, I object.
Hello?
My Lord, I object on the basis of fairness that the witness cannot be referred to the statement that was made by the arresting officer.
Which statement must he refer to?
The statement that has just been read into the
Yeah,
record.
which, yeah, I hear you.
It was made by the
Arresting officer.
Arresting
Yeah.
officer, not in front of this witness. He has no knowledge of the statement.
No, fine. I never said he has knowledge of whatever. I just said, where is the arresting statement? Mr. Sebande, hello, just stand up. You told this court that there is an arresting statement. Hello?
Yes, because
Right.
he requested for it.
I'm not involved in wanting somebody to go to jail. Now, after that, Mr. Sibiya says, no, if you can show me that arresting statement, if you can show it to me. Then I said, where is it? Apparently he had given it to the lady there. Took time to get it. After he gets it, I say, apparently this is what they say is the arresting statement. And then I read it into the record. That's all I did. And you say it's unfair.
My Lord, with due respect, my Lord, I understand what the Lordship is.
Don't accuse me of being a crook.
No, my Lord, I'm not.
No, just listen to me. You must never. I've been 50 years in the profession. I've never been accused of being a crook.
My Lord, I'm not accusing this.
What are you accusing me of?
But my Lord, I am asking this court to listen to this. The accused, when he said, unless if I can be showed a statement wherein I was arrested on that day. Then my question is, my Lord, the statement that has been presented, my Lord, to the accused, is not the statement that was made by the accused. It was made by the arresting office.
Nobody said the accused made an arresting statement. He's not a policeman. What are you saying?
As the court pleases.
Oh, it's long since him, eh? Just wait, Mr. Just sit down. This witness never said he made an arresting statement. Don't misconstrue Izintolap, please. He said he wanted to see the arresting statement. And Sebande, and I'm not involved in this nonsense. Sebande is the person who says there is an arresting statement. He wants to see it. They look for it, they can't find it, ultimately it is found, and I say I want to see that statement because I don't have a copy of it. And there's no exhibit of this, is that not so, sir? That's it. I read it to the court, so that everybody can hear what it says. After it is read, I say they must interpret it for Mr. Sibiya. It is interpreted for her, and you say, I'm unfair. I'm unfair. So, they are saying that is the arresting statement.
Kuthiwa yiso lesi statement esenzwe ngalesikhathi uboshwe.
You can make your comment if you want to, sir.
Uma ingabe ungathanda ukuphawula ungaphawula ngaso le statement engiqeda ukutolikela sona.
Nkosi Katolo,
Yeah.
lesi statement lesi sibhalwe yiphoyisa and sihambisana nalento engisho ukuthi iphoyisa layiletha kimi ngalolu suku lwe 26 October. Akuhambisani nokuchargewa kwami ukufaka kwami iminwe. Inkosi Katolo ngicela ukuthi ingitholele la engafaka khona iminwe ukuze sizothola le date le engachargewa ngayo eFosforus.
My Lord, this statement was made in October and it corroborates what I have said that this was brought to me on the 26th of October. This is not the statement when I had placed my fingerprints, which I was charged on that particular day. May I please see a document where I had placed my fingerprints where I was charged in Fosloras, my Lord.
Okay, Mr. Sibande, the witness, Mr. Sibiya wants to see the statement where he placed his fingerprints on. You call it an arresting statement, the one
Ile ncwadi
they
bowusho
used
ngayo
to present
uthi
you when they were arresting you.
le ebakunike yona ngalesikhathi bekubopha.
Or when they were charging you, which is
noma usho ngalesikhathi bekucharger.
ngisho lesikhathi bengifaka ama-fingerprint bethi bayangicharge ngaleli cala likasenzo.
Yeah, he wants
The
to see that
time-
document, sir.
Yes, my lord.
My apologies, my lord. Can Advocate Mshololo refrain from what she's doing? I could hear from where I'm standing shouting, warning, warning. With the greatest respect to
She's
her
shouting what,
and
Ms.
this court.
Mshololo?
Warning, warning.
To
Who
whom?
is the witness? To the witness.
She's warning the witness. Warning, warning.
To answer in that fashion by implication.
Mr. Mshololo, but they say you're being in contempt of the proceedings.
My lord, I've got witnesses who are just next to me. If
Yeah,
they had me.
I'm just telling you, he is saying you are in contempt of the proceedings. You know you don't have to assist your client when he's in the box, telegraphing questions and answers to him, or making gestures or signs. At least that was the law I was taught.
And it's wrong, my lord, to make wrong submissions about counsel when he's sitting in court and he has not done that.
Mr. Sibanda says you just did that. I didn't see you. He says, your colleague, he says you did it.
My lord, I've said I've got witnesses next to me here. They can testify that I've never done that.
Right, yeah, let's proceed. So the witness says he wants to see the document where he appended, or his thumbs, my fingerprints. Do you have that document for me?
I just want to check with the defense if that's the road they want to take.
Hello? Mr. Sibanda, what is the problem now?
No, I was just asking if that's the road they want to embark on.
Who?
The defense.
No, this is the witness. Mr. Sibiya wants that document. Is that not so, sir?
Kunjalo angithi oyifunayo lencwadi le.
Yebo le eyithupha zami.
That is
Yes.
correct, my lord.
That's-
The
you want
one
to
where
have
I
a look
placed
at it.
my fingerprints. Ibheke ke. Yebo, interview with suspect.
I don't know if ngala
23 July 2020 ngo-2 emini. Statement regarding interview.
isilo sakathi ngithatha ngasangithi. Okay, cela ungifundele ukuthi yisabi.
Statement esani. This guy is a first chorus. Angiboni la ukuthi kubhalwe not what.
Ngathi ngithileted.
Not needed. Okay, yes. The matter of Senzo Meyiwa. Yeah, lena ikhuluma ngokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa nge-23 July. And then I need to bofuna nale. He's still looking for a date, my lord.
Oh, I see, okay.
23 July. And the witness says he can see the date of the 23rd of July. He's just not sure if this is the document where he was charged. However, we have just also together read on the statement regarding interview, which is now paragraph number 2, which speaks of the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, which occurred on the 26th of... No,
fine.
he said I should please read for him what is written.
Ya uyifunde manje uyazi ebalekile ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi ingiyaphi yona.
He just wanted to know what is this document for.
It's the first time you see that document.
Uyaqala ukuyibona le ncwadi?
Yaqala my lord.
Yes,
Your
my lord, it's my
advocate
first
and
time.
your attorney never showed you that document.
Ummeli wakho abazange bakubonise yona le ncwadi.
Unokubonisa izinto eziningi kakhulu. So le angazi noma isuke ikhona noma isuke ingekho. Izinto ziningi kakhulu la amaphepha lapha kuwe.
There are a lot of documents that they have shown me. Therefore, I am not sure if this is part of the documents that the defense had showed me as well.
But is that The document you say you wanted to see your fingerprints thereon,
kodwa yiyo le ncwadi
testifying
lebe
to the fact that you are being charged or you were
lebe
charged.
lebe uthe ufuna ukubona ithupha zakho labe kade uchargwa khona.
akusiyona kosekatola azikho
Okay,
ithupha zami
fine,
It is not the document as the fingerprints are not there, my lord.
fine.
le ine-date eyi-23 zikaJulayi.
This one shows a
2020.
date of the 23rd of July 2020.
Yeah, okay, fine. It is not the document.
Kusho ukuthi
you are
akusiyo
referring
lebe
to.
uyifuna.
Kosekatolo bengithi bazongibonisa la engishaye khona i-2 so nayo le angiyazi noma ihambisana nayo na.
My lord, I was thinking that I would be shown a document where my fingerprints were taken. I'm not sure if this document is also part of that particular document that shows the fingerprints that were taken.
No, fine. Then you can return that document.
It's returned, my lord.
Where did you get it from, Mr. Mgomezulu?
No, from Sergeant Mokola.
Or Sergeant Mohola?
Yes. My lord, I will have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu?
My lord, it's 521.
Okay, you understand, Jen?
Yes, my lord, so that I can.
Uthi umshushisi sekaqedile akasena imibuzo angakubuza yona. Kusafuneka manje ummeli azokubuza imibuzo kodwa sekuyisikhathi sokuthi siphume siye lunchini sizobuya.
Ms. Mshololo, this is what I'm going to say to you. I've been on the bench for 20 years. I've practiced as an attorney for 30 years. I've never ever been accused of being a crook or dishonest. I was trained by, amongst others, Charles Casson, Mohammed, Bezos. They taught me to be honest in this profession.
My lord,
No, I'm just telling you who I am.
My lord, I'm also an advocate.
Yeah, fine.
Also
Please don't answer me,
representing-
please.
I'm also defending the accused.
Yeah,
I
fine.
raise an objection on the basis of fairness. I have a right also
You-
to stand up
Fine.
and raise that objection.
Fine, you have.
We all have different experiences.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, we come back at 2. Yeah, maybe just before you start with your cross-examination, not your re-examination, I want to engage Mr. Sebande. I saw when I told you that the law has changed, you said, I want to finish my application of that 1965 case, Yalobone.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, I've got a case which was adjudicated after the first interim constitution, 1993. I just want to read it to you so that they mustn't say, I let judge again, like I'm being accused. I'm just going to read the head.
If I can
Note.
get the citation, my lord, so I can read it.
S versus Botswana. S versus Botswana and others. 1993. Sorry, but that's when it was heard. It was reported 1994, 1. Okay. I'll just read a synopsis of it. Now you can sit down.
Okay.
Confession, admissibility, trial within a trial. Placing of a confession before a court. At what stage should the confession be placed before the court? Only when the accused elects to give evidence in his trial within a trial that the state can decide whether to cross-examine such accused with reference to any part or the whole of the confession. If the cross-examination is restricted to any part of the confession, then only those parts become part of the record. Assessment. The fact that an accused lied in stating that he had been told what to say in his confession cannot and ought not to serve as a cogent reason for rejecting his evidence or the permanent question, namely whether the confession has been made freely and voluntarily. A brief history of this case is that the appellants had been convicted in the Circuit Court of murder and sentenced to death. At the trial, the state sought to rely on 2 written confessions made to police officers by the first appellant and on each of the others. The appellant contested the admissibility of the statement on the grounds that they had been induced by threats and assaults to confess. In order to determine the admissibility of these statements, a trial within a trial was held. At the outset of the inquiry, counsel for the state handed up 2 confessions relating to the second and fourth appellants in order to place the preliminary questions and answers and concluding notes before the court. The substantive portion of the confession was excluded. The court, however, during cross-examination of a state witness and after having asked the defense counsel whether it was contended that the appellants had been told what to say in their confessions and received an affirmative answer, asked to see the excluded portion of the confessions. A similar procedure was adopted in respect of the pointing out made by the appellants. The court insisted that the incriminating statements made by the appellants be placed before it during the evidence in chief of one of the police officers. At the end of the inquiry into the admissibility of the statements, the court held them to be admissible. The principal reason for the rejection of the appellants' evidence on the question whether they had confessed voluntarily was their denial of the truth of the confessions. Now, on appeal, this is what was held: that it was quite irregular for the court to have insisted on the confessions and the statements being placed before it during the state case, like you wanted me to do. Only when each of the appellants has elected to give evidence in the inquiry could counsel for the state decide whether to cross-examine such appellants with reference to any part or to the whole of the confession. In the former, even only when the portion referred to in cross-examination will become part of the record. It was held further that the conduct of the court in this regard was highly irregular and potentially prejudicial to the appellants. Further, that the court attached undue importance to the fact that the appellants had lied in stating that they had been told what to say in their confessions. The fact that they were lying had to be seen in context and assessed accordingly. Further, that it was a matter of common experience for an accused person to give false evidence in this respect, and such evidence or defect was not to be entirely disregarded. It could only, however, serve as a cogent reason for rejecting the appellant's evidence on the pertinent question, namely whether their confessions had been made as a result of assaults and threats. Held further that on the evidence as a whole and taking into account certain defects in the state case, the onus resting on the state to prove that the defense, that the confessions were freely and voluntarily made, had not been discharged. The appeal was allowed and the conviction was set aside. So this court knows what it is talking about. Yes, Mr. Mgumizu.
So, Mr. Sibiya,
Mnumzane Sibiya,
all right, there are certain things that I need to clarify before we conclude our case with you.
kunezinto ezimbalwa engifuna ukuzicacisa ngaphambi kokuthi siqede mina nawe.
When you were with Colonel Mboto on the 30th, is it true that there was no interpreter?
Ngalesikhathi uno Colonel Mboto nge-30 iqiniso ukuthi bekungenatoliki.
Wayengekho utoliki.
That is correct, there was no interpreter.
And according to you or your observation on that night, a statement that was, you were ordered to sign it, was it made in English or in isiZulu?
Ukuya ngawe lesiya statement ebakuphoqa ukuthi usayine besibhalwe ngesingesi.
You know what? Before he answers it, I want to be fair.
Yes.
If he's aware whether the statement was in Tsonga or Zulu or Chinese,
Yes,
it means he read the document. Are you with me?
that's correct, my lord. I just
So,
want, yes.
You realize it. So maybe you must withdraw that question.
May I withdraw the question? All right. When you were taken to Albertine on the 5th of June and you interacted with Colonel Hadebe, there was no interpreter on that day as well.
uma uyisiwa eAlbertine no Colonel Hadebe nge5 sika June nalapho bekungena toliki.
bengenatolika.
There was no interpreter as well.
Okay. Let's get into the day in which you appeared in court on the 1st of June 2020 in Tembisa Court. It has been said by my colleague that the rights were read according to the charge sheet. Did you tell the magistrate on that day that you were assaulted?
Asiyeke nge1 sika June 2020 labo kade usenkantolo umshushisi yena uthe amalungelo wakho abekade efundiwe noma aye bakutshela ngawo umanje uye wamtshela ukuthi wawukade ushayiwe.
Ngatshena i-lawyer ngoba lapha eThembisa mabethi thola i-lawyer kuba khona umuntu ozayo ukutshela ukuthi uyi-lawyer ethi uzogcwalisa amaphepha ngamtshela ukuthi ngishayiwe.
I had told my defense attorney as immediately after I was informed that I need to get an attorney, then somebody approached me and I informed that particular person that I was assaulted.
All right, but that was not related according to that attorney that you informed. Did he relate that to the magistrate? Did he tell the magistrate that you were assaulted?
Ummeli loyo oze kuwe ngaleli yalapha uye watshela inkantolo lolu daba lokuthi wena uthe ushayiwe.
Kuyikuthi wayekhuluma isilungu angazi noma wamtshela ukuthi ngishaya indlela engisho ngakhona na. Kodwa mangiphinde ngibuya kuye nge10 zika July ngiyamtshela laba lokhu beqhubeka bengishaya. Yila aphinda futhi afina atshena khona icourt ukuthi lo muntu lo baqhubeka bamshaya laba abantu laba. Yila utolika ngitshela khona ukuthi ummeli wakho semtsheni icourt ukuthi wena kumele uye emotani.
On the first appearance, I am not sure whether the attorney did mention it as the attorney had stated in English. And on the 10th of July, when I came to court again, I proceeded and informed my attorney that I am continually being assaulted. And that is when the attorney also stated it on record and an interpreter interpreted, informing me that my attorney just told the court that I am being assaulted and I will then be transferred to Moda B.
All right. Inside court on the 10th of July 2020 was Sergeant Mohola, Sergeant Mohane and Constable Mabena present inside court.
Enkantolo ngeyi-10 zika July 2020 phakathi enkantolo uSergeant Mohola, uSergeant Mohane no Constable Mabena bebakade bakhona phakathi enkantolo.
Umuntu engimkhumbule esekatolo umhane. Umkhula angimkhumbuli ngibona ekatolo.
I remember that Mohane was in court. I do not remember seeing Mohola in court.
Ngikhumbule ngimbona ecourt.
I do not remember seeing Mabena as well.
All right.
In court.
Okay, there were records that were read, or we heard the audio recording of Boksburg Court, where the magistrate, after the lawyer for accused number 3 and number 2 told the court that they were assaulted. I want you to follow that.
Uthi-ke ummeli kunala kuye kwakhaliswa izinto ebezikade zikhulunywa enkantolo la ummeli womangalelwa wesithathu nowesibini baye batshela inkantolo ukuthi bebakade beshayiwe uthi ufuna umlandeleli lapho usaqhubeka.
If you can recall, that presiding officer, that magistrate of Boksburg, inquired from the attorney from Legal Aid Board about those allegations. Can you recall that?
Uthi mangabe usazokhumbula umantshi lo yalo bekahleli ngaleli yalanga uye wabuza lo mmeli ngalolo daba lokushawa kwabamangalelwa usakhumbula lokho?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Usafuna mhlawumbe ukuthi akubuzele wona futhi kahle lo mbuzo?
Ngicela ungiphinde.
Yes, please.
All right. It's the same situation like in Tembisa. I just want to draw you closer. Mr. Nkwana was the legal aid attorney for accused 1 to 4 in Boksburg.
Umnumzana Nkwana bekummeli wakamamsolwa wokuqala ukuya kumsolwa wesine eBoksburg anyisho.
Yeah.
That is correct.
On the 5th of March, sorry, the 27th of November.
The 27th
Just confirm the date, 27th. On the 5th of March 2020.
nge 5 zika March ngo 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mr. Nkwana informed the court about the allegations by accused number 3 and number 2 that they were assaulted at the places where they were kept. Did you hear that?
Umnumzana Nkwana uye watshela inkantolo ukuthi umsolo wesibini nowesithathu bona bathi bayashawa la bekade bevalelwe khona.
You remember?
Uye wakuzwa lokho noma usakukhumbula lokho?
Yeah, ngeke ngakuzwa.
Yes, I did hear such.
Then the magistrate made an inquiry. He actually asked Mr. Nkwana
Umantshi yena wabuza umnumzana Nkwana
about those allegations
ngaleyo ndaba yokushawa
and gave directives as to where it should be reported.
waphinda umantshi watshela umnumzana Nkwana ukuthi kwamele ayoreport kuphi.
And Mr. Nkwana undertook to report those allegations.
Umnumzana Nkwana watshela umantshi ukuthi yebo nkosi yenkantolo ngizoyenza isiqiniseko sokuthi mina ngiyireport le ndaba.
The question now is, in Tembisa Court on the 10th of July,
Umbuzo nawo usewuza ke
did
ukuthi
the same thing happen when you told the magistrate that you are being assaulted by the investigating police officers?
umbuzo ke nawo uza ukuthi wena ithe uma utshela umantshi usebenzisa ummeli wakho ukutshela umantshi ukuthi wena uyashawa ukuthi ushawa amaphoyisa kuye kwayenziwa na lelo daba lokuthi kukhulunywe ngalo.
Cha akwenzakalanga ngaphandle kokuthi nje kwathiwa mina kumele ngiye eModavi kuphela. Akukho kwalandela emva kwalapho.
There was nothing further, my lord, that was said or taken steps on, as I was only instructed that I will have to go to Moda B.
So even the presiding officer did not direct that you should be taken to a medical practitioner.
Umantshi akazange naye asho ukuthi kwamele uyiswe kudokotela.
Cha akazasho nkosi yenkantolo.
No, my lord.
All right, let's move out. There's evidence that you were arrested by Buthelezi. And that evidence, during the arrest or prior to going to Fosloras from Tembisa, do you remember that evidence? Where you were arrested in Tembisa and then taken to Fosloras. Do you remember?
Usakhumbula lobufakazi obuzile bokuthi wena uboshwe eThembisa wayisiwa eFosloras?
Yebo ngiyakukhumbula nkosi yenkantolo.
Yes, I still recall that.
There's evidence by Sergeant Mhola that before they left Tembisa, he called Constable Munareng to beef up a security. Do you still remember that evidence?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kunobufakazi obuze ngoSergeant Mhola ethi ngaphambi kokuthi kuhanjwe eThembisa uye washaya ucingo eshayela uMunareng ukuze athole abanye abazomsiza.
Do you remember that?
Ukuthi bawongeze ubuvikelo.
Ngikhumbula ukukhulunywa ngoButhelezi nkosi yenkantolo.
I remember that being mentioned by Buthelezi, my lord.
All right. So I want to put it to you, or to clarify to you, that Sergeant Mhola told this court that when you were arrested, Constable Munareng was not there. He was asked to beef up a security so that they can go to Sutu hostel.
Uthi ke yena ufuna ukukwazisa ukuthi uSergeant Mhola uthe uMunareng wayekade engekho ngaleso sikhathi uboshwa. uMunareng uye wathintwa nje ukuthi azonceda ngalesikhathi kuyisiwa eBasotho hostel.
Kose Katolo mangiqalisa ukuboshwa ngikhoshwa ngebhamu kwakuyibo umnaringi. Umnaringi ube khona ngiboshwa up until kuze kuba khona abangiphelezelayo abangisePitori bona basale Soweto.
My Lord, when I was firstly arrested and pointed with firearms, Monareng was part of those police officers that arrested me and they took me to Pretoria.
Yes. Before I sit down, I want you to explain this from your mouth. There is this thing we call torture in English. Can you interpret it for him? Torture.
Uthi ke ufuna wena uchaze ngomlomo wakho kunalento ebizwa phecelezi itorture ukuhlukunyezwa.
All right. It is the evidence of Mukhani, if I'm not mistaken, that they gave you food on the 30th, on the 31st, sorry, not Mukhani because he was not present on the 30th. One of the arresting officers said they shared with you food. Did you eat on that day?
Kunelinye iphoyisa laba kulaba bekade bekubopha bona bathe bakunike ukudla badle nawe ukudla njengoba bebedla nabo. Wena ummeli ufuna ukwazi ukuthi uye wadla na ngalelo la.
Cha, angaze ngize ngidle Kose Katolo ukudla lokho ngigcine belokhu ngigcine ngabo 9 ekhaza sekuseni ngisendlini.
No, my Lord, I did not eat on that particular day except for when I had ate at around 9 whilst I was still at home. There is no police officer who offered me food.
All right. When did you then get food?
Ukudla ukuthole
If you were
nini?
not offered. For the first time after you were arrested.
Okokuqala ngemva kokuthi uboshwe.
Ukudla ngithole ejele epolice station ukuthi kuthiwa nakho ukudla kwami ekseni mabefika before befika bezongithatha omhani.
I only got food in the morning at the police station just before the investigating officers came to book me out.
Okay. In terms of traveling with you, from the time you were arrested up to the time where you were detained, when we calculated, it gave us more than 14 hours.
Kusukela lesikhathi lesi baze bakubopha kufikela uze bazokubuyisa sonke lesisikhathi uma sibala isinike amahora ayishumi nane.
Mr. Ngomezulu, is this re-examination?
No, my lord, may
What
I
is
withdraw?
this? What? Yeah, just tell me, maybe I'm ignorant.
No, I wanted to get into the definition of torture.
No. The
But
question is this re-examination? That's all I want to know.
may I withdraw that question? With your respect, may I?
No, you don't have to withdraw anything. You got to tell me, hey, procedurally I'm correct because re-examination says this and that and that and
I'm
that.
touching to the new aspect, my lord. That's why I'm withdrawing
Oh, I see.
with
Okay.
the leave of the court.
All right, fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mustn't say I'm biased or unfair.
Yes,
I'm just saying in terms of the law, I don't understand that to be re-examination.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. And Mr. Sibiya, in conclusion of your evidence, everything as we have said during examination in chief and cross-examination, everything that was done by Mboto, Gininda, Khatebe and other members was not according to your will.
Manje ke baba uma sewuqeda ubufakazi bakho uthini uthi yonke into eyenzwe abombotho abo Brigadier Gininda nabanye yonke into ebakwenze yona bekungasi into ebe wena uyivumela ukuthi wena uyabavumela ukuthi bayenze leyo nto leyo.
Kose Katolo konke okwenziwe kimi akazi kuze kube intando yami angaze ngikwenze ngokuthanda ngangisatshiswa ngangihlukunyezwa Angingalali nasebusuku.
My Lord, everything that was done to me, it was not my will. I never gave anyone a right to do that. I was threatened and I did not even sleep at night.
Lastly, all of them, all of these police officers that partook during the arrest, during the taking of the alleged confessions and pointing out, they said they explained you the right to remain silent. Most of them, that is common to them.
Uthi-ke ekugcineni bonke lamaphoyisa noma ubuningi babo bathe baye bakuchazisela ilungelo lakho lokuthula.
Cha, alikho iphoyisa elake langitshela ngelungelo lokuthula.
No, there is no police officer that had explained my right to silence.
All right. Thank you, my Lord. No further questions.
Thank you. Are you going to call a witness?
My Lord, in respect of Mr. Sibiya, there is a witness that we intend to call, but is not available.
Yeah.
Um,
So what are you saying?
I would like to, I was actually going to ask for accused number 2 to take a stand, but I want... Sorry.
You've got to first deal with accused number 1's case.
May
If you
I...
want to call a witness, fine. If you want a
Yes.
postponement to call a witness, fine. But you can't, before you have closed number 1's case, start with number 2's case.
All right. My Lord...
The judges in the high, at the Constitutional Court, they will say, Ipumapile judge.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, this is what I canvassed to my colleagues as well. And according to the arrangement that I've made with the witness, he was going to be available tomorrow.
No, fine.
And I would request, Your Worship, sorry, my Lord, that the matter, the witness stand down until tomorrow.
No, fine. No problem. Mr. Sibande, any objection?
No objection to the calling of the witness, even though we don't know which witness the defense
Hello?
is going to call. I'm saying no objection to the calling of the witness. Yes.
You were mumbling something else.
I'm saying it was not placed on record. Who are they going to call?
No, you don't have to know that.
Okay.
You'll know it when he's there. Okay, before we then adjourn, placing it on record that the matter is postponed for further hearing of accused number 1's rebuttal evidence in a trial within a trial, because he intends to call a witness in support of his case. Consequently, the matter is postponed to tomorrow at 10. The gesture says, ukhuluma ngezandla.
Inkantolo iyabuza ukuthi manje kwenzakalani njengoba ukhuluma ngezandla.
Oh, kwesikhathole bekade ngithi ngilokhu ngibuzisa ukuthi lezi lapha engafaka khona izithuba kungaba zi23, so bengithi mhlawumbe mabe ngangizela lapha ephela ngikwazi ukuconfirm ngoba bathi i26 zazi Sunday futhi ngenza imistake.
Who must bring the paper?
Alethwe ubani lawo maphepha?
Ngicabanga ukuthi umshushisi engaba nawo.
Maybe the state?
Yeah, Mr. Sibande, can you take the exigency of those papers which he says they're important for him with Mr. Gomezulu and Mr. Ramusipiti? Just tell him what the court says.
Manje inkantolo ithi umshushisi ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi mhlawumbe angakhuluma nalabo abaphethe lawo maphepha lawo ukuthi bangakulethela wona bakwazi ukuthi bawanike mhlawumbe umnumzana Mngomezulu nomnumzana Ramusipiti qala.
Okay.
Yeah.
As the court pleases.
Right,
Manje
Secretary
iqala lihlethiselwa kusasa.
The call that you testify about now, Did you get it on the 16th of June 2020 or before then?
Lo cingo okhuluma ngalo ke owalithola ke uthi walithola ngazo i16 zika June noma ngaphambilini kwalokho.
ngithole ngemuva kwe-16 June, i-16 June singaphambili.
Okay, it was after the 16th of June.
Okay, then proceed.
Sungaqhubeka ke.
Mangifonela lo muntu oyangifonela angitshela ukuthi uyiphoyisa laseGoli, ngathi mina mawuyiphoyisa laseGoli ngicela uchintshe private number ufanele ngenamba yakhe e-office ukuze ngizobona ukuthi serious yile leli office i-office yaseGoli iphoyisa lo ngitshela lo.
Then this person introduced himself or herself as being a police officer from Gauteng. I then said, if that is the case, then change the private number into a landline so I'll be able to see and confirm that indeed you are a police officer.
Proceed.
Yeah, bese ke engifonela ngenamba angisazo yithi 011 angisakhumbule kahle.
Then this person contacted me with
Ngoba
a
yayibhalile ukuthi Johannesburg la.
011 number, but it was written Johannesburg.
Angibuza ukuthi ngisawufuna lo msebenzi. Impendulo yami ngithi nomsebenzi okanjani lo? Ngoba mina ngiyasebenza.
This person then wanted to know from me, are you still looking for a job or interested in a job? I then inquired, what kind of a job? Because I am employed.
Can I briefly stop you, Mr. Ntanzi? The person that phoned you, was it a male person or a female person?
Sikhuluma la ngomuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesifazane lo wakufonela?
Sikhuluma umuntu omama.
A female person.
Proceed.
Bese ke mina ngimbuza igama lakhe uthobani. Aqala nje angafuna ukungitshela igama lakhe, ngimtshele ukuthi mina ngizokhuluma nami angangitshela igama lakho.
I then wanted to know from this person, who are you? Or tell me your name. She didn't want to inform me. I then said to her that I won't speak to you if you don't want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, bese ke egcina ngitshela igama lakhe. Igama lakhe wayebiza ke ngoma mfundisi.
She ended up introducing herself, and she referred to herself as being Mamfundisi.
Proceed.
Emveni kwalokho ke bese ke esho ukuthi cha kahle kahle kunecala ngifonela lona.
Thereafter, she then said to me that there was a particular matter or case that she was looking me for.
Yeah, bese ke ngimbuza futhi mina. Uthi mawuthi ngifonela icala, uyamazi lo muntu omfonelayo lo kahle kahle noma ushawo wrong number.
I then asked her, if you are then saying that you are looking me for a particular looking for me for a with regards to a particular matter, do you know the person that you are calling, or is it just a wrong number that you dialed?
Proceed.
Bese ke engitshela ukuthi kahle kahle ucela nje ukungitshela straight iqiniso ungifonela icala leka Senzo.
She then proceeded by saying that, let me be honest with you, and said to me that I'm looking for you with regards to Senzo's matter.
Let me stop you again, Mr. Ntanzi. That telephone call I asked you previously, was it before the incident of the 16th of June 2020, or was it after?
Lo cingo lo bengikubuzileke lo mbuzo lona ngaphambilini ke ukuthi kwenzeka lokho ngaphambi kwazo i16 noma kusemuva kwe16.
I16 zazingakafika ngathi ungifonele before ngizoya kwi16 mina ngisuka ekhaya.
So usho ukuthi ukufonela izingakashayi i16.
Zingakashayi.
It was before the 16th.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. Then what happened next?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emva kwalokho?
Wase ngibuza ukuthi ngikuphi nendawo eRustenburg.
She then wanted to know from me where precisely I was in Rustenburg.
Ngamtshela ke mina ngihlala eFreedom Park.
I informed her that I was staying in Freedom Park,
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
And what happened after that call?
Emva kwalelo cingo ke kwase kwenzekani?
Ngahlala nje, ngayihlalela.
I just
ngangilinde kuya ku medical kahle kahle ngoba ngangibuye emalangeni la eCorona.
Okay, I just sat around there or sat there because I was expecting to go to medicals because I was just coming from, it refers to it as being Corona days. Uma uthi emalangeni kahle kahle uthi wabuya kuphi? Uma uthi wabuya emalangeni eCorona?
Angathi sikade sivaliwe
Yes,
emsebenzini.
yeah, oh, okay.
Kuthiwa akusasetshenzwa indaba
Okay.
yeCorona.
It was just after we had been requested not to come to work because of COVID.
Now I want to take you and direct your attention to the events of the 16th of June 2020. Do you recall the incidents that happened on that day.
Ngizokuthatha ke manje ngikuse kulona ke leli langa lange 16 zika June 2020. Uyakhumbula okwenzeka ngaleli langa lange 16 zika June?
Yebo.
Yes.
What happened?
Kwenzekani?
Ngangilele endlini kwenokha abantu abayi2.
I was sleeping at home and two people knocked,
Obhuti nje abayi2.
two gentlemen.
Let's clarify this. When you say you were sleeping at home, where is home?
Uma uthi ke wolele endlini kuphi endlini?
Ngangilele lapha engirenta khona eRustenburg.
Where I was
Freedom Park phase 2.
renting in Rustenburg, Freedom Park in phase 2.
Do you know the address of that residence where you stayed in
Ikheli
June
la
2020?
ikheli la khona lapho uyalazi?
Angisakhumbuli mase nginesikhathi.
I can't remember it, it's been a while.
Then what happened as the two males knocked at your residence?
Uma ke laba bhuti laba babili ke benqonqoza ke kwasekwenzekani?
Ngisukumile ngavula emnyango.
I stood up and I opened the door.
Then what happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Mabe ngena endlini kwangena obhuti abayi2.
Yebo.
Bangibingelela ngavula.
Two gentlemen came in up when I opened. They greeted and I responded.
Proceed.
Omunye wasethi hayi sifuna wena Siyanda.
And then one of them said, "We are looking for you, Siyanda."
Bese ngimbuza ke mina ngithi why ungibiza ngoSiyanda mina ngisuku Siyanda mina.
I then asked this gentleman, "Why are you referring to me as Siyanda? Because I am not Siyanda."
Let me stop you for clarity. The two gentlemen that knock at your door, you open for them and they say, "We are looking for you." Did they identify themselves to you?
Laba babili ke abanqonqoza wabavule wasukuma wabavulela bangena babingelela ingaba bazethula yini noma basho ukuthi bawobani kuwena?
Bazethule kimi sesiphandle la ngoba bathi bacela ukukhuluma nami phandle.
They introduced themselves when we were outside because they requested me that we have a chat outside.
And outside, we'll come back to in the house. Outside, who did they introduce themselves as?
Uma bezethula ke bathi bawobani bangobani?
Bathi bangamaphoyisa abayinjeyanga igama street lakhe wathi uyiphoyisa.
They introduced themselves as police officers. He did not tell me his name, but just said he's a police officer.
And now, one of them says, "We are looking for you." What's the name that he said? Siyanda.
But Siyanda, what is Siyanda ngithi? Yes.
And
Yeah.
because your name is not Siyanda, what was your response?
Nanjengoba ke
That.
Kamala usho ukuthi ngoba angisiyana uSiyanda. Why wathini ke wena uma ethi wena kuwena Siyanda? Wathini wena uma uphendula?
Ngamtshela ngathi mina ngiseyo Siyanda. Ubani omtshela ukuthi ngosiyanda wathena ngilethe ID ufuna ukuconfirma ngeID.
I informed him that I am not Siyanda. Who told you that I am Siyanda? Then he requested me to bring my identity document as confirmation.
Proceed.
Ngase ngithi nami ukuze ngikune ID le ngicela ukubona na uthi uyiphoyisa ungikhiphele lokho zakho uthi uyiphoyisa ngizobona.
I also made a request that now that seeing that now you are requesting my ID as confirmation, give me your confirmation as well so that I can see that you are indeed a police officer.
And did that gentleman produce his
Wakwenza-
appointment card, or
Sorry.
both of them produced identification cards?
Uma usumcela ukuthi akuboniseke wakwenza lokho yena.
Wakwenza yedwa lo wena omzimba.
Yes,
Ongangikhombisanga lo omunye nomzimba lo okahle nje.
the one that was well built did produce it, but the other one who was just with a different build to the other one did not do it.
And then how did you know him as once he produced that appointment card?
Uthe uma sekutshengisa ke ikhadi lakhe ke lokuthi uyiphoyisa ke wabona ukuthi ubani. Or noma
Or did he
wathola
tell
ukuthi
you his
ubani
name
noma
once
wakutshela
he
igama
produced the
lakhe.
identification card?
Wagcina yena ekhuluma yena ukuthi ngoba la gama labhalwe lapha lenhlolo ukufunda.
He ended up telling me who his name was because it was
Ngabona la
difficult.
nekhanda wasengitshena yena ukuthi ubani.
Because it was difficult for me to read the name that was written there. I could see just the head or the face, but he then told me who he was.
What did he tell you his name was?
Wathi kuubani?
Wathi usayitshela Mkhane.
Sergeant Mukhane.
Okay, then proceed with what transpired.
Lo munye lo wabe sengitshela ngumkhana ukuthi hayi lo Sergeant Mabena.
I was then informed by Sergeant Mukhane that my colleague here is Sergeant Mabena.
Proceed then, what transpired?
Emve ngalokho ke base bethi iphi iphone.
Thereafter, they then wanted to,
Abanika ke iphone yami i2.
they wanted to know where my phone was. I gave them my phone, I2.
And the phones that you gave them, do you still remember the models of those phones?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry. I said, I thought maybe the witness was referring to a brand, but he was saying that I gave them 2 of my phones.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you recall the models of those phones that you handed over to the 2 police officers?
Lama phone amabili owabanikeza wona ke ingabe uyawakhumbula yini amagama awo ukuthi kwakuyimaphi iwaphi ama phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
What were they?
Always Samsung J5.
Samsung J5.
And the other one?
Lenenye lencane kwakungiyasisa ngoba ngangiyifakela iscreen ngalama headsets amafoni amancane ngalo.
The other one was a small phone. It was my sister's phone because I was going to have it to have a screen put on that phone. It's small, one of those small phones. I'm not sure whether it's a Hisense.
And what did the officer that you handed the phone to do with those phones?
Lona ke owamnikeza amafoni wase enzani ke ngalawo amafoni owamnikeza wona?
Ngamnika wawabuka wawaphatha wase yena khipha ifoni yakhe ekhwayithini efonela lo muntu amfonela ngabona futhi sekuringa ifoni yami asikhathi ke sethi ke hamba ogqoka ndoda sifona wena samba nawe.
Looked at the phones, took out his phone, made a call, and then a call came through my phone. That's when he then said to me, go and get dressed. We are looking for you.
And roughly what time did these police officers arrive at your place?
Nkathi befika la uhlala khona kwakubani isikhathi?
Kwakusebusuku ngoba phela ilanga belishosha lishona ngalezo nsuku lesikhathi angisasikhumbuli ngoba kwakusebusika kubanda.
It was at night, and I'm not certain about the time because it was sunset was very early during those times because it was during the winter.
And at the time the police officers came to your residence, were you by yourself or in the company of somebody else?
Nkathi amaphoyisa efika lapha kwakho kwakuwena nje uwedwa noma ukhona umuntu owawunaye?
Ukhona umuntu anginaye.
I was in the company of someone else.
And who was that person?
Kwakubani? Lebuhile.
Phethane isibongo sakhe.
His surname is Phethane.
And what was the nature of your relationship with that person?
Nanihlanganiswa yini noLebuhile?
Sasithandana.
We were in a love relationship.
Now proceed from where you say they told you, the police officers told you to dress up because they were looking for you. What then transpired after that?
Ushilo ukuthi basebethi ke noma ethi omunye ke hamba ogqoka sifuna wena kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Ngihambile ngayogqoka mangibuya ngagqoka nje impahla zami nejacket mangibuya base bengifasa ngama handcuff ngifasa usayitsheni lo ayithenga umkhana.
I then went to get dressed, came back, just wore my clothes as well as a jacket. When I came back, I was handcuffed by Sergeant Mukhane.
Mangilokhu ke ngibabuza mina ukuthi okokuqala nengibiza ngegama ongesilonela ngiphinde ngithatha ifoni athi ifoni yami lo nto le ibizwa ngokuthiwa yini lona komunye lo wasethi ngababuza amasimba ngathi mina ngibuza ukuthi uthini wase ngishaya ngempama lo omzimba omncane.
I kept on asking as to how is it or what is it that's happening. Firstly, you referred to me by an incorrect name, took my phones, answered my phone, and so what is it? And then the other one, that is now the one that is referred to as Mabena, then said to me that I should not ask them nonsense, but that's not the word the witness used. I think everyone heard the word. And he then smacked me.
Somewhere else they didn't hear the word in the SCA, for instance.
My lord?
I said the SCA, they didn't hear the word.
Okay. Said don't ask me shit.
Yes.
And where did he slap you, Mabena?
Wakshaya kuphi Mabena?
Wangishaya ngebanga ngoba izandla zayifaswe so.
The witness is pointing to his left side of his face and indicating he hit me here because my hands were tied like this, referring, showing to the back, to his back.
And after that, what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Ngangena ke emotweni Fortuna lebehamba ngayo emhlophe.
I got into the vehicle that they were traveling in, a white Fortuner.
Where in that Fortuna did the policeman place you?
Bakuhlalisa kuphi nendawo kuleyo Fortuner leyo?
Ngangena ngasemveni kwakho mabhena nkosenkantolo.
As I came in, I sat behind Mabena.
And that motor vehicle, was it a marked police vehicle or a plain unmarked police vehicle?
Kwakuyimoto ebhaliwe yini oyibonayo ukuthi imoto yamaphoyisa noma yayingabhaliwe?
Ayingabhale ukuthi imoto ngabona ngo blue light sengingaphakathi.
It was unmarked. I only noticed the blue light when I was inside the vehicle.
Now, before you got into the car, did those police officers, Mohani and Mabena, whilst you were still at your residence, either inside the house or outside the house, did they confront you with some sort of evidence about what they were looking for you for?
Nkathi ke nise lapha yana ningekayongena emotweni noma naningaphandle endlini noma niphakathi ke kukhona yini ubufakazi abathi naku esinako ngakuwena ke ingakho sikufuna nje ngoba sinalokho ngakuwena khona ubufakazi ababethi banabo ingakho bekufuna nje?
Wangikhombisa isithombe nkosenkantolo.
Pointed out a picture or a photo to me.
Was it a physical photo or was that photo shown to you from a device?
Isithombe lesi ukubonisa isithombe mhlambe usibonisa sisephepheni noma ukubonisa isithombe sise efonini?
Sasise fonini.
From a device, a phone.
And can you describe the photo that was displayed to you?
Ungasichaza lesithombe lesi owasitshengisa? Ungasisho? Ukuthi kusichaza ukuthi kwakuyisithombe sikanjani?
Lapha enkantolo angasibona.
I haven't, sorry, qhubeka.
Angasibona lapha enkantolo esengangasikhombisa ngomhana.
The one that was pointed out to me by Mohane, I haven't yet seen it here in court.
Describe that photograph.
Awusichaze.
Kwaumuntu wayegqoke iskipa somkhono emide.
It was a person that was wearing a long sleeve shirt or t-shirt.
Ngoba kwakuzithombe ezide wayegqoka iskipa eside engaveli ngapha esingezansi.
Ngoba kwakuyithombe engake?
Kwakuzithombe entathu.
Because there were 3 pictures. You could see that this person is wearing a long sleeve t-shirt, but you could not see the bottom part. Yebo?
Iskipa nje ngathi lesikipa zama dice lezi enalentole lapha esifubeni.
This is what you would refer to in the township refers to as being the dice, but it has the diamond shape.
And the third photo?
Esesithathu?
Esinye sasingavezi ubuso bonke. Sasiveza amazinyo kuphela.
The other picture did not portray the whole face. It was only the teeth that one could see, but not the entire face.
Thanks, Milo.
Yes.
Just to track back a bit, when the police officer said to you, now dress up, we are looking for you, did they tell you the case or anything that they were looking for you for?
Uma bethi ke hamba ogqoka sifuna wena bakutshela yini ngecala noma yini kahle kahle le ababekufunela yona?
Wayeseshilo ke umuntu ngifunela ecala kaSenzo.
He had already said to me or indicated to me that they were looking for me with regard to Senzo's matter.
Now, Constable Mohani has testified in this court, and he testified that when he arrested you on the 16th of June 2020, he specifically told you that they were arresting you on Nongoma Case 186 of 10 of 2018. I'm sorry, it's 163 of 10 2020, the Nongoma case, it's a murder case. Did he tell you that?
Usergeant Mohani nkathi ethula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo abakusho ke kule nkantolo ukuthi washo kuwena ukuthi ukubophela icala u163 ka10 2020 icala la kwaNongoma.
Ay, Nkosi enkantolo kongiqala ukuzwa ngaye mayefika la.
I heard that for the very first time from him when he arrived here, my lord.
Now, when the 2 officers arrive at your place and they've now identified themselves as police officers and now they are going to arrest you for a particular murder case, did they warn you of your constitutional rights.
Manje ke kunalama phoyisa amabili angenile futhi ke manje sebeyakubopha ke ingaba bachazela yini noma bakwexwayisa yini ngamalungelo onawo ngokomthetho sisekelo.
Angikhumbuli.
I can't recall.
For example, did Mabena or Mohani advise you that you've got the right to remain silent?
Umabhena noba uMohane basho yini kuwena ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi uthule ungasho lutho?
Nkosi enkantolo angikhumbuli ngoba umkhane mina sasingezwani ngelanguage la ekhuluma. Umuntu angangicishe ngimuzwe kancane lo munye lo ngoba wagcina ngitshela emveni kwesikhathi ukuthi ungumndebele. Angisizwe ilanguage ekhuluma ukuthi kuyahambiselana nesiZulu.
My Lord, I do not remember because there was this language barrier between myself and Mukhane. We couldn't understand each other. The person that I could at least, not completely, my Lord, understand was the other person because he ended up telling me that he was Ndebele, which was a bit closer to isiZulu.
Yeah, but let's continue regarding the right specifically. Did he also warn you that you've got a right not to say anything to them and
yes. This witness, your witness, twice, he says, I can't remember.
That's fine.
I can't remember.
All right. And you've testified now that for the first time you hear that you were wanted on an Ngoma case was here in court when Mohani testified, correct?
Usushilo ke ukuthi inkathi kuzokuqala ke mayelana necala lakho noNgoma ukuzwela enkantolo nkathi uMohane ethula ubufakazi.
Yebo nkosi enkantolo.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, as they take you, the police officers, did they tell Kilebogile, your partner, where were they taking you?
Nkathi bekuthatha ke behamba nawe basho yini kuLebuhile ukuthi bakusa kuphi?
Akaze bamtshele nix.
They never told her anything.
Did they leave their contacts so that she can then phone and know your whereabouts?
Ingabe bashiya yini amanamba abo ukuze ukuthi ke abafonele uma azi ukuthi ukuphi nendawo?
Cha, akaze bawashiya amanamba.
No, they never left their contacts.
Now, I want to proceed, you to proceed from the stage when you were placed in a car. Where were you taken?
Ngifuna ke manje uqhubekeke kusuka kulesikhathi ke ufakwa ke manje emotweni noma ke ungena emotweni bakuthatha bakusa kuphi?
Bangithatha ngangena emotweni sahamba saye ePro station le yasePhukeng.
From there we proceeded to the Phukeng police station.
Kodwa masamba lapha endleleni
Sorry,
wayelokho
let me
ngibuza
cut you.
umabhene imibuzo.
Let me cut you, sorry for that. Why was it necessary for them to take you to Phukeng SAPS?
Kwakuyini kwakungani bekusa noma behamba nawe beya nawe epolice station yasePhukeng?
Babehamba namaphoyisa lana khona kodwa wona wangenanga lapha endlini nami nasejardini aye nje emgwaqeni la.
They were in the company of police officers, but those police officers did not get into the premises where I was staying. They were just standing on the road.
And those police officers, were they, do you know the station where they emanated from?
Lawo maphoyisa lawo ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi babebuya kwesiphi station ngamagama ukuthi babesebenzela kuphi?
Ngabona imoto ebhala umbhalo khona ePhukeng.
I saw vehicles that were written Phukeng.
Ngoba na imoto mayisuka eFreedom Park zaya straight khona.
Because even when the cars left Freedom Park, they went straight there.
So let's clarify this. On the 16th of June 2020, the cars that arrived at your place was the Toyota Fortuner and there were other marked cars from Phukeng SAPS, correct?
Asichaze nje lokucaceke noma kuzwakaleke ukuthi uthi imoto ezazikhona lapha yana kwakho noma lapho ohlala khona kwakuyile Fortuner kanye nezinye imoto ezayibhaliwe owabona ukuthi zibhalwe Phukeng.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you are in the motor vehicle being transported and you were about to explain where you were transported, but first this one. How were you handcuffed then in that car?
Emotweni ke manje phakathi ke wawufaswe kanjani?
Ngihleli so izifaswe ngemuva izandla.
I was seated like this, the witness his hands being at the back. My hands were behind me.
You can proceed from then.
Sungaqhubeka ke.
Sihambile ke saze safika masamba lapha ngemoto endleleni umabhene lokho engibuza ukuthi ngangekuphi kushona uSenzo.
We proceeded, but as we were traveling, Mabena kept on asking me where I was when Senzo passed on.
What was your response?
Wathini umuphendula?
Ngithi mina angikuzi ukuthi uthini. Lento ngibuza ngoba okokuqala usungishayela ngithi usangibini osangibuzayo ngoba phela uthi uzongibopha ngithi uza nento wena ozana uthi uzongibopha. So anginayo impendulo ngoba ngeke ngikhumbule ukuthi ngangi.
Wenza lento ubuyicela ukuthi ungayenzi ne? Yeah. Okay. Asiqale phansi uthini?
Ngithi mina ngamphendula Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula.
I then responded to him by saying, I won't be able to answer you because
ngoba usungibeka isandla.
you have already assaulted me.
Okunye uze lapha ke umuntu uzongibopha ngibophela icala malo uyaphinda ungibuza imibuzo futhi.
And secondly, you came to me and said to me that you are here to arrest me for a matter, but still you are asking me questions.
Athuleke bese sahambe sesingene khona ePhukeng phakathi ePolice station.
He then kept quiet and then we drove into the police station in Phukeng.
What specifically happened at Phukeng, SAPS?
Khona ke lapho ePhukeng le kwenzekani yini eyenzeka epolice station lasePhukeng?
Ngahlala emotweni naye lo Mabena umkhani waphuma wangena ngaphakathi yena.
I remained in the vehicle with Mabena and Mukhane went inside.
Proceed further.
Qhubeka.
Emveni kwalokho ke ngabona esedumisa ese reverse imoto esiphuma hamba.
Thereafter I then saw him then switching the ignition on and then the vehicle left.
Proceed further.
Qhubeka.
Yeza ke imoto yaze yafika lapho engazi khona le police station la angangayazi.
Mawuthi la kuphi?
La ePitori.
Okay. The vehicle then proceeded to this unknown police station here in Pretoria.
And later on, during the course of your incarceration, did you learn the name of that police station?
Kamuva ke sewulapho ke kule police station ngabe wase ulazi ke igama lalo police station le?
Cha ngilazi emveni kwesikhathi Nkosi enkantolo.
It was only after a while that I got to know about it.
And what was the name of the police station?
La kwakuyini igama layo? The police station?
Emveni kwesikhathi.
Musuyazi wathola ukuthi yini igama layo police station le?
Pretoria Mot.
Pretoria Mot.
No, not on Mot, I'm sure.
Mot, M-O-O-T. Okay. Mot in English, M-O-A-T.
If I may clarify, evidence has been led in this court by Mohane, Mohola, and others that on the 16th of June 2020, you were booked at Pretoria North SAPS. Would you recall that?
Sekunobufakazi ke obethulweke kule nkantolo ke Mukhane kanye nabanye ukuthi ngazo i16 zika June lezo 2020 ipolice station abayokufaka kuyona ke noma bayokubhuka kuyona ke kwakuyi Pretoria North.
Would you agree with that? That's the police station that you were booked at. You won't dispute that.
Ngavuma noma ungaphikisa lokho. Bona bathi Pretoria North.
Police station ngangakayazi bami.
I wouldn't dispute it because I myself I didn't know the name of the police station.
Now, let's go to the events of the 17th of June 2020 at Pretoria North Police Station where you woke up on the morning of the 17th. Do you recall that date?
Asindluleke manje siye kwilanga elilandelayo ke lazo 17 zika June 2020 ila owavuka ke manje uvuka kuleyo police station leyo uyalikhumbula lelo langa lelo?
Yeah, what was the 17th?
Yes, it was the 17th.
Could you explain to the court what transpired on that date?
Ngayichazela ke inkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani ngalelo langa.
Yebo, Nkosi enkantolo nge-17 kwaqala kwafika umuntu oyiwana ephethe icamera ehamba nomkhana.
My lord, there was a person that arrived. That person was in possession of a camera and accompanied by Mukhane.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Umkhana nguye wangivulela eseleni phakathi.
Mukhane is the one who opened the cell for me.
Proceed.
Yep.
Ngamanje la kune passage la. Wase lo muntu lo athi angime straight ngithatha ithombe.
I just stood in, there was a passage there, I stood there. That person then instructed me to stand up straight and took photos of me.
Proceed.
Waphinda athi angikumule nepahla ngithathe ithombe ufuna ukubona umzimba la ngaphezulu.
Also instructed me to undress or take off my clothes, the my upper clothes, as well as to see my body.
Waphinda athi angikumule necathulo.
Also instructed me to take off my shoes.
Proceed further.
Yeah.
Base bengiphinda bengibuyisele eseleni ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And at that time they then took me back to the cells.
And did anything again happen later on the 17th at the?
Waphindwa wabuya kosenkantolo enomkhane no eseza no nephoyisa lebengilandana neRustenburg uSergeant Mabena.
Mokhane came back, my lord, together with the police officer that he was traveling with in Rustenburg, that is Mabena.
Bafika bangivulela futhi base bengicover lapha ama handcuff.
They opened up for me and then they placed handcuffs on me.
And where did they take you?
Baya kuphi now?
Kwahamba umkhane phambili Mabena ngemuva ngilandela umkhane.
Mokhane was in front, Mabena was behind, and I was instructed to follow Mokhane.
And where did they take you?
Naya kuphi?
Safe nje sangena kwenye nje indawo nje nespace eyayinetafula so.
We just got into this spacious place that had a table. Yebo.
Mangifika khona kosenkantolo ngafica kugcwele abantu abaningi.
On my arrival there, I found a lot of people.
And when you say, when you arrived at that place, evidence has been led in court that on the 17th by Mokhane Mohola, that you were taken to a boardroom where you were asked questions or interrogated. Are you talking about the same incident?
Kufakaziko bethule phambi kwalenkantolo ke bathi bakuthatha bakusa kuyovisi elithize ke la owabuzwa khona ke imibuzo ngabe kusho lokho?
Yebo bangesimbo abangangabuzwa yebo imibuzo.
Yes, I was taken there, but they are not the ones who were asking me questions.
Okay, and further you testify now that there were several people. Were those people police officers as well?
Nanjengoba uthi wafica kunabantu abaningi labo bantu labo wabafica lapho kwakwamaphoyisa nabo.
Angazi uma kwamaphoyisa azange bangitshela futhi ayikho into abangikhombisa yona nkosenkantolo.
I am not aware whether they were police because they never informed me and there's nothing that I was shown.
Uyiwani umuntu wagcina ekhuluma nami ngitshela ukuthi ubani.
There's only one person who who spoke to me, ended up telling me who that person was, or who he or she was.
And who was that person?
Kwakubani loyo muntu loyo?
Ubaba uKininda.
Mr. Kininda.
And please proceed further.
Qhubeka ke.
Utheke mase ngichazela uKininda ukuthi yena uBrother Kininda wathi mangikhiphe imask.
When he introduced himself that he was Brigadier Kininda, he then told me to remove my mask.
And I waseyikhipha ngoba ngambona straight yena. Ayikhiphile imask.
He also removed his, and then I could see him clearly after he had removed his mask.
And what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Emveni kwalokho nkosenkantolo wayesengibuza ukuthi ngangikuphi ngo-October.
Thereafter, he then asked me where I was in October.
And what was your response there too?
Yathini impendulo yakho kulokho?
Ngathi mina angisakhumbuli ukuthi ngangikuphi ngoba ngiyasebenza futhi ngumuntu othanda nokuya ekhaya.
I then said that I can't remember as to where I was because I am employed and I also like to go home.
Let me clarify this. When he asked you where were you in October, did he specify the date and the year of that October?
Uma kubuza ukuthi wawukuphi ngo-October ngabe unyaka wawuchaza kanye ne-date wayichaza?
Wayichaza yizo sengasakhumbula ukuthi is it 27 or 26 angisakhumbule kahle.
He mentioned it, although I just can't remember whether he said the 26 or the 27. I can't remember well.
And you testify now then that you gave an answer that you've just proffered now. What then transpired?
Uthi ke emuva kokuthi usumphendulileke kwasekwenzekani?
Mase ngiphendula ukuthi angisakhumbuleka wasethi kimi ucela ukubona umzimba wami. Ngoba ngangigqoka ijacket nje nemkhono emide neskipa seFabian ngaphansi asiyela.
He then requested me, after I had answered him, to take off my clothes. He would like to see my body because I was wearing a jacket and as well as a yellow Fabiani t-shirt underneath.
Let's stop it there. I want to ask you several clarification questions. The several people that you referred to as being there in the boardroom, how many were there?
Labantu okhuluma ngako nanjengoba usho ukuthi wafica kunabantu abaningi. Babe bangaki?
Angibakountanga kusenkantolo ngoba bona babe baningi ngoba itulo etafula so babegcwele so.
I didn't count them, my lord, because there were many of them, as well as the chairs were right around the table.
The reason I ask you that is that evidence has been led in this court to say the people that were in that board meeting was firstly Mabena, Mohani, and Mhula testified that she joined them towards the latter part of the meeting and that Gininda was not there. What is your comment?
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngikubuze lokho ngoba ubufakazi obuthuliwe phambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi abantu ababe khona lapho kwakuMabena, uMukhane, waze uMukhula wase ezoba ingxenye kamuva ke yaloyo mhlangano loyo. Kodwa ke kubufakazi babo bashilo bathi uGininda wayengekho lapho. Uthini wena kulokho?
Wayekhona nkosenkantolo kulona iqiniso ukuthi wayengekho.
He was there, my lord. It's not true that he wasn't there.
Now, after clarified that, you are at a stage where you are requested to take off your clothes now for the second time that day. Who requested you to do that?
Uthi ke kwasucelwa ukuthi ukhumuleke lo impahla wawuyigqokile ukuthi ubani owacela lokho?
Moyo baba lo Gininda.
It's Mr. Gininda.
And proceed further.
Qhubekake.
So, from my understanding, when you say he said you must take off your clothes, you mean all your clothes? Being stuck naked or what?
Ukuzwisisa nje kahle ke uma uthi ke wacela ukuthi ukhumuleke wathi ukhumule konke awugqokile ube nqunu nje noma wathi ukhumuleni?
Cha nkosenkantolo ngakhipha lokho kwangaphezulu kuphela ngashela ngebhuluka.
Only the upper part clothes, that which I was wearing on my upper body, my lord, as well as the shoes.
Then what transpired after you took your clothes off?
Kwasekuthini ke emuva kokuthi ukhumulile?
Kwaseke uMabena waqala wasumabena weza ke nkosenkantolo engibuka la. Wase ngibuza uMabena ukuthi akaze ngwenze namathathu futhi angaze ngiboshwe.
Then Mabena stood up, approached me, and he looked at me, this part, the witness pointing to the upper arms, both sides, and asked me, have you ever made tattoos and have you ever been arrested?
What was your response there to?
Wathini muphendula?
Ngathi mina ngiyaqala ukuboshiwa angizange ngiboshwe.
I said to him that it's the very first time that I'm being arrested. I've never been arrested.
And about the tattoos, had you had tattoos before?
Wasuthini ke ngamathathu?
Ngathi angizange bene tattoo.
I said I've never had tattoo.
Then proceed further.
Qhubekake.
Phinde wathi mangiphinde ngikhamisa umlomo ngawukhamisa umlomo.
He also asked me or requested me to open up my mouth, which I did.
Engibuka ngamehlo so yona yena uMabena nkosenkantolo.
And Mabena himself was looking at me, my lord, with his eyes.
Wasephinda engibuza ukuthi ngangalifaka ne igolide ngamtshela ngathi cha.
He also wanted to know or asked me, have I ever had a gold tooth? I said no.
Let me stop here. Now, in the boardroom, from the time you enter to the time when you are made to do all of those things, take off half-waist your clothes, open your mouth, let me check your tattoos. Did anyone explain your constitutional rights to you?
Nikulelo kamera lelo ke nkathi ungena lapho zenziwa zonke lezi zinto oyibalayo ukuthi ukhamise ukhumule icathulo owugqokile la ngaphezulu ukhona nje umuntu wachazela ke ukuthi mayela namalungelo akho onawo.
Ayangikhumbuli mina ngoba umuntu mezongena kimi ethi mina igama lami nguBrakati Gininda ebese ngibuza umbuthi ngangingokuphelanga liso ayangikhumbula ngitshela ngamalungelo.
No, I don't remember, my lord, because when someone comes to me, then introduces himself as being Brigadier Gininda, then asks me where I was on a particular day, I then don't remember being asked about or being warned about rights.
And let's clarify this for purposes of the future. Did he say I'm Brigadier Gininda or I'm Gininda? Because his title by then was not Brigadier.
Asikulungiseke lokho ukuthi wathi kena engabe yena wathi kuwena ngiuGininda noma ngiubrigadier Gininda ngoba ngaleso sikhathi leso wayengekabi uyena ubrigadier. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi wathini uma eyichaza kuwena.
Angisakhumbuli noma wathi bangikhona igama libizayo vele ngangimashine igama lesibongo sakhe mina kwasenkantolo.
I can't remember, my lord, but there is a name that he mentioned, my lord. But he mentioned his surname.
Now, regarding the taking off of the clothes, Mohane and Mohola have testified in this court and have denied the allegation that you were made to take off your clothes.
Mayelana ke naloko kushoyo ukuthi bakhumulisa ke owugqokile umkhanye kanye naye umuhula kuyona lenkantolo nkathi bethula ubufakazi babo ke bakuphikile ukuthi bona bathi kuwena khumula impahla.
Akusho ngobona vele angikhompahla washo uGininda ukuthi angikhumele impahla ngoba izithombe ngayithathiwa ngefoni izithombe lezi zomzimba ngaphezulu ibhoda ngaphezulu.
They are not the ones who instructed me to take off my clothes. It was Gininda who instructed me to take off my clothes, and a phone was used to take photos of me.
Now, let's clarify this. You are asked to remove your clothes. They inspect you for whatever they're inspecting you for. You are asked to open your mouth cavity for the reasons that they said. Was there anything else that was asked of you regarding your appearance in 2014?
Ngaphandle kwaleso soyishilo ke ukhunyuliswa ukhamisiswa khona kunye abakwenzisa kona.
Wangithatha zona nje izithombe vele lokho ke wasetha uzobuyeze kimi.
I took photos of me there after he told me that he would come back to me.
Ngase ngihamba bengibuyisela emaseleni phakathi.
I then left and they took me back inside the cells.
Before you go on, did anyone in that meeting ask you about the type of hairstyle that you had in 2014?
Ukhona yini kulabo owakubuza mayelana ke ukuthi ngo2014 inywele zakho zazi kanjani noma ihairstyle owawunayo ngo2014 ukhona kubona owakubuza ngehairstyle owawunayo?
Lokho ngakubuza uGininda la ngibuza ngedread ngangaba nedread ngathi cha.
That was asked to me by Gininda whether I'd had dreadlocks. I then said no.
And was anything asked of you about your occupation? What were you doing in 2020?
Ingabe khona yini
I mean in 2014, I'm sorry.
Owakubuzwa ukuthi umsebenzi owawenza noma usebenza phi noma wenza umsebenzi onjani ngo2014?
Akazange ngibuza uGininda bengenza umsebenzi umono wayengibuza yena kuphela ukuthi ngangikuphi ngedate so ngoba yena wayengibuza ukuthi mina ngihlala kuphi eFosolasi ngithi mina nkosi enkantolo ngihlala eFosolasi.
He never asked me that question because what Gininda was asking me where I was on a particular date, and he also wanted to know where I was staying in Fosolasi, and I said that I'm not staying in Fosolasi.
eFosolasi ngiyangogidingo.
I only go to Fosolasi when we have to perform, whether we are singing, we are dancing.
And the police officers, in regard to the so-called Senzo case, did they ask you about certain individuals?
Can you repeat that one, sorry?
Regarding the arrest on the Senzo in that boardroom, was he asked about if he knew certain individuals?
Nkathi ke bekhuluma nawe laphayana ne bekubuza ke mayelana lecala leli lika Senzo ingaba bakhona abantu abathize yini abakubuza ngabo
Kulaba bephakathi abanye.
Kulaba
babehleli khona la phakathi.
Abona njengoba bekhuluma nawe nje
Yeah.
angithi bakubuza ukuthi wawukuphi ngelanga elithize kanye wawukuphi kathi uSenzo eshona. Ingaba kunabantu nyabakubuza ukuthi uyamazi ubani ubuza leyo nto ukuthi bakhona yini abantu ababekubuza ngabo ukuthi uyabazi yini umuntu othize uyamazi umuntu othize uyamazi.
Awengakangibuzi lapho ngibuza emveni kwesikhathi.
No, he didn't ask me that. He asked me that after some time.
Now, both Mohane and Mohola have testified that when you were asked about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014, you said that you were at work. What is your comment?
Bobabili ke uMohane kanye naye uMohola bathe uma bethula ubufakazi babo kulenkantolo ukuthi uma ubuzwa ukuthi wawukuphi ngazo i26 zika October 2014 wena ke wathi umbaphendula ukuthi wawusemsebenzini.
Cha nkosi enkantolo ngathi mina angisakhumbuli
No.
ukuthi ngangikupha ngisemsebenzini ngoba ngangisekhaya.
No, my lord, I said I cannot recall or cannot remember. I don't know whether I was at work or I was home.
And by home, what do you mean?
Uma utekaya, usho?
Ekhaya eNatal kwaNongoma.
Home in Natal, Nongoma.
And at that meeting, did you inform Mohane that you are willing to take the police to your workplace in Carltonville?
Kulowo mhlangano loyo washo yini kuMokhane ukuthi wena kuyimisele ukuthi ungawathatha amaphoyisa uye nawe emsebenzini eCarltonville?
Angikaze ngikusho lapho nkosenkantolo. Nguye kuphela wangivulela wathi ngingene emotweni. Ngayibona imoto isifika lapha engangisebenza khona ethi angikhombe ukuthi ngangisebenza kuyiphi shaft la.
I never said that, my lord. I was just placed in the vehicle. I saw the vehicle driving, and the vehicle drove her to my workplace. He then told me to point which shaft I was working in.
Now, at the conclusion of the meeting in the boardroom, what then transpired?
Seqedwa ke manje noma lo mhlangano sowuphela ke manje kwase kwenzekani ke uma sebeqeda ke ngayo konke lokho abakwenzeka lapha kwase kwenzekani?
Maqedwe umhlangano lo ngoba uGininda wayelokho ethi angifuni ukukhuluma iqiniso ko ngimbuze ukuthi iqiniso lephi engizolikhuluma.
When that meeting ended or finished, my lord, because Gininda kept on saying that I don't want to tell the truth, and I was asking him which truth must I tell? Yeah.
And contextually, when he says you don't want to speak the truth, what was he referring to?
Uma esho wayekhuluma ngani? Sikhuluma ngoGininda ke manje. Uma ethi ke wena ke awufuni ukukhuluma iqiniso, wayekhuluma ngani?
Wayekhuluma ngecala la ngibophelelo nelengilapha phambi kwesenkantolo.
He was referring to the matter that he had arrested me for, the matter that I'm appearing in court for right now.
And what were your responses to his questions regarding your whereabouts and your knowledge?
Wasuthini ke kuwena mayelana nokuthi wawukuphi kanye nolwazi lwakho? Wathini wena uma umphendula kulokho?
Mina ngamtshela ngathi angazi lutho nkosenkantolo.
I told him that I knew nothing, my lord.
And then now the meeting in the boardroom concludes. What then happens to you? What transpires?
Kwase kuqediwe ke manje lana ke kulomhlangano la enhlezi khona kwase kwenzekani?
Mase siqedile ukungibuza imibuzo khona elokhuza ayesiphethe esithombe.
When we had finished asking me questions, there is a photo that he had. Yebo.
Proceed further.
Yebo.
Ma ezithombe mayibekala uyangibuza ukuthi ubani lo ngithi mina hayi angabade angibazi la.
It's actually photos, my lord. And he placed these photos right here in front of him. He would then point, who is this, who's this, and who is this? I would then say, no, I don't know these people.
And then what transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Mangithi angibazi wase ngibuza ngesinye sasingale ngemuva athi ubani lo ngathi lo muntu lona ngimazi mina ethi wena nguwe lo ngithi akusisi isithombe sami lo muntu angimazi lo.
When I then answered and said I don't know these people, then he pointed to a photo that was at the back and said, who is this person? I said, I don't know this person. He then said, no, this is you. I said, no, this is not me. I don't know this person.
Yes, if I may refer as for photo, I think it's photo 47 of Exhibit S be displayed. If you look at the monitor, is that the photo that you are referring to?
Yes, it is this photo.
And when Gininda said the person that is depicted amongst the people that are there is you, which person did he point to as depicted in that photo?
Imuphi lo ayekhuluma ngaye uma ayethi ke wena lona?
Wayekhuluma ngalo.
The witness is referring to the person with the cap on.
I want to object to this leading of this evidence. Is this exhibit part of this trial within a trial? This court, please.
As the court pleases, my lord, this has been disclosed to us as part of the totality of the case.
No. We are in a trial within a trial. We are not on a trial regarding the merits of this matter. The question which this court must decide upon after having declared a trial within a trial, because accused number 1 and number 2 disputed that they had freely and voluntarily made the alleged confessions, and The law says you must declare a trial within a trial.
As the court places, my
And
lord.
that is a circumscribed,
Yes,
compartmentalized interlocutory inquiry.
as the court
It
places.
has nothing to do with drinking Coca-Cola at
No, that's fine.
Fosluras or
That's
where.
fine, my lord. I'll withdraw that question. Now, that questioning by Gininda on the 17th, did he ask you anything further?
Leyo mibuzo leyo ke owayibuzwa uGininda ngalelo langa lange-7 khona okunye akubuza kona.
Awathi nje maqeda ungikhombisa ithombe hayi basukuma bahamba mangithi ithombeleze angizanze Nkosi eGadoni.
After pointing out the photos to me and me saying that I don't know the photos or the people on the photos, they stood up and they left.
Now, let's move on to the events of the 18th of June 2020. Do you recall the events of that day?
Uyakhumbula ke ngazo i-18th kaJune 2020. Uyakhumbula kwenzeka ngalelo langa lelo?
Yeah.
Yes.
What transpired on that day?
Yini eyenzeka ngalelo langa?
Wafika uSayitsheni Mkhani Nkosi enkantolo ePro Station.
Sergeant Mukhane arrived at the police station,
Proceed.
Wangivulele eseleni wangitshela ukuthi mangivuke.
opened up for me in the cell and told me to wake up.
Let me just for clarity, what time did he arrive? Roughly what time, not the exact time.
Ungathi noma ungeke usho ke isikhathi ngqo ke kodwa ungathi kwakungobani inkathi umefika.
Wawusekuseni isikhathi ngingasazi isikhathi angisazi Nkosi enkantolo.
It was in the morning, although I don't know the time, my lord.
Proceed further.
Usungaqhubeka.
Maye ethi ngivuke sambeke waseke engifaka ama handcuff la ngemuva.
When he told me to wake up and that we leave, he then placed my hands right at the back and handcuffed me.
Sambe sike siyophuma ngomnyango lo mawuphuma emaseleni lo uphuma lapha passage amasela.
We then went out of the door, that is now the door of the cells, my lord. In other words, the passage that is in the cells.
Then what happened?
Mangifika lapho ke ngathola uSayitsheni lo munye uSayitsheni Mabhena.
Upon arrival there, that's when I found the other sergeant, Sergeant Mabena.
Emduzane nemoto lemhlophe white Fortune.
He was standing close to the white Fortuner.
Wavula ngangena phakathi.
He opened and I went inside.
Umkhani wasephinde ngena lendlela leyangazi yangawuluma ema-ofisini nini ngambone yale waphinde wabuya base start imoto sahamba.
Mukhane then went back towards the offices. He came back, switched on the vehicle, and we left.
Sorry to cut you off. Did the police tell you why they were booking you out on that day?
Ingabe amaphoyisa akutshela yini ukuthi kwakungani bekhipha ngalelo langa lelo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akangitshelanga mina ngambona sesiseCartonville sethi khomba ishaft wawehla kuyo la ngoba amashaft aseCartonville maningi kakhulu.
No, my lord, I only just noticed or saw when we were in Carltonville and I was told to point out the shaft where I had went down because there were too many shafts in Carltonville.
Who was driving the white Toyota Fortuner?
Fortuna lena kwakubani umshayeli wayo?
Oyena uSayitsheni Mkhani.
Sergeant Mukhane.
And did you give them any directions to go to your workplace?
Ingabe wawubatshengisa yini ukuthi bahambe kanjani ukuyofika emsebenzini wakho?
Cha.
No.
Mina ngibakhombe nje kuphela sengibuza ukuthi iphi shaft la ngathi nazo ngoba vele isemgwaqeni. Uphuma nje emgwaqeni ungena khona.
I only pointed out when I was being asked about the shaft because it is just close to the road. You just leave the road and then you are at the shaft.
And which shaft number did you take them to?
Yiphi ishaft obayisa kuyona?
Number 8.
Number 8.
Then what transpired when you arrived at shaft number 8?
Masenifika ke kuyena ushaft number 8 kwasekwenzekani?
Ngabakhombisa Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi ngisebenza la wasehla umkhani yedwa ngishiya noMabhena ngaphandle.
I pointed out to them, my lord, that this is where I'm working. Mukhane then alighted, my lord, and he went there alone, left me together with Mabena in the vehicle.
Now, let me just pause here for a minute. On the morning of the 18th of June 2020, when Mukhane books you out, did he inform you of your constitutional rights?
Ngalelanga ke lange 18th kaJune 2020 ngathi ke uMukhane ekhipha ke lapha emaseleni wakuxwayisa yini ngamalungelo akho?
Angikhumbuli Nkosi enkantolo.
I do not recall, my lord.
Now, you are at shaft number 8. Mohale has exited the vehicle. What then transpired?
Nifikileke manje ku shaft 8 umkhane uphumile unishile emotweni nababili namabhena kwase kwenzekani.
Wangena ngaphakathi Nkosi enkantolo. Waphinde wabuya wazongibiza nasesibiza nomabhena sasesingena sonke futhi.
He went in, he then came back, called both myself and Mabena, and then all three of us went in together.
And by the way, the shaft that you went to show that the police officers took you to, it's at which mine?
Ikuyiphi mine leyo shaft leyo khuluma ngayo?
Isekhatoon East Fontaine igama la.
East Reef Fontaine.
Yes, banya ko.
Carltonville, East Reef Fontaine, Sibanye, Stillwater, my lord.
Proceed further when they took you now inside the premises of the mine complex.
Qhubeka ke nangena nabathathu.
Singenile ke ngaphakathi ke sahamba. Angimazi lo munye lo wayehamba la umhali umlungu eyosikhombisa ioffice le eShaka.
We then left, or proceeded, my lord. I don't know this white gentleman that Mukhane was with, went to point it out the office.
The white gentleman, for clarity's sake, is not a police officer. Is that an employee of the mine according to your observation?
Umlungu lo khuluma ngaye kwakungasileni police, umuntu owayesebenza emine naye. Ngendlela wabona ngaye kwakuwumuntu osebenza emine.
Ngoba samthola ngaphakathi ngene umuntu osebenza ngaphakathi ngacabanga ukuthi umuntu osebenza khona.
Because we found the person inside, I would then assume that it was someone working there.
Ngoba ngeke ungene uyohlala ngaphakathi ungenalo icard.
Because you would never go in, sit inside without having a card.
Proceed further, sir.
Yep.
Sasesingena ke office le eSharo. Wase ngibuza kumhalo omhani benomabhena ukuthi ena ngabe yiyona office eSharo lo ngathi mina ya yi office party umlungu lo wayephethe section le ngangisebenza akusuye lo.
Then this office was then we were then taken to this office. I think the witness is saying HR office, if I'm hearing correctly. HR office, and what when aksiyana le office?
Yili office kodwa umlungu lo engamthola phakathi ehlele ku computer kwangesiyo le ngamazi.
I then confirmed that this was indeed the office, but then the person or the white person that I found there busy on the PC, I said this is not the one that I know.
Then what transpired in that
office?
Bakhuluma ke naphe language bebekhuluma ngangayizwa.
They then spoke among themselves in the language that I couldn't understand.
But eventually, what then transpired there? Did they get the information that they were looking for, or what happened?
Kwase kwenzekani ke egcineni ngaba bakuthola lokho babekufuna noma kwenzekani?
Wangibuza umlungu lo wayehleli phansi ngoba ukhuluma umfana kalo emayini. Wathi mangibize kune number ebizwa eqala ngo-Z emayini.
Okay. This white gentleman, my lord, then asked me or spoke to me because in the mines they don't speak proper language. It's just a mix, what would be being referred to as being Sfanagalo, and then asked me for a specific number that starts with a Z. Yebo?
Ngambizela ke number ke asephuma kamaphepha base bawathatha lamaphepha la bewabuka bona omkhana aza ngiwabone mina ukuthi la kunjani babewabuka bona hayi mina.
I then mentioned the number. Then documents were printed out. They looked at those documents. I didn't see the documents. They were the ones that were looking at the documents.
Then what transpired after they received the documents?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Masiqeda ukwathatha Nkosi enkantolo kwasasihamba sawophuma futhi ngegate.
Took the documents and then we went out of the gate.
And what happened outside the gate?
Kwenzekani ngaphandle egate-ini?
Masifika egate-ini wase ngibuza uMabhena ukuthi imedical le ubuyisebenzisa usebenza la ngabe kuphi yona? Ngathi mina iphezulu duzana nehostel lapha engangihlala ngakhona.
Mabhena then wanted to know from me the medical that you were using whilst working here in this mine. Where is it? I then said that it is closer to where I am staying.
And what happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Inyukile ke imoto masifika khona egate-ini lakhona ngathi kulapha imedical enziwa khona.
The car then drove up. On arrival there, I then pointed out that this is where the medical is done.
What happened when you get at that center?
Masenifika khona lapho kwenzekani?
sangena ngaphakathi kusenkantolo mawefika ngaphakathi bathi bacela ifayela lami la esibhedlela.
We went inside, my lord, and when they got there, they then requested for my file from that hospital.
What then happened?
Kwathini?
Wababuzwa kusisi ukuthi ifayela nivumelene nomnikazi ukuthi silikhiphe ngoba phela fanele sikhombise nama license yonke into yenu.
The lady then inquired from them, did you, is this now in agreement together with the person, was the patient, because you also have to produce your documents.
Proceed.
Yebo?
Base bephendula ngabazi bakhuluma nabo bengayibhekisi ke imlo pendo bekhuluma bodwa lapha.
They then responded, but I couldn't hear what they were saying because that was not directed at me. They were speaking amongst themselves.
Wase ngibiza kusisi ngaphinde ke ngambizela yona le nombolo eqala ngo-Z ngoba ngeke liphume lingabiziwe inombolo le yami.
The lady called me. I then mentioned the very same number that starts with AZ because the file won't come out if that number is not mentioned.
Then what happened?
Base bechecka base bethi sicela usicheckele ukuthi ayikhona injali engayireport ngo-October mina la.
They then requested for her to check as to whether was there any injury that I reported in October.
And was that information furnished to the police officers?
Ngabe ke bakunikwa ke lokho?
Banginika ngoba ngababona amaphepha bawaphethe.
It was furnished because I saw them in possession of documents.
Did anything further happen in that office?
Kukhona okunye okwenzeka kulelo office lelo?
Mabethetha amaphepha siphumile futhi saya kuphi ngaphandle kwegate samaduzane nemoto.
When they took those documents, we went out outside the gate next to the vehicle.
And what happened outside the gate at the vehicle?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Mina bangivulelile ngangena emotweni. Bona bamaphandle.
Okay, they opened for me, I got into the vehicle and they remained standing outside.
And then what happened thereafter?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Babekhuluma nefoni ngangezwa ukuthi bakhuluma nobani nefoni ngoba akuphilanga ngisho isikhathi esinganani ngabona sekufika yena ubaba lo bengibuza imibuzo nge-17 wathi ubaba uGinenda nomama lo wayethi umamfundisi.
They were then speaking, my lord, using the phone. I couldn't hear what they were saying or who they were talking to. And then after some time, this gentleman that was asking me questions on the 17th, Mr. Gininda, arrived, as well as the lady who introduced herself to me as Umamfundisi.
Now, for clarity's sake, you've seen the person in court and you've heard her name being said in court, her real name, that Mamfundisi. What is her real surname?
Umbonile lo muntu okhuluma ngaye lo wena uthi umbiza uMamfundisi, umbonile noma ke futhi wezwa nala enkantolo uma belibiza igama lakhe ke. Batheni uma bebiza igama lakhe noma isibongo sakhe la enkantolo?
Nkosi enkantolo isibongo sakhe ngiqala khona la ngathi Mkhula or Mkhola.
I heard the same name for the first time here in court. I think they said Mkhula.
Now you are outside the gate. Brigadier Gininda arrives with Sergeant Mkhula. What then transpires? Take it from there.
Fika ke uGinenda noMkhula kwase kwenzekani?
Bafika ke uSergeant Mkhalante ephethe amaphepha bafike babuka lamaphepha bembodwa la phandle.
On their arrival, Sergeant Mkhula was in possession of documents. They looked at those documents as they were standing outside there by themselves.
And what happened?
Emveni kwalokho ngambona yena ubaba uGinenda Nkosi enkantolo ebuyela ngaphakathi lapha esibhedlela lapha bekade siphuma khona.
I then saw Gininda going back to the hospital that we were coming out of.
Did he go by himself? Or
Ehamba
was he
yedwa.
accompanied by?
Ehamba yedwa ngoba bawu-3 ngangishiyeke nabo ngaphandle.
Alone, because the other 3 remained with me outside.
Did there come a point when he returned from inside the complex, Gininda?
Ingaba sikhona ke isikhathi la abuya khona ke. Ngaba nje nanjengoba wangena wabuya futhi.
Wangena waphinde wabuya sebuya sekuthenje kuba nesikhathi esincane waphinde wabuya weza la kithi Nkosi enkantolo.
After some time or a short space of time, he came back to us.
And what happened when he returned to the cars?
Uma sebuyela ke emotweni kwenzekani?
Waqala naye wakhuluma nefoni khona la phandle. Mayekhuluma nefoni ngazi ukhuluma nabani. Emveni kwalokho wasevula emotweni ukuthi namanje afuna ukumtshena iqiniso na ngimbuza ukuthi iqiniso lephi engizokutshena lona.
He was speaking, my lord, using his phone. I don't know who he was talking to, and then opened the vehicle, asked me, are you still not wanting to tell the truth? And then I asked him, what truth?
And in relation to, for context purposes, when he says you still don't want to tell me the truth. Did he relate in respect to what aspects?
Uma ethi awukafuni namanje ukhuluma iqiniso washo kuwena ukuthi ukhuluma ngani?
Wangitshela ukuthi afuna ukukhuluma iqiniso into bengibuza ne-boardroom to wawuphi ngokushona kaSenzo na.
He said to me, are you still not wanting to tell the truth with regards to what I asked you in the boardroom as to where you were when Senzo was killed?
And what was your response?
Wathini muphendula?
Impendulo yami Nkosi enkantolo kuye ngathi mina into ongangibuza zona into ongangibuza zona leza la emsebenzini nanokuthi ingoma ekuphi ngakuphendula ke lapho.
I told him that the only things that you can ask me about are work-related issues and also where we have to gather for dance or for a song, a ceremony. There I can answer you.
What then transpired after that?
Kwasekwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Wathi angimhloniphi ngathi mina angazi lokho kusho kwakho lokho baba.
He then said that
impendulo engcono.
He then said that disrespecting him, I then said to him, that's what you are saying.
Then what happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Basebema ke phandle bona bekhuluma ke. Into bekhuluma baba 4.
They stood outside, they were talking amongst themselves, the 4 of them.
And once they've done speaking amongst themselves, what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani mase beqedile ukukhuluma?
Mabeqeda ukukhuluma Nkosi enkantolo uGininde wasengena emotweni ke nomama lo mamfundisi.
Then Gininda got into the vehicle together with the lady Mamfundis. Mbiza ngesibongo sakhe ngithi. Uzwile mase isibongo sakhe. Mbiza ngaso isibongo sakhe. Sergeant Mukhula.
Then what happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Ngashiyeka ke Nkosi enkantolo nomabhena noSergeant lo umkhami.
I then remained behind with Mabena and Sergeant Mukhane.
And did you know where they entered? Did they leave or did they enter the mine complex?
Ingabe ba Gininda and Mukhula.
Gininda and Mukhula, I'm sorry.
uGininda noMukhula ingabe bahamba noma bangena ngaphakathi emine?
Hayi bajika baqhama ngendlela leyo phela thina sasimi indawo yeso sasimila amazongena esibhedlela indawo iyehlela. My imoto ijika ihamba straight angibona noma yangena ngaphakathi noma yahamba straight angibona.
They turned around because from where we were positioned, my lord, one cannot see as to whether they drove inside or they left.
Now, Brigadier Gininda testified in this case and he said the following. At Carltonville, at Sibiya Gold, upon his arrival and those investigations were done, he got into the motor vehicle that you were in and he indeed questioned you about the case that he questioned you about. Do you recall that?
Kubufakazi bakhe ke abethule kuyona ke lenkantolo uBrigadier Gininda uthi ke impela ke wayekhona ke lapho esibanye kwenziwa ke lolo phenyo olalwenziwa khona lapho wasengena emotweni ke owawukuyona wena impeleni ke wavuma futhi nokuthi ke wakubuza imibuzo.
Iphutha le Nkosi enkantolo lona iqiniso.
No, that's a mistake, my lord. It's not the truth.
Then he testified that indeed you denied any knowledge of the allegations that he was asking you about.
Empeleni ushilo ke nayo ke ubufakazini bakhe uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi wase wena ke uphika ukuthi cha awazi lutho ke wena ngeinsolo lezi yena ayekubuza ngazo.
Yeah, uqinisile Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, he was telling the truth, my lord.
He further testified that he then confronted you with a photo of an identity kit that was published in the newspaper pertaining to the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, and that you denied that the person that he pointed at on that photo depicted wearing, on that identity kit, depicted wearing a hoodie resembled you. You denied that and you said it's a case of mistaken identity.
Uthi waseqhubeka ke ekubuza ngesithombe isithombe ke manje esasigcweleke esasikhishwa ke emaphepheni somuntu lapho owayegqoke ihoodie wase wena ke uphika ke uthi cha loya muntu loyana ke akusiwena ke iphutha leli elenziwa lapha yana noma iphutha lelo alenzayo ukuthi uwena loya okulesa sithombe.
Nkosi enkantolo isithombe lesikukhulunywa ngaso ngiqala ukubona sivezwa lapha.
The first time I saw that photo, my lord, it's when it was depicted here.
That after that, he then exited that motor vehicle and he was walking towards his motor vehicle when one of the officers, he didn't identify which one, called him to say that you, Mr. Ntanzi, wanted to talk to him again.
Uthi ke waphuma ke kule moto oyehlezi kuyona imoto le ogibele kuyona wena ehamba ke eya kule moto ayehamba ngayo yena kodwa ke elinye lamaphoyisa kula maphoyisa ayelapha akashonga ukuthi yiliphi lase limbiza ke lithi wena ke Ntanzi ufisa noma ufuna ukukhuluma naye.
Iphutha Nkosi enkantolo.
That's a mistake, my lord.
My lord, I think that's an opportune time. It's heading towards 11:30. Francis remarks that to him tantamounted to a confession. What is your comment?
Okunye futhi kubona ubufakazi bakhe ke uBrigadier Gininda uthe nkathi ekhuluma nawe kunezinto owazisho kuyena ke lezo zinto lezo waseyithatha ke ngokuthi ke lokho ukugonyuluka noma ngathi ukuvuma ke uthini wena kulokho.
Ngiyaphikisa Nkosi enkantolo angivumelani naso.
I dispute that, my lord.
That at that stage he then proceeded to read you or to explain or advise constitutional rights to you.
Uthi ke emuva kwalokho yila aseqale khona ke manje ukuthi asexwayisa ke ngamalungelo akho ngokomthetho sisekelo.
Bengicela Nkosi enkantolo umelana ke ngichasisele ngama rights la. Mhlambe khona lapha engezwe khona kahle.
I would like, my lord, to request my legal representative to explain to me or to tell me about the rights. Maybe there is somewhere where I'm missing it.
So the procedure is that normally when a police officer questions you and intends to arrest you relating to an offense, there are certain rights in terms of the Constitution Act 108 of 1996 that he must advise or explain to you.
Umthetho ke uthi uma iphoyisa likhulumisana nawe noma linenhloso lokuthi ke likubopheke ukuthi ke kufanele ngokomthetho sisekelo ke abe nezinto akutshela zona ke noma ake akwexwayisa ngazo ilezi kuma usezichazwa ke noma ibizwa ke manje kuyethiwa ke umuntu unelungelo elithile unelungelo elithize unelungelo elithize ngokomthetho sisekelo akwexwayise.
Nkosi enkantolo azikho Nkosi enkantolo ngixwayisa ngazo.
No, my lord, there were no warnings that he gave me.
Yes, as I tried to do that earlier, but you answered the question and I was curtailed to answer that right. So let me give you examples. Paramount of those rights are you are told that you've got the right to remain silent. Did Gininda warn you of those rights at Carltonville?
Akubalekile ke kulawo malungelo ukuthi umuntu akutsheleke ukuthi yabona njengoba ngikubopha ke manje unelungelo lokuthula lokuthi ungasho lutho kumina. Ingabe uGininda wakuxwayisa nini ngalelo lungelo lelo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo azange.
No, my lord, he didn't.
Did he advise you that anything that you say to him may and will be used against you in a court of law?
Ngaba wakuxwayisa yini ukuthi noma yini oyishoyo kuyena leyo nto leyo ingasetshenziswa nabo njengoba sihlangene la manje icala liyaqulwa ukuthi leyo nto leyo isetshenziswa nanjengobufakazi ngakuwena?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did he explain to you that you've got the right to have an attorney present during questioning?
Ingabe wakutshela yini ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi unganommeli abe khona ummeli njengoba yena ekhuluma nawe ekubuza imibuzo ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi akubuza imibuzo unelungelo lokuthi ummeli wakho abe khona uma ekubuza imibuzo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did he also explain to you that you've got the right, if you don't have financial means, to be provided with a lawyer at state expense?
Ngabe waqhubeka yini akutsheleke uma kuukuthi awunayo imali yokuthi ufuna ummeli ngabe ngaphandle ozomkhokhela ukuthi ke ungasenza leso sicelo leso ke kumbuso wona kuzokutholela ummeli bese kuba umbuso okhokhela lo mmeli loyo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did he explain to you the right that you have to challenge the legality of your arrest?
Ingabe wakutshela yini ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi ke ungabe usemanje ke usebenzisa umthetho ke ukuthi ubhekisise indlela oboshwe ngayo ukuthi indlela esomthethweni yini noma ehambisana nomthetho?
Cha akaze ngitshene Nkosi enkantolo.
No. No, he's never informed me, my lord.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, those rights are encapsulated in Section 35 of the Constitution, but there's a whole lot conspicuous of those rights. But the ones that I've just summarized now are the ones that are normally read to arrested persons, suspects, and the like.
Lamalungelo ke awaphelele kula engwashoyo mina kodwa ke ukaningi ke uma abantu beboshwa noma umuntu eboshwa ke iwona lana achazwayo kodwa maningi wona ke khona la abhalwe khona ke angaphansi komthetho ke abawubiza ngokuthi usection 35 kodwa ngikubizela nje mina athize nje.
Now let's proceed. Then Brigadier Gininda testified further that you indicated to him that you are willing to make a statement to an independent officer pertaining to the remarks that he said you made.
Waseqhubeka ke kubufakazi bakhe uBrigadier uGininda wathi wase umtshela ke wena ke ukuthi uyimisele ukuthi ungayokhuluma nomuntu ke oyimela ngamanye amagama ke umuntu ongasiyona ke ingxenye yophenyo noma ke ithimba leli asebenza nalo eliphenyayo uyimisele ukuthi ungahlangana nomuntu onjalo uyokhuluma kuloyo muntu loyo.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo angikwazi lokho.
No, my lord, I don't know about that.
And let me just track back and tie it up with this one of rights. That you indicated your willingness to talk to him in the absence of an attorney, in the absence of a lawyer. You waived your right to have a lawyer.
Waqhubeka ke wathi wena washo kuyena wathi uyimisela ukuthi ungakhuluma kuye noma ukhulume naye ummeli engekho.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo angikwazi ukungiqala namhlanje.
No, my lord, I'm hearing that for the first time.
Now, sir, you have testified that you were booked out from Pretoria North by Mokgane in the company of Mabena and taken to Carltonville. During that time, let me start here. Did you have breakfast in the morning at the police station in custody?
Particular police station?
In the morning, before they booked him or at the time they booked him, did he have breakfast at Pretoria North?
Okay. Ngale langa ngithi kule police station Pretoria North bakhipha ke bahamba nawe uMkhane noMabhena kodwa ngaphambilini kokuthi uhambe ke ukudla ke kwasekuseni lokho bakubiza ngokuthi ke i-breakfast wawukudlile yini ngale langa?
Cha ngangadlanga Nkosi enkantolo.
No, I didn't eat, my lord.
Now, during the time that you go with Mabena and Mokgane, they do investigations. Later on, they are joined by Gininda and Sergeant Mukhula. Were you given anything to eat?
Manje ke senyahamba ke uhamba naye uMabhena kanye naye uMkhane kwase kufika ke uBrigadier Gininda uSergeant Mukhula ingabe ngaleso sikhathi leso kukhona enakudla?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akukudla ngakudla.
No, my lord, I didn't eat any food.
Were you given anything to drink?
Khona ukunikiwe ukuthi uphuze?
Cha niksi Nkosi enkantolo.
No, nothing, my lord.
And was there a time when you were given the opportunity for a comfort break or to use a bathroom?
Ingabe sikhona yini noma likhona yini ithuba la khona ke wanikezwe ke isikhathi ukuthi usungahamba ke manje endlini encane uma ukuthi ufuna uyisiza?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
And at the time, were your hands still in restraints from the morning, from when they handcuffed you to the time as when these investigations are done within the mine complex? Were you still in handcuffs?
Ingaba ngaso sonke leso sikhathi leso kusukela ke ekseni bekhipha laphayana nyahamba ungenwe imayini la benza khona ke uphenyo labo ukuthi ngaso sonke leso sikhathi leso izandla zakho ufakwe ozankosi.
Ngangwafaka lokho mazingene emayini ngoba ngangengikwazi ungena egate ngoba igate yakhona le ejikeleza encane le ngena umuntu nje straight bawakhipha bawabuyisela sengaphakathi ngangengikwazi ungena nawe egate ngoba efasona nefasona.
My lord, when I went through the gate, I would not have been able to go through that gate, the swerving gate, with the handcuffs on. So they were removed, and when I was on the other side, that is now inside the mine, they were placed back again.
Yes, bar those instances when you go through 10 stars, at all material times the handcuffs were slapped on you, correct?
Kodwa ke ngaphandle kwalokho ngaso sonke isikhathi ozankosi babefakiwe bengakhishiwe.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
That is correct, my lord.
Now we are at the stage, and I want you to take it from there. Investigations are done at Sibiya. How long, in terms of time, you arrive in the morning, how long did you stay, perhaps, according to your estimation, at Sibiya Gold?
Ngokwesikhathi ke angithi nafike ekseni khona lapha yana ke eSibanye ungathi ke kwaba isikhathi esingakanani enani lapho eCarltonville khona manje kuma nafike ekseni.
Nkosi enkantolo angisasikhumbula isikhathi ngoba newash ngangenayo.
My lord, I can't remember the time because I did not even have a watch.
let's leave that. Now proceed further. The investigations are done. Mohula and Brigadier Geninda have left. What then happened to you, Mabena and Mohani?
Usushilo ke ukuthi base behamba ke uBrigadier Geninda naye uSergeant Mukhula kwase kwenzekani ke ngawe uSergeant Mukhane kanye noMabhenda.
Uma ehamba kosenkantolo uGenenda sasheka sathi nje ukuma bekhuluma namafoni.
We remained there, my lord. We stood there. They were speaking using their phones.
Baseke bengena emotweni maqedwe ukukhuluma nefoni. Sahamba sagudla ilokhozi plant lapho ibhande lelihambisa igolide ephuma emgodini. Masifika phambili ngambona uMabhena ekhuluma nefoni.
We then proceeded from there, my lord, that is now traveling alongside the plant, that is now the one that now produces or takes out the gold from the mine. And then at some point I saw Mabhena using his phone, talking.
Ngoba wayekhuluma language le esifana nezulu ngangimuzwa ukuthi ngoba wayethi mphathi senze njani ngalo muntu lo.
Because he was speaking a language that is similar to isiZulu, I could understand him. He was then saying, boss, what should we do with this person?
Then what happened?
Mayeqeda ukukhuluma nefoni ngangayizwa impendulo ephuma kulomuntu akhuluma nawo wavala ifoni wase ngibuza ukuthi indlela eRustenburg la ehamba ngayo ngathi mina ngiyiboni mangela.
I could not get the answer or the response from the other side, but then when he was done, he then asked me, how do we travel from Rustenburg when we are here? I then said, from here, I can't see it.
Now remember, we are still talking about the 18th at the mine complex, the investigations, all of the whereabouts, the clinic where they took your records. Where were you taken from Carltonville?
Ukhumbuleke sisakhuluma ngoloko kwenzeka ngazo i18 lapha yana ke emine unibani eclinic ukusuka lapho bakuthatha bakusa kuphi.
Kosenkantolo mina ngabona indlela ibheka le ngaseGoli kuthi iGola lilazi kodwa ngabona nje imoto lapha yafika amakhona yafika ama-engine garage lapha ngafika ngabona khona ngoba iGola lilazi kahle kahle.
Just saw the vehicle traveling towards Johannesburg, my lord, but because I am not familiar with Johannesburg, but I just saw the vehicle coming to a standstill at a engine garage.
And do you know the particular suburb or town where that engine filling station was?
Indawo le u-engine loyo othi imoto wayibona imisa kuyena uyazi ukuthi yini igama la leyo ndawo leyo?
Ngangazi igama lakho ngoba imoto ngayibona mina mayijika so iphuma kule ndlela leyo indlela engiyayibona indlela esihamba ngamasekhaya. Mayiphuma i-indicate ijika ezothi yaphuma phansi kwebridge mayikhuphuke ngibona ibhodi elibhalwe Albertine ibhodi.
Okay. I didn't know the name, my lord, but just as the car took a turn, because I was familiar with the road, that's a road that we would be using going home. So I saw a board or a signboard written Albertine.
Lapho ke imoto yahamba khona yaze yafika ke yangena kulo garage leyo.
That's where the car traveled up until it reached that filling station.
And what transpired at that garage?
Kwenzekani ke kuleyo garage leyo?
Egarage wafika ke imoto umkhani wayimisa ke behla bekhuluma namafoni.
At that garage, he brought the vehicle to a standstill, and then they alighted and spoke, and then they were speaking over their phones.
Now let's get a general idea of that filling station. We'll have a filling station, the tanks, perhaps testify whether does it have a shop inside that garage?
Siyazi ke ukuthi igarage ke ngokuvamsekile ukuthi izoba njani ke iyona igarage inama tank like tell khona ke ingaba isitolo yayinaso leyo garage leyo.
Angibonanga ukuthi isitolo ngoba imoto ayiyanga nalapho kuthela khona petrol kosenkantolo yangena nje yaya straight la kuma parking ayiyanga le kuthela ngakhona petrol.
Couldn't see, or I didn't see whether there was a shop, my lord, because it did not go to the tanks, in other words to fill up, but it went straight to the parking lot.
Can you perhaps give a bit of clarity about the area specifically where the car was parked, the Toyota Fortuner, at the garage?
Ungakhona yini ukuthi uyichaze indawo le othi imoto yaya kuyona ke la njengokuthi ku park yafika yama khona ke indawo ongakhona ukuthi uyichaze uyisho?
Yebo ngayichaza kosenkantolo.
Yes.
Please describe it for the court.
Uyichaze.
Kosenkantolo imoto mayingena la kunendawo ngathi nje indawo yokuhlala abantu abadlayo la namatafula nyana iside yayiphambi kwamoto ibuka so kunendawo ngathi yethama lento lamagesi amahasi la.
Okay.
Ngoba ngangibona umuntu mayephethe ihasi eyalapha ngingaze kodwa uthi uyokwenzani.
My lord, as one would be driving in, there would be tables on the side where people would sit and eat, and then straight, as you drive straight to where the car was parked, you would see people going in with their gas tanks. You would think that, oh, it looked like a place where people were filling up their gas tanks.
Now, proceed from where Mabena is on a call making certain calls. What then transpired?
Shilo ukuthi baphuma ke bekhuluma ke emafonini qhubeka ke kusuka lapho kwenzekani.
Etheme beqeda ukukhuluma namafoni kosenkantolo ngabona kuqhamuka imoto embili iGTI imoto emhlophe eyinomaka yizwa ngazi ukuthi emaphoyisa abizwa ngani ngoba ngifunda yedwa nayenawo umaka onayo ihalbot engenawo umaka evene emhlophe.
Then two vehicles appeared, my lord. It was a white GTI. It was marked, although I can't tell what that mark was because I'm illiterate. And then there was a hard body, but the hard body wasn't marked.
Now, describe to the court the occupants first of the VW GTI.
Awusichazeleke ngalabo ababegibele kwi-GTI leyo eyayimhlophe leyo othi yayinomaka.
Kwi-GTI kwakukhona abantu abayi-2.
There were 2 people in the GTI, yebo.
Were they male persons?
Kwakuwabantu besilisa?
Yeah.
Yes.
Were they black, white, Indian, colored?
Kwakuwabantu abamnyama, abantu abamhlophe, ama-Indian, ama-Khalati.
It
looked like colored. Sorry, they looked like colored, but the other one was hidden himself with a mask.
The one who's not hidden with a mask, did he at any stage testify in this court?
Omunye lona ke owayengayifakile imask ingaba mhlambe wayezile la inkantolo ezothola ufakazi.
Yeah, kufike.
The one who's not hidden with a mask, did he at any stage testify in this court?
Omunye lona ke owayengayifakile imask ingaba mhlambe wayezile la inkantolo ezothola ufakazi.
Yeah, kufike.
Yes, he did.
What is his name?
Ubani igama lakhe?
Igama lakhe ngilizwe khona lapha enkantolo ukuthi Jonathan.
I heard his name here in court, Jonathan.
And in that GTI, were there the guy with a mask on, and Jonathan, was there any other occupant in that car?
Why
in the GTI?
There were 2 people in the GTI.
Now, the occupants of the hard body, can you describe to the court how many were they?
Babe bangaki ababegibele kwi-hard body?
Kwi-hard body ngababonanga kahle phakathi ngoba kwaphuma abantu abayi-2. Angibabonanga ukuthi babe bangaphakathi.
I couldn't see as to how many they were inside, but 2 people alighted from it.
And those people, were they male or female persons?
Kwakuwabantu besilisa besifazane.
Kwangabo body.
Gentlemen.
And now, just for clarity's sake, the 2 cars, were they police cars or were they normal civilian cars?
Le moto ebili lezi kwakuyimoto zamaphoyisa noma kwakungezona imoto zamaphoyisa?
Lena yodwa ngoba yayinomaki le iGTI le ehamba uJonathan yona yayibonisa ukuthi imoto amaphoyisa yayingabonisi le mhlophe.
Because the GTI had was marked, it indicated there was an indication that it was a police vehicle, but the other one, the hard body, was not marked.
And the occupants of both cars, the Nissan hard body and the GTI VW motor vehicle, were they clothed in civilian clothing or were they in uniform?
Labantu laba ke kuzo zoyimbini le imoto lezi ngaba babegqokele nje impahla zabo noma babegqoke ke impahla zomsebenzi ejengisayo ukuthi ke basemsebenzini.
Abegqoke impahla zomsebenzi kosenkantolo.
They were in uniform,
including the 2 persons from the Nissan hard body.
Nalaba laba babephuma hard body nabo.
Ngabona laba baphuma beza ke mababili.
I saw the 2 that came to me, that got out and came towards me.
Now, what transpired once these 2 cars arrived at the engine garage where the Toyota Fortuner was parking?
Seyifikileke le imoto embili lapho ke egarage engine kwasekwenzekani?
Nkosi enkantolo i-GTI yangena yagudla yona ifortune ngoba ifortune ayimibo yangena la i-hard board yayimiswa ngemuva so zilandelene kodwa nale ngaphambili i-GTI.
As these two cars were following each other, the hard body following the GTI parked next to the Fortuner, and the hard body was just behind.
Then what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Wasephuma komabhena lapha naye emotweni ngoba wayebuya angena emotweni ngoba kwakubanda.
Mabena then alighted from the vehicle because he would go in and come out of the vehicle because it was cold.
Proceed further.
Baphuma bakhuluma bonke nje bemlapha ngingabezwa ukuthi bathini.
They got out, they were all speaking among themselves over there, and I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Proceed.
Emveni kwalokho waseza ke umabhena wangikhipha la kule moto le ifortune wangifaka kule GTI le.
From there, Mabena then came to the Fortuner, took me out of the Fortuner, and placed me in the GTI.
Were you still in handcuffs at the time?
Usafabuza nkosi nangaleso sikhathi.
Yeah.
Yes.
How were you still handcuffed?
Babefakwe kanjani?
Ngalokho bafake ngemuva.
My hands were always, all the time at the back.
And where were you placed in the GTI motor vehicle?
Kwasekuthi ku-GTI bakubeka kuphi noma bakuhlalisa kuphi nendawo?
Ngangena ngapha endaweni ka-driver la right umdriver ngaphambili ngangena ngemuva.
Just right behind the driver, no, on the right hand side.
And did anyone else get into that car?
Khona omunye wangena kuleyo moto?
Kwangena umabhena ngale sandleni sami sokunxele.
On my left side it was Mabena.
What then transpired in that motor vehicle?
Kwasekwenzekani ke?
Ngoba phambili lo wayehleli phambili no Jonathan. Yena wayelokho ehleli nje lapha ya. uJonathan ehleli la.
The other one, the person that was with Jonathan was on the left, that is now in front, and Jonathan was just seated there.
What then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Kwaseke uJonathan ejike ngibheka kwase kusondela ke ubaba wayeproducer ke moto ngobuthelezi.
Then Jonathan turned around and looked at me, and then a certain gentleman then introduced himself as Buthelezi.
Yes, we may have missed that one. Where, in relation to the GTI, there's Jonathan in front passengers, driver's side, front passenger seat, unknown man. The left is Mabena, the right is you. Where is Jonathan in relation to those positioning? The driver is Jonathan.
Yes.
There's an unknown male person with a mask on the front passenger seat.
Yes.
On the left rear, it's Mabena.
Yes.
And the witness is on the right,
Yes.
behind the driver.
Yes.
Where is Buthelezi?
Okay. Kulabantu ababalile bonke la emotweni angithi ushilo ukuthi ubani ohlezi kuphi waye kuphi nendawo yena uButhelezi
Wayephandle khona la ngoba isivalo sasingavaliwe sasivule
eduze kwakho.
eduze kwami.
He was outside just right next to me because the door was not closed.
Yes, then what then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Waseke mengitshena igama lakhe Nkosi enkantolo wase ngibuzela nami sengimtshene la muntu ngoba.
Introduced himself, asked me who I was, and I also told him as to who I was.
Who introduced himself?
Ubani lo wayichaza?
Nguye qala.
He introduced himself first.
Yes, who is he?
Sikhuluma ngobani la?
Sikhuluma ngobaba uButhelezi.
Buthelezi.
Okay. After that, what then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Emveni kwalokho ke wase ngibuza imibuzo naye ukuthi ngelanga lelo khuza le October yizo sengazi ama 26 or 27 wathi wawukuphi ngale date le.
He then also asked me questions about a day, although I can't remember whether it was the 26th or the 27th in October, and asked me as to where I was on that particular day.
Proceed.
Ngase ngimphendula mina Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi uma ukuthi ngangengekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisekhaya.
I then answered him that if I am not at work, or if it is that I wasn't at work, then I would be at home.
What happened next?
Yebo.
Waseke engitshena ukuthi into ayifunayo iqiniso.
He then told me that the only thing that he was looking for was the truth.
Ngimbuze nami Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi liphi iqiniso lelo olifuna ngapha ngiyaphendula.
I then asked him, which truth are you referring to? Because I am answering you.
What then transpired?
Yebo.
Waseke qhamuka umfo elengana nje nami wayenomzimba nje. Mude futhi.
And
Manje
then-
igama lakhe ngigcine ngaze ekugcineni ukuthi Maphumulo.
And then a guy, my lord, who is my height, but he is bigger than me in build, then appeared, and I ended up getting to know his name, that it's Mapumulo.
What happened when Mapumulo came
makufika amaphumulo kwenzekani?
naye wafika wangitshena lento ibikhulunywa ngobuthelezi kwasenkantolo ukuthi into abayifuna kimi iqiniso.
He told-
Ngiphinde ngibuza ukuthi liphi iqiniso olifuna pha ngiyakuphendula.
He told me the same thing that Buthelezi told me, that the only thing that they were looking for or that they wanted was the truth. I said to him, but which truth? Because I'm answering you.
What happened next?
Yeah.
Emveni kwalokho kwase ngikhuluma bhena ngapha eceleni kwami sekhuluma ukuthi yababona laba batabala kuwe la. Lembuzo bakubuza noma ungafuna ukubatshena iqiniso. Uzophuma ngikushiya emotweni.
Then Mabena answered and said that, you see these people that are here, if you don't want to tell the truth, I'm going to leave you in the vehicle. I'm going to get out of the vehicle and leave you here.
Then what happened?
Yeah.
Emveni lokho ke na uMabhena ngimbuza liphi iqiniso mina Nkosi enkantolo ukuzokhuluma kuwe Mabhena ngani ngoba ngiyaphendula nami angingekho emsebenzini usuke ngisekhaya. And negoli lelo ngibuza ngani igola nilazi. Ngazi lapho kugidwa khona uma ngibuthi ingoma eground resoul ikuphi le ngoma. Ya ngafe ngikhombisa ingoma igidwa la.
Then what
I
happened?
also answered Mabena and said, but which truth are you referring to? Because I am answering you, and I am not familiar with Gauteng. If you were to ask me where is it that the performance is being held, or where the song as well as the dance, then I'll be able to point that out to you.
Then what happened, sir?
Yebo.
Emveni kwalokho ke Nkosi enkantolo ngabona uMabhena ke khipha uplastic wase Truent. Ewufaka ke emekhaya.
Thereafter, I saw Mabena producing a Truworth plastic bag and placed it over my head.
Describe that plastic bag.
Awuchaze lo plastic.
Plastic wase Truent oba uplastic wase Truent usilver lawa wa silver manje ubhale uthi Truent la.
It's a
La
silver
phakathi naphakathi.
Truworth plastic bag, and it's written the Truworths.
Now that bag is placed over your head. Proceed from there.
Wawufaka ke ekhanda kuwena qhubeka.
Mawufaka uplastic ekhanda ngithi ngizama ke ugquma ubaba utheleze ngigresile ngapha uthi ngingakhona ukuphuma ngephandle ngoba ngangizophuma kube wayengekho ubaba utheleze ngapha engishovela phakathi.
And as I tried to jump, my lord, but I was pressed on the side by Buthelezi because he's the one that was blocking me to go out. Because if Buthelezi wasn't there, I was gonna get out of the vehicle.
How did you feel as that plastic bag was placed over your head?
Wazizwa kanjani ke ngaleso sikhathi uplastic lowo ufakiwe kuwena ekhanda?
Kwakubuhlungu ke Nkosi enkantolo ngoba oyelanga lokuqala letense.
It was hurting to me, my lord, because that was the first time that was happening.
Proceed further. What happened
Uthi
next?
namanje abona nje inhliziyo yami Nkosi enkantolo ngelapha bo inhliziyo yami ibuhlungu kakhulu.
Even now, my lord, as I'm before you, yeah, my heart is very painful.
What happened next, sir?
Kwase kwenzekani ke?
Mabebona ukuthi abalungu lento abayenzayo ngifuna ukuphuma uJonathan ashove isitulo athi angivule imilenze isitulo singene la ke ngibe sona isitulo esingikhona ukumpressela ngapha uthi ngakhona ukuyalena ukuyala.
And my lord, the other thing that happened was that Jonathan would then push the seat backwards and instructed me to open my legs so that the seat can get in between my legs.
And how long do you estimate that for the first time the plastic bag was held over your head?
Cabanga ukuthi ke uplastic lowo wawugcinwe noma ufakwe la kuwena ekhanda isikhathi esingakanani?
Angeke ngikwazi Nkosi enkantolo ukumeshina isikhathi ngoba babawufaka bethi mangifuna ukukhuluma bazozwa ngami.
I wouldn't be able to tell the time, my lord, because they would place the plastic and they would say that if they would hear from me if I wanted to talk.
And was that plastic bag at some stage removed from your head?
Ngabe sikhona yini isikhathi la khona ke uplastic lowo wasuswa ekhanda lakho?
Babawususa mangithi manene ke.
When I would say to them stop, and then they would remove it.
So from what I'm hearing from you, are you saying that the plastic bag was repeatedly placed over your head at different times?
Engikuzwa kuwena ukuthi uplastic lona babephinda ngathi babewufaka bawukhiphe bawufake bawukhiphe yiloko babekwenza kuwena.
Babawufaka mangithi mina manene ke bewukhiphe. Emveni kwalokho mangithi bethi khuluma mangithi ngithule phinde ubuyela kemekhanda.
Yes, they would place it, my lord, and then maybe I would say to them, wait, then they would remove it. If then I keep quiet, then they would put it back again.
And besides the plastic bag being placed over your head, Was anything else done physically to you?
Ngaphandle kokufakwa kwawo uplastic kuwena ke ekhanda ngaba khona yini okunye ababekwenza kuwena la kuwena emzimbeni?
Yizo Nkosi enkantolo ngangingabona ukuthi ubani ongishaya ngepama la ngoba phela mangivaliswa engipressile khona ushaya ngepama ngangingabona ukuthi ngishaya ubani but kodwa umuntu engangibona wena ongishaya ngepama ilona ngangifuna ngangifesene nawo uJonathan ngoba ngayengeke ubaba uThulezi ukwazi ukugamanxisa isandla ngishaya ngepama.
Although I would not be to see as to who was smacking me with an open hand, my lord, because the plastic would be covering my head. But I think that the person that would have been able to do that was the one that was facing me, which was Jonathan. Buthelezi from where he was, he could not have smacked me.
Now, there's one character that we missed earlier. Let me just add that character to the picture. Where was Mukhane at this time?
Wayekuphi ngaleso sikhathi uMukhane?
Umkhane ngamgcina esemotweni ehleli khona ngoba cha yena akazange ngibeke isandla Nkosi enkantolo uMkhane.
The last time I saw I checked Mukhane, my lord, he was in the vehicle and Mukhane never assaulted me, my lord.
Now, in the vehicle, did Jonathan participate in the assaults that were perpetrated on you?
Emotweni uJonathan wayingxenye yini yalabo ababekushaya?
Yebo Nkosi
Yes,
enkantolo.
my lord.
And how did he participate?
Kanjani?
Angithi uma bhena mebamba uplastic uJonathan nawe uyangipressa ukuthi ngingakhona uqhuma.
When Mabena is holding the plastic, Jonathan would be pressing me so that I wouldn't be able to jump.
Ngoba izandla isitulo semoto masimso izandla zakhe zayiphuma la ziza kimvele so uma bhena ngithi ngapha yena umsebenzi wakhe ufaka uplastic bese bepressa lapha ngekhanda.
As the seat would be pressed, or the seat would be like this, my lord, so his hands would be protruding from the sides, and so he would be pressing me.
And the gentleman in the front passenger seat, did he do anything to you?
Lona yena owayehlezi eduze koJonathan phambili, kusihlalo singaphambili khona wayekwenza yena.
Cha la wayexofela ifoni akazangenze nix nje.
No, that one was just busy with the phone. He never did anything to me.
Ngoba namanje ngengimkhomba ukuthi ngwela ngoba akaze akhiphe mask akazenze nix kimi.
Because even now, I won't be able to point out that person because he never even removed his mask. He didn't do anything.
And at some stage, did, roughly, before I go to that, how long do you think that plastic over your head, a slap here and there, how long do you think that event, that incident took place in that car?
Kulokufaka uplastic bekhona ukushaya ngempama yonke le yanto eyenzeka emotweni ungathi yenzeka isikhathi esingakanani.
Nkosi enkantolo kwahlaliwa lapha khona isikhathi. Yizo isikhathi ngeke ngisimeshini ukuthi isikhathi esingakanani.
We were there for some time, my lord, although I won't be able to say precisely how long.
Did you suffer any injuries as a result?
Ingaba khona ukulimala wakuthola ngenxa yalokho.
Nkosi enkantolo ngingasho ukuthi mawufaka uplastic ekhanda kuzoba buhlungu ikhanda ngeke lihlale lingasha ngoba phela uplastic uyashisa Nkosi enkantolo and uvala umoya.
Yes, my lord, when a plastic is put over your head, there is no way that that wouldn't be painful or that your head wouldn't be burning because the plastic itches or it is there's heat in there.
Now, at some stage, did that, which was the incident in the car, did it stop?
Ingaba kwaphela se noma ke kwagcina sebengasaqhubeki sebekuyeka lokho babekwenza.
Bayenza phela ngingazi ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingana lokho bephele beshitshana noJonathan ufana amabhena ufake emveni ngalokho ngabona seke sengikhishiwe emotweni sengibuyiselwa kule moto le.
Though I won't be able to tell as to how long because they were taking turns, my lord. It would be Jonathan, it would be Mabena, and then thereafter I was then taken out from that vehicle back I was then taken out of that white vehicle.
And when were you you were taken now from the GTI motor vehicle to which vehicle?
Mabe sebekhipha ke manje ku GTI bakufaka kuyiphi imoto?
Ngabuyela kwiFortuna.
I went back to the Fortuner. The one driven by Mukhane.
What then transpired was you were placed in the Fortuner?
Emveni lokho kwaphunya ngazi imoto phela ngingazi ukuthi imoto zayihamba aphi kuleya ndawo mina ngiyazi igola ngithi but imoto yayichuza khona lapho ngingazi ukuthi yakuphi.
Then the cars left there, my lord. The cars were traveling, but because I am not familiar with Gauteng, so I don't know where the cars were traveling.
did those cars, is it one car or all three of the cars went out?
Kwahamba imoto eyodwa noma zahamba zonke lezo imoto ezazilapha.
Zahamba zonke zoyi-3.
All 3 vehicles left.
And did those cars come to, eventually come to some destination?
Ngabe uma ihamba ke kodwa khona yini egcineni la eza iyofika khona?
Kukhona ngoba eyihamba phambili iyo le eyidrayiva uJonathan. Kuyile Fortuna kaMhali phakathi iHalbot iza ngemuva mayihamba yaphakathi kwale ndawo ezayihamba kuyo.
Yes, my lord, there was some destination because the one that was leading was the one driven by Jonathan, and then the Fortuna in the middle, and then the hard body.
Now, for contextual purpose, what time did you arrive at that engine garage before we leave engine garage? What time did you arrive from Carltonville at that engine garage?
Fika kuloya Carlton. Sorry. Uma nifika kuloya engine garage, kwakubani isikhathi? Nisuke Carlton, nafika ke manje kulo engine garage. Kwakubani isikhathi uma nifika kulo engine garage?
Ngebhadi nephutha kose kantolo isikhathayo ngangenaso angasibongi nokusibonga ngoba inhliziyo yami yayibuhlungu serious yayibuhlungu.
Unfortunately, my lord, because I did not have time on me, so I cannot tell the time, and I can also say that I was in pain, my lord. Even my heart was sore.
But was it during the day, in the afternoon, dusk, or evening?
Kodwa ke ngokubheka kwakho kwakusekuseni, kwakusemini, kwakusebusuku.
Kwasekuqala kuba mnyama ngoba ilanga lashesha ukushona kubanda kungoJune July.
It was now starting, sunset was starting, my lord, because it was in June, it's winter, so sunset is earlier in winter.
And is it your testimony that when you left engine garage, then was it already dark?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma nisuka kona ke lapho engine kwaseqala ukuba kwasekumnyama.
Nakhona lapha sikhona wasubona ukuthi kumnyama.
Even there where we were, we could see that it was dark.
Now you arrive at the destination where you are driven now to the second spot. Take it from there, describe to the court what happened.
Nafika ke kule ndawo enaniya kuyona uma nisuka ke engine chaza ke.
Masifika le ndawo le esaya kuyo nkosenkantolo. Lapha I'm sure yizwa ngingabona ngathi makwakomnyama kodwa khona isitebhisi sasehlela ngale.
Although I couldn't see properly, my lord, because it was dark, but there was a staircase that was going down, but I didn't use it. I went on the side of it, or to the side of it.
And can we perhaps, for contextual purpose, describe that place? Were there any objects, items, or whatever you observed at that area that could be a beacon or some sort of location indicator to say, I was at this place because I saw this particular object?
Kukhona ongakusho ongachaza uthi ke ngangisendaweni ethize ngoba ngabona lokhu kwakunento ethize kuleya ndawo kunento ethize khona ongakusho mayelana naleyo ndawo leyo uthi kwakunento ethize lapha.
Yebo nkosenkantolo ngasho ukuthi kwayinto engangiyibona ngoba mawuzobona i-truck lele lichitha udustbin ngathi lifunana endaweni la yesiganga khona.
Yes, my lord, I can say so because if you see the truck that now removes or that take the dustbins, and so you then clearly say or ask yourself, what does that truck want there? So surely it was there to offload in other words, the dustbins, my lord.
So, besides you observing that it's a perhaps
dumping
site, were there any other objects identifiable to you at that stage?
Ngaphandle kokuba usho ke ukuthi ke ila uthi khona ke ubona ukuthi leyo truck leyo ezolahla ke udoti khona okunye owawukubona ke
into engangiyibona ngangibona nelokhuza lapha mangimile kunamatanka lapha ngibuka amatanka ngithi phesheya lapha
the other thing
ngathi nje igquma nya kunamatanka la ngathi akhanto ngosament.
One be standing there, you would see tanks from a distance, my lord. It's like they were built with some cement, my lord.
Now, what happened at that locality, at that location?
Kwenzekani lapha?
Mangifika ke nkosenkantolo lapha bangikhiphile emotweni lo umabhena.
On arrival or upon arrival there, they took me out of the vehicle,
ngaphuma emotweni ngafike ngamaduzane nesitebhisi esiwathangimele.
got out of the vehicle and they instructed me to stand next to that staircase.
What then happened?
Angibuze ukuthi namanje awufuna ukukhuluma iqiniso na. Ngimbuze mina ntathi liphi iqiniso engizolikhuluma ngiyasho namanje ukuthi mawungingekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisephame.
Asked me, are you still not willing to tell the truth? I'm asking which truth, because if I am not at work, I will be home.
What then transpired, sir?
Emveni ngalokho inkosi enkantolo bese ke engikhipha lama handcuff ngemuva. Ngingamazi lana amanye ukuthi wawane kobani la ayengifase ngawo ngaphi le nsimbi lena le nsimbi le ngime phakathi naphakathi lesi stepisi.
From there, my lord, he then removed or loosened the handcuffs that is now, as my hands were at the back. And then I don't know where he got the other handcuffs, and then he tied my hands on the steels, on the one on the other side as well as on the other side.
Now, just for contextual purposes again, what were the weather conditions like on that day?
Isimo sezulu ke sasi kanjani ngalelo langa lelo?
Kwakubanda inkosi enkantolo.
It was cold, my lord.
And what were you wearing on that day?
Wawugqokeni?
Ngangifaka ijini ehlaza ereleni. Ijini ereleni.
Okay, a relay jean.
Kuyisweater le Carvel.
Carvela sweater.
Kuyivest ngaphansi vest white.
Underneath, I was wearing a white vest.
Kuyiskipa seFabiani.
As well as a Fabiani t-shirt.
Kube itracksuit engase ngenike uMabhena.
A tracksuit that was given to me by Mabena.
Bese bayijacket yami ke inkampani ayibhala ukuthi Impala Mine.
As well as my company jacket, my lord, which was written Impala Mine here.
Let's clarify something. I heard something, but the interpretation came otherwise. With regard to the Carvela, was it you said suede or sweater?
Carvela.
The Carvela. Describe again something about the Carvela. Sorry, is it a type of a shoe, or is it a jacket, or is it whatever? Because I couldn't get the interpretation clearly.
Ukhuluma ngeCarvela. Ngazi ukuthi uzweni Mr. Ramsipile ukuthi khona akuzwile noma ngakuzwanga ngeCarvela oyishilo.
Ngithe enyaweni ngangqoke iCarvela enavy isweat.
I never heard about the feet. I'm hearing it for the first time.
That's fine. Okay, it's certified. Then what then transpired?
Kwasenzekani?
They repeated
the same thing that they did to me in the vehicle and placed the plastic as I was standing.
Who started that process now at this dumping site? Who started the process of putting the plastic bag over your head?
Senila kule ndawo ke manje ubani owaqala ukwenza leyo nto?
Mabhena oqala lento kosenkantolo ngoba yonke into ayenzeka uMabhena noJonathan.
Mabena is the one who started that, my lord, because everything that was happening, it would be started by Mabena and Jonathan.
And at the time this plastic bag was placed over your head, was there anything asked of you?
Ngalesikhathi lo plastic lona ufakwa kuwena ke ekhanda ikona into owawuyibuzwa?
Angithi kwakuthiwa khuluma wena man, khuluma wena man.
It would be said, hey, you speak, and I would ask, what should I speak? What should I speak?
And were you also physically assaulted besides the plastic bag at that area?
Kuleyo ndawo leyo ngaphandle kokufakwa ke uplastic ngaba wawushaya nokushaywa yini?
Babengangishaya mina Nkosi enkantolo. Into babeyenza kimi khona lento babephethe le babe khase bengithele ngamanzi mabeyithi le yayingihlabala. Azange bangishaye ngezandla babu plastic nalento le.
My lord, I was never assaulted. There's this particular object that they had. It would be the plastic, and then when they press it against me, it was, as the witness says it would like stab me or hurt me, but they never assaulted me.
Can we, for clarification purposes, describe that object? What is it exactly?
Iyini lento leyo usho uthi khona lento babeyiphethe yayihlaba uma beyibeka la iyini?
Nkosi enkantolo ngeke angiyazi igama la ngoba ngangiqala ngabo mina lento Nkosi enkantolo.
I don't know what its name is because for me it was the first time seeing it with them or from them.
Ngoba maye ibambe so wawuyizwe maye dry side lapha ekhanda bese maye ithi ilethite ngathi ngumcibisholo la kuyemsolo.
Because you would be able to see it, my lord, or in other words, when the head was turning, and you would just feel it would have this feeling as he was bringing it closer to your body.
Now let's further explore that, because I want to be specific. Did it stab you, or did it emit electrical current to you? That object.
Ingaba lokhu kwakuyinto eyayikuhlaba noma kwakuba into ongathi ikhipha ugesi oze kuwena ukuzwisa ubuhlungu noma kwakuyinto eyayikuhlaba.
Yite ngathi yayilokhuza yayingihlaba ngoba yayichoka ngathi ngizwe ngathi la izandla ziyaqina zachoka amathumba yalemala.
I would say a step, because as you would just feel that even your intestine or inside that you are feeling injured, as well as the hands, like they are being stiff or getting stiff.
Ngoba nguye uMabhena wangikhumula ijacket mina eTrucksuit washiyeka iskipa ngasigqoke ngaphansi ukuze akhona ukungithela ngamanzi.
Because Mabhena is the one that would remove, or that had removing my t-shirt as well as my jacket, so as to be able for him to pour me with water.
Now, as a result of that device being used on you, did you sustain any injuries?
Ngokusetshenziswa kwaleyo nto isetshenziswa kuwena, ingaba walimala yini? Ngenxa sikhuluma ngalento manje eyodwa le. Ukusetshenziswa kwayo kuwena ngathi ngabe kwabangela ukuthi ulimale yini?
Angazi ngaphathi namanje Nkosi enkantolo ngoba kase ngihanjisiwe ku-doctor.
I don't know internally, my lord, because I was never taken to a doctor.
Now,
ama-injury akhona ila ama-hand cover lana namanje la.
The only injuries that are there now that I can still see where I was bleeding are the handcuff injuries, my lord. The witness pointing to both his wrists.
And do you still to this day have those marks from the handcuffs, caused by the handcuffs?
Lawo mark lawo ke ama handcuff usenawo namanje?
No, amanye nawo kuyabonakala nama lokungaba.
Yes, here they are. The witness pointing to both wrists, left and right.
Now, did that plastic bagging and the device being used at some stage stop to be used at that area?
Kwenziwa ke lokho kwase kufikelela ekuthini ke baze bangabusaqhubeka bayeke ukwenza.
Bakwenza until baze bakhathala Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, up until they got tired, my lord.
Then what happened?
Ngoba kwaze kwasondela yena ubaba lo umkhana. Abatshente mina ayikhumelela kweje ngazethi igama la demand lisho ukuthini?
Demand.
Ngazi lisho ukuthini.
Okay. Because Mukhane came closer, my lord, and he used this word which I don't know as to what it is. What does it mean, demand?
Now, as that was transpiring at that location, at the dumping site, did there come a time when other people came whilst you were there?
Nise lapho ke abantu abafika nise kuleyo ndawo leyo.
Wafika umama lo mkhulu nobaba lo Gininda.
Yes,
omunye angimazi lo walele into le ofaka lento ama-class band anilazi igama lakhe namanje anilazi.
Sergeant Mukhula as well as Brigadier Gininda arrived. There was another one, umuntu wesilisa lo ama-class band. There was another gentleman, my lord, but I don't know his name. I don't know who that person or that gentleman was.
And what happened when Brigadier Gininda, Sergeant Mukhula, and the gentleman in braces arrived?
Kwenzekana befika?
Weza ke mina ubaba lo Gininda engibuza ukuthi namanje angifuni ukukhuluma iqiniso.
Gininda came to me and still asked me, do you still not want to tell the truth?
And then what happened?
Mina ngamphendula lapho ukuthi angizazi ukuthi ngangekuphi ngangekho emsebenzini usuke ngisekhaya.
I answered him and then I said to him that I don't know where I was, because if I am not at work, then I will be at home.
Now, both Sergeant Mukhula and Brigadier Gininda testified in this court to say that they were never at that site on the 19th of June 2020.
Bobabili ke uSergeant Mukhula kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda bethule ubufakazi bathi abakaze nge-19 ka June 2020 baya kule ndawo le wena oyishoyo.
From my colleague that I just want to seek clarity from the defense that we are now on the 19th
It's my mistake, my lord. Thank you, my colleague. Yeah, on the 18th.
Nje
at that
iphutha
spot
ke
at the
ngedate
dumping site. So,
sakhuluma nge-18 babethule ubufakazi babo ke usergeant Mkhula kanje naye kubrigadier Gininda ukuthi ngazo le date le 18 abazikaze baya kule ndawo oyishoyo wena.
iphutha balikhuluma Nkosi enkantolo.
He made a mistake, my lord.
now, you testify that Brigadier Gininda asked you some questions and you replied to him. What then transpired?
Ushilo ukuthi ubrigadier Gininda wasekumuza imibuzo edlula wena kwasekuthini emva kwalokho.
wahamba ke bakhuluma futhi bodwa apha ngingabezwe bakhuluma bethini.
He then left, they spoke amongst themselves one side, my lord. I don't know what it is that they were talking.
Ngoba umuntu engangimbona ukuthi ngeqiniso nje limsuka phambi Nkosi enkantolo. Ngangibona into eyenziwa ke umkhana ka. Ayingayithandi total. Angifuni ukumqambela manga umntwana abantu.
And the person that I could see, my lord, who was against everything that was happening to me, I don't want to tell lies on his behalf or and lie about him, my lord. Mukhane didn't like what was being done to me.
Drive imoto wayelokho engibuke njalo esibukweni ngimbona ukuthi inhliziyo yakhe into le ayimjabulisanga kakhulu.
Because even as he was driving the vehicle, my lord, I could see that he was using the rearview mirror, or he was using the mirror which was inside the vehicle, and you could see that his heart was in pain, my lord, because he really didn't like that.
Understand?
Ukuthi ke wawibona ukuthi inhliziyo yakhe ibhlungu, wawibona kanjani leyo nto leyo?
Ngayibona ukuthi oqala Nkosi enkantolo eze kimi ukuzokhuza.
I saw it the first time, my lord, that he came to me to come and stop.
Ngoba nasemotweni wayelokho engibheka ngibuthi ngiright yini.
In the-
Ngithulele ngamphendule.
Even in the vehicle, he would look at me and ask me if I was okay. I would just keep quiet and not respond to him.
Ngoba nje igama engikhumbula ngiphendule ngathi amntene la kahle lapha ukuthi uNkulunkulu ambusise. Namanje ngisakusho. La lapha lele khona ngithi uNkulunkulu ambusise.
Because the only word that I would say to him, to tell the one that was next to him that as he was seated there, that God should bless him, even where he is resting now, I'm still saying that God should bless him. Sikhuluma ngamaBhena.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo
Yes,
no
ma'am.
Jonathan ngithi uNkulunkulu ababusise.
Yes,
Namanje
my lord.
ngisasho.
Together with Jonathan, I'm still saying that God should bless them.
Now, what then transpired once Gininda has asked you those questions?
Kwase
After
kwenze-
they've had their meeting.
Baqedile ngomhlangano ababenawo, uGininda ukubuzile imibuzo, banomhlangano baqeda, kwase kwenzekani?
Ngase ke ngena ke emontweni lapho khona khona umkhani ke imoto esihamba ngayazi ihamba apha ngimbona ngayento waphuma bheka ngapheni bakuginenda.
Then got into the vehicle, my lord. I don't know where the vehicle was traveling to, and I also did not see as to where Mr. Gininda went to.
And
Ngoba
the other,
bazona
so,
imoto-
sorry, Mr. Ntanzi. And the other two vehicles, the Nissan Hardbody and the GTI, did you see where they went?
Ezinye imoto lezi ezimbili, i-GTI, Nissan Hardbody, ngaba wabona ukuthi zaya kuphi zona?
Senyuka nazo Nkosi enkantolo ngangayibona ukuthi ishona aphi nazo nje.
We traveled-
Sihanjwa ngangayibona ukuthi babheka kuphi.
We traveled with them, my lord, but as we went ahead with our journey, I didn't see as to where they went to.
Now, eventually, where were you driven or taken by Mohane and Mabena?
Ekugcineni ke wase usiwa kuphi ke uMukhane noMabhena?
Angisayikhumbuli police station Nkosi enkantolo.
I can't recall the police station, my lord.
Okay. Then you were booked in the cells until the following day, correct?
Wase ubuyiselwa ke emaselini kwaze kwayilanga elilandelayo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I want us to move to the events of the 19th of June 2020. Do you recall the events that transpired that day?
Usakhumbula okwenzeka ngazo i-19 June 2020?
Do you still remember the incident of the 19th of June?
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord. I do.
What transpired on that day?
Kwenzekani ngalelo langa?
Ngalolo langa lele ekseni nje ngoba umkhani wangivusa nje ngizilalela ngoba ngangigodola emaseleni phakathi.
On that day in the morning, because I was woken up by Mukhane because I was just laying there in the cells and feeling cold.
Wangikhipha ke sahamba phinde futhi sangena kuye imoto lapha epaka khona lapha.
He took me and then we got into the vehicle.
Now, before that, let me cut it here and track back a bit. You are now booked at the police station. Did you notify any of the police officers the cell master, anyone at that police station that you had just been assaulted by the people that brought you to that police station?
Manje uma ake maselini ke manje ngabe khona yini owamtshela ke kulaba mhlambi nabagada amaseli osebenza khona lapha epolice station ukuthi uqeda ushaywa ke wena manje yilabo bebekade behamba nawe?
Konsenkantolo into eyenzekela e-police station la ama-police station lawa la awafani abona lapha ePretoria North alikho iphoyisa lake lafika ke ngoba umuntu mayephethe ukhiya yokuvulela eseleni ehamba nalowo ahamba naye uMabhena engekho umuntu wasestationini ngizorepotela abantu.
My lord, the police station do not function the same or don't do things the same. There in Pretoria North, no one ever came to me, my lord, because when you are being taken and the key is held by the very same person that you are with, who am I going to report to?
Kube yena konsenkantolo okukhombisa isiport thatha nasi isiport thatha nazi ingubo engekho umuntu osebenza la we-uniform kuyibo ekhiya baqede bahamba.
He's the one who's showing you what to take or where to go, and there is no one who is from the police station. Then there is no one that I can report to.
Ngoba nokufika kwami e-police station kwakehla yena umhana angene ngaphakathi ngamazi ukuthi abangena yele ngisheke noMabhena la. Nothi emveni kwesikhathi nangeqhamuka evula athi angiye phakathi.
Because what would happen, my lord, we would arrive at the police station, Mukhane would go in, I would remain behind with Mabhena, he would then come back, he would open for me.
Now, I'll ask it again for fear of repetition. During the two assaults at engine and at the dumping site, did you physically have any visible injuries except the wrists that were injured, the marks that you say you suffered as a result of the handcuffs?
Ngaphandle kwalama mark owashilo ne othi iwona ke asekhona ke noma sabonakalayo khona into okunye ukulimala okwakukhona owawunako okwakubonakala kulamahlandla amabini owashaywa ngawo khona ukulimala okwakubonakala owawunako ngaphandle kwama marks la okhulume ngawo ama handcuffs?
Akukho nkosenkantolo kuphela umzimba yawoza ukuthi umzimba uhlukumezekile.
No, none, my lord, but one could just feel that the body had been abused.
Now, just back a bit as well. When that device was used, the one that you said was used on your torso, did you suffer any injuries? Did you react anyhow? Did you cry?
Nkathi ke isetshenziswa leyanto uthi ayisetshenziswa kuona ke ingabe khona yini okwenza ngaba wakhala yini?
Konsenkantolo ngangikhala.
My lord, I was crying.
Now, you are on the 19th of June 2020 by the person that booked you. Take it from there. What happened next?
In 19 wakhishwa ke kwasekwenzekani?
Ngayibona imoto ihamba ngazi ukuthi yakuphi.
Just saw the car traveling. I didn't know where it was driving to, my lord.
Did that motor vehicle finally reach a destination?
Khona la eyafika khona?
Ikhona lapho eyafika khona yangena khona ngoba lapho la masingena thina kunabantu babecula ngathi kune strike khalinyana lapho.
Yes, my lord. It reached somewhere because where we were driving or where we arrived, it was like there were some people demonstrating there, some sort of strike, but I don't know that place. I didn't know the place.
And did that motor enter premises where it had to stop on your way?
Khona la eyangena khona kufanele ukuthi noma ke la eyafika yema khona.
Yebo kukhona kodwa igama lakhona angilazi kuba.
Yes, my lord, there is, but I don't know the name of that place or area.
Proceed further, sir.
Qhubeka.
Mayifika khona imoto ngafika ngahlala khona emotweni akaze ngiphume emotweni.
When it arrived there, my lord, I sat in the vehicle. I never went out of the vehicle.
Waphuma umkhane ke ekhuluma nefoni na uMabhena bekhuluma nefoni.
Mukhane as well as Mabhena went out, my lord. They were speaking using their phones.
Ngoba sahlala nje phela isikhathi eside kuleya ndawo imoto imile.
Because we spent quite some time there, the car just not moving, stationary there.
Just one last question, and I'll take it after the long adjournment. Evidence was led through the ADL expert that there was a stage where the motor vehicle for 10 minutes or so was stationary at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Do you recall the incident?
Kunobufakazi ke bebukhona ke lana ke bawo ke umbiko lo wana we-AVL ukuthi kunesikhathi ke la khona ke imizuzu eyishumi la imoto yayimi khona ke eKhrizani Baragwana kodwa ke ungaphenduli ke asize umshoshisi uthini.
I want to object. Evidence it was unlocked and the fact that it was stationary is not correct.
Let me correct myself. Sorry for putting that version. Where it says GPS unlocked at Chrisani Baragwana Hospital, do you recall?
Uyakhumbula ke ubufakazi la bashilo ke mabechaza ngendlela yabo ukuthi ke isho ukuthi iGPS ke leyo ke yayi avaliwe ke. Uyakhumbula ubufakazi lo bekhuluma ukuthi imoto ke khona la etshengisa khona iseKhrizani Baragwana.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
I remember, my lord.
Stay with that incident at Baragwana because I'll take it after that. My lord, it will
Zoqhubeka
be an opportune moment for the long adjournment. It is exactly what my lord.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
You were telling me, but I didn't look at it or I didn't see the time because I didn't have time on me.
And then at 4:50 a.m. on the 19th, you were taken or booked out by Mabena on the basis that you are being now taken to Foslora's Magistrates Court. Do you recall that?
Okwenzeka ke njengoba asho ke ukuthi wangena ke ku 2:30 ekseni wase uyakhishwa ke asithi nje isikhathi samahora amabili nemizuzu ngo 4:50 ukhishwa uyena uMabhena ukhishwa uyena uMabhena athi ukuhambisa enkantolo yase Phosphorus uyakhumbula ngazo i19
Kosenkantolo akazangitshela ungihambise enkantolo mina.
My lord, he never
nje masebe ngangena emontweni.
My lord, he never informed me that he was taking me to court. He just removed me from the cells and placed me in the vehicle. As also as to where the car was traveling, I won't be able to point out even now.
But the point that I want to bring home is this. You were only in the cells for hours and odd minutes. Did you manage to sleep in that 2 hours odd minutes until you were booked out at 4:50 a.m.?
Into engifuna ukuyisho kuyena noma engiyivezayo kuwena ukuthi kwakuwamahora amabini nemizuzu engaba 20 uvalelwe noma ubuyisiwe wase uyakhishwa ke kuleso sikhathi leso samahora amabili kanye no 20 minutes. Ngifuna ukwazi ke kuwena leso sikhathi so walala yini?
Kosenkantolo ngisho ukuthi angilalanga ngoba kwakubanda ngeke ukuthi ufike ngubeni futhi uthole ugodola.
My lord, I would say that I didn't sleep because it was cold. There is no way that you can just get into bed and sleep immediately, my lord, when getting cold.
Okunye ngangimanzi athi bengithele ngamanzi ngangeke ngifike ngithole ubuthongo same time.
The other thing is that I was wet because they had poured water on me, so there's no way that I would have slept immediately.
Now, the other point that I want to bring across is the following. You are booked out in that time period, 8:30 until 2:30 the following morning, and you were taken to Carltonville, you were taken to Engine Garage, where you allege that you were tortured and assaulted. You are now taken to the dumping site, and the rough estimate is about 17 that you were booked out. How did you feel physically about having spent that lot of time in the hands of the police?
Uma ubheka ke lesi sikhathi lesiyana owakhishwa ngaso kwaba isikhathi obuyiswa ngaso singathi ke amahora lawo ke ayishumi nesikhombisa u17 hours uwonke lo wawuzizwa kanjani ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ngoba ushilo ukuthi wakhishwa naya ke eCarltonville nahamba naya kwa engine la uthi khona babekuhlukumeza khona wawuzizwa kanjani?
Angizizwa ngekho right phambi kwenkosi enkantolo ngoba uma kwenziwa into eqalayo enhlizweni yakho nasemoyeni wakho ukuzibona ukuthi kahlahle umuntu lo yini le ayenza kimi.
I didn't feel that good, my lord, and also when something is being done or you are experiencing something for the first time, you ask yourself, what is it exactly that this person is doing?
But physically as well, the point that I want to get, were you still physically fit as in the morning when you wake up, or were you exhausted at that time?
Engifuna ukuzwa ukwazi kwena ke ukuthi ke ngokwasemzimbeni wawuzizwa kanjani ngizwa ukuthi wawusenalo mdlandla wawusenalamandla nangendlela owawuvuke ngayo nkathi uvuka ekseni ngo 8:30 wawusazizwa ngaleyo ndlela
Cha, Nkosi enkantolo.
no my lord.
Now, Mohane has testified in this matter in this court, and he has testified that the reason why the car was stationary at the engine garage is because it encountered mechanical failure. What is your comment?
Kubufakazi bakhe abethulile kule nkantolo khane uthe imbangela yokuthi imoto ke lapha kula engine garage ingahambi ime ingoba imoto yayinenkinga. Uthini ke wena kulokho?
Ngiyaphikisana nalokho Nkosi enkantolo. Ngoba lo mgomezelo ngangishilo ukuthi ngicela mtshenti uyaphosisa ukuthi imoto yayihamba igule endleleni.
I dispute that, my lord, because I even informed Mr. Mgomezulu to put it to him that I'm disputing the fact that his testimony that the vehicle had problems, mechanical problems.
And then that car was stationary for some period until either him, Mabena, or Jonathan phoned a mechanic that came and resolved that problem.
Uthi ke ifuthi imoto yema lapho ke isikhathi ke kwaze kwayinkadi la khona ke noba uyena uMabhena noJonathan baye bafonela ke umechanic ukuthi ke azobheka imoto.
Akekho mechanic owafika Nkosi enkantolo lapho.
No mechanic arrived there, my lord.
Now, just to wrap this point up, from 8:30 a.m. on the 18th of June 2020 to 2:30 a.m. the 19th June 2020, the police officers, Mabena, Mohane, that you were in custody of, did they give you food in that period from 8 a.m. until you were booked at the cells in Pretoria North?
Ukusuka ke ngalesiya sikhathi ukhishwa ngaso ke emaselini kwaku 8:30 isikhathi ekseni kwaze kwayoshaya ke u2:30 kusuku ke olulandelayo ingaba bakunikeza ukudla kulesiya sikhathi lesiya.
Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngithengele ukudla. Ngamuza na usatshela umkhala entshenti wayengithengela ukudla. Uzongithana kanjani ukudla kumele into eniwutravel sizwile ukuthi uyedelela.
My lord, I never bought a food, and I heard Sergeant Mohane when he testified about that. How were they going to buy food for me when it was they had told me that we heard that you are disrespectful?
Now we're going to, okay, before that, you've testified about the assault and torture at the dumping site. What was the condition of your clothing after those acts were perpetrated on you?
Sizwile ke usitshela ke uthi kule ndawo ke le uthi wabona khona ke itruck la ikuyitruck ke eyolahla khona ke umgqomo ke ukuthi ila kwashayelwa khona ke noma ke ohlukunyezwa khona manje ke impahla lezi owuyigqokile zazinjani ke ngenxa yalesimo yaloko kwakwenzeka khona lapho.
Nkosi enkantolo ngaphuma igazi emakhaleni ngikhishwa lento ababengithosha ngayo. Ngoba namanje usayitshela umkhulu angilokho ngimtshene njalo akangifunele iskipa sami kusayitshela Mabhena azange ngithole impendulo namanje.
My lord, I was bleeding my nostrils as a result of that that object that was being used. I also made a request to Sergeant Mukhula. Yes, I made a request to Sergeant Mukhula to get my T-shirt from Mabhena. It was my pants, the T-shirt, as well as the white vest that I was wearing underneath.
Now, let us fast forward now to the incident at Krisani Baragwanath, where the motor vehicle you were traveling in says GPS unlocked. Do you perhaps have an idea or pay a recollection what was happening, the reason why it said GPS unlocked at the stage?
Khona ke la khona imoto eyayise eKrisani Baragwana futhi ke ngokwalo mbiko walento abayibiza ngokuthi AVL kubhaliwe ke laphana ukuthi ke iGPS unlock ngendlela yakhe abayibhala ngayo ebhalwe ngayo laphana. Ungabe uyazi ukuthi kwakwenzekani nkathi ke imoto yayilapho eKrisani Baragwana?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo angizazi lezi zinto lokhuzami lezo zayimoto.
No, I'm not familiar and I know nothing with regards to issues of vehicles.
Now, perhaps let me clarify it. I see that it's not clear to you. Did there come a time at Krisani Baragwanath Hospital where you picked somebody else that got into the Toyota Fortuner?
That question is leading.
As the court pleases, my lord, I'll rephrase. Evidence has been led in this court, and a version was put to Mabena, I'm sorry, to Mohani, that according to the instructions, you said that you picked up Colonel Rapadu at Christiani Baragwanath Hospital. Do you recall that version?
Kathi ke uSergeant Mukhane elana ke enkantolo ke watshelwa ke ukuthi ke okushiwoyo ke inkulumo ethi ke kwaxoshwa ke noma kwagitsheliswa uKolonel Rapadu khona ke esibhedlela eChrisani Baragwana. Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I do recall, my lord.
Describe the circumstances relating to that incident.
Awusho ke ukuthi isimo nje ngokumayela nalokho kwenzekani.
Nkosi enkantolo. Mina oqala ngangazi ukuthi lapha kuphi. Lapha esafetha thatha khona ubaba lo wangena ke emontweni.
Firstly, my lord, I didn't know where that specific area was. The area where the gentleman who got into the vehicle was picked up.
Ngoba masifika lapha safika sami ngoba kwaphuma amatekisi la eminyango egate la khona la.
Because when we got there, my lord, we stood there, we were there for a while because taxis were driving out of there, getting out of the gate.
Masifika ke lapha Nkosi enkantolo bafona yena uNkhane noma Ben ngazi ukuthi bafone laba.
When we arrived there, my lord, then Mabena and Mukhane phoned. I didn't know who they were calling.
Proceed, sir.
Waqhamuka ke ubaba lo ogcineze lapha enkantolo Thawura Phatha no mama nengane.
And then the gentleman who ended up being here in court, that is now Mr. Rapadu, appeared together with a lady and a child.
Wafika wakhuluma nabo ke babekhuluma phandle noThemontweni.
He spoke to them and they were speaking outside, not in the vehicle.
Emveni ngalokho ngambona yena ubaba lo ekhipha ikhiyeni kumama lo wayeqhamuke naye.
Thereafter, I saw the gentleman taking out keys and giving them to the lady that he had appeared with.
Ubaba ke lo wayesengena ke emontweni lana ngoba ngangihleli ngemuva ngangihleli naye la yena ehlele emveni kaMkhane mina ngihlele emveni kaMabena.
And then he got into the vehicle, my lord. I was seated, he was seated behind Mukhane and I was seated behind Mabena.
After you've picked up Colonel Rapadu, where did the car then leave that area?
Yasiyasuka ke imoto lapho senimgibelisile emotweni yasiyahamba imoto lapho.
Yeah, uyahamba ngiyazi indlela ukuthi eya kuphi.
Yes, my lord, it left. I don't know the route that it took as to where it was going.
And did there come a time when that car reached a particular destination?
Khona la eyayofika khona.
Yeah.
Ukhona la eyahamba yayoma khona.
Ikhona apha ehamba yayoma khona Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, it did.
And now, with the background of this case, do you recall where that car stopped?
Usakhumbula ke ukuthi yahamba yayoma kule moto le.
The area now that you know now, as you testify, which area did it stop?
Ngithi manje sokumelana yiphi leyo ndawo yahamba yayoma kuyona ke.
Nkosi enkantolo imoto yahamba izindlela ngingayazi lapha yayihamba khona. Kodwa lapha yafika yama khona kwakunegate lapha. Igate nje eso kuna ibiyiwe le ndawo le. Igate yakona ibhale ukuthi Orlando ngoba ngangifike ngimekhela ukuthi lapha ngema khona ngifike ngibuka ukuthi imoto inkulu.
My lord, the car traveled. Although I don't know the route that it took as to where it specifically it was traveling, but where it reached or the final destination, there was a gate, and the place is fenced. And as I looked at the gate, it was written Orlando because I made sure wherever a vehicle stopped, I would check as to where that is.
If I may stop you there, Mr. Ntanzi, the evidence of Mohani is that morning, the instruction from Colonel Gininda was for them to deviate from taking you to Phosphorus Match Court to take you to Moroka Police Station to meet Colonel Rapadu for the purposes of obtaining a statement from you. Did you recall that evidence being set in this court?
Kunobufakazi ke obethula phambi kwale nkantolo bakhe ke uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi ke ekukhulumiseni kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda wabatshela ukuthi abangabusaqhubeka ke baye bakhambise bakuse ePhosphorus enkantolo kodwa abahambe nawo baye nawe eMoroka ku Colonel Rapadu Uyakhumbula uMukhane esho kanjalo. Ngenhloso yokuthi ke uKenya Rapadu ayothatha istatement kuwena. Uyamkhumbula uMukhane esho kanjalo.
Ngiyamkhumbula ngoba kwakusho uMkhane.
I remember because it was said by Mukhane.
Now, that morning, according to his evidence, Mohani, is that you were taken to Colonel Rapadi for that purpose of obtaining a statement. Did the car go to Morocco police station that morning?
Umfakazi bakhe ushilo ke uMukhane ukuthi wathathwa ke wahanjiswa waya eMorocco ngenhloso yokuthi ke uKenya Rapadu uthatha istatement kuwena ke. Ngabe wasiwa yini eMorocco ngalelalanga?
Kosenkantolo. Ngiyile police station kwenye police station kwaba ngahanjiswa khona ngumkhane ekuseni.
I did go to a police station where I was taken to by Mukhane in the morning.
Ngafika wapaka imoto lapha ngangithi kwakunabantu abavuma ingoma ngathi une strike kanyana.
And upon arrival there, he parked the vehicle